Nice.
Come on, Reason.
Out. Loki is so bad, I'm not sure. Alice, bro.
Why you take damage? Oh. Nice.
Get out.
No. You win this.
Oh my goodness.
Holy 2v1. That's bad. That's bad.
Oh no.
1 HP. 1
1
HP.
HP.
One HP. Look.
$100.
I'm so bad.
That's embarrassing though, I'm not gonna lie.
Lucky. 1 round, please. Only 1 round.
It's not my strength. I'm so bad.
Bro, that's so bad, bro. 5-0.
5. Let's go.
Can't believe it.
Oh no.
You guys literally spent 5-0.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, then the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, first assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a Fragger on your team as well.
The Fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the Fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The Fragger loadout often includes the striker pump shotgun, the combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep beep.
What is going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome to the FNCS. This is the European region.
Whoa, Zeke.
What's up,
Did
man?
you forget about something?
What are we forgetting?
I mean, I think it's about that time.
Wait, that time?
It's that time.
We can tell them?
Yeah, we can tell them there's no time better than the present, and boy, do we have a present for you.
Run it!
go.
Yes, baby. We've been wanting to tell you guys for so long. It's happening in our own backyard. We're doing it.
Dude, could not be more excited. An international, in-person, invitational going down in November. All the top players from around the world will be invited. Now, with that being said, we're going to be keeping an eye on the COVID situation. It's still around, and the priority is the health and safety of our players. However, that means get your visas ready, get your passports ready, get your travel pillows ready, because we're back.
Oh my gosh, I am so excited. We still have a show to do.
Yeah, we still got a show to go. Go do what you do best. EU FNCS is going to be sick. You'll see me later on NA East. Thank you so much. Vazik, take it away.
Thank you so much, brother. We'll see you a little later on. There you go. There's your announcement. We still got a show to do. So this is the EU FNCS. Oh man, I'm telling you, it's a great day. It's a great day. I'm still shaking from the announcement here, and we still have a show to do. We have 6 games ahead of us, and at the end of it all, we'll crown champions here in EU. But I can't do this. I need some alone. I need some help from my friends. We got Resub, we got Mini Miner. Come on down, boys. Dang.
Esports pose.
Yeah. There you go. There you go.
Yeah, poor execution, I'm going to say.
That was absolutely incredible. Gents, thoughts?
I mean, roll on November. In-person events are back. I couldn't be more excited. Reese, I'm so hyped.
I've been waiting for this since 2019. I've been sitting waiting. I've got the noties on in Fortnite Comp. Every single tweet that comes out, I'm ready for it. Now we have an international event. The best players from around the world all playing together. Sign me up. Sign me up.
I just want to close my eyes and wake up and be in November. I am so excited, but we'll have more details in the future. But for now, we got to focus in on the FNCS. We got 6 games ahead of us. Now, remember, we got 7 regions all competing here in the FNCS. We already have some winners in 3 of the regions, so we can crown them together. First off, congratulations. I'll start there in Asia. Go ahead, Runa and Pipo. Congratulations, you're Asia winners. Tell me about them.
Yeah, Asia was crazy. We had 3 teams, I believe it was, all within 3 points. 5 teams, I think maybe, all within 3 points of each other. And it was Pipo Clip right there at the end, clutching up. And they only won by 1 point. It was so close. Unbelievable scenes.
Yeah, so good. Obviously, OCE was won by Volks and Looter. I'm so happy for these guys because Looter, obviously, we saw him go over to NA East and not necessarily perform that well, right? But we know when he was there, he wasn't very motivated, didn't put in the work. Now that he's back on his home region, OCE puts in a ton of work with one of the best players, if not the best player in the region, Volks, and now they are the champions, and yet again for both of them.
Absolutely. Middle East was incredible as well. We saw Cruel and Asta. Now, Asta was actually making his first finals appearance, and I believe going into this season, he hadn't made any money from Fortnite Competitive, and this was the stage. He's sort of like a creative warrior, and we see that on a lot of different regions. You know, Cruel, the experience of Cruel picking up Asta and then popping off, winning the region. Unbelievable scenes.
So good. You'll love to see it, and because of that, they will take hold of the Axe of Champions 2.0. But let's remind ourselves what happened after those first 6 games coming out of yesterday, because it's very much set the tone coming into today's 6 matches. We cannot forget Aqua and Vino just having the performance of a lifetime right now. 220 points?
Yeah, unbelievable scenes from them yesterday. Absolutely incredible. They didn't quite have the best last game, so they would be a little bit more happy if they had a better last game and put themselves in a better spot for today, but sitting up in first place, you couldn't be much better.
No, and honestly, I'm really interested to see how these guys play today because, like, Vino himself is known to obviously be a little bit shaky sometimes when it comes to high-pressure situations. He's held it all together so well yesterday, and I'm really hoping this shows a change because he was, like, the star of the show yesterday when it came to top of the team performance. Also, guys like, you know, Tayson and Chapix up at the top, they're never going to choke when it comes to one of the biggest tournaments. They're always performing. And Mustache Malabuka, I am so impressed with right now.
Yeah, really impressive.
So good. I love to see it. So with that all in mind, we got to start the show. We got to run this the way you guys are familiar with. So much to break down. So I'm going to send it on over to these guys.
Hello, me again. I am back. Here is the entire format that we've got laid out. We've already gone through the qualifiers in week 1 and 2. We've also already gone through the semi-finals, and that has left us with the 50 best teams in EU right now. Pure Play, day number 1, already gone. It was yesterday. If you missed it, Sorry. You go back and watch after those. Some of the best games
crazy.
we've watched, right?
Oh, unbelievable.
We're on day number 2 of the finals so far, and that is where all of the prize money to play for. So we've, like I said, we've already got leaderboards, some points on the board already, but today is where it's going to find it all. This is going to be the champion decided, as you can see right here.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. But of course, to get there, they're going to need some points. And you guys are probably well aware of what's going on here. But 32 points for the victory, you can see at the top left of the screen. And of course, those cascading placement points starting at that 25th spot. So the teams want to be making their way into those placements. And every single placement, they will gain a point all the way up until 3rd, of course, as well, where it gets a little bit more top heavy, which is great to see. But each elimination being worth 3 points as well. Very, very good opportunity for a lot of teams to pop off today. But you might be wondering at home, what are these guys playing for? What's on the line? I think Zeke's got the answers.
I always have the answer. Let's take a look at our overall prize pool. So remember, 7 regions means everyone has their own respective prize pool. But we can actually take a deeper dive here into EU. We could break down what these teams will be walking. We talked about it yesterday, $300,000 for that duo that could come in first place. But keep in mind, if you're tracking with your favorite duo and they could jump up, say, from last into top 10, such a jump in prize money, right? So wherever you're watching, Twitch, YouTube, Legends Landing, wherever, root for your favorite duo all the way to the very end because they are competing for the Axe of Champions 2.0. We showed it off yesterday. It made its debut, and now these players want to get their hands on it.
Yeah, I've already seen some of the OCE players and some of the Asia players as well. Very excited to have this in their locker already.
Oh yeah, it looks incredible. It shines, it glimmers, it is unbelievable, and I'm excited to see some of our players rocking it, and we will find out today who on EU will be using that pickaxe.
Absolutely. Right now, our current leaders, like we mentioned earlier, Vino and Aqua is one of the teams I want to highlight. Now, they're kind of early in mid-game. We've talked about throughout qualifiers, semis, cash cups, whatever it is. We've continually seen these guys, of course, in the command cavern. It just seems like almost by chance that in the finals, they've managed to get a good part of this uncontested. And, you know, I mentioned earlier, Vino right now is like the all-star player. The amount of solo clutches he's done, the amount of damage and just effort that he's put in right now is astronomical.
Yeah, he is unbelievable. We got to talk about Aqua as well. You know, the experience of Aqua being able to play the high ground so effectively well. It is a match made in heaven for this duo at the moment, and it is heavenly, the results that they're being able to achieve. We're seeing pop-offs from Aqua, we're seeing pop-offs from Vino, solo clutches from Vino, we're seeing Aqua height takes, just landing on height. I love it. And you can see the performance yesterday lived up to that hype.
Yeah, exactly. 2 victory royales. That was back-to-back, game 3 and 4. They had a bunch of other top 10 placements at the same time. And honestly, it kind of looked like these guys were unstoppable at a point. But you mentioned that final game, they did fall early, and that kind of allowed Tayson and Chapix to catch up. So now, you know, when we're coming into this day, when it comes to who's the winner, if the top 2 teams keep playing like they were already playing, man, it's going to be really hard for anyone to catch up.
Yeah, definitely. Lots of top teams. And another team that maybe people might have expected to do a little bit better is, of course, Hellfire and Scram. Now, a lot of people would have thought, okay, they have Greasy Grove uncontested. They have the Whiplash vehicle. They have so much loot there to themselves. They haven't quite been able to live up to those expectations, but sitting in 10th right now, not too bad.
I mean, 10th's not bad at all, especially since Hellfire didn't make it out of opens last season.
Yeah.
I think Scram placed 8th as well overall in the finals. So, like, this is looking like a good performance overall from them. I think 2 of the games where they struggled the most was game 3 and game 4. The games that actually we just talked about Aqua and Vino won, you know, they ended up going down to Surge on pretty far rotates for them. So I'm hoping that, again, they've kind of reviewed those far zones at that east side and have figured things out a little bit.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, we talk about the vehicle they have to offer, and I think that's the most appealing factor of Greasy Grove. It can work in your favor, of course. You can get those easy rotations, but it can also work against you. You know, a lot of teams will be focusing you. You're the only one of the only vehicles in the game, and of course, you have to expend a lot of materials to box that vehicle up. I did a little bit of VOD reviewing. I was looking into their games. They only had 250 brick each going into the half and half zone, so they'd used up a lot of that using that to sort of box up the car.
Yeah, that's a bit of a surprise, to be honest. Hopefully we figured that out today. Another team, let's be real, Malibu Mustache. This is like the highlight team so far. Obviously, they're 3rd in the leaderboards, but they are fragging out. You know, there's 3 games that they've definitively won off spawn out of the 6, which, you know, like we saw in the qualifiers, was enough to get them to fly up the leaderboards. The others, they haven't necessarily like won straight off, but they also haven't lost the fight, right? It's like one goes down and then they just kind of disengage and go down later.
Yeah, that's definitely right. I mean, we're sort of seeing a similar performance as to what we saw in the qualifiers, but at a little bit of a different degree. They're not going out and winning the games. They had a couple of seconds yesterday, and they're not necessarily going down off spawn like we saw in the qualifiers, but they're sort of finding a mid-ground right now, and it is working. And, you know, we saw them absolutely popping off. We saw them, was it 16 elimination game?
Oh, yes.
Absolutely crazy. And we know how scary this duo can be when they make their way to endgame. Another duo I want to highlight, though, maybe a little surprise sort of pick for a lot of people, and surprising as how well they're doing, is Vico and Jackson. Now, Now they're sort of, well, they were contesting Benji and Savage at the right side of the collider, the east side, and they're performing really, really well. They're having a really, really good day so far, really, really good finals. They're being able to get their Storm Surge done early because they're utilizing the Mythic Thermal, the Mythic Thermal Assault Rifle that is there. They're getting their Surge done early, and they're proving why they're very, very good in the endgame.
Yeah, these guys are grinders, right? They've been putting in the practice and scrims for basically for the last 2 seasons at least that we've kept seeing these guys' name pop up, and now it's starting to show in the finals results. Kind of some of the games that they struggle on was, funnily enough, being pushed by Tayson and Chapix, right? When some of the best teams in the region start to push into you, you're going to struggle. But it was kind of a cascading effect because they're landing on the east side, and if they push a little bit too much to the north, Tayson and Chapix don't like that. That's some of their loot over there, and they kind of pinch, and that was kind of how they went down in some of those games early on. So yeah, I'm wondering off spawn if they figured it out this time.
Yeah, definitely right. I'm excited to see that all go down, but I believe Zeke's got another content piece for us. What have you got, Zeke?
Check this one out. Yesterday, we got to be in the lobby with Tayson, hear from him. But today, we'll be in the lobby with Hen, the reigning FNCS champion. So let's hear what he has to say. This is In the Lobby with Hen.
Hey everyone, my name's Levin2K and I'm joined in the lobby with Hen. Hen, it's a pleasure to be with you, man. You've won a bunch of FNCSs now. You're almost tied with Tayson. Where would you sort of rank yourself compared to some of the best of all time?
Probably like top 10 in the world, like right now.
When you were clutching in the final game of FNCS, did you feel like you were the best player in the world?
Actually, I felt like I was zoned out during the game, I can't lie.
And so in that moment, did you realize that like, hold on a minute, I'm about to win this tournament for us right now?
Nope, didn't even think of it at all. I was just like focused on the game and that's it. I was just hearing Queasy as well in my ear, like, so I just focused up and had to clutch the game for the boys.
Obviously, that FNCS you won and you know, another one added to the list for you. From the get-go, when you started playing with Queasy, did you believe that like you could win the FNCS?
I believed that we could win FNCS, but I didn't know it was going to be that season.
So for you, like, what's like the #1 sort of career highlight in terms of just, you know, everything you've played, tournaments throughout the past?
It would have to be the first FNCS that I won with Chapix and Janice, but like one time that I would want to go back to is probably World Cup, because I wasn't that good then and I didn't have much tournament experience, so I was very nervous. I was shaking all the time. And I'd just like to see how I do back then now.
Are you a very competitive person outside of Fortnite as well?
100%, because it's boring if you lose all the time. If you win, then you should be happy, like just chilling.
You've played in a couple of LANs, right? Are you excited for, you know, LAN to come back? Do you feel like you can sort of thrive in that environment?
I'm just waiting for that LAN experience so I can like show everyone how good I am, like outside of like playing inside my house, you know?
So obviously there's been a lot of changes to the map this season. There's a lot of new things in the game. You've just won an FNCS. You must be confident, right? Going into this one, do you think you have what it takes to win it?
Any sort of time in any sort of tournament, I always feel like there's still a chance to win it. So I still have that mentality that I can still win it no matter what.
Well, look, there'll be lots of people rooting for you. Look, if you want to root for Hen, where can the people find you?
So my Twitter is HenTVV with 2 V's, you know what I'm saying? And then just Hen on YouTube. So go check me out and go check Levin out.
I usually don't get shout-outs in these, man. Thank you very much, bro. Look, it's been a pleasure having you, man. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been Levin2K and Hen in the lobby. We'll see you guys all next time.
I mean, Hen, what more can we say? He's incredible. We love to see it. He'll be competing today and the next 6 games ahead of us, but now we have to kind of shift gears a little bit. We got to talk about these other duos and potential POYs, head-to-head matchups. Let's start with Cammy and Seti. So you probably have heard these names before, right? They're landing this Cammy split, but because of this new season, it's like the 2.0 version.
Yeah. I mean, I hope you've heard these guys' names. If you follow EU, Cammy and Seti are 2 of the most renowned players there, 2 of the best players we have. And they take this kind of area in the middle, near Puddle Pond at the center there, which this whole kind of era we just call the Cammy split, right? Because if you just land on a bunch of extra loot and you're called Cammy and you own it, like, you own it. It's your name now.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And there is plenty of loot there. It might be a little bit deceiving. You know, what is he? You've got a gas station and some cars and all sorts. But, you know, you've got some good loot there. There's plenty of chests. There's plenty of floor loot spawns as well. You can see one right there. And this is definitely a really good way of them to be able to rotate because there's plenty of rotational devices nearby. They have the cannons. They have all sorts of things which we'll touch on a little bit later on. But, of course, Cammy and Seti, they're that sort of low-ground duo, that will be very, very consistent. And they're not necessarily going to be popping off in every single game, winning games, but they'll be consistent across the 6 games, and that's where they get their points.
Absolutely, 100%. And that's kind of what we've seen through the majority. We have seen them able to do big pop-off waves as well, but not necessarily so much in duos. That was at the trios time, but it's finals is when it all works. works out. But of course, this is the main map. This is their drop in Cami Split, like we mentioned, very center to the map. So when you're looking at getting a bunch of surge, a bunch of damage, you have to kind of understand the positions that are around you for whichever specific zones you're going to use, right? So yesterday, for example, if you take game number 1 and game number 5, I'll tell you why we're choosing those games in a little bit of a second. These are the first zones. So game number 1 and game number 5. So the positions that they want to actually go for in these is usually here to the east of Tilted Towers, right? This gives you huge visibility over this north side, but instead they end up going down to this position in both of those games, right? So let's go back a little second. Why did they end up taking that, right? If we go to the red first, which was game number 1, we'll see the second zone. So what ended up happening here in this first game is they tried to get here. However, Melody and Kefi ended up taking this 3 minutes into the game. Wow. So early. So instead, they wasted 2 minutes rotating down here to get to this spot, which gives them a bit of rubbish visibility, quite frankly, right? Then when this next zone pulled south, they had no tags because all the players are rotating all the way around them. And essentially, they just went down to surge, right? So, bit of a rough one. Let's contrast that. Game number 5, you can see the first zone's pretty much the same, but the second zone, much better for them. So here, they didn't waste time going for this spot because they knew it was taken. They got to this area instead. But because this zone pulls down here, that means that the majority of the players are going to be in Tilted now, instead of being all the way in this area, giving them way more visibility. So essentially just that small change of timing, not wasting 2 minutes to try to get to position that was taken, save them that with a little bit of zone RNG as well, basically got them through that game.
Yeah, some crazy stuff there. And of course, a really good analysis there. It's a breakdown. Fantastically done indeed. Now, another duo that I want to talk about that sort of popped off a little bit yesterday was, of course, Zandy and Joe. Yeah. Now, of course, they're landing down at the sign-up station. I highlighted yesterday Hen and Queasy all the way at the north. Now we're moving down to the south, and we can see they're going up against Flixie and Kiduo down here. Now, in the first game, it didn't quite go to Zandy and Joe's way. We saw them sort of contesting that main building, and it wasn't quite working out for them in the first game. But oh boy, did the final 5 games go well for them.
Yeah, exactly. That first game, especially when we watched in the end game, it was Flixing Kiduo with like 8 eliminations. I thought, oh, this is a turn of events, because when in the lead up to this, Zandy was and of Joe, of course, were significantly better off spawn. They did an average 700 damage in the first zone, which is more than any other team, right? So it seems like they were the owners of this. And of course, game 2 to 6, that was the case.
Yeah, they really were. And of course, in this POI, it is all about claiming that main building. You can see it right now on your screen. This is the building with all of the good stuff, all of the good loot. There isn't any all the sort of slurp barrels there. There isn't any of those, but I think you got to prioritize loot over that health in that early stage of the game, because you'll find yourself some minis and some big pots in the chest. Now, something that's interesting and something that I want to highlight is, of course, the sign-up station rotates. Now, we're seeing sign-up station all the way down to the south side of the map. And again, we're going to sort of highlight a zone that might be a little bit unfavorable for a duo that's landing here all the way up north. Now, that's not looking good, is it? That is looking rough for anyone other than Zandy and Joe, okay? And the reason for this is, of course, they're able to use, there's 3 rifts down towards the east side of sign-up station. What they do is they use the rifts, and they don't go straight to zone, which a lot of people would think. They go to the butter barn, pick up a launch pad, buy one off of the Mancake NPC, and then rotate all the way up into the zone that way. There are some other options, of course, though. We saw them doing this a lot yesterday, and here's a few sort of positions that they get themselves into just outside of Tilted Towers. Even though they might get some off-spawn surge, plenty of opportunities for them to get surge there as well. Now, you might be thinking, that's a pretty standard rotate. It's something that we've seen them do a lot of, but there are other options for them. This is not the be-all and end-all. Those rifts have potential to take you to the rifts to the west, and then they can rotate all the way into zone just outside of the fortress, which can get them some really good storm surge tags. We can see plenty of hills and elevated positions for them to get to. And again, likewise, to the east, there's more rifts. They can rift to rift. It's like a rift hopscotch almost, you know? You can see rift to the south of Kondo, and then going up onto the hills in the Sanctuary. So what this allows them to do, and the reason why they might do this, is it gets them to that less congested side of zone, and hopefully for them, allows them to get their way through the end game. So that's a little breakdown of them. But Zeke, I believe you've got another content piece.
Dude, I always have them ready to go. Don't even worry. We're just going to jump right into this one. This one is how to use.
I really like this addition. It's every time good to have new skill set.
The way I use mantling is by, when I'm build fighting someone, for example, I just build a wall and then surprise attack them by just climbing up and then pumping them.
Mantling is really great for getting from high areas to low areas.
It's very fun to use because you can still get to high ground, clutch some points.
It's good when you have like no mats,
So especially in end game or off spawn, that's probably when you use like the mancy mechanic.
I use it a lot when I like jump up a wall now, so I don't have to build a stair or something.
If you have low mats and you're trying to save them in end game, or if you're just trying to like sneak attack someone.
I think mantling is actually a really good addition to the game. I use it basically for any situation. I use it in fights, I use it in end game, especially in end game when you've got no mats. It's super good to like maneuver around builds.
I think this shotgun is really good when you're in a box with someone.
Some situations I use it for close fights and stuff.
Oh, for the drum shotgun, you're for sure when I get in the box.
It's a perfect item to use it. Instead of an SMG, just use the jump shotgun. Full run to the face.
I use the drum shotgun a lot in solos, not much in duos. My duo uses it sometimes, but I prefer to use the striker and piece people up, and then he just gets in with the drum.
I think this gun is really underrated.
If you hit your shots, then it's good to use.
It makes the players more visible.
Yeah, I think the best situation is when you're like on a hill and try to get storm surge or something. It's probably the best way to use it.
I used it and it was insane. It does like 50 to the head and 20 to the body, so I think I'm going to use it more for finals.
I really like the mechanic, it's good.
Tactical sprinting came by, it's definitely my new go-to.
Oh, I love this feature. It's one of my favorite features this season. Follow someone and catch up to him. It's a solid way to make it through endgame by just sprinting.
The tactical sprint is really good, get ahead really far, but you also need to watch out before you get shot.
Like, I think it's probably the best thing Fortnite has added in a long time.
Endgame, we box up, let it recharge, sprint, 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 and it's just a very good addition. I like it a lot.
If you see one, just take it.
I use it in almost every game.
I think it's a really good addition to the Fortnite.
One of the best things in the combat SMG is the great short range.
I'll probably pick the combat SMG over the shotgun. Mid-range, it's pretty good as well sometimes.
And then also, even when you're up close, you're doing more damage than a shotgun anyway, so it's really good. Best gun right now, I'd say.
If your teammate has one and you have it in duos, you both have it and just get in, it's just guaranteed refreshes.
There you have it. That's how to use. Now, I will say, we have to get our casters out here because we got to talk predictions. We don't have a lot of time before we jump into this game. It's Shio Wager. It's 11-2K. They'll be hanging out with us, casting all the action. Gentlemen, with a minute, we got to speed run this. What can we see coming into today's games that will be different from yesterday? Shio, you got your hands up?
Steady, Cammy, consistency all the way to game 12. Final moment, craziness, and they live and they win, and it's over. Nice.
I don't think we're going to see much difference. I expect to see much of the same top players performing at the highest level.
Straight up, right now, Tayson and Chapix are in second. The only difference is they're going to be in first.
Yeah, absolutely. They're in the prime position to take over that first place spot. And of course, Hen and Queasy, we saw them didn't have too great of a day yesterday, but I'm a big fan of them. I think they're going to do well today. I think they're going to come a little bit of a comeback. They're going to mount a little bit of a comeback on the rest of the lobby. And I want them to. I really, really want these guys to pop off today. And I think they definitely can.
Today's a big day for a lot of these duos, right? They have that in the back of their minds. We could be FNCS Duos champions. We have to go back. We have to VOD review. We've talked a lot, and I know we will continue to talk over the course of the day, which means we have to get ready, man. The battle bus is all warmed up for us, which means we're kicking off the competition. I'm telling you, Fortnite fam, 6 games of action ahead of us. Only one duo can be FNCS Duos champions. This is game 1 of the FNCS.
Day 2 of the finals. We had 6 amazing games yesterday, 11 high-stakes competition, an island up top that no one can enter, only the VIPs and the rest of the region trying to just climb.
Look, yesterday was a phenomenal precursor to what will be a phenomenal finish. We have so many of the elite teams in the region, all vying for one thing and all incredibly tight closely together.
Yeah, they want that win, a share of the $1.3 million available for EU. That's a big sum number. Even just one change of placement in the top 10, it's just mountains of cash.
It's life-changing, right? Every single engagement matters in that regard, right? You're seeing somebody jump up to, you know, just insurmountable amount of life-changing circumstances. I think the big thing, right, is for the ones who are closer, the higher amounts, right? How can you cement this as part of your legacy? Now, with so much on the line, in-person events coming back soon, it's a lot going on right now.
Absolutely, and usually players are sweating. They're just waiting for that momentum to ride them to the next game. They've had a few hours of sleep so far, so for game 7, the first game of day 2, let's see what they've had at the drawing board. Let's see exactly what they've had cooking overnight.
We're heading right in game number 7. We saw so many off-spawn engagements yesterday. So many clutches, huge shots. We saw betrayal when it comes to POI landings. We'll see whether there's updates in that regard around the map, but a fight that we were accustomed to seeing towards the back end of yesterday. Clown, Ref's guard, over here just towards the west of the Bugle, Siren and Asvi below them. Who will come out on top of this fight in day 2? It looks like Ref's guard and Clown are a bit battle damaged right now, opting to try and get away. And Asvi actually maybe getting a bit too big for his boots, overstepping his line, getting taken out. And so now Siren trying to find space to get the revive off, but a rocky start here.
Definitely giving Refsguard a little bit of time. Did not expect the third party to come from the right side. I think that's the biggest issue for Asvi right now. All good though. This fight kind of dictates who controls the middle of the map. You know, who gets to leave first for third parties on the top right side.
Yeah, it's all goody. Just the first game of the day, at least, right? Yeah. And we saw game 1 yesterday wasn't necessarily a reflection of how that day would go out in terms of the teams who were able to do well. You know, it does take time for some of these teams to get into their rhythm. But ultimately, for some of these teams, especially if you're higher up in the standings, you don't really got time on your side. You just have to hit the ground running, be ready. Flois and Mappy, unfortunately, Mappy wasn't quite ready off spawn as he's down, and so Flois in a clutch situation has a bit of a loadout in terms of his weaponry arsenal, but the materials are seriously lacking. Podesai and Snazy will very much be looking to make up for some of the lost time yesterday. They didn't have the best of days, and certainly a team with high expectations going into the final. This is their chance to rewrite history.
Definitely a vibe of continuation from day number 1 instead of a new beginning of day number 2. We saw so many surprises, you mentioned just game 1 in general from yesterday. Things we didn't expect to happen, things just exploding left and right. It feels like now in day 2 is kind of just the same old, same old.
Yeah, so far, I think it's definitely a slower paced start. Similar to what we did see in game 6, right, where teams are a bit more cautious. As I say that though, things are really kicking off. Flois is found out. Podesai and Snazy, the Frenchies, will win out here. And their journey to trying to move their way up in the standings will continue. These two, Malibuca Mustache, a team that I have predicted to leave today as the winners, currently sitting in 3rd. The most interesting thing with them today will be whether or not some of their off-spawn success will continue and translate into wins, of course. Landing towards the top side of Command Cavern, they can often go up against Pink and Nas, which is a very interesting fight we saw play out at times yesterday.
Yeah, definitely. You talk about off-spawn success. I would say off-spawn is the question for them overall, right? Are they ever going to be successful game after game? Because they spent a lot of time in the Cavern overall. Sometimes it did not go well whatsoever, and that's what's kind of hindering them, I feel like, from even just being in first.
Well, if there's anyone that's going to hinder their chance of getting first, it will be Aqua and Vino, the current first-place team. A dominant performance from Aqua and Vino. All throughout yesterday, it felt like they were just on point, except for really the last game. Game 6, they finally showed us that they are human. They do bleed, but I expect them to come out today and look a lot better. Of course, they're landing the bottom side of Command Cavern. Game to game, depending on where the Gunner NPC spawns, they also do have access to the Vault there as well. So definitely a team we'll continue to watch out for. And along that same vein, Ziandi, Joe, Mini Miner, bigged these guys up and sort of broke down how they've been so successful. And another example of a team, Shire, where, you know, in terms of the actual circumstances, I don't think much will change. I do expect these guys to continue on that top trajectory they've been on.
Actually very impressed by them in general because they were contested to start off the day. I think this is the most impressive bout of display we've seen so far, just off spawn in terms of pushing someone out, being in the top 5, and just thriving all the way on the south side at Synapse Station. Past that, Fury, Bubak, I think we started with them overall yesterday at this fight near the Sanctuary. And whether it's the Sanctuary, the Joneses, the jungle, that's where things just get a little bit too crazy, too hot to handle.
Yeah, these fights can often be very exhilarating or the opposite. I think what we saw yesterday was some of these fights would play out relatively quickly. Yapko and Savid at times did have their struggles. in the earlier games, maybe start to piece things together towards the end of the day. So they're sitting here at 24th, middling right now. But another example of a team where this is the opportunity now to make up for lost time. Boo back in Fury. Interesting because they're a team who are revered a lot of the time for their fighting ability. Haven't quite been able to translate that, and so we'll see if they can maybe hit some harder hitting shots today. It's the best time to do it. Best time of the season. Last day of the finals when everything matters just that bit more. Belusi in the feed taking out Grolls. That will be interesting to follow. So we got action going on all over the place.
Cafe Melody, same hill, going for the same tags. When it comes to your early game checklist, what are some of the key things that teams must do? What are Cafe and Melody doing right now to ensure that, you know, the rest of the game goes well?
Well, the big thing, right, is in terms of just any basic Fortnite fundamental, you want to get loot, right? You want to acquire a loadout, get your loot. We had some brilliant content pieces around, you know, the loot that teams will try and the loadouts teams will try to acquire. And once you loot, you want to farm, make sure you get your materials up to max.
Absolutely, and make sure that you have everything set up for the rest of your game. Now, we just looked at Chicho Trulex. We also looked overall at, you know, Cafe and Melody, how they're going. Their counterparts, Seti and Cammy, also really interesting with them overall, how they move. I believe we have Reese on the sidelines looking at exactly what goes into the early games with Seti and Cammy specifically.
Your beliefs are indeed come true. I am here. Say and Cammy are in the exact position that I just talked about at the top of the show. And as I'm saying that, they're in a cannon because they've just managed to get a ton of tags onto what I'm guessing is Kefi and Melody here, because they're the ones who usually take this hill for them.
Really nice update there from Reese, right? This is one of the key fundamentals, right? After you have gotten your loot, you have farmed your materials, or even while you're doing so, you'll see these top teams are looking for these strong positions, elevated positions on hills, mountains, where they can have a line of sight which allows them to take shots at players, accumulate damage. And for maybe the people who are watching the FNCS final for the first time, or any competitive Fortnite for the first time, Shai, would you like to tell them why they need to deal damage, even if it isn't for an elimination?
Yes, you want to make sure you're staying aggressive, staying active. If not, lightning will start to strike you from the skies. How and why? It's a mechanic in the game called Storm Surge. So essentially, the rule is deal damage or get dealt damage to. We've just kind of alluded to it multiple times. It happens in some instances when the zones are starting to move from the 2nd to 3rd, and then onwards from that, there's one at the 5th zone and one at the 7th as well. Just want to make sure there are enough players in the lobby still active, not just hiding in bases, everyone having a checklist of their own for the mid game.
Yeah, and it's why you'll see players going to great lengths to put themselves in position to deal damage, right? Of course, if you can get an elimination, you're going to get an elimination as well, right? You know, the profit that you can get from that is, of course, going to be significant. But ultimately, you want to stay above that Storm Surge line in your pursuit to getting to the later stages of the game.
When it comes to Mustache Malabuka, they've done pretty well so far in staying ahead of Surge generally. You specifically, Levin, predicting this team. Talk to me about the expectations you had coming into the day and the things you've seen in day one. How do they kind of differ and look like for Mustache Malabuka?
I think when it comes to expectation, the expectation was this is a team that very much doesn't have problems with Surge because they are so effective at dealing damage. They are such prominent fighters. They have silly aim. They understand relatively good positions, and so they're always good on Surge. When you allow these guys to get to endgame, they are one of the most dominant teams in Fortnite history when it comes to their ability to get high elimination games. We saw that yesterday as well, where Mustache had, what, a 12 elimination game by himself, right? Of course, these guys, you know, they do heavy damage. And yesterday, I think things sort of played out how you'd expect for them. Of course, we know the off-spawn battles they have, and so sometimes they might not get games. They can play out fully as a duo. But the biggest issue that they've had, I don't think has necessarily been to do with them as a team. It's more so been how dominant the likes of Tayson and Chapix on our screen and Aqua and Vino have been. And so it might sound sad in some way, but they just have to hope. If you're Malabuka Mustache, you have to just hope you keep playing your game and one of those two teams above you starts to slip up.
Going to be a slippery slope, but that's one of the beauties of the 12-game format, the 2 different days. Not only are you just playing your game, you have new stakes, and you'll notice cannons, if you're coming in from, you know, just playing normal Fortnite games, not arena, why aren't people just shooting others with them? Why is it only just, you know, bodies flying. That's been disabled in competitive playlists in general. So you'll see people chaining cannons and just using them for rotation. On the other side of things, towards, you know, Rocky Reels, the desert side, lots of geysers to be able to use. They have their own rotation down there.
Yeah, of course, the geysers are an interesting form. I think where we're sort of moving into the deeper stages of the game as the second zone will start to sort of close its way in, it's going to be harder, right? All these players populated in this southern area makes it so difficult. If you get caught out in the sky, these are top-level Fortnite players. You will get shot, right? So you have to be careful. You have to be wary about how you go about that.
This is where we were just talking about Storm Surge. You can see the warning popping up on the right side of the screen. You have a damage threshold. It kind of warns players how much they kind of need to do, how many tags they need to stay above the threshold so they don't get damaged. Right now, Scram and Hellfire at risk of that damage. 73 below overall. We need to land about 2, 3, 4 AR shots to just get ahead of the line. But usually, what's the number that's good to have on threshold at this point?
Well, you want to be aiming to be around 200 or so above, right?
Insurance.
Yeah, that's a comfortable mark. It might mean that you do still have to do some damage once we get to the moving zones, but 200 above is a comfortable point, but 76 below, not comfortable. That is not where they want to be. You can see the desperation from Scram here. He's just sort of looking around anywhere possible to see if he can deal some sort of damage.
He's trying to. A few ramps up, kind of blocked.
I don't think they'll be too worried, right? Because this is a southern zone. Everybody on the map having to go towards the south side. They are in a relatively good position to actually do the damage that they need, but it's going to be about whether or not they can actually connect with the shots. They're set up in a nice position, but if they can't actually hit the shots, then their positioning will mean relatively little. Jackpo and Savid positioned in the zone. The remnants of the fights we discussed in the sanctuary area.
I mean, we told y'all it's going to be a slow burn if it doesn't immediately just disintegrate. See exactly what Jackpo can do right now. Not much on either side. This is just going to be another delay. The map is pulling so far down right now in terms of the zone. Half of it is already just in the southern water. This is a very irregular, far distance for people to travel. I don't even think Savid predicted he'd be inside purple skies right now, but here it is. The pinch actually breaking down, pushing forward. It's Kovacs that's taken out. Another spray from Savid, left and right inside the box. This man is fighting inside the deep night of the storm and is still landing damage. Now 190 above, getting multiple knocks. Another one on Savid's wall. This time he has help from his teammate on the backside. It's Queasy who's forced to fight here, and he gets taken down.
Yeah, this is absolutely, it is mad right now, right? So much just went on there. You're seeing now Hen in a 1v1 up against Savid, two premier names in the EU region, but both fragmented, missing their teammates. Queasy and Hen going down here, sitting in 33rd place at the moment. The reigning FNCS champions. They were so dominant last season. They've had their fair share of struggles so far in the FNCS, but in Game 7, another turbulent start. Hen has to do everything he can to clutch as a solo.
He's trying his best, but all he needs is one shot. There it is from Hen. Another launch pad in the inventory as well. Saw him literally by himself clutch up that last game in the previous season to win the finals. No stranger to solo clutches, but from this distance, it will be difficult. Vidil, Noah Riley on your screens, just battling Reason and Deceptos. Taking a few shots back and forth, they do end up winning that fight.
Yeah, the big thing with this team is that they obviously are known for being great fighters. And so we'll see whether that translates throughout. Manabuka, Mustache though, in a bit of trouble. Mustache actually goes down.
Malabuka's just kind of left by himself inside these boxes. Once again, this is due to the distance of how far people are traveling. Even the Cavern team, this is just such a far stretch in the desert. People are stuck, no pit stops, no chance to refarm. You make one little mistake, you are kind of struggling to get tags, storms are just popping, you don't want to be open. You get kind of stutter-stepped in where you want to go, and that happens exactly to Mustache and Malabuka. They trip, they fall in Game 1.
Yes, exactly why when we discussed them, I said they relatively have a good understanding, right? Because they do have struggles sometimes on these southern zones. We saw it a tiny bit yesterday. We're seeing it already here in Game 1. The distance from Cavern all the way down towards the sort of Chonkers area, if you like, is a big, big distance, and one that often puts them on the more congested side of the zone without their really having a say in where they are, right? And so They go down, but that's not going to be too bad news for some of the teams right above them and below them. Right, a chance to catch up if you sit currently 4th or below. And for the two teams in 1st and 2nd, they will now realize this is a chance to extend our leads, secure our fight. Tripping.
You just walk up, man.
Doing his best.
Just walk up.
Yeah, at that point you do just walk up, right? At that point you do. We've all experienced that at some point playing Fortnite. You just can't quite get the loot you're trying to harpoon in.
Right now you can kind of sense it by looking at the mini-map a little bit on the bottom right of your screen. So many people in general at this moment are just stuck on that zone line. Whenever there's a zone that's kind of favorable for a few duos, you'll notice a few of them kind of splattered in the middle, in the midsection overall. But right now, that is not the case. Everyone is kind of on desperation, just survival mode. They've traveled so far. I keep mentioning this. This is not a normal zone for a lot of these players. They are just stretched to the limits. Mats, for some people, might be completely gone. I know Joe's are looking good right now. That's because he has all of Ziandy's. He's a solo for the moment. His teammate, one of the big clutchers in endgame, 1v2s I've seen this man just do, is down.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Because we talked about zones playing a part in how difficult it can be for a team if they've had to travel a long distance. Of course, the southern zone is their home zone. It's a zone that they should be comfortable in. Of course, they headed up north towards that Butterbarn area and now having their fair share of struggles. Tayson, not struggling whatsoever. A brilliant display of mechanics from the man many consider to be the greatest to ever do it.
That's gonna be Joe that he picks up. That's an entire team's worth of loot because we just saw him with all of Ziandy's best loadouts in the inventory. Zone kind of pulling towards the center, so it favors a lot of people. They're gonna just launch pad straight in, no risks. Not the biggest rewards, but they'll be able to get in unscathed, and that's asking for the best. That's exactly what you need to see.
Yeah, they played it safe there. There was potentially a chance for them to just run their way into the safe zone, but they didn't want to risk it. They knew there'd be teams looking in that direction. They wanted to use the pad for an extra bit of speed. And we'll see that pay off for them moving forward as they're able to get into zone with quite good materials now as well.
Right now, too, Pena going down, Aquavino. Don't want a repeat of what happened yesterday near the early games. Him and Vanya were just rolling in and doing absolutely big damage on the entire server. Andretta and Kiko here too. Haven't seen too much from them overall on day one, but looking good so far right now.
Yeah, you can see they're 57 below, and so that's why Andretta was sort of almost over peaking, right? This big wide edit open just to try to find some sort of an opportunity to deal that bit of damage. Now though, prioritizing getting to the zone and using a lot of materials to do so as well. They were finding their way in this top and they're looking for a fight, and they were ready for it.
Nice.
Really nice stuff there. Podesai, Snazy the ones to suffer at the hands of Andretta, and Jackson actually was able to get a finish as well from the distance.
See Artskill and T-Chips as well in the same kind of position. Why are people fighting? It's because they're down on Surge and that lightning is striking. You can out-heal it a little bit, but the next damage will come in the next 5 seconds. It's Thomas, HD, and Tripper, and that Artskill's trying to fight. T-Chips is now down. No minis up for Artskill either. His final shot will not hit. Tripper will take him out. That's a lot of loot. A big refresh for 3 teams so far. Thomas, HD, Aqua, and Tayson, all finding bodies worth of loadouts and mats. They're all prepped up for different layers of this endgame.
Yeah, we've seen a bunch of these top teams have brilliant setups now. A launch pad being used for Thomas and Trippin. They had the vault this game. It's why they have these pads. And now prioritizing getting that position in the zone. And it's setting up to be a huge game for some of the teams who are already pushing the boundaries in the leaderboard.
Vino Aqua, you can see that #1 on them. That's not just a team tag, that is their place overall on the leaderboard. For every single POV you see here, those numbers on the right do dictate exactly where they are in the standings. For Seti and Cammy, it's 6th overall. You can check on the bottom left as well and see that number shining. Rifty picking up Zara a little bit. Flodax back in the game. Cammy and Seti so far have just been riding the tide, just surfing along depending on what happens with the server. Looking consistent throughout the days. Maybe this is the game where they try to take control, have a voice that shouts rather than is just a part of the conversation.
The question is though, right, if you're them, do you stick to your guns, right? Do you stay true to what you know, what you're comfortable with? We know they're not a team that thrives in terms of getting loads and loads of eliminations, but it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility for them. No Riley Vidil. We saw them finish Game 6 yesterday as the victors of the game. Are they going to walk through and have a similar type of performance? A better off-spawn situation for them, one with more clarity, and maybe that can be the stability they need. Tayson needs the stability of Chapix and his chug splashes, almost running down a Dark Alley, finding himself in some trouble, and it was at the hands of Vino and Aqua.
First versus, what, second overall, just going back-to-back against each other. Vino and Aqua had a plan for this, though. Cause chaos, jump and fly. Look at everyone who's affected by this. Pink and Us, Electric Squeeze. Tough now in the air, losing a bit of HP. Pink and Us have to just walk the whole way, can't even hit the pad, and they're still taking lots of zone damage.
You can see Vino now looking in the backside of the zone. He knows there's people who maybe have taken a bit too long to make their decision, and so he's trying to chop down for height as well. Allows Aqua some safe passage to get back to him as well.
Right now in this dry desert, the Oasis is being with your dual partner, staying in the same builds and getting frag after frag like this. Unfortunately, Vidil's gone, so are the water and the trees for Noah Riley. Not going to be paradise for him so far, but he can cause a havoc when he gets angry, and he's a solo.
Yeah, and you can see who's very angry right now. Aqua and Vino up for height. They want it. This is where they were. They spent most of yesterday in this position, and it seems like they've been given that opportunity again today.
They're so sticky when they're up here. No single duo on this entire region, nay, maybe even the entire world, can stop them once they have height, have those split tarps, and gain control.
It's all about what these guys below can do. Hellfire and Scram will be looking to do exactly that. You can see Hellfire leading the way. Scram the insurance in the top. Tayson, though, very, very comfortable, whether it's height, low, or mid, picking up Rabbit there. And the refresh is key as they make their way back into zone as well. It's an awkward bit of terrain to try and traverse, but they'll find their way eventually.
Kemi and Seti will also try to be mid-ground perspective. They're so high up right now. What they want to do, their kind of game plan, take a lot of these eliminations away from the high ground team. Focus on those elims from the position they're in. They're crossing a rock bridge at the top, though, down at the bottom in the dirt. Chapix is there. Noah Riley is there too. Big 110 stopping Kinzel in his tracks. No one can stop this man. 5 elims. Last time we tuned in, he just had a mere 1, and he's looking at the slums, the bottom, the low ground right now, trying to pick apart any other team.
Yeah, he needs to be careful though, right? Because like you said, the zone's going right back up this hill. Vino in the zone, using the med mist, right, to buy him some time as he works his way in. Kami and Seti, they are down at the bottom of this hill. Unfortunately for them, it's pulled backwards, so they won't have to make their way up. But the pullback zone will make things so much difficult. All these old builds now that these teams can work their way through. But you have to be careful at all times. It might not be your edit, it might not be your wall. And you're seeing the effects of that now. Hellfire and Scram running into territory they did not own. Rifty and Flodak will say goodbye to them. Aqua and Vino could almost fall asleep on the height, right? There's not much action for them. Everything just taking place below as Clown and Rescard, who are in 5th place, look to battle it out against Seti and Kami on this layer.
Every single team has a little bit of space to breathe, but now everything's starting to constrict. Just squeeze and collide. Vanya looking for it. Carmi next to him for the next shot. Turns around, big pump. After that, another. The third one connects, and Refsguard goes down. Vanyak doing it again. A day 1 performance might just be deja vu in day 2.
He is hitting shots like never before. But can he continue to do it? We've already seen him have a crazy solo performance, and there are plenty of opportunities for him to now hit a bunch of shots again. Seti doesn't have Kami. Kami has gone down. The med mist dropped to his teammate, but that might have cost him. The moment he turned around, he got taken out. And so now Vino and Aqua finally starting to put their shoes on, get ready for a bit of a run as we go the distance. Trippin as a solo. Thomas is not here. What can he do?
Gonna drop down. It's a game for solos for him. Wants to avoid that duo, the final raid boss on height. Trying to focus Vanyak, but 1 shot missed, 1 second overuses. Big damage straight to his dome. He beats one of the mini bosses down below. Still that final mission waiting for him on high ground. 1v2 for the moment. Final 2 teams, Aqua and Vino, looking to drop down. They have to take off Trippern. This man has clutched in the past. He's flopping up with all the HP, going straight back into the zone. Look at this from Aqua and Vino. Perfect positioning. They're looking to finish this. Trippern desperately going for the med miss, maybe even going for a flank all the way up top, but Aqua sees him. A few more tags building all the way up. He might have an essence of control. Another block by Aqua. The positioning almost perfect. Vino chases him down like a hound dog. He finds his bite, and they win another game in the FNCS.
These guys continue to be ruthless. They left day 1 as the victors, top of the lobby. They start day 2 with a victory royale, and against a team in the final moments who they have been hounding down all season long. We've seen Thomas and Trippen versus Vino and Aqua all season at Command Cavern, and showing us now in the FNCS finals while they are the Command Cavern team. Game 7 is theirs.
I think Aqua was using one hand and Vino had an eye closed that whole game. It felt effortless, like they were just sleeping behind the wheel.
Yeah, literally, it does not get easier for them than that. Right? Of course, the pullback zone meant that they could just sit back for a second, right? All the teams fighting it out below, but for real, they literally are now continuing to open up that gap at first place.
Yeah, that should have been a game that was very difficult for Height as well overall, right? It was such a south pole, you shouldn't have that many mats to use, but all those siphons those guys got right before the moving zones, that was the key, I feel like, in that game.
Well, look, to catch us up on everything that happened in between Height and low ground, we are kicking it back to the analysts.
Thank you guys so much. My goodness, game number 1. So in case you missed out on the action yesterday, in case you didn't know who was in first, that was the duel right there. They come out after first 6 games. Game 7, they're like, you know what? Victory royale. That's finals. The best 50 duels in the world. We'll do it.
I mean,
victory royale.
Let's be real. These guys, I was kind of concerned. I said at the top of the show, are they going to be able to continue that rampage they put on yesterday? They won 2 games back-to-back yesterday. This is the 3rd victory royale they've had out of 7 games. I have no concerns that these guys are going to continue this reign.
Yeah, it's absolutely crazy what they're able to do when they get to the stage of endgame. What I really like about the way they play is they're very opportunistic. We saw it yesterday. The opportunity was presented to them in this game. We saw Vidil and Noah Riley up on the high ground, but unfortunately Vidil went down. So Aqua and Vino, they thought, aha, there's a high ground free there. We might have that, and we might dominate from there as they always do. Only 5 eliminations, I think it was at the end, so not an absolutely dominating win when it comes to eliminations, but what's most crucial is Vino's able to pick up eliminations and refreshes where it matters most.
Every single time. Every game we watched yesterday, whether Aqua was down, whether he was up, Vino was always able to get some sort of important refresh. Something. It's just like, he could just do it when he mattered it. It's like, oh, 5th zone needs something right now, I'm going to be able to do it. I can turn that aggression on, we can figure that one out. Fantastic from him, and of course, leading by Aqua as well.
I mean, right, finding those duels and saying, all your stuff is now ours, we're going to use that to fuel us, get that victory out, really good stuff. On the other side, though, Trippen, right, he was left alone without Thomas HG, and I just wonder if Thomas was available, how this could have gone different.
I mean, realistically, probably amazingly. We've seen both these players solo clutch at some point, but when they work as a duo, it is absolutely amazing. We saw them win, I think it was game 1 yesterday, if I'm right. They did pick up a victory royale yesterday, and that was perfect. They were working together, they were side by side. But here, poor launch pad placement, well, not placement, position to land in a congested area, and of course, they ended up being punished for it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely. But we can see, look at the position that Trippen's in right now. That was 20 teams remaining, was it? Unbelievable scenes. And he made his way all the way through every single blockade that was left in the game, every single player, every single challenge, every single mini-boss, to quote Shio there. And he was able to take them all down one by one, able to pick up the refreshes. And I think what's most important about the way that Trippen played this is he wasn't playing passively. He wasn't playing back. He wasn't playing a little bit more slow. He was playing aggressively. He was picking up eliminations. He was picking up refreshes. And that was what was able to keep him going for this long. And what a performance.
Oh, it was incredible. And I also love there, like, the very final at the end, he was going up against Vanyak, right? That was that 1v1 there. And Vanyak absolutely beamed him almost 100 or 200 HP with that SMG, essentially, almost in one. And if it wasn't for that huge amount of damage, that could have been a much better potential for him to clutch because he couldn't heal up all of that afterwards.
Now we have to take a look at our standings, of course. Seti and Cammy, they're moving up. Shyaway just feeling really good. But look at this lead that Vino and Aqua, and of course, Tayson and Chapix have developed. We still have 5 more games. Anything can still happen, but if this continues, man, we might be looking at our winners.
I mean, this is incredible. Also, I think an important note here was the fact that Mustache and Malabuka didn't really gain many points here either. And the fact that Trippen just clutched up there has moved him up 4 places now. So now he's in 5th, and Mustache and Malabuka's 3rd place is not looking so strong anymore.
Yeah, solid performance, of course, from Refscott and Clown as well. Being able to pick up refreshes, eliminations where it matters most. But Reese, what have you got for us?
Got a little bit of something for you here.
Okay.
We're going to have a little look at Tayson and Chapix's rotates from the Collider, right? What we're going to do is lay out what the arrows look like, the path they took to get down there, and then also show you why this didn't necessarily work out that much. Now, if you're remembering what the previous zone was, remember, very south. Very, very south. And now you can see the big swooping arrow going down to the south here. Now, they did a really good thing when they were in the Collider to start with. What they ended up doing was using the cannons, right? The cannons has what we've basically seen a couple of times to be one of the best ways to rotate from here on out, because you can just fire yourself into the middle of the Collider, as we're about to see here, and it'll send you in a specific direction. However, these guys have this planned. Notice where they land. right next to a second cannon there as well. Fantastic, so that you can cannon off to another rotate. So from here on out, this looks fantastic. This looks like a great rotate, but for some reason they decided to actually try and go to the far east side of the map now to avoid a bunch of the players behind them and below them. This then got them way too deep in the zone. And as you can notice, 29 above, and this was a fully south zone at this point. So you remember, there's nowhere they can get tags here. So basically on this rotate, because they were so deep in zone, they essentially ended up draining at their launch pads, a ton of their chug splashes, and I'm not gonna lie, massive clutch for them to still be able to place 10th from this rotate.
Yeah, let's be real. I mean, it's Chapix and Tayson. They were able to pick up refreshes. They were able to pick up eliminations where it mattered most. I think it was Joe that they took out, just capitalizing on the fact that he was a solo down there at the south side of the map. And it did work out for them in the end, but hopefully they can do it more.
So good. And that was just game number 1 on the day. We have game number 2 on the day on the way. Of course, this is game 8 overall, but it's that time. The battle bus is ready for us, so I'm not going to hold you here too much longer. This is game 8 of the FNCS.
I mean, Zeke, Reese, Mini, the knowledge, cannon chains, low ground claims, a few differences on the second day, but what hasn't changed is Vino and Aqua's dominance level.
Yeah, these guys clearly aren't stopping anytime soon. We're going to start getting to the point where we are sort of talking about, all right, so who's fighting for second, right? Who's fighting for third, right? Because these guys are just on an absolute roll. We talk about all-time FNCS performances. They clearly are trying to put one in here.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost untouchable by more than half the lobby. There's one team, Tayson and Chapix, that's kind of near. Seti and Cammy are getting to that island, but being this high, I feel like I'm already looking at that second place POV.
Yeah, honestly, it does start to feel that way as we head into that next game. The big question will be, can Aqua and Vino continue their dominance? Will anybody be able to finally catch them up? Who will show what they can do as we head into the last couple games of the FNCS? That remains the question.
Question for a few more games. Remember, there are big changes in pricing all the way across the board for even some of the teams that are 40th, maybe dead last and 50th right now. You can rise to the occasion, have a few more good games, change your destiny for this FNCS so far.
There is always something to play for, even if it is just pride. And at the Joneses, plenty of pride being felt for the team that wins this fight. Savid wants to be on that side of things.
No way.
Going down. It's Booback that will take him out, and Jackpo looks like he might be following him. Hit some nice shots onto Fury, a bit of a HP trade. And the knock will come through. Doesn't seem like he'll get the finish, but prioritizing, looking to heal up. Will Booback chase him down? Booback actually will get his finish onto Savid, the Siphon coming in. And so now a fight here in the jail cells. Who will come out on top? They're in the same box now. It's just a stare separating them. And Booback wants to get rid of that distance. And he will. The elimination will go his way. Savid and Jackpo continue their struggles. Booback and Fury celebrating as well.
We like to see it. What that is, too, is a fast fight at the Joneses. Didn't see that in the previous games at all. What I like to see is how these guys affect the rest of the lobby now. We're going to have an extra team moving in from the right side. Zone locking in. It's a completely western zone with a little bit more of that big circle of Zone 1 inside the water. What that means for a team like Restguard is it might be time to move faster than usual. For the east side of this Fortnite Island 11, they're now put on a much faster timer.
Yeah, and that's really one of the reasons why it's good that that Joneses fight went a lot quicker than some of the ones we've seen. You can't afford to spend too much time fighting in the zone or chasing your way in. We see the effects of that. You end up spending so much of the resources you work so hard to acquire.
And right now for ESRB, and we like to call him Max Force. Not sure if he is Max Force today.
Both of them have their names, Max Force and Maxry.
Maxry, yes. Very, very true. They're doing the opposite of what we're claiming, right? Finisher, fight fast, run straight to the zone. They're going all the way down to the south. This is kind of a western, maybe towards the north as well. It's where the zone tends to pull when this first one locks in. They're kind of setting their own traps right now. They're going to be lost in the zone soon.
Well, that is definitely the case. I think they'll hope that they can close this one out quickly. They've already picked up one of these eliminations, and so just cleaning it up, making sure you get the final player. But this is one of the other sides of Surge, right? We spent a lot of game one talking about how, you know, you'll look for good positions and try and get tags when you're sitting on a hill or something. A lot of these teams will also look for these isolated fights, right, in the edges of the map. Because, you know, Axos and Yushi, they knew there's not going to be anybody near us right now. We have time to fight. an actual 2v2 or 2v1 in that instance. And so they deal with their surge that way, and then they can focus on getting into the zone.
Oh, fire in a fight of his own as well. Went crazy on all sides. Trying to see if they can just relieve this pressure right now. Scram will not be able to do it with builds. We'll try to use bullets instead, but not sure of the vocabulary that's starting with B is going to help them at all for the moment. The Siptos Reason finally looking alive. 35th so far, at 1 point, 50th overall. They're climbing the rankings slowly.
Mowed them down. Very interesting, right? Because one of the big things we talked about endlessly coming into the finals was, would anybody dare to trespass in the Butter Barn area? Would anybody step to the Siptos and Reason, the bosses of this area? And in this game, it doesn't quite work out. And what that means now as well for the Siptos and Reason is that they have their own whiplash, right? Something that I'm sure they will be ecstatic about, something that they probably didn't anticipate having in many games. And so we'll see if they can make great use of it in this game. Of course, one of the few vehicles that you can actually get in competitive anymore. And so in some respects, it's a huge advantage for positioning and timing. You're much quicker than everybody else who just are running on feet. But also, you stick out like a sore thumb. The only vehicle in the game, everybody decides it's their time to take shots at you once they see you. And even if just taking out your tires, right, can almost immobilize you in that sense.
No repair torch in competitive playlists, so there's no way to get those tires back either. Snazy might not have a whiplash, might not have tires, but still looking to drive through and roll over this team below him in Podesai. Looking for a few shots, not going to find many right now. They're both going to be affected a little bit by the retaliation from this basement team. Flois and Mappy looking to clap back in this fight, also on a timer. It's Edge Zone 11, you mentioned moments ago. It's really good to take isolated fights here for that Storm Surge. There's a third team coming in, looking to take a bite of the pie.
Yeah, and this fight isn't as isolated, right? A lot of these teams towards the east of the map obviously congregating around this area. And Flois and Mappy feeling the effects of that now as shots are coming from all different angles and sides. Snazy gets taken out. Mappy hitting big, putting the weight of the team on his shoulders and delivering. Both eliminations going to him. Siren and Nazvi will hear this fight though. And as they're one of the teams with less experience, they instantly want a third party and they will. Siren takes out Flois. Mappy now, even after hitting such huge shots, there's only so much he can do. The med miss might get him up to 100 effective HP. But will he be able to fend off against these two young, hungry players who need damage for Storm Surge? It's very unlikely. They're looking a lot stronger than he is when it comes to their HP. And they will just wipe him out. Mappy, the highs and lows of a competitive Fortnite game, was on top of the world after hitting 2, but swiftly taken out by the Arcadia duo.
That's the equivalent of, here's a math lesson, a sinusoidal function. So if you wanted a lesson today, if you have an advanced functions class and you wanted a reminder of studying some notes, it's slightly advanced, but you know, it goes up and down.
Well, my maths is very limited, but I can count. And I count that this is the team in second place.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's also very advanced. You have to know where to look. You have to know that 2 is under 1. Usually it goes 1, 2, right? But in this instance, it's different.
How can they go from 2 to 1?
Pray that Vino and Aqua fall asleep at their PCs. Because I feel like a bad game from Vino and Aqua is, for half this lobby, a good one in getting them above in the boards.
Yeah, most definitely. It is really difficult, especially when you're banking on your biggest competition to start to slip up, right? Never something that you want to be in a position for. Ziandi and Joe will be hoping they can have a better game, right? Going down relatively early in that previous game. Clown and Grows, Clown and Grows, I'm throwing myself back to last season. Clown no longer plays with Grows. Clown is playing this season with Refscard. Grows is also in this lobby playing with Shizo. But these two in 7th place now definitely have been a dark horse team in this competition so far, and one that will continue to try and make waves in endgames. And this zone definitely is one that will benefit them getting there. Stompy and Joe, I'll be interested to see, Shayo, where they stand once Storm Surge starts to make itself a presence in the lobby, right? Of course, very isolated in the far sort of east of the map. Have they been able to do any damage to any teams? You can see, looking for an opportunity there, Jew is. not connecting with any shots. There was the opportunity and actually taking more damage than he's actually able to hand out right now.
Tripping Thomas looking to deal that same type of damage.
That's how you do damage. That's how you deal with Storm Surge there.
He was looking like Vino with those tags.
Well, look, no, he's looking like Thomas HD. Remember?
Really?
He is that guy.
He's the OG.
He is that guy, right? In terms of, you ask top players, you ask anybody who follows the Fortnite competitive scene, who are the best aimers. Not only will you have plenty of people telling you Thomas HD is the one, you'll also have the whole country of Denmark backing him in that regard as well, coming together as one.
All the way at the top, doesn't matter what weapons are in the game or vaulted.
Another max pull towards the west.
This is trouble for the whole lobby. Watch some duos kind of moving all around the map. Let's just see what the activity looks like here with Mini Miner.
Thank you, Shai. Now, we just saw that Cammy has one of the purple striker pump shotguns. And usually we talk about how good the Cammy split loot is, but he was able to find one of the epic rarity crows that fly around the map and able to pick up some extra loot from their drop spot.
Caw-caw! It's kind of nice, you know? You look at chests, you look here and there. Sometimes you look at the skies, man.
Sometimes you do. Sometimes you never know what they can give you. And in this case, if we see him start popping off with that in the end game, we'll know exactly who it was. ShyOH himself delivering it in-game via Crow.
I am the Crow. That's the one that people were supposed to figure it out. You know, we were leaving cryptic messages.
Well,
but here we are. Now you know what dictates the zones. Now you know what's in Benji Fishy's blood. It's Crow. Maybe not. But regardless, taking out Artur. They've been struggling a little bit, Levin. This day might be what they kind of need, a mental refresh, a reset in attacking the FNCS.
Yeah, of course. Benji, Savage, in terms of a fan base, I don't think anybody rivals them in this lobby. They probably have the most supporters, most people wanting them to do incredibly well. We'll see if the talk of a in-person event will be the motivation that they need to start getting back to top form. One of the few duos that's actually competed together as a duo in previous in-person events, right? So they have a leg up on the rest of the world right now. We'll see how long they keep that for. But they definitely need to start getting some more points on the board in this FNCS.
Chicho Trulex, I feel like, defied expectations on day number 1 in terms of how high they actually strike. I feel like they'd be middling more so than anything else, maybe even struggling with some of the teams around them. Rocky Real's completely uncontested. Maybe had one invader on day number 1. At the same time, Taste and Chapix, you know, Mini talks about loadouts. Theirs looking fine, and we went over in that segment between games why they struggled so much. That zone pulled so far away, had to lose a lot of the launch pads, lose a lot of the chug splashes. Basically, the shine of Covert Command Cavern was just not there.
Yeah.
This time, though, they have the tools for destruction.
Yeah, we'll see though, right? Because as much as the loadout looked phenomenal, they're good on Surge, healthy in that regard. They obviously were low on materials as well. Tayson at least was. But the good thing about this command cavern area is that the materials here are phenomenal. It's why a lot of the times you'll see these teams leave this area with max materials or just about that, as we have in the case of Aqua here. But this position on the blimp, this was why when the season started and there were multiple blimps all around the map, people were so ecstatic about the opportunities for Surge there, right? You sit up on a blimp and you can do exactly what Aqua's doing right now. You literally have so much vision of the rest of the lobby. Of course, now that isn't the case around the map, but it is still the case for Command Cavern. They have this available to them, and you're seeing how they can make use of it. They need to start connecting with more shots though. You can see that tag there puts them 66 below. Another tag will help them as well. But they need to keep hitting shots. Vino is accustomed to doing that. Yesterday, Shayo, it felt like he couldn't miss at times. Is he still feeling it after waking up today?
I mean, Aqua must think so if you're just looking at the disparity of ammunition between the two.
Yeah.
He's got about 200 rounds. Aqua has about 80 sitting in case a fight breaks down, in case Raisin and Pena get bored all the way up top at the Command Cavern spot. Vino is just hitting shot after shot, influencing just the destinies of duels walking around. One of them is Fadil, yeah. I mean, I wondered who he got white tags on. How does that look? This is just gonna be tough. Back in the old days when you had something lifted up to your face and shaked it. It was a rip to go. You were easy in the air, breezy. This time Vidil, all he can do is just delay with his med mist. Hopefully get informed to start running. But look at who he has to face. You got Play Well on the right, and Queasy in the business too. He's got more than just a mountain to climb.
Yeah, this is not a situation any competitor wants to be in. All these top aimers looking at you as you have minimal amounts of builds to actually work your way in, sorry.
Minimal amounts of builds and sometimes even space. Clown taken down, talked about the zone possibly influencing his timing. It's Andretta, who they were kind of jumping into the POI beforehand, maybe taking too much space. He wins that fight. Thomas HD picking up Grolls, and Zrox and Kovacs in their own type of fight against Jackson and Vico. Usually Jackson and Vico, very hard to take down, very good at initiating fights. If they start to go a little bit longer, that's where the weakness is, and very good control from Zrox to put up those walls above the pyramid. Very, very fast decision making, and it buys time for Kovacs to wrap all the way around, land that final shot, and just clean up the fights.
We'll see where this takes them, though, in the journey of having a good game. Of course, Zrox not working with much in terms of a loadout. Materials as well are absolutely shambolic, and so they'll need to start farming, but there are so many teams around them, and maybe their solution with that will just be to take another fight.
Oh, this is troublesome, though. What is the option here, Zrox? Just, yeah, go with your teammate, don't interrupt the box. 50-50, let's see if it was the right decision, because zone is moving. Maybe go back to that cannon, use it as a way to completely fly in. That's exactly what Kiko wants to do. He's gonna be up in the air. Ju and Stompy have to just slide by and snowboard down this mountain.
Yeah, Ju and Stompy, they're gonna have to try and look to see if they can get towards the other side of Command Cavern. They are wary of other teams, other players in and around, and that's why that team actually will use the scan, and so they'll be aware of where Stompy and Ju are. And so that makes their chances even more difficult. Refscar, though, does get taken out, and so him and Clown won't have the chance to push their way up the standings now.
DK's Bad Sniper as well during that replay going down in the feed, so a bunch of these nice mid-low ground teams not going to be there for the moment. Said he cannot say hi to Fury up top. Unfortunate. The Eagle massive on that one? No, it's just a fly glide. Kemi said that last game set themselves up to be in a good spot. It feels like they have trouble executing that final finish.
Yeah, it's difficult, right? On all those layers, right? Especially in mid-gun in that game where there was massive changes in elevation, the bounce back zones, having to go through old builds. The way this zone is looking to pan out, I don't think it'll be any easier for them, but it will be a different challenge, and maybe one that they are more accustomed to. We often see the zone pull towards this west side. I feel like I've watched this game and this lobby play out in this way so many times this season. And this is something I'll be really happy to see play out. Malibuka and Mustache now looking more likely to have a game where they actually get to play as a duo in the end game. What can Tayson and Uguay do though here?
Pick up another big refresh. This is one thing we were setting up in the previous game. The teams that get eliminations before this 4th and 5th zone locks in, they've bolstered up and used so many mats to be in these spots, to be in a position to use Surge. One big thing for an endgame checklist is to have maxed mats, is to be good on the heals that you have as well, and they get a full refresh of it. I'll just use that launch. They're still pushing forward with maximum aggression. Tayson does not want to stop this rain of damage, but now it's multiple teams are looking at. Their backs are towards just the zone. They're on a little bit of a timer, but just have to move forward slightly. They have 20 seconds of time and just Asvi in front of them.
I like how aggressive they're getting with things. They knew that guy was solo, and so they thought, look, we are two of the best players in the game right now. It wouldn't hurt to get the extra 3 elimination points.
Thomas HG, Tripper, and 2 launch pads on screen. A lot of people have smiles on their faces right now. They're happy. Every time I see them with this West Zone, with a game that's set up, it's 3 launch pads, by the way, between the both of them. I see them trip and fall. I think I remember Season 7, FNCS. They had this awesome bounce back in this type of zone as well, near the mountains, and they tripped up one bad decision, maybe just a little bit too comfortable with their loot. I don't want that happening right now.
Yeah, the big thing is for them is that when it comes to like an end game checklist, they are looking very strong, right? Materials potent, the storm surge dealt with, and the pads acquired. It's all about now delivering, not having any sort of hiccups, not over peaking, not messing up your edits, and making sure that they stick to what they know best.
It's holding that high ground. And I feel like one of the things is if they try to go a little bit too early, If they tried to be a bit too risky, opened up in the air, like a Nos kind of was trying to catch up the pink. Had to have been off of one of the rifts that just spawn around. He'll be solo, have that pad to use, but Thomas and Tripper, for anyone that's kind of controlling height and starting off high, we've seen what Aqua and Vito can do. My man Aqua, ruthless, walked up the Hen yesterday, 185 to the dome, and Hen Queasy looks so good on height level.
Yeah, look, it was a very fun high ground take. I expect to see more fun high ground takes today. It's interesting, though, that we've seen with these last two POVs, Pink, Anas, Trip and Thomas, both teams that land at command cavern, but teams that deviated away from it and now are having to sort of return to this area. And on one side, you're seeing a team in a struggling position where Pink doesn't have Anas with him. The other, Thomas and Trippen look a lot stronger, but the zone will be beneficial to both teams.
And for the teams that have stayed here for most of the time, haven't deviated and moved, Tayson, Uguay, I feel like these guys, if Command Cavern was a computer, if it was code, they're the malware. They're just spreading slowly throughout every single type of cave and deleting player after player, line after line, code after code.
These guys are playing their game out. This is how they like to play. Of course, this pad now will push them into zone, and it will put them in a perfect position now as they move forward. But they realize the challenge that faces them. They know the stakes. They understand what they have to do in order to start catching up to the dominance of Aqua and Vino. But that's a challenge that they are always going to be ready to face.
That's the one thing we've seen so far throughout the day, right? Is Aqua and Vino going to every other POI, going into other people's living rooms and just taking control of everything. This time, we're in their home. That being said, though, some type of rocky relationships happening at the family reunion over at Command Cavern. Aqua Vino have strayed a little bit away towards one of the North Hills, and they're getting affected heavily. Aqua now down to 0 HP, taken out. All up to Vino to keep moving forward, and we've seen him clutch a couple of times. Dynamic in that cannon, but it's not going to go too far. Breaks a little bit of the metal. Nice to keep pushing in, but costed him so much. Now down to 6, 7, 5, 4 mats and no HP. The zone's not even done just yet. It's another max pull, and he's maxed out. First place down.
In a game where you would have thought the zone would have benefited them so much, a hiccup, a trip, and maybe a fall, if Tayson and Uguay can continue their line of dominance in this game, we'll see whether now that leaves some space up for high ground. We've seen how they've dominated it. They've claimed it so much better than everybody else. But in this game now, who will be the ones to step up? Thomas and Trippen in the middle of your screens might be a team to do so. Astro now is a solo, looking to try and stay in the game as long as he can. He needs to do some damage though, and a lot of it, and fast. Looking to recycle another launch pad that keeps him in the air just that bit longer. Some extra time to pick where he will land, and it's such a crucial decision to make.
Oh my goodness, gliding so far and right into another box, but he's blocked off. Marco Clinberry, don't go down easy. That's a pick. Look up in the sky though. Second place looking to take first and third right behind him. Seti, Cami, Uguay, Tayson, Hen, Chatmix, Vettel, Lotix, all in the air.
So many Titan duos, all making use of the natural rifts that spawn in this area. The map knowledge is fine. But who will be the ones to take height? It's Kinto and Nebs holding it in the meantime, but so many great teams. They need to hit big shots to scare everybody away from it. That is their goal. Can Nebs do what he's done so many times before and hit mighty high shots?
It's raining men, but this duo is not saying hallelujah. They're gonna hit that launch pad, half it, no, it's a full one, and just completely give things up for now. Want a sense of a little bit of less chaos. The Andy is now part of the business as well. Here's Thomas HD and Trippern looking for a big glide, pumped in the skies. The Andy now fighting for height, looking to see what he can do, building up and using a bunch of his mats, but still has a lot of them in control. Splashes to use as well. Kinzel now down to Trippern. Vettel taking out Strox as well on the feed. Uguay taking out Kefi on his own lair. It is the Andy and Joe with control.
These guys have held on to it. We know they like to play high ground. They've not had much of an opportunity to do so. But it's these guys here on low that you need to fear. Fury, wiped out, crushed. Malabuka, Mustache, they are ready. Can they stay together though? Can they continue to clear out these players below? Janice lurking as a solo in the backside. They're gonna try and snip him out. They hear him and they will wipe him out. A big shot from Malabuka, but no, he gets taken out as well. Mustache now is a solo again. What can he do? The time's ticking. He needs to hit a big shot. He needs to stay alive. Just down to 4 builds. What can he do in this instant? Can he hit a big shot? It's going up the hill. Things are so difficult. He needs to just drop down now. That's his only real hope. He's desperately searching for something. And he picks up some extra bills that will get him up the hill. But the risk is still there. He needs to do something. Malabuka gets a knock, but it's not enough.
He is down. It'll be Tripper distracting him, taking him out. Now Cammy also struggling to get back to just a little bit of a level playing field. Andy and Joe have not made this easy for any duo down below, but for Reason and the Ziptos, they're in their element. The grasslands, survival. Cammy and Seti now fighting them, but Sandwich from the top side in trouble. This rain's gonna be lethal, doing a lot of damage to both HP pools. And also somehow has a solo in the fray, looking for a few shots, and he takes down another. Huge for him, Clinberry gone, a big siphon that he needs, more Medvis in the inventory as well. Reason the Ziptos taken out, back to just 3 teams. Seti, Cammy, can they hit that 9th zone, 8th zone revive?
You can see Seti's vying for it, but it's a time in there. It doesn't seem like it's Yandy and Joe. They're getting impatient now. They want these eliminations for themselves. They understand that they have the man advantage, and so looking to drop down. Yandy will hear the sound cues, but does he know where Seti is? Seti quickly blocking off the top as he tries to find some solace, tries to find some security. Joe just searching around Hen, trying his best. But eventually, someone's gonna have to strike. They can't all just continue to sit here and wait, cross their legs, fold their arms. Somebody has to make a move.
Seti now out of mats. Joe and Andy have stayed silent. Treating it like a 1930s movie right now. They're waiting for the suspense. The narrator transition screen. Seti now down below. He's gonna be the first one to fall down to the dark plot. Hen's the one to pick him up, but he's inside the zone. 34 HP down to 24. The big blocks, the edits from Joe. The big chop down towards the end. Can he find the mantle wraparound? No, now it's a reversal, but Hen's on a sliver of HP. Chopped down, blocked out. Joe and Zandy, the south side, taking claim from a mountainous VR.
Day 1 was very impressive. They surprised a lot of players. Day 2 started with a little bit of a hiccup, but they came through the next game after and showed everybody why they are class, top class. Ran out of mats at the end, but that didn't faze them. They kept their composure and they dealt with an FNCS champion like it's easy work. Yandy and Joe are continuing to shine in the FNCS final.
Yeah, and that was like a 10-team type of height retake. Drop from the skies, man. And it's the Indian Joe out of all those Titans that win at the end.
With the riffs that we were seeing at the end there, I felt like I was watching something from another chapter. It didn't even feel like chapter 3 there at times. It's been so long since you've seen riffs be used like that, but honestly, like you said, it just allowed all these different height teams to really try have their stamp on the game.
Yeah, I feel like with them, Zandy and Joe, the more chaotic it is, right? Synapse Station, I feel like off spawn, they're better when there's 3 teams available. 5 teams fighting in the end, they're in home turf.
Yeah, honestly, look, the big question now for a lot of these guys is, if Aqua and Vino in the game, maybe it's making things more fun for these guys. Finally, we get to play on height. It's finally ours. We get a chance, because with those guys, it's been so impossible to take. But Yandy and Joe, when they got their chance, they took it.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at what Reese, Mini, and Zeke have for us, as that game was a banger and a half.
Thank you guys so much. Game 8 does not disappoint, man. These duos, I'm telling you, this is what we live for. These moments in finals where these duos are just saying, hey, we have to pull out all the stops, man. This is finals. We have to go big. We're going home.
I mean, absolutely. A lot of those teams took an opportunity that was given to them, with the #1 team, Aqua and Vino, being down, as Levin mentioned there. You know, we saw them go down relatively early, but so many top teams took advantage. We saw Tripper and Thomas HD up on height. We saw Andy taking advantage of that as well. Obviously, winning the game at that moment.
Of course, I mean, we're talking about Aqua and Vino here. They went down a lot earlier than they would have liked here. A little bit of a tough rotate for them, having to expend a lot of materials, and this was a hopeful moment for Vino here. He tried to use the cannon. It kind of worked out almost, but it didn't quite last long enough for him.
Yeah, not ideal. This was a shame, of course. This was a little bit of a late rotate for them. They had a max distance 5th zone, and unfortunately, this game, they didn't get into the vault, right? So they didn't get that launch pad from there. So that max distance 5th rotate, unfortunately, just kind of caught up on them. And we saw Aqua go down first, and Vino was just to follow with the whole lobby looking at him.
Yeah, big shake-up in the leaderboards there, of course, as well, which we'll get onto a little bit later on. That is a huge moment for today's event, because there's still 4 more games to go, but that's a real big shake-up.
I have a question for you guys. You talked about them at the top of the show, Cammy and Seti. How did they end up doing in this game?
Man, I mean, this is a team that we've been looking at a ton, right? Of course, through all yesterday, they started to frag out this game.
Yeah, they did. This is absolutely textbook Cammy and Seti gameplay. We saw them hopping off left, right, and center in the mid-ground layers. We saw them almost a little bit lower down right here when there's a big hill to go, and boom, the big piece control from Seti using that purple pump shotgun, or the purple striker pump shotgun that they got from the Crow earlier on. So, you know, that could have been an influence into them popping off. But of course, Seti having to clutch the solo yet again. We saw it in qualifier number, I believe it was qualifier 3. He was popping off, and he was just unbelievable as a solo and proving it once again today.
Absolutely. And, you know, for me, that was almost a little bit of a choke from Cammy at that point there, because there are two players who usually don't overextend. They stay in their lane. Seti creates such good tarps for them, but to see Cammy kind of run out a little bit there and be knocked and go down is a bit of a shame, because that potentially cost them a second and maybe even a first.
Tough to see. Let's take a look at our standings. So, though they did fall early, they're still holding on to the #1 spot, but look at Tayson, right? Look at Chapix, even Seti and Cammy, they are quickly catching up.
Look at that. 270 point. Thank you.
There it is. Look at that.
270 to 269. Nice. Ooh. Only 1 point between it right now.
Oh, it's intense. It is getting intense. I think Aqua and Vino going down, as much as I like them, this has made this so much more incredible and intense. I mean, look at that. Tayson and Uguay, a.k.a. Chapix, 1 point away from the top spot. There are picked for predictions, Reese, so hopefully they can do it. But if you're Trippin and Thomas right now, you're feeling good, you're confident going into this, but we got to talk about Storm Surge.
We absolutely have to talk about Storm Surge. Look at this. Purple in the room right now. There's two players in particular that I want to talk to you guys about. First one, of course, how can we not talk about Thomas HD, right? In the mid game, Thomas HD actually does over double the damage that Trippern does, right? And that's not a knock at Trippern by any means. He's a fantastic player, but Thomas HD has otherworldly levels of aim, right? Every time he just sets up in a relatively high position, you just see tag after tag after tag. There's games that they're below and then they just suddenly appear above. Similarly to Vino. Vino is the best damaged player across the entire game, right? For early, mid, and late game. I think on average he does around 900 damage a game, right? And if you just put him up in a high ground spot, Storm Surge is almost irrelevant at this point.
Yeah, it really is. It's almost one of those situations where I feel like they have a permanent thermal fish implanted into their eyes. They can just see where everyone is and pick up so many tags. Vino absolutely popping off up on there, and of course, same with Thomas.
Absolutely.
My goodness. It's crazy as well to kind of take a look at the standings. Normally we see like a team from outside the top 10, right? They're just like jumping up. Oh, they jumped to 10, 20 places. But right now, look at how small these shifts are, right?
There's nothing.
Only one. It's crazy to think this is the level of competition we have. And we've only had 2 on the day with 4 more to go. Do we think this could get a little crazier?
I mean, maybe. We haven't seen too many upsets so far, but as you mentioned, there's still 4 more games on the day to go, and very, very exciting stuff to come for us, I'm sure, because it's not going to end here. It definitely won't. And the action is only just getting started, I'm sure.
You have to remember, Victory Royale is 32 points. And then you add all those eliminations at 3-point elimination. Any of those teams that are up there right now can gain, what, if they get like a 10 elimination gain, 60 points up. If they do that at the right opportunity when one of our top teams falls, man, that leaderboard's starting to change up a little bit here.
And they're also following along with the elimination, right? The elimination feed. So the moment that these teams find that moment, they're like, oh, Aquafina are down. We have the moment. We have this opportunity to be free and try and strike at the top 10. So follow along with us, Fortnite fam. We have way more action ahead of us. This is game number 9 of the FNCS.
Oh, you'll be sure, Zeke, that we're following along. Right now, it's intense action. These top teams going down, specifically Vino Aqua. You know the magic sauce, the recipe for the Finals 11. They get eliminated, everyone else has a chance.
Well, it's funny, right? Because we've talked about how dominant they've been, but Chapix, Tayson really showing what they can do, really showing off why they are also a team that is considered one of the best to ever do it.
Yeah, absolutely. Just the way they have the knowledge of where the rifts are, the way they're catching up when there is a chance, actually landing, you know, your win condition, just getting points on the board. Hardest thing to do, regardless of just winning and whatnot, and they're doing it every single time.
Yeah, you can never count these guys out, and as we head into the next couple of games, it's going to be really close, but we like the close finishes, don't we?
Absolutely, especially when it's a first, second place battle against these 2 types of teams. They're living almost every game, Levin. It's Vino Aqua winning, winning, winning. Tayson Chapix trying to just keep up.
Yeah, and we'll see who will be the first to the finish line as we head right back into another game. The battle bus heading from east to west. We'll see how that impacts some of the fights we've been seeing as well. Who has priority on what landings?
For now, it'll be majority of just action in the cavern. Will some of these top 5 teams get split down? We'll go towards the orchardy types of places as well. We'll go towards Bugle for now too. Arcadia, Asvi, Siren up against Refsguard game after game. And this time it will be them here not fighting Flois and Mappy.
Well, considering how they've sort of contested each other in so many games, based off of just the placements of both teams alone, there's definitely one team that you'd give the upper hand to, right? It would be Clown and Refsguard. But that doesn't mean it's a guarantee that every game goes their way, and we're seeing that now where they have to be careful about how they traverse. Refsguard opting to go for the bush strat, keep himself inconspicuous.
I'm wondering right now too, since we're in game 9 out of 12, yeah, there it is. There's some of the irregularity. Just saw it in the feed. Uguay Tayson up against another complete different team, just taking them out. Look at the Kryptonite overall for the Arcadia duo. It's all about these bush strats. This is the second or third time I've seen, maybe fourth time overall, combining both days of games, them not be able to deal with a team in a bush.
Is that the hidden weapon?
Yeah.
The difference between them being an FNCS winning duo or not? The ability to handle bushes.
The bush strats. I mean, you know, your first FNCS coming in might not be used to having a team such as Refsguard and Clown contest you. Might not be used to some of the tactics. This could be a very basic one they have to overcome.
Yeah, I think that's one of the things that maybe doesn't get talked about enough, right? In terms of Asvi and Siren, this is their first FNCS final. It's a big stage to hop onto, especially if you're contesting against two players who are very well versed in this department. Clown maybe not having as much experience, but definitely in the short amount of time he spent in the FNCS has shined. And so you can see Siren now being forced backwards. This isn't a fight that they would have wanted to have on a consistent basis, but you can't always control what you can and can't get in the FNCS, unless you are Uguay and Tayson. They seem to never be truly contested, right? They just always have that respect season to season, especially Tayson, I feel like, right?
Yeah. You know, he gets to also dictate what it looks like when it comes to who he duels with. Some of these content pieces we have, you ask people, you know, pick a duel partner, who's it gonna be? Tayson. Season after season, man.
Even considering like he had what by his standards would be a down season.
Yeah.
Right? Last season by his standards was a down season, but yeah, that respect still remains.
You know what a down season for him is? Not winning.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine that.
Imagine that being the standard. Crazy amounts of pressure, but that's something that I know he very much took personally. He wants to be revered as the best and respected as that as well, and this season an FNCS win is all he wants. That's all he wants right now, and I know him and Uguay will be very confident that they can do that, and they are not too far away from it as well. Vino and Aqua down in the feed to Pink and a Nas. And so just as we say an FNCS win could be on the horizon for Uguay and Tayson, it seems like that might just be more of a reality than we thought.
I mean, for Zandy and Joe as well, Reese Mini Zeke mentioned it. One good game, 60 points. That's how far away these guys are from Tayson and Uguay. That's how far most of the top 10 is as well. And that's when it opened up. There might be big changes after this one. Need to see that fight at some point as well. Right now, we're tuned in with Zandy and Joe. Previous game winners. It feels like there's been a curse in EU as well. Every time you win a game, next one, off spawn, you're gone. Unless you're Vino Aqua, then you have the back-to-backs. But for everyone else.
For everyone else.
Yeah.
For anyone that's somewhat human, there is that potential. But for every team now, another instance. We saw how crazy that game got because they went down and then left that space open.
Here it is right now. They have the key card as well. This might have been a great game sliding through the wall. The timing there from Pink, just beautiful.
Really nice stuff from those guys. A team that definitely wants to have a better day too. And taking out the current leaders of the lobby is a brilliant way to do that. I'm sure the vibes are wonderful in their core right now. But I don't know if we can say the same for Vino and Aqua. Even with how dominant they've been in the FNCS up to this point, we've constantly discussed some of the chemistry issues they've had, the never-ending arguments that they've had. If anybody doesn't know, they're both great players. They both play well together, but You'd be surprised. They're not necessarily the biggest fans of each other a lot of the time, and sometimes that can get in the way.
That's one weakness. So, like, let's look at their strengths right now, right? Aqua, it's about these late game calls, the way he can finesse different layers and builds. The king of height sometimes, right? That's what people like to call him. Vino, the man who never misses with a weapon. Just the EU beast. Some would say the best aimer in the lands. You put up Thomas HD so far in this FNCS. I've seen Vino with these burst AR shots hit every single one. Like, usually you hit half of the shots within the burst. He hits people 300 meters of range. How do you counter both those things? It's the early game. Vino doesn't have a weapon. Aqua can't do these crazy types of cerebral, patient, waiting calls. So we saw that happen in the qual sometimes. How Vino and Aqua were stopped wasn't really in the end game. It might have been maybe some overtakes on height, but they were stopped off spawn multiple times, 50-50 over at the slurp truck. And then once again, you just look at them right now, stopped off spawn. The only times they've been interrupted in this FNCS.
Yeah, and that might be the only thing that can really get to them, right? And so now for the rest of the teams, you just have to take advantage of that. If you are Malibu Mustache, they did start to slip a bit in the standings. We're sitting at third, dropped to fifth, now in fourth. And they are uncontested towards the blimp side, and Pink and Nas will be well occupied with the vault, I'm sure, so they'll have a bit of space to maneuver around. But we saw all the teams that were doing so well at the end of yesterday are teams that had very consistent mid and early games, and of course had the pop-off potential in endgame as well, right? You have to be complete in all three phases of the game. You can't just be, you know, a strong off-spawn team, but you don't know how to play mid or late. You can't have a really good mid-game strategy, but low ground endgame, and you start fumbling, you start shaking, you know, your mouth, you're slipping out of your hand, right? You have to be top in all aspects of the game. And so if somebody can put a foil in your armor and sort of stop you in one of those phases, it makes your chances of being able to dominate much more difficult.
Right now, that early phase to mid, the Sipdos and Reason having lots of trouble. It started with Trulex and Chicho. It's continuing with them right now as well.
And look at the contrast there, right? Last game, we saw them take out Hellfire and Scram, and they had the Whiplash vehicle. They were able to get to endgame, play deep into that game.
Whoa!
This time round, though, they don't have that, and they go down, down, down. Trulex and Chicho might be following them, though, if they're not careful.
Cannon landing, just body shot completely. Like, not getting hit in the body, but a body coming in and doing damage equivalent to a shot. Benji Fishy, cannonballing in. Trulex surprised by that. Combine that with a striker pump shot and a spray, they get taken out and out of the way.
It'll be interesting to see how Benji and Savage do with this zone. One of the zones that they thrived in when they qualified for the FNCS finals. And not a bad start to this game as well.
We'll start to run a little bit. For them, I just feel like doesn't matter what the zone is, getting to a good spot in it, getting a good foothold, a nice base setup and rolling has been the trickiest part for them. In rotation is where they get tagged up a lot and slowed down.
Yeah, I think the big thing for them is that they're a team where, you know, if you can get Mr. Savage and Benji to an end game, they have that potential to pop off.
Absolutely.
If you can get them there, they will hit prime, you know, season X type form, right?
Front side, low ground,
yeah,
untouchable.
Popping off, right? But it's about getting there. And so they have to make sure they secure things in the early game. Of course, there were some hiccups with that yesterday, switching drop slots, going back to Tilted after landing over towards the Collider for a bit. And then the mid game is where they've really had their struggles. So we'll see how that plays out as we go on.
It's been positionally for them a little bit. It's also been sometimes, rarely, tags and surge. And if you're unfamiliar with that entire concept, Soam Surge, want to be dealing damage or you get dealt damage. Stay active, look at other teams. We mentioned tags. That might be a new term for you as well. That's literally just the, you know, a shot hitting someone else's body. The number that pops up. That's tag overall you're looking for. That's what every player's trying to do to someone else for the moment in the mid game. Getting specific with it as well. We never really dive this deep, I mean 11 specifically, but 70 players is the threshold we're looking at. There's 88 up right now. By the end of that third zone kind of appearing, that's where the lobby kind of wants to be. If it's over that, that's when Storm Surge really starts to strike. Melody and Kefi might not make it there right now. Rifle and Marine are on their heels. Both these teams looking outside into the top 10. This fight very important in getting there. Once again, one of the teams that's been winning, you know, a third of the games in EU so far is down. They have a chance to make one of these end games and possibly not have to deal with them off that top spot. Marine, though, just absolutely slapped in the face, pushed back, and now Kefi knows it's a 1v1. He's going to be pushing these walls, does not want to give Rifle the 10 seconds to be able to get Marine back up. Going to be looking at his threshold for the moment. It will update. It's not 259 below just yet. There he is, 451 above. He doesn't need this fight completely, but understands he's at a very good spot, at an advantage, in an isolated place. Knows that Rifle is weaker too, but look at what Rifle is doing, pushing further and further back in the builds, buying as much space as possible. Oh my God, Kefi just has the sixth sense.
What a shot. He was ready and waiting. The reactions there were absolutely inhumane. And yeah, needed to make sure he closed out that fight. Of course, he knew he had the knock. And so it was essential that he got the points for that, and winning his 1v1 is huge.
Okay, Joe. Big damage tags. Also, the most important thing here is buying him room on the backside. Teams will have to heal up, take a second, recuperate. Andy and Joe can just keep running the entire time. Launchpad in play as well. The ammunition doesn't look the best, so they have to make the most out of all the tags that they can get. Still looking in the backside for a few shots. Not finding many. Another mat investment comes in. Meanwhile, Axe Force Usefree, they have their own fight on the other side of the map. They jump into the fortress. We'll have to look for a way out super fast. Kidwo's fighting in here, though, with Janice. So they're about to interrupt. They're like, hey, we want to have a little bit of a piece of this conversation. Still moving fast.
The cleanup crew is here. Joe and Ziandi pouncing on this opportunity. Look at them constantly just trying to get their way, and Kidwo will hold on. But eventually, you have to secede to the fact that Joe and Ziandi want him out of this lobby, and they will send him right out of the way.
Now they'll have to just try to break out of the fortress completely, get ahead of this zone. It's still ticking for nominal damage. Now it might upgrade a little bit. Nevs and Kinzel, I mean, landed on before, I think by the entire upper echelon of EU. And Kinzel held on a bit longer than Nebs, but immediately was just taken out.
Yeah, these guys obviously were almost a surprise qualification, right? Had struggled in the qualifiers leading up to the FNCS, snuck their way into round 4 of qualifier 3, and absolutely rolled through the session. And that's why they're here. Sitting in 17th place right now isn't too shabby based off of how the rest of their season went. But again, we've seen them in good positions with opportunities to rise. They just haven't been able to be clinical enough in those moments. Like you said last game, everybody wanted to land on them on height and they couldn't hold off. And they might get another chance like that. Krusty and Relvis, a team who we saw again dominate in their qualifying round. It was the first qualifier, shocked the world. Back then though, they had vehicles that they could use to make their way around the lobby and make sure they were good on Surge. In that qualifier, we never saw them struggle with Surge whatsoever. Whereas here, barely above, struggling in terms of HP because they've tried to out-heal it. And so we're seeing the difference for a team who once had vehicles to guide them through the game. Now that they don't have that, you can see the struggle, the pain.
Who's the one player who's still in trouble? The one duo right above the 70 mark. That's kind of just in the absolute trenches. Endelex squeeze. We'll get a few more tags to push them up. That we'll get the other side, Relvis and Krusty possibly down. And this is also just like a very ebb and flow, flip of the coin type duo, I feel like. Sometimes in top form in a few games, others down off spawn or just horrible Surge issues.
The biggest trend for Endelex and its Swedes is that they are a team that typically, historically, has always performed better on day 2 than day 1. I know Reese had a snazzy little stat about it. I can't speak English right now. It's so intense in the lobby about how, on average, they perform 5 placements better in the standings on day 2 than day 1.
Really?
Right? So if they finish 14th on a day 1, they're likely to finish on average 9th on the day 2, right? So we'll see if that can carry on today, that trend that was such a prominent storyline around them last year and last season. And they'll certainly want to do that because day 1 did not go their way whatsoever. But still time for redemption. Siren and Asvi going down. Cookie and Leon Flares on our screen. A team who haven't quite had the success they've had in previous weeks, way down there in the standings, trying their best to stay in this game.
Chase and Uguay also trying their best. They're in a little bit of a traffic jam way deep in the storm. 2-tick right now. Need to land all these shots, and they do, but Nyan still within the boxes, way deep and far back. That zone starting to tick for 5 now as it locks in. The chunk splash is only really buying you about 4 seconds of time, and Nyan will push them to their maximum limit. Uguay losing his life. I thought it was just his shield, but he gets knocked over here, and they're so far away from the zone. Meanwhile, on the other sides, Kemi Seti, a few tags here and there. Big damage from Kemi. What else is he gonna find? Elimination way in the air. Okay. That's exactly, I think, reason to the Siptos when they were trying to fly away.
Is he done? I don't think he's done. Ooh, I like that from Kami. Always staying alert. We talked about just being on point, always looking for opportunities where you can deal damage. And picking up some elimination points is huge. This is a team that isn't accustomed to having high elimination games, but a great foundation for that now.
And the foundation shaken up for the entire server. There were 2 teams side by side, 270 and 269 points in going into this game. Uguay now down, Tayson shaken, and in 32nd place is not near that prime time placement. The top 25 is what he wants to survive to and then keep living a little bit towards the end game, but that comes in all the way towards the late zones. Is this the 4th right now? And Nebs and Kinzel, they're diving straight possibly into the box that Tayson's trying to survive in. Yep, it's right there. Looking for this Elam, they know it's a 1v2.
The question is, Shaido, are there any other players that you trust to do well in a solo? Maybe up against Nebs and Kinzel, things become a bit more awkward, but they will use their pad and get to zone. They realize that that is the priority right now. But Tayson, like you said, has such a journey to make, doesn't have a launch pad, doesn't have much in the way of HP either. But maybe the materials will be the saving grace if teams do start to look at him. He needs to start building though if that happens, and has time to use some shields. But you're already seeing how difficult this game will be for Tayson.
In first place right now, just by surviving and getting a few of the placements and one team's full elimination to wipe out this game. They pushed themselves forward, but can they keep that first place island just closed off for the rest of the lobby? Can Tayson live? Nope. The throne room for EU is open for tourists.
This is gonna be a fun endgame. Our top two teams taken out before they can really have a say on the lobby. And that opening is just what teams need to push themselves up, to give themselves that bit of motivation now.
Even the AD in the box from Ziandi, it feels like he's now alive, like he understands the stakes of the lobby have slightly changed. Off of a win previously, and Joe moving into the zone, I think, was taken down by Belusi at one point. Now he's back. They're looking good so far. They actually have one of the curses not active for them. A lot of the time, it's a max pull that Ziandi and Joe have to try to survive. Just like the previous game, they pull a little bit of that zone, have a 1v2 to fight as well. That refresh could be huge. Meanwhile, Mustache, Malabuka, Reese mentioned it, or actually it was Zeke that mentioned it in the segment between games. There haven't been too many crazy Delta changes, just kind of within the top 5. And Malabuka and Mustache, they've been one of them just bouncing up and down.
And some could argue that they've gotten a bit quiet early on today, right? And so this is the time for them to get loud and show everybody why they're revered as one of the best mid-ground teams.
And what do you need for mid-ground? What is kind of that checklist? Mats, positioning, they pull the half and half, they're ready to go. This might just be their game. For the rest of the server, they have to buy a ticket in. Ref's Guard and Clown up in the air, landing on snowy shores. Will they have a little bit of peace and quiet in this so-called temporary paradise is the question. On Ziandi and Joe's walls, Ref's Guard looking for something. 0 Elams on both sides. They might just be down on Surge in general for the next zone that's coming up. They might be down on Mats overall. That's exactly what it is. Even ammunition lowering in both AR and that striker shotgun. Clown and Ref's Guard desperately need a refresh.
Yeah, you can see doing everything he can there to try to claim some edits. I don't know if that's the door you want to be knocking on though when it's Joe and Ziandi. We know how hard they can hit when it's needed.
Ziandi taken down by Belusi, so the way they were moving is being surveyed by many players.
Joe as a solo now. That makes everything so much more difficult. You can see Anas and Pink up above after they had a terrific start to this game. Will they be the ones to step up now and take high ground?
Ref's Guard and Clown also moving the same way Ziandi and Joe did. There's about 10 teams watching this. 158 before he goes down. Ref's Guard does not fall without a fight. Might just be a 1v2 because that's Endelex, who we know was weak before, that took him out and traded lives with him basically. Not kind of maybe, they're not really. Double shots on that side. It's Hen and Queasy now who have high ground.
We've talked about dominant high ground teams all day today, and somehow these guys have managed to slip by the tongue. But no, this could be their time to do it. Holding it early, but they're not going to be much competition for it in way of elite height teams. 500 above as well. Can we see Hen and Queasy put on a masterclass?
We'll have temporary time to beat high ground kings for now. The zone moving over to mountains, so suddenly everyone will be pushed up towards the skies. Teach us an art skill, taken down. The shields are gone. Pink and Anas also moving straight towards the front side of the zone. They're waiting for the next one to prop up. They're waiting to take that natural low ground. Meanwhile, Joe, we saw Ziendi go down. He's still moving in. 223 points. He has a chance to really roll all the way up. No match though, and he's deleted, stopped and taken down.
Queasy and Hen now padding in the backside of the zone. They want to claim the front. There isn't anybody really in the air that can contest it. And so this might be the chance for them to keep it whole with Judo as a solo in the back of the zone. He's found a launch pad and he's got some white HP that he can use to give him some time. And now needs to glide in, cutting it really, really close. But the battle for height will continue. I don't think he's going to be a player in that. It's actually going to be Queasy and Hen taking shots at him and they force him down.
We see Hen now taking over, Jackson behind him, not gonna have the HP to actually contest. Who are the people that can really stretch towards height? I don't see many right now. Thomas and Trippin all the way towards the front side. They're gonna be controlling middle. Pink though, moving up second height with an Oster, looking at something, but Neds and Kinzel do not want to give it to them for free. Hellfire taking out Kovacs, pulled aside, deleting Seti. So Cammy's left by himself, but Ju's chasing him down.
You can see Ju is going to start running into a lot of boxes that aren't his if he's not careful. Cammy might have to do the same as well. Just 5 builds remaining. Scram, a squeeze going down. Trippin and Thomas are still up in this one. And Cammy will hope to try and avoid those guys. 4 builds remaining, just lurking in the back of the zone, trying to find anybody as scuffed as him.
It's a battle of mid-ground control. There's a labyrinth of builds with every single duo not wanting to go for height. There's no room to survive. You have to solve puzzles, build, shoot, and just try to do something for points, stay alive at the same time. No match for Hellfire. He loses his eyes inside this maze and now has no idea where to go.
Ju, this is a puzzle he can't piece together. He's running into boxes that he has no control over. He needs to try and find some space, some time if he can. There are players below him, but he's just gonna hope that they can't see him or hear him. He needs to use the med miss as well, but it's run out. He's running low on time. Can he make his way in? He's struggling, he's hustling, he's fighting. Can he hit that shot? No.
He is taken down. Meanwhile, Thomas, Trippin clash with Pink and Anas. They just trade lives completely. I think Trippin now is taken down by Anas. He's the last one just left out of that duo. It'll be Thomas now looking for that clutch.
Loot falling from the sky doesn't gonna be something that he can go and take. Cammy running into a box, but it's not gonna be the flay he wanted. Thomas now dropping down, doing a similar thing. Where's he gonna go? He's running out of space. He's running out of time. He'll be sent back to the lobby.
Chaos and calamity in the mid-ground, but look at the tranquility all the way on height. Snow falls and it's cold for everyone else down here. Mustache, ice in his veins, but this time he freezes over down inside that zone. Hen and Queasy turning up the heat and making sure no one has a chance to make this end game. The ground beneath their feet, everyone has nothing, no footholds to hold on to. Hydro deleted by the storm. The navigation, it's just going completely awry. We're inside places where GPSs don't work, where there's no way home. Snazy now, the last person left. Can he stop the tyrants on height, the people who want to climb back? Hen and Queasy will take the game, the victory royale.
A masterclass on height from the reigning FNCS champions. They're showing us really what they still have the ability to do when called upon. When there was nobody really there to step up and take height, they were the ones to step up, put their foot down, stamp down on the lobby, and making things so awkward for Snazy below. A brilliant display of dominance from a team who has lacked it so far.
Absolutely crucial in this game as well, where the top 2 teams are down. Who would have thought it's Hen and Queasy, who are not in the top 10, rising up to the occasion?
I think a lot of people might have been thinking, look, if Aqua isn't here, right? If the likes of Vino aren't here, if Tayson, Uguay aren't here, who will step up? Hen, Queasy, the names that come to mind as dominant high ground players. We know how much they like to be on those layers. They've been restricted. They've not been allowed to. But finally, when they get their chance, they win a game.
Hey, we must have forgot about Hen and Queasy, but we can't forget about what's coming up next. More big games. For now, though, Zeke, Reese, Mini, they're going to have a lot to say about this one.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic as always. Hen and Queasy coming in. I'm telling you, I said it at the end of yesterday. Today, they would come online. They would bring it all back. And they pull through.
They did, and I'm so happy for them. I love this duo, and I think it was Hen on social media earlier was saying that he needed and they needed a big day today. And oh boy, are they turning up. We saw Hen in the last game solo clutching, trying to scramble as many points as possible, and now they're doing it in traditional fashion all the way up on high ground.
I mean, after the end of day one, so that was 6 of the 12 games during the whole weekend, they were in 41st. Like, you know, you're basically last at that moment. Now, after this, I saw them move up to 15th.
Wow.
Right? So, day number 2 for them has been amazing. The play that we just saw here was fantastic too. Do you see the double dip of the pad? They went back onto that launch pad. They took around 20 white HP each, but it's worth that extra time in the air. That probably saved them like 50 builds.
Yeah, so worth it. These guys are so experienced up on the high ground. They know exactly how to play it. Of course, Queasy leading the way, Hen looking back for as many eliminations and refreshes as possible. And of course, this is the halfway point of today. It's a 3/4 point throughout the whole event, but the halfway point today, there's still potential for these guys to pop off. There's still potential for them to climb the leaderboards even more.
Are you thinking what I'm thinking?
I'm thinking what you're thinking.
Is this going to be a top 10 for Queasy and Hen?
I hope so. I like the rhyming there as well.
It was
Top
definitely
10.
intentional.
Oh, of course, it always
100% intentional.
But Hen popping up, I'm sure Shy will be able
Do you
to do a
believe?
good job.
I believe. They're my prediction.
Yeah, but you better believe.
That's right. I have no choice but to believe. And I will believe in them, of course. Now we got to talk through kind of what the casters alluded to was the top 10 all kind of fell super early in this game, which just let everyone else kind of rise up.
I think what's really important is, of course, it was the top 2s. We saw a bunch fall, but the most important, the most impactful was Vino and Aqua, and of course, Thomas and Chapix. Thomas. Chapix. I'm just mixing all the best players together. Tayson and Chapix. There we go.
Yeah.
That fell super early there, which is really surprising because these two teams throughout yesterday had such a solid mid game. Both of them only went down in 1 mid game each. So to see them be a little bit more shaky today is gonna open up the kind of for every other team in the leaderboards.
Yeah, the barn door was wide open right there. And for Cammy and Seti, that was a really, really important game for them to pop off. They couldn't quite make it happen. But Zeke, this is looking good so far.
Yeah, and we have to kind of remind you guys at home, this is the halfway point of just today, right? We have 12 games total, right? So technically 3/4, but halfway point today. Just bear with us. Okay, right now, with 3 games left to go, how are we seeing this kind of all shape up?
I mean, for me right now, I'm seeing a 3-horse race. Tayson, Chapix, Vino, Aqua, Seti, Cammy, all in the top 3 with only 16 points between them. That is incredibly tense with 3 more games left. If all of these teams don't play out basically some of their best Fortnite, one of these other 3 teams will. Someone is going to be overtaking them.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And what I think about this top 3, what we're seeing here is a really, really great combination of eliminations and placement. I want to highlight these 2 teams here, Mustache Malibuka and Joe and Zed Andy. Of course, two duos that have more eliminations than the top 3 duos themselves, but they're not able to combine that with the placement. Of course, Zandy and Joe being able to pick up the victory royale, but not able to combine it with the placements and be consistent enough to get into the top 3, as we're seeing Tayson, Chapix, Vino, Aqua, and Seti and Cam. I have to remind myself that because they're switching up, they're going crazy. But no, they're not able to get to that level of consistency yet. But as we mentioned, there's still 3 more games to go. I'm very excited to see how this finishes.
I think importantly to note here, though, is that those teams that you've mentioned, Tripper, Mustache, Joe, and Ju down all the way underneath, can easily pop off again. Like I said, 1 win for these guys will put them up into like 3rd place, assuming those guys up top don't do good as well.
I mean, especially kind of what happened before. We were seeing a lot of these teams only shift up a couple points, right? And I'm so thankful you guys have swapped over because remember, even jumping up in the top 10, remember, that's $20,000 for the duo, right? So even if they're not saying, well, you know, 20th can't make 1st, well, hey, jumping up to 10th is still a massive difference. So talk to me about page number 2. What expectations we have?
I mean, firstly, we talked about it before. Hen and Queasy as well, moving up 9 places in that 1 game. But again, remember how many they've moved up this day in those last 3 games from 41st. They are clearly playing significantly better today, right? Other teams on top of that, Belusi, Hyjo, Marco, Clinbury at the bottom, also moving up over 10 positions. What you're looking at the teams here is any of them have the potential to pop off and get into a top 10. Like you mentioned, that's thousands and thousands of dollars more after the end of game 12 today.
Yeah, all it takes is 1 big pop-off game. We see it there with Hen and Queasy. 1 game is all it could take for these teams to really boost their way up, maybe into the top 10, but as you mentioned, Zeke, it is all about getting into that top 20, of course, top 15. The prizes keep going up and up.
My goodness. And just to think, like, so for you guys at home, follow along with this, right? You watch that bottom left, see the placement of the teams, and as they go down, this is just going to give other duos opportunities. I love here, Hen and Queasy, they had this opportunity because of the top 2 going down, and I start to wonder, like, if this top 10 does that same thing again, even one more time, how much closer this will be going into Game 6.
I mean, that's going to be scary because Trippern and Thomas and Mustache and Malabuka will probably be the ones who will take out Vino and Aqua. Let's be real. It's probably going to be one of those teams who does it, which means that they're already got the elimination points, and chances are they're going to have the great loot from that drop spot as well. So the chances of them taking height with that opportunity being free on top of that, that's a top 3 almost guaranteed.
Yeah, because you're not only just taking out the team, you're also taking out, you're getting the elimination points, you're taking out a threat potentially in the end game as well. And we talk about a lot of teams that are the high ground type of players, they're going to command caverns. So if you're one of these teams that are maybe just outside the top 3, maybe Thomas and Trippin, for example, they might look to be a little bit more aggressive and be on the front foot earlier on because they're taking out a lot of the high ground teams that could get in their way later on.
Oh my gosh, you guys are setting this up perfectly, man. The hype is so real as we have 3 games left to go before we know who the new duo champions could be. Could Hen and Queasy just look to defend that title? Could they jump from 15th to 1st? Or will someone else look to dethrone? I'm looking at you, Aqua and Vino. But for right now, I'm looking at our casters because this is next game of the FNCS.
We are back with game number 10 of the FNCS finals. The stakes are being set. It's a much closer race than we thought it would be coming into today. And that just makes it so much more exciting for you at home and for us as well, Shai.
Yeah, sounds terrible. Every time I see these top 2 teams go down, I get animated and excited. It makes the stakes that much closer for everyone else.
I'll be real. I don't want to be a hater. I don't want to sound like a hater. But the games do get real intense when some of these top teams go down because it just provides the opportunity for the teams lower down to step in and join that race. And as much as I like 2-horse races, I'm also a fan of 6-horse races, and 8-horse races, and 10 of all the horses getting involved. And I'm a fan, so we'll see if that trend continues. I'm sure for Aqua, Vino, Taste, and Chapix, that won't be what they want. They'll want to stay in the game and stay in it as long as humanly possible.
We'll tune into Command Stable now. We can rename it for all the big horses. It's anything but stable in there every single game. Andy, Joe, Kid Wolf, Flixie, look at the care now that Andy has. Joe rat-a-tatted as he drops off spawn. These guys want to just survive a little bit. Look at the 2 different stakes, 40th versus 6th overall.
Well, look, we talk about things being stable. This fight has been very stable for them. Outside of that first game in day 1, they have just been on an absolute tear here. It's not been much of a problem whatsoever.
I think that absolute might be a word too big for this type of tear because it takes a lot of time for them to actually get rid of this fight sometimes. It's not going to be completely free every single time. Timing is a big thing for Zandy. Timing and landing is a big thing for Mustache and Malabuka. I'm getting anxiety seeing exactly who's going to win off of spawn right here. Pink down, Anas next. Malabuka time, it's going to be free for them off spawn.
Malabuka time, I like that. I'm down for all the Malabuka time. He can have all my time if he'd like. 2 huge eliminations off spawn. Pink and Anas were the ones to take down Vino and Aqua. And so those 2 will be happy to see them go down. But for Malabuka and Mustache, 2 eliminations off spawn, that will be the catalyst to seeing them potentially go all the way through deep into this game. And hopefully a pop-off for them, not too far away. Falling out of that race, but still never too far, especially with a format that points towards elimination. Speaking of eliminations, Cammy and Seti, who on our screen, not usually associated with getting many eliminations. They're not falling too far behind the top 2 teams.
Seti and Cammy.
Hey.
Seti and Cammy. I'm excited. Yeah, you mentioned that. You bring it up. We'll get back to it in just a second. I want to mention Asvi and Refsguard. What's happening on screen here is getting actually close and personal. This is the change overall when it comes to just, you know, impatience, stakes just rising all the way towards the end of the day. 3 more games kind of left to play, 10, 11, and 12. Connor Refsguard like to keep it very distant. This time, it'll be close and personal for Orcadia versus the Falcon Bifrost duo. They'll be pushing in a 1v1 on both sides. Should end very, very soon. Clown knows it's a 1v1. He should know the damage he's put down as well. Nothing really rocking, so they'll disengage for now. You mentioned Seti and Cammy specifically, Levin. I don't know where they've come from. It's just the consistency. I knew in the past when we were doing predictions, I knew in the past when we were, you know, talking shop with each other, I expected this to happen, yet I'm still surprised that they're just 16 points away from first.
I've never seen this guy so excited, by the way. This guy is so excited. to see his team doing well, and I feel for you. I'm backing you here. If Malibu and Mustache can't be the ones to win, I'm backing you.
This is why, though, right? Because you and Reese got to go to media day. You and Reese go to lunch together every day. You and Reese sleep in the same bed, right?
Sometimes.
I can be with you and Reese now, and Minnie as well. He's there on the Tayson train.
Of course, understandable.
I just want to be.
You just want to be a part of the crew.
Yeah.
I don't blame you, buddy. I don't blame you. Look, it's a fun crew to be a part of.
Zeke's almost there too. Hen and Queasy, they're somewhere. They're catching up. Mappy Flois, Coney Crossroads, talking about timing and stakes kind of clashing. Just saw it with the Arcadia duo versus Ref Squad and Clown. Things tend to snap fast. This entire process, the 12 games, like a rubber band, they stretch real far. Stretch too far though, get too tense, and things just break. Snap back on both sides. There's casualties all around. It stings, it hurts, and that snapback hasn't happened at Coney Crossroads. It hasn't really just broken. Over here at the Joneses, same kind of situation. It's patience. I don't think, Levin, this lasts for the next 2 games.
Yeah, if you allow things to stretch too far, it stops you from really being able to command the area, and that's where things always get edgy for these teams. Booback, we've seen him in this fight so many times, and I've seen him on the winning side a lot of the time, but like we said in previous games, nothing is a guarantee. They almost taken out the NPC there, I think. For a moment, they got panicked.
Dialed in.
Yeah, they were way too dialed in there.
You ever calm damage on the NPC? It's I hit him for 100, 200, 300. How am I hitting for 300?
I'm sure they calmed it. I am sure they calmed it. 100, 200.
Oh man, Booback also stole damage from a third party. This is where things might start to change as well. We saw after like the 3rd game of the day, people starting to do different things. The Jones is getting invaded from one of the sides. Booback and Fury now on a different timer, on a different type of pressure. They were the ones in a very good pinch. Now, due to Rabbit and Fenyayan, they're in the middle of a sandwich.
Saved. Yapko. Will this be the time for redemption?
I mean, it might be, but they're stuck. 89 points. They're kind of in a very similar position of Hen and Queasy in terms of where they are in the game right now, but nothing going on for them yet. They're not that close to getting all the way towards the top spot, and that VR have to make it off the spawn. Fury finally going down. Save it. It's gonna be
Max
just
3 trying to get in. Look at the boys, they're rolling through. We all know this feeling when a team just won't give you that space, that time. Favor just running through all these old builds, trying to edit his way around, but when these two are on your wall, it's not easy.
It's not even done yet. This is a party at the Joneses. Every single Jonesy is here. Darkus and Zara in the business. They've left the islands. Fenyayan's still just, I think they're watching. They bought front row tickets. They're not participating. They're just cheering from the sidelines.
The big thing is though, right? A lot of these teams are teams who have been struggling. A lot of them have been struggling with Surge. If you see the names in the feed, if you know these teams are fighting, you see it from a distance, you realize, look, let's third party, let's get involved. That's why we're seeing it look like a creative map right now, creative PvP fight going on. You don't want to be taking out the AI, that's not your main opponent, but sometimes you do have to sort them out, sit them down. The NPCs can get a bit leery, a bit too big for their boots, but Zara and Darkus, like you said, very much a team that wanted to try to capitalize on the fight, realizing though that things have slowed down, and so they will retreat themselves. They don't want to mess themselves up.
Yeah, and over here is the Andy Joe. Talk about them trying to play patient. On the other side, the desperation from 40th place, from the bottom of the board. Kid1 and Flixie, they took them out. And now a different type of like medium pressure, Reason and the Siptos. Not completely out of the top 10. Nice trap laid down way above the attic. They're sitting in their own little tower. Gonna see if they can find the time to take this fight. Type of characteristic miss from Reason, but he controls all sides. 1v2ing basically. This man hasn't put down a single build. He's all brawn and he's going for it still. Just how much ammunition does he have in these mags? It's crazy. He hasn't stopped. Swapping possibly as well, and oh my goodness. At the very end, running out of steam, running out of gas, Flixie and Kidwo, they survived the onslaught of Reason and the
Hey,
Siptos.
look, Flixie and Kidwo ain't had much success against Joe and Ziandi, but when Reason and the Siptos came through, Flixie decided to put on a show.
That's 2 fights they've won so far now. That's huge. going straight in with 4 eliminations before this mid-game even starts. This should be way more than good on Surge.
Yeah, 12-point game already. It's real nice.
Moving out of the desert now, we look at the zone, look at everything that's happened early game. Reese should have some recap for us to talk about.
Thank you very much, gents. I do indeed. Aqua and Vino got very lucky. They managed to get the gunner spawn, and so far have now got the 2 launch pads from the vault on top of that. So they are absolutely set up to win.
It's the Reese Hub recap. You love to see it. We talked so much about how much that spawn of the gunner NPC is pivotal to how or who holds the power, right? Whether that be Thomas and Trippin or Aqua and Vino. The gun NPC spawn in terms of the side of Cavern, or yeah, in terms of the side of Command Cavern. I thought I said Covert Cavern, but in terms of the side it spawns on, it's 50-50, right? So this time going in the favor of Aqua Vino. Joe with Ziandi down, up against Flixie and Kiduo. We saw they had 4 eliminations, and this was the other 2 that they were able to pick up. Joe did his best to put Flixie down, but Kiduo came through just in the nick of time. And so a team who, I think we actually just jinxed them, because we started this whole game talking about how they just don't lose. They've been dominant, it's been a constant, and then they go down. I'm sorry, Joe and Ziandi, I apologize.
Hey, and I'm sorry for this one in advance, okay? Look at me.
No, don't say it, don't say it.
I'm saying it. You know, Ziandi might have been joking around, but on the other side of things, Flixie wasn't kidwoing around. That's not there's no way it's a real laugh. There's just...
It was a fake laugh, that was awful.
That was good though.
Tayson, Uruguay, in the heat of battle right now, at the Collider.
I want a second opinion.
You're not getting this.
I'm looking around, there's no one on the stage.
You want to bring Reese back? I'm sure Reese loved your joke. Don't worry, it's fine. Somebody out. If you liked Shire's joke, let him know in the Twitch chat.
I'm gonna be called a joke, man.
I hope they do.
Okay, Clown and Rascard are on our screens.
You're seeing the effects, right? Of course, the game started with them being splintered. Rascard was down. You got 2v1 by Asvi and Siren, but now Clown was able to pick him up. It's why they're so deep in Storm. They've not been able to play out this game normally like a regular duo would. Taking a bit of extra time there. Trippin, Thomas, obviously did not have the vault this time, but how many times do we watch this team when they need to do damage for Surge and they just go and hit a couple headshots like it's nothing, all casual like?
It's the buff of the observer, you know?
It's the observer buff?
Observer buff, yeah. Watching them, they feel the spotlight, they feel the pressure, you know? Feel the damage, get it done, get it down. Right now, a lot of teams up in that same type of situation. Savage might be in a bad situation in terms of getting hit in this fight, but they definitely want to keep aggressing here, definitely want to stay box to box, going for these edits, the big shots. 174 below, 100 trade, and now 74 down. Still, in terms of threshold, in terms of Surge, they need to do damage. That edit, stopping Savage and saving him, but he goes right back up. No defensive wall place. Very uncharacteristic, lack of awareness here, but Benji quickly gets things in tow. He has all the edits too. It's Shizo they're fighting.
Yeah, it's not looking good for these men whatsoever. They need to start doing some damage. To be fair, the teams that they are in and around aren't teams that necessarily have had big saying power in the games, and so maybe they can steal their shine. Vanyak, someone who has shined on multiple occasions now. Day 1 and day 2, sitting in 10th place. But I don't think that's going to be the case. I wonder who hit that shot, because that was crazy. He's down to 3 HP. Kami as well, taking some time to heal.
Hydro and Belushi are the ones playing defense here, and we know they're a very sticky duo. They never forget any damage you deal to them, never forget where you are, and when you're close to them, very, very hard to just get rid of. And look at where they are in this fight. No one around right now whatsoever.
Yeah, well, look, Vanyak actually went down to Mustache in the feed. So it was him from a distance that was hitting them shots. And they are now a lot worse for wear. Kami as a solo with not much in the means of materials after spending so much in this fight. Hydro's actually gone down as well. But Lucy's struggling to stay alive. If that is still Malibuka Mustache, these guys are relentless. Like, that would be crazy if it's still them just from the distance. But Hydra now goes down as well. So we got 2 solos here. I'm sure they'll know they're solos, and so the goal is to get in, but Kami, they didn't even let him get a chance.
Now, Belusi does not want to even edit down and go for that fight. Any wall rebuilding, he's going to be the one just completely ratted out. Thomas HD Tripper trying to do their best Mustache type of influence of damage on the server. And we see them land a few shots. Playing essentially a side scroller right now. Not going to find much. Tilted Towers endgame. DKS and Bat Sniper are in the business. Should have a very good zone to play in.
This will be fun. I wonder if we can go back and check, in terms of Thomas and Trippin, the games that they've been, good in, whether it's always been the games where they get the vote or not. I'm sure it's more likely that the vote games have been their best games.
Yeah.
Right? If you're just thinking from the perspective of having pads, but I'd love to actually get the numbers on it. That would be fun. Obviously, this is a game where they don't have the pads from the vault, so they'll have to get creative, look to recycle some pads as well if they can.
And this is the effect of zone kind of closing in towards the center. Loss of pressure on all sides, room for people to move, but basically Sentry Towers set up for everyone to be able to move past and climb. You mess up builds for a second, it costs you HP. Flodax, incorrect elevation on placing the wall. Suddy and Kami, they see it, they smell it, and they take strike.
Yeah, they're sitting in a really nice position up on this hill. We know they like to be in this general area anyway for Surge earlier in the game in first and second zone. They've probably not had to move much at all this game. Sitting comfy, perched up above. Highest team in the lobby, it seems, from an elevation standpoint, or one of them at the least. And plenty of dwindling players all around them, ready to give them opportunities for even more damage, even more shots.
276 leading the lobby. Uguay and Tayson on screen right now. Once this zone locks in, we'll know their game plan and where they need to move. Meanwhile, looks like Noah Riley Vidil are in a very tough situation rotating in. Queasy picks up one of the eliminations. On the other side, Quinberry wraps up another. Shouldn't really be a box fight we're looking at. There's one Soul Red Arrow at the south side, moving and trying to get in, and Tayson, Uguay, they pull a really good portion of this zone. Being able to be here, not only be able to rebuild, but claim so much, their move is to get even more of this entire building, deny access for many of the players down below.
And the big thing is about Tilted being on these buildings, so many opportunities for teams to refarm, right? They can now look to try get their brick up to cap. I don't think there's going to be much metal in that building, but they'll try their best. Oh,
wow.
Hellfire. That was a jump scare and a half, but he kept his composure.
And he's rewarded. Gold Striker. That's what he was up against as well. It was lined up, and he won that fight.
Is he that guy? Is he the guy right now?
We've actually asked that, I think, about him before. And the answer was a definitive maybe. So I'm going to actually retaliate with a possibly at this moment. Top 9, right? This is the game where you can really make a difference. Game number 10, you set yourself up to just be on a trajectory of comeback or hold on. That's the question for them. That's the same question for Stompy and Ju as well. 7th place overall, right behind just, the echelon of top 5. They want to move in.
And they've done so well. I feel like so many times in these games today, we've seen them playing the dead side of the zone, nobody really around them, being in awkward positions to get Surge, but coming through nevertheless, hitting the shots when they need to be hit. And it's all about now converting that into good end games where you're accumulating plenty of points. Same to be said for Kami and Seti, but Seti, you gotta actually make it to end game, son. You gotta be careful. Can't afford to take too much damage there. Obviously moving down that hill that they were positioned so well on.
The Tripper and Thomas hitting each other instead of the players. Unfortunate.
They're gonna have to move down, right?
They're gonna need damage. I think that was very crucial for them to hit at least one target in general. Thomas is getting a few blows as they go, but yeah, they have to move right now, Levin, and then try to get above this threshold. Thomas is really working it. Up to 113 now. I can hear the tags on it going across, going off, but as we get so small in the zone, you can't find long-range tags as easy anymore. You have to go for those box fights.
And we're in Tilted, right? Look at the lines of sight. There's just not much you can see around. They made a conscious effort to stay higher elevated in case they do pull zone, and then they have to play that 5th zone in that area. Snazy on the other hand. We'll see where it pulls, yeah? We'll see where it pulls. Got a couple seconds. We're switch away from it, so we can't see where the zone pulled. Hopefully we'll be able to see in a second, but...
Okay, hold up. Scram Hellfire. Lobby focus.
It pulled on them, so Tayson and Thomas are sitting in a really nice position. They'll have to do damage though to stay in the game.
This is just too much. Overwhelming for Hellfire and Scram. The entire lobby understand they're way at max moving in terms of space. Just caught off on the top left side of the zone. Have 1 or 2 teams focused on their position right now, and they've heard 2 shield cracks. This launch pad, they're gonna have to wiggle in the air like they haven't before.
Yeah, I think Hellfire is still scouting around to see if maybe they can recycle, right? They want to save this pad, clearly, but it might just be the better, safer option to try and use it. Maybe even a short pad wrapped around the right side. I think they will look to go high on it. But they need to make sure they don't get sprayed as they make their way in. They've now made that rotation. The pad comes through. They wrap their way around, trying to use the buildings to protect themselves. Their line of sights. Aqua and Vino no longer sitting in first place as we watch them, but certainly on a pathway to doing so.
And all they wanted to do is just skip any portions of the game that are very troublesome for them. So off spawn, things look very good. Everything's fine, and they got the vault. And then just moving from the 4th to 5th zone, getting to a half and half that's too far. Looks like they pulled it this time. They're gonna be fine with the refarm, fine inside this base. Up top, Hen and Queasy trying again, but this time the stakes very different. The top 3 teams, the top 4 teams, all still alive, all veining for height.
We saw a back-to-back 4 dominant height team yesterday. Aqua and Vino, they won 2 games back-to-back, playing up on height. Will Queasy and Hen look to steal their flow, word for word, bar for bar. But will they succumb to the pressure now that Tayson and Chapix and Vino and Aqua are in this lobby, are in this game?
I mean, it was their song before, right? No features. This time, the tune, the song, it's very different. Yeah, a lot more active, the BPM higher. We have Tayson and Oogway right across with them. Just saying, we're gonna hold on to this height. Look at this. This is the telegraphing of this height fight. Marco Clinberry, the same height as Tayson and Oogway as well. They might be able to stay up top here too. Might not be an impact on the leaderboards, but a chance here. What are Tayson and Oogway going to do? They're looking for a pad anywhere, somewhere, using...
Oh, they can't find one, they're searching. They know one's here, but they don't know where it is.
No way.
They're using so many chunk smashes.
No way.
They are looking. I've seen this happen to them early in the season where they really struggle to find one.
Zone's gone.
Yeah, they just need to pad, they need to find one. They finally do find one, but look
3,
at the HP.
2, 1.
It's done. Tayson down. Chapix, will he follow? No.
3,
he's able to
2,
in maybe.
1.
Down. They spent way too long searching for a recycled pad. It happened to them so many times earlier in the season. That was one of their biggest hiccups at this stage in the game. But that trip up will be everything Aqua and Vino were hoping for. They are in the zone, they're looking more comfy, and they're using a pad now, a pad that Tayson and Oogway so hoped they could have had. And this is what they wanted to do with it, take height. But Aqua and Vino are fighting for it now.
Aqua did this once before, took a head immediately. This time is his position that he gains. Afterwards, looking for Queasy's head first. He doesn't find it, sees the body event for a split second, and gets the big shot right on his back. And now they have the essence of control slightly, and a knock to Hen down. Can't hold on to the pressure that Aqua and Vino put down.
A repeat of what we saw yesterday. Queasy having to play as a solo. Nebs hitting big shots onto Jew. Stompy now will be a solo, but the battle for height is what everybody had their eyes on. Stompy now trying to get the revenge. He doesn't want to allow Jew to go down without a fight. But the chunk splashes are so much more valuable. They give him time, they give him hope in this game.
Midground not wanting to lose control either. Down below is a river. It's gonna be tricky to cross that without the proper boots, without your feet ready to go. Meanwhile, Rabbit going down. Mustache still active in this game, looking for many shots. The 3rd place team and the 4th place team in the similar position inside that midground. Mustache and Malabuka, they look so much better off.
Boots on the ground and the troops are there with him. Mustache looking in the backside of the zone. He knows where the opportunities for eliminations are. It's players like Stompy just up above their layer. He needs to protect himself, needs to make sure these are his builds, these are his edits, because he's struggling when it comes to HP, and he's going to continue to struggle with the likes of those guys still in this lobby. Aqua though, no materials. This is a desperate elimination, and Asby might have just gifted them what they needed to win this game. That elimination's huge. still lackluster in that regard, but the zone pulling back will give them the extra time needed.
They catch a breath, and so does the entire lobby. A moment to think what to do next. It's going right past everyone's builds perfectly. Marco, the only casualty for this one. Only one shot in the air, one sound wave from Floki. Silence for the rest. Vico looking next. Can't find much for now, but a tree in the way to give him a bit more loot to work with in terms of Matt, Seti, and Cammy. Drop down, Floki and Clement, take him out.
They wiped those guys clean. Malibuca and Mustache will be licking their lips at that opportunity now. They might just be the last dominant mid-ground team in this game. Can they continue, though, to wipe teams out? 5 builds, they're lacking. Looking similar very much to Cammy and Seti were, but they need to hit bigger shots, bigger firepower, and Stompy gives them that opportunity. Mustache is feeling it. Not got as many eliminations as he did yesterday, but still has that firepower. Vino and Aquado might just have to force them down to low, where they will collide with the Frenchies. Cloaking Clement, Siren as a solo. He doesn't have his teammate, but does he have the shots? Jackson so low, lurking around. All these teams again just posturing towards each other. Eventually, Jackson runs into Floki Clement, and Mustache and Malibuca look like they'll have to do the same eventually. But these guys have total control here, and materials left as well.
It'll be a long drag with a minute and 30 still left in the tank. Floki takes out Jackson, but it takes a huge toll on his HP bar. Malibuca now moving, taken down. Aqua and Vino, they see an inch, they grab a mile. Vico also gone, their car running on fumes for the moment, but no, it's refueled. 225 off the harpoon. The mats go straight towards high ground, stolen. It's a heist from what low ground deserved. Floki and Clement have nothing left. No riches, no wealth for the moment. Everything, the power in Aqua's control. Another VR for this duo. They've taken it so far, but Vino's now affected. Chuck splashes have to come in. Aqua, the only person with max HP.
Oh,
Vino taken down. Aqua looking for the big shot. No mats. 180. The final one. Dodges Floki. One more shout to make. One more voice heard, but Aqua's denied access into the zone. He's looking for it. The mantle. Refresh, not loaded. He has no shots in the shotgun. One more put in. Looking for it. Has no mats to Floki. He says hello, but then Floki says goodbye, and Aqua is taken down.
Aqua and Vino were so close to another victory royale, but it just didn't come through at the end. Vino fell too early. Aqua didn't have the materials to stay in the game, and in the end, it was the Frenchies. From out of nowhere, it seemed, they dominated the low ground and they closed out the fight. Floki, nerves of steel, using those floppers in the final moments and connecting with a big shot. That was so close, Shayo. But these are the kind of games that mean the most when you're Floki Clement trying to rise your way in the standings.
That was power and space versus control and time. Up top, Aqua Vino had to take care of so much. They had no ammo left, no mats left. Floki Clement, they waited. They were patient, got things harpooned from them, but that final 2v2, they held strong.
I'll be honest, for a moment, just a slight moment, when Aqua took down Clement, I thought to myself, it's wraps. It's wraps. I just thought, look, he's going to get a refresh, get the mats, it's going to be wraps, but Floki did not lose his cool, kept it going, and I'm sure that's going to reflect on the standings as well.
Absolutely. They have to change drastically with this one. Seti Cammy also, and Mustache and Malibuca towards that end game. Boys, just take it over. I need to breathe. Take it over.
Wow, my goodness. So, yes, Aquavino did not find themselves the victory royale, but they still had eliminations. They still had the second place. The damage is done.
The damage is done, but one thing was the catalyst that game for the entire leaderboard, and that was Tayson Uguay going down early.
Ooh.
This was an absolute shake-up for everyone here. We saw it in zone, them kind of running away, trying to find a launch pad. I think they used their only launch pad that they had to get to the 5th zone. Then when it came to moving zones, they just couldn't find anything. They eventually got the reuse on one there, and that took Tayson down, and it was just too late for Uguay at the same time as well, which is such a shame. They actually, at that moment, had overtaken into 1st place. If you saw right at the bottom, they'd overtaken Vino at that point. What that means now is that all those 3rd and 4th place teams at the time are going to start catching up.
Absolutely crazy. We can't forget Aqua and Vino as well. I mean, just absolutely insane. We have to kind of remind you guys, this is the 50 best duos in EU, and they're still showing up in these games, right?
Yeah, they really are. And they're showing up right up on the high ground. We saw Hen and Queasy there, just all the way up on high ground. And it was almost a remake of what happened earlier on, or further on down the line. We saw Hen, of course, going down to Vino, the big 180 pump, which we saw, I believe, in the qualifiers. We saw that happen. Or maybe in the qualifiers. And it was just unbelievable scenes. But now we saw, of course, Hen going down to full damage. And that opened the door wide open for Aqua and Vino to take high ground. There was a moment here. This edit right here.
It's crazy.
This was crazy. It may only seem like a little edit, a little ramp edit, but that gave him the elevation over onto Floki, and he was just able to quite get the elimination. He couldn't quite get the elimination onto Floki, though. Very, very close from Aqua, and almost a solo clutch.
Bro, this was, like I said, that ramp flip was probably one of the coolest plays we've seen in any game. We were sitting here on the edge of our, I was going to say seat, on the edge of our stage, just ready for that clutch to happen. I wanted to see that 4th win come through, but unfortunately it wasn't for them. Of course, Floki and Clement, massive props to them for a victory, because that's going to fly them up the leaderboards as well.
Can't forget about mustache. Mustache. Oh my God, mustache and Malibu. I got it. Yeah, let's talk about that duo. Just save me, please. Send help.
I mean, these guys are nuts. Let's be real. At the same time, they have had another great game, right? And this is one of the teams that I've just said has been opened up for by Tayson going down so well. When we see the leaderboards, Mustache Malabuka now are going to be very tight. You know, this was looking like a 2-horse race, like we said. Now, I think there's 4 teams that are in the running for the next 2 games to be able to be the FNCS champions.
Yeah, this was absolutely crazy. I mean, it was a little bit of a choke from Tayson and Uguay, but look at that. That is the effects that it has had on the rest of the standings. And of course, it gets very, very close, and the points are very, very close as well.
I was wondering there for a second if this would be closer between Vino and Aqua, but of course them being second there, they've jumped up a significant margin at this moment. But now from 2nd to 4th, this is intense. We have to watch Vino and Aqua carefully off spawn here, because if they go down early, yet again, the next 3 teams have that opportunity to catch up.
That'll be, I don't want to say interesting, because then that means the last game of the day will be that much crazier.
Look, I love Vino and Aqua, but you know, we're here for the entertainment.
Oh yeah, we're here for the entertainment. I'm entertained already. If you guys at home are not entertained, I don't know what will, because this is intense. We're seeing teams right at the top, and we saw it in that last game. Every single top team was involved in that end game. Every single one of them had a say, but it was the choke from Tayson and Uguay that opened the doors wide open for some of these teams that were below them to really move their way up into the leaderboard. And look at that. Vino and Aqua still on top. They're trying to make their way onto the top. They're doing it. They're doing it. There's 2 more games to go. Can they get it done?
They can't make a misstep, though. That's the scariest part, right? We see them fall way too early. They make mistakes like what we just saw, and it's going to cost them an Axe of Champions.
Potentially, and let's be real. Aqua is one of the best players in the world. Before Chapter 2, Season 2, he was in the GOAT discussion, and a long time has passed since then. He's had injuries and all this kind of thing, and for him to have the opportunity now to be able to get another title, man, that sets a lot of people's hopes up, including myself.
Yeah, definitely. We talk about how good Vino is as solo, but let's put some respect on Aqua's name. If there isn't already some there, let's make it, you know, recent. Let's put some recent respect on Aqua's name, because he right there was incredible.
Oh my goodness, guys. Oh, the hype is so real. We're getting so excited. We are ready here to go into the next game of the FNCS. Remember, we only have 2 left to go, and that's it. We're done for the season. So find your seats on the battle bus. This is game 11.
Game number 11, the penultimate game of the FNCS finals. Everything we've done this season building up to these 2 final games. And once again, it's so tight on the leaderboards. It's such a close race, but one that we're going to have to closely follow across 1 to 5 in that standings.
Yeah, first place kind of has their little bit of a boat ahead on high seas, right? Everyone else side by side. And what we've seen so far, 11, one of these teams usually goes down off spawn, and then one maybe doesn't make it to the end game.
I think the last game definitely had us on the edge of our stage as well, right? But it's very much one that I think the players will be hoping they could get back. Another chance at that, and things maybe go differently. So we're going to head right into the game and see who will step up when it matters truly the most.
And it's not just the top 5, it's the rest of the board as well. This is their last chance to make a change. Their last chance to find some type of rhythm to take in to the final game after this one. Everyone jumping off that bus has one thing on their mind: how does spawn look like? How can we do the most to try and get all the points and win this game?
David and Yakpo over here at the Joneses. This is not the start you want to be having. Save it down to 16 HP. just the one build remaining as well. We'll get the time and space needed, and the auto shot eat will be nice, but he needs to get his HP up first.
Yapko doesn't have the best type of loadout at all for a fight at the Joneses. You want something a little bit more long range. Okay, not maximum long range. Maybe just an AR somewhere, another SMG to find, and now he's getting started to be taken down. Has the splashes, or the kegs at least, to be able to take some HP from, but I don't think this is the best start to their day at all.
Some would argue, though, it's a better start than some of the previous ones. We've seen them go down early. We've seen third parties rolling through quickly as well. And so if you're them, you've got to just take this and roll with the punches, take it within your stride and try it and make the most out of it. Only one team going down so far this game. 49 players, or teams, sorry, still in this one.
Fury on the back door, looking for a few shots. Not going to find much. Thing is, Save It and Yapko haven't been farming as much as this team. Look at Fury, 300 builds. They can really force this box fight. We'll have to get in. Have limited ammunition is kind of the situation for both sides. Fubak and Fury have the best loadout to be able to take this fight. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, everyone is playing this so safe and secure. No one has really gone down just yet at all.
Yeah, you can see how patiently Fubak is moving around. It's just slowly but surely taking every single build. This, on the right of our screens, is very interesting. Malabuka playing as a solo. Mustache has been taken out. And this is the fear every single game with this team, right? We know that once you put them in endgames, they can be explosive. But if they can't make it off spawn, then that isn't even something that can truly be discussed. It looks like Bubak went down to Yakpo over there at the Joneses. And so maybe a bit of a reverse in terms of how that fight has typically played out over the past couple games. But Malabuka, will he be able to bring Mustache back into the game, and will they be able to salvage their game?
What does the game state look like as well? Which teams are kind of sticking around? One of the first times we're watching Hydro and Belusi go down. Hellfire taking out Leon, so they're really stretching maybe to the bottom left side of this map, or maybe Leon switching things up, wants that whiplash, wants the vehicle, wants a better chance at this game. Not gonna happen this time. Tayson, Uguay, second overall, 290 points. They're about 25 away from first.
They need to have a big game, and we know they're capable of it, of course. I'm sure a lot of people were perplexed about how or what went wrong. Why on earth did they go down in the manner they did? We know teams will look to recycle pads, especially once they have such a long journey to travel. They had to basically travel from one side of Tilted to the other. And so they realized, look, we need to recycle a pad. They saw teams padding and they heard a pad. And so they knew there was one on their side, but they just took so long trying to locate it. And it caused them to go down to the storm as they ran out of time and ran out of chug splashes.
I hope they don't go completely opposite this time, right? Like, invest everything immediately. They'll run out of gas to play the rest of the game. I'm talking about still Tayson and Uguay.
Yeah, the big thing for them, right, is just like, how do you bounce back from such a disappointing game? How do you stay on top of it mentally?
I mean, the mental must be good for Vino Aqua right now. Have a little bit of breathing room. Have Gunner's card for the vault. And the coolest thing I feel like at the moment when we're flying in, their tags overall for first place glowing red. I think that's villainous. You know, a little bit devious as well. Every team looking at them as the villain to overtake, and no one's done it so far. Look at that.
You can see it is growing red, and that's very much something that I think is representative, especially in the manner that you refer to it, of who they are and their identity in this lobby.
Okay, are we gonna see something akin to Qualls? Are we gonna see a clash early? Vino's kind of by himself, and things are being taken into account here from those teams in Command Cavern fighting inside. On the outside, we saw Mustache go down. I think Pink and Anas know exactly where the card is and are really guarding him out. I think Malabuka's the biggest issue right now.
Perhaps he needs to get away.
Yeah.
They just found out, but they're chasing.
Oh my goodness, he's going straight into Thomas and Trippin right now. They're going to hear that zip line as well. They're following fast. Malabuka, how long can he survive? Until the help comes from the team on the right side. Thomas and Trippin, they're going to see things now. Anas and Pink stopping the tracks. Pink down to 1 HP. And I think I see Aqua on the other side. This is a huge domino effect. Team after team now in Cavern. The top 5 of the board are looking at each other, seeing what to do next.
Malabuka is not just making waves right now. He's caused a tsunami. All these top Cavern teams now just looking at each other, postured up against one another. All because Malabuka was trying to scurry around and get his teammate back in the game.
Who got the scan?
Scan will come through. I think regardless of who got the scan, the fight now is just not much of a possibility. All teams need to retreat. And Malabuka will get a scan of his own just to get that extra information. And so he'll know Pink is below him. But wow, that was almost really dicey. That could have been like actual just FNCS. Like Tayson and Uguay would have just been a vibing looking at the feed if that had broken out into a fight there.
Hey, so would have Steady and Cam, and I think that's the biggest thing right now. Every time we see issues with these Cavern teams, we see issues with all the Cavern teams inside the game. Every time it's outside of the Cavern, then it's just Steady and Cammy and Tayson and Uguay with the issues. They kind of have a separation inside the top 5. Meanwhile, for the rest of the lobby, the top 30, the top 15, Squeeze and Alex, not done just yet. It feels like they're taking, you know, 1 stride in, 2 strides out when it comes to these games in some good end game positions, but then targeted by other teams. It's tough for them to find a footing.
Yeah, I think they had big expectations coming into it, haven't quite lived up to that. You know, we were joking about how they got boxed game 1 of day 1, and they sort of never had the momentum back from that, right? It was just really tough on them. Obviously, we talked about how they're better game day 2 players. I'm not sure if it's been too much better than what they had in day 1, but certainly a team who, with 2 good last couple games, they can move themselves up a great deal. And that's the big thing. Of course, we all have our eyes on seeing who will be the ones to get the ultimate victory royale and win the whole event. But moving yourself up in the standings, even if it is from 30th to 17th, for example, that is huge in terms of the prize earning potential.
Scram and Hellfire will have that on their mind as well. The similarity between them and the duo we just looked at, Endalex and Squeeze, both first place finishers inside their respective qualifiers. For Scram Hellfire, it was the 3rd, and then for Endalex and Squeeze, it was that 2nd one. I think the biggest difference between then and now are some of these God teams rolling in, some of the people inside the top 5. Endalex got to play overall when Aqua wasn't in the business. Hellfire Scram, the way they were playing, Mustache and Malabuka weren't around. Now with those extra factors in play, you can see the real difficulty of these lobbies.
Yeah, and you're seeing the difficulty Aqua's facing, just trying to make his way through Cavern now as the zone's closing in. Thomas and Trippin, we talked about how many times we saw this fight during the qualifiers. They've been civil so far in the finals.
Look at the left side. So many arrows, both in the Cavern and then looking at it for Surge when people start to move out.
Yeah, but these teams, a lot of them will be able to stay in the Cavern for a decent amount of time. The north side of the zone looks a bit less congested, and so I think we're starting to see maybe some of those teams vying to go up that side towards the Logjam Lumberyard area, but they can't all go there.
Meanwhile, on greener pastures, Tayson Uguay, no difference at all for them. Still surprising to see that, you know, not everyone's familiar with the canon no-build situations that are happening. Let's familiarize ourselves with what has been happening in game with Mini-Money.
Thank you, Shai. Now, we're looking at Tayson and Uguay right now. They're picking up tags in a very uncharacteristic and a sort of unusual way. They're not actually boxed up just outside of the Collider. A lot of teams are boxed up in huge bases, which really alerts the other teams around them that there are teams around nearby. So if they're not in the box, they can stay a little bit more low-key and pick up a lot more tags.
We'll do it all sneaky-beaky like.
That was a good one.
Yeah.
That was one of your better ones.
It's good for them to do that, though, because when they have that freedom of moving around a little bit, not tied to a 3-story box, things like this can happen. Fights break out, they can stretch into them, they can fight from the outside in, they can hold on to their space and spread out wide instead of high. As a result, picking up an early elimination, having pads as well in tow, Tayson Ugwe looking really good.
Yeah, with the zone sort of meaning that a lot of the teams are going to be coming towards the Collider. If they're set up in a nice position, they'll continue to get more eliminations, more tags. Malabuka still in this one as a solo. Unfortunately, though, still doesn't have Mustache with him. In one of the newer parts of Command Cavern, some people, if you've been playing the season, you don't recognize where he is in Command Cavern. In the newest update, he added an extra sneaky little area. Still nice. Some extra loot there. Because, of course, we all know Cavern needed more loot,
100%,
right?
yeah. I literally, like, you know, reported that in game. We need more Cavern loot. I want 20 teams landing here.
Oh, man, I wouldn't be surprised. Wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, man. One of the teams having a little bit of struggle some games off landing. Other games looking really well. They were just on our screen, True Lex Chicho. We'll tune in with them in a sec. They're looking on the way outside end of that top 10. Vino, tagged up by Malabuka. This man does not want to go down without a fight. Aqua now looking at him, bobbing and weaving through the grates of the scaffoldings on the right. He finds a few tags.
I love how even as a solo here, right, still making to stay on top of Surge. Even though he knows, like, these are like some of the best teams, the best players. It's only really, you know, the God squads in this general area, but I ain't fumbling. I'm getting my damage for Surge so that when I do get Mustache back in the game, hopefully, if that is the goal for him, they aren't struggling in that regard. Nicely done. Still has a way to go, though, as you can see. Just barely above it.
Where is this zone going? I mean, in a good place for both Thomas and Tayson right now. Usually when I'm saying that in seasons past, I'm talking about one team. In this one, fortunately or unfortunately, depending on what you're a fan of, that is two different ones entirely. Nebs and Kinzel, they're taking fights of their own, getting close and personal to be able to solve their Surge issues. We mentioned Surge, Levin mentions tags. We're talking about a mechanic where if you don't deal enough damage, you get dealt damage. And you can see the threshold on the right side of the screen that tracks the damage you do. Two different situations. Nebs and Kinzel on the left side don't have that much, just double digits above. They're still fighting. Kemi and Seti, a little bit more strategic, cranial, patient, outside in, not looking for box fights. They're up high because they've based up so early, Levin. They've been going for tags since like the game started.
Yeah, but even in that regard, right, you see how they're rotating in late. Right, they're one of the few teams still yet to make their way into zone, and that's going to cost them here. So many players looking at them. You can see those arrows in the bottom right, directed in their way. They finally are able to get themselves into a building over at the Collider.
Oh my. And Alexa Sweet's pushing them. These are the two different stakes.
And
they know the damage.
They're so aggressive.
He's down. And Kemi is gone next. Third place in the second last game, taken out by 30th.
That is huge. Andelets and Swedes are such an aggressive team. And so given an opportunity to fight for Surge like that, they usually will take it. And unfortunately, Kami and Seti on the receiving end of that, they got the rotation wrong. They were way too late, made themselves a target. And speaking of targets, Malabuka, is he about to 1v2 Benji, Fishy, and Savage? Is this a repeat of some steamy stacks action from way back when? Some old comrades, or foes, I should say, going at it. And Mr. Savage, I don't think Benji will be able to get him back up, so they're just gonna have to 1v1 now. All the fanboys already going at it on socials. But who's gonna win this fight? Malabuka has already picked up one. The Siphon comes in and that puts him at 200 HP. And Benji now needs to stay composed, can't afford to start shaking, wobbling. He has to stay strong, and he does. Hits a big shot. That's nice from Benji, but Malabuka returns with one of his own. Both of them pushing against each other, but just as Benji turns around, Malabuka says night, night. A 1v2 from Malabuka on Benji, Fishy, and Mr. Savage.
Seasons of frustrations. A whole chapter's worth of a fight.
Oh my goodness.
Put into the power of Malabuka's beam. It's Malabuka time, baby.
No, that genuinely is generational frustration. The war for steamy stacks. And maybe the true victors. So do I. Wow. We're throwing it back right now in game number 11 of the FNCS. We've got this game and one more to follow until we crown our champions. And Vanya can call me.
Is that from Malabuka as well? No.
Nah.
Someone else.
Nah. I was about to say, if that was Malabuka again, it was Vadil that took him out. But Malabuka, he seems to have the power of 2 players in one. Mustache is watching from the sidelines, but I'm sure he's impressed. We'll see how much more damage Malabuka can do in these games.
My man better be getting a raise after this. What we're seeing right now in Storm out of Storm is just insane, and it pulls towards the middle as well. Advantageous for many duels all the way around. There'll be tons of distractions. All of these solos, like Malabuka right now, will have so much more room to move in towards Shifty. Ju as well in that same spot, 6th place, and he knows that Cammy Seti ahead of him down. He's seen Malabuka just soloing so far, and Mustache possibly down in the feed as well. He'll be able to just fly quickly. A few tags taken on another team in front of him to quickly switch sights to himself, and everyone then looks at him in the lobby. You cannot fly for free.
I get the desperation, wanted to try get into zone, but that was not the pad there to make. So many eyes were on him. Nobody was really doing anything, and so the instant in which he padded, that caught the attention of everybody else in the lobby. Just got way too ahead of himself there, Ju, unfortunately. And so now for a team that's done so well, they'll have to wait till the last game.
We're seeing the perspective of high ground right now. This is literally high ground right here, based up side by side. Aqua, Vino, Thomas, Trippern, Hen, Queasy. Every game, one of these guys is starting on heights, and Aqua and Vino's taking it right after the fact.
The 3 beacons of height, and like you said, when Aqua and Vino have a say, they've just not lost it. I've never seen a team just be so effective and so consistent in winning the battles for height.
And that consistency is making the lobby mad. Once again, follow that red glow around them. Embrace their darkness right now as they fly towards the center of the circle, battling against Mustache and Malabuka. Their surge should be fine. A pad also for Thomas and Trippern to use. A pad as well for the next team, and Queasy to fly by with Malabuka still alive right now, and somehow his mats look so good. 2 elims moving into zone. He's fine for the next stage of the game.
He's gonna pull zone here, watch.
Can my voice go any higher than this? Like, what is going on?
Imagine the scenes if he pulls zone here. The absolute scenes if he pulls zone.
Should I talk to my crows?
You gotta talk to the crows, it might be time.
Ah, but Thomas AC's on screen as well, you know. You know what my crows like.
You can't play both sides.
They're on opposite sides of the map right now. Aqua slightly towards the middle. You can see what that red team's going for. Rescott and Clown, 16th place, just like Analex and Squeeze. Their stakes slightly different. Below on Surge as well. They will be looking to aggro here, dealing that damage. And once Fragger starts, he cannot stop. It's Save It, and Yapko and Save It is stopped in his tracks. The running man. Oh my goodness.
That is so rough. When the tree's there like that, you can't build on it. And Save It was not aware to that. He dropped down on the wrong side. Rescott was prepared and took him out.
Caw-caw! Malabuka pulling that zone towards the south side. The crows have spoken. He's there and he's chilling, and he has to stay secure.
I knew it. The script writers, they don't even try hide it anymore. They don't even try hide it. Malabuka pulls the zone. He's claimed the Benji RNG.
Think about this though, right? This man is surrounded by warriors who are thirsty and hungry. Everyone around here is low on Surge. I think Clement and Floki were taking damage from Surge. It's stopped now. Malabuka, he's in trouble.
He could be very well in trouble, but the good thing is that when moving starts, there are teams around him that we know have pads, and so he will be able to recycle. So realistically, bar any hiccups, he's gonna be in the end game, he's gonna be in the moving zones, and when that's a possibility, we know what Malabuka can do. Vino, this guy, this brother.
His shots are like heartbeats, Levin.
This brother.
Boom, boom, boom. You know what I mean?
So
That's
rhythmic.
all he needs.
It's so rhythmic. The pattern is just so clean. But we know where it's all leading to. Eventually, a height take will be needed. Queasy and Hen, as usual, posturing towards it for first moving.
Oh, I'm worried. I'm worried. Every time Queasy and Hen are in this situation, I mean, look at the comms, you watch their streams, one of them does something, Levin. One of them just ends up building too many ramps or goes crazy. This time, it actually works for him. Hen, who's usually the overbuilder, the overachiever in these moments, finds Jackson. It's a vital elimination, big points for his team.
See though, we've seen this many times today already. These guys looking healthy, strong on height, pressuring teams all around the lobby. But once Vino and Aqua start getting involved, they start to shut up. They start to get quiet. Their hands get clammy. And you can see Hen looking in the direction of them.
They're spotting something. These guys have been in this position 3 times now. They haven't won against Aqua once. They find a beam, huge, that's Vico down, finds the second part of the duo, sees pads all around him. They have not been able to successfully defend height against Aqua and Vino. Those guys alive in this game looking for their pad, their chance to take control once again.
So many players and names in the sky. We talked about how Malibu could be able to recycle a pad. That's exactly what he's done. But where can he land? Will he look to land on someone and just get in their box? Not doing that just yet. Actually, he will though. Takes the wall. There is a duo in that box, but he doesn't care. He just wants to hit some shots. Can't connect to a big enough pump. 40 gets done. Can he get the knock? He will get the finish as well. And that's huge. No, he won't be able to recover the body. I thought he'd be able to throw it away and get the loot from it. He desperately will need it, but Chicho is below him and blocking that path.
Now on the top left side, heading Queasy, they're waiting for it. Aqua and Vino way back in the storm, have splashes, might do the exact same that Tayson and Uber did games before. Aqua, he's gonna find a last-minute siphon, jump straight into the zone. Huge for him to live, but look up top, the one-game wonders it feels like every day. Noah Riley and Badil, they're here.
This might be the game where they do it. Queasy and Hen, again, trying to chop height, and they will chop it successfully. Noah Riley having to take a moment to breathe, and in that minute, Queasy and Hen have regained height, and they've regained their power. But can they continue to exert their force on the rest of the lobby? Tripping down below with just one build and a drum shotgun with a dream.
Command Cavern doesn't stop the action just yet. Pink taken down, Aqua and Osby taken down by Vino, so looks like he's in a clutch position for now. Trippin by himself as well. They're all basically divided into solos. Floki finally taken away from the low ground as well. Trippin on the back walls. Look at what's happened on heights. Taste and Uguay looking to take first place away from the villains of Cavern. They do it from the collider. They make it look good, but look at the cost 11. Barely any match to their name.
Yeah, and they're having to drop down. They can't continue to apply this pressure. They have to move. Vino on the bottom out of your screen as a solo gets taken out. And so now, Chapix, Uguay, Tayson, trying to regain height. They're going back for it. Big damage being dealt, but the dodge will respond. He's dodging bullets. Can he continue to do it though in the zone? No. Gets crushed by Hen. Queasy still on height now, but no builds to really say anything about it. Can they connect to some big shots? Pads coming through. They need to do something, and someone else is coming for high ground now.
Queasy has to use his own teammates. Bill set it up. It's another chop. They're using everything that they can. A fourth one. Hen and Queasy, maximum defense on high ground.
Kira and Judy were no match for those two. Trulex on low ground now. He spots Deceptos and Reason, but wisely choosing to dodge that fight and looking for Mappy instead. But eventually he will get spotted. Somebody has to see a low ground player with no materials, and they will snuff him out. And now Reason and Deceptos trying to do it on low.
Many teams still alive. Hen and Queasy, pocket harpoon, keeps their mats alive, and he's going for the reconnect Hen. Can he really find it? Mappy found a way. He's so short to get inside these builds. Still a king though, no one gone down just yet. He's looking for his next shot to survive. Queasy still raining down on wood builds below. Snazy Podicide made it here, and they're so hard to get rid of. Reason on the backside, it's a huge bounce back, and everyone will start to collide. They will not have much of a say. Reason will be thrown into the fray. Inside a blender right now, looking for the turns to stop. Reason's trying to find something, anything inside these builds, but he can't see, he can't speak, and man, Happy can't even breathe. On low ground, trying to tickle Podicide's feet, looking for it, but he stays secure.
You can see how careful Mappy is treating this situation, realizes how delicate it is, realizes he can't make the wrong step, he can't move the wrong piece on the chessboard, and unfortunately goes down to Podicide and Snazy, who have tried everything they can to have their say in this final, and maybe finally getting that opportunity.
Reason their final kind of pylon in the way of that low ground road, and they still haven't gotten rid of him. One man with just barely any HP causes this much ruckus. Hen and Queasy are here again. Big shots landed. Hen barely surviving. The siphon doesn't come in. 1v1 for Queasy. Lands the big crack shot, and after that, the victory royale.
Queasy and Hen, how do they do it? The reigning champions with another victory royale on the day, pushing themselves into the top 10 without fear. Hen dropped down, got a knock, got finished, but then it was Queasy. The brains came through and hit some shots to win the game. What a display. We talked about whether they'd be able to hold high ground Shayo, and finally being able to do it against the big dogs.
Mantled over Aqua, chopped down Vidil, blocked off against Dirty, all the way towards the top, and at the end, he drops down. It was Queasy on defense, and Hen there on the aggressive, just turret type of fire with these shotguns. Dynamic duo.
In so many of these games, they've struggled when hurdles have been put in front of them. This game, running over them. Gold medal in the Olympics right there. Had no issues whatsoever. Queasy and Hen are pushing their way into the fray.
Yeah, and it feels like this was a game of extras, right? A lot of those low ground players were not the top 5 teams. Malibuca, he survived for a little bit, but he was taken down. Trippern couldn't clutch. Vino couldn't survive either.
So many of those teams down below, right, were struggling, right, running into each other. And when you run into people on low, you know how messy it gets. These guys stayed cool, though. We're going to send it to the desk to break that all down as we head into the final game of the FNCS.
Game number 11, Hen and Queasy coming up huge in this. And I just want to go ahead and let you guys know, okay? Just today, before going into this game, today alone, they've earned 134 points before this game even transpired. And now they're showing up. I'm telling you, day 2 team, I knew,
Bro.
I believe, you know, that was me.
I asked you if you believed last time when they won. We all believed. We all believed. Today alone, they've gained the most points. By now, with this win, by a considerable margin as well. They were all, unfortunately, the fact yesterday they only had a couple. Realistically, they were 41st on the leaderboard, like I already mentioned earlier, basically last. Now, with the most points on day 2 alone, it's a shame they didn't perform like this on day 1.
Yeah, it really is. And yesterday we were talking about a few of the things they could have done better. Of course, you know, fixing a few things, and they've come out stronger today. And oh boy, are they doing it in style. They're doing it on high ground, the traditional Hen and Queasy way of playing. They're not trying to adapt their play style. They're thinking, you know what? If we can do it our way, we will. And they are doing it to perfection. Of course, Queasy with a great late clutch right there to close out the game and get them the victory.
It's interesting because both of the games that these guys have won so far have also been games that Aqua and Vino struggled earlier on, you know? So we said yesterday that was their main hurdle, but potentially it's not a hurdle that they've improved on, but a bit coincidental that they've taken advantage of the fact that Aqua and Vino have gone down early.
Again, right? We see something similar happen this last game. These duos have this freedom. They're suddenly thinking, this top team's out. We can make a play. We have to do something right here, right now. Absolutely incredible. We got to talk about another duo as well. Cammy and Seti. How are these guys doing?
Man, down early. Similarly to Murstache and Malibuca. Of course, we can see from the POV down the bottom left, you just see Murstache's HP draining away. They drop down way earlier than they normally would, right? Then we get to see Cammy and Seti do the exact same thing. A little bit of a push in the mid game at this point, which is something so surprising. Like, we're really, really not used to seeing these guys. I mentioned a stat yesterday. There's only been there were 0 single matches prior to this in a set lobby that they went down before 4th zone. Across these 12, we've seen it happen at least twice.
Gentlemen, this is it. We have one game left to go. We got to talk about how this could all end after this final game. An Axe of Champions, $300,000 for a dude that can come in first place. But once again, how is this gonna look to shake up after this next game?
It's getting crazy. It's getting kind of crazy. We're talking about the top teams here because that is the teams that we really want to focusing on, because these are the guys that take home the new Axe of Champions. We're talking about Vino and Aqua. Can they do it going into the last game? What are they? 29 points ahead of Tayson and Uguay. Very quick, very good. But yeah, 29 points ahead of Tayson and Uguay. So the gap is definitely there, but I think if they choke, it could be done for Tayson and Uguay here.
Straight up, they have to go down early, I think, in order for Tayson and Uguay to win this game. Like, with a 29-point lead, you got to remember, 32 points from the Victory Royale is what you're going to get. I'm trying not to do too much mental arithmetic because it usually will go horribly wrong. But I think Tayson would need an absolutely incredible 10-15 elimination win if these guys even got into the mid-game relatively close to that. So we have to keep an eye on them again.
Yeah, we really do. And of course, we saw Vino clutching up a little bit extra placements in that final game. So when you have a player like that on your team, you know that you can really push for those later stages of the game. But as you mentioned, Reese, it's going to be tough for them, Tayson and Uguay. But if any team can do it, I think you got to fancy it.
I agree. One of the other things I want to point out, though, however, look at this, right? This is a big gap. This is getting real close, though. You know, we're looking at what they need to do to win. But at the same time, like, to get second, to get up there, there's so many teams still within this. We're still basically looking at the same 4 teams who could potentially make it up into that point. I'm looking at Mustache and Malibu and I'm wondering, can they get another 16 elimination victory royale? Obviously, they only got second on day 1 with that. But if they pop off with like 15, 16 eliminations, which I believe they absolutely can, could they make it up into that first place slot? Because that's enough points.
Yeah, they really could. And of course, off spawn in that last game wasn't too great for them. We saw Mustache going down a little bit earlier on, but we saw Malibuka clutching up as well as a solo. We saw him take out Benji, Fishy, and Mr. Savage in a nice little 2v1. We saw him making it into that the sort of top 25, of course, those consistent placement points you're getting when you get to that stage. And he's really, really doing great in those end games. Another great solo performance from Malibuka.
Absolutely wild. 1 game left to go here before we see the conclusion of the Chapter 3 Season 2 FNCS here in Europe. Remember, continue to cheer for your favorite duos, right? We just saw Henning Queasy jump from 41st all the way up to 8th place after just 5 games. And now we can see more of that happen across these standings, right? Follow along, watch that bottom left, track along with the points, see where the duo is, what their placements are. This is it. Everyone find your seats on the bus. This is game 12 of the EU FNCS.
A glorious season comes down to one final game. Struggles and success thrown into the pot to make one big champion. 11. It's Vino and Aqua in the lead.
They hold on to the crown at the moment, but will they be able to hold on as we head into this final game? So much pressure riding on it. If you're Tayson and Uruguay, do you decide to land on them? Because that really would be that would be the FNCS winning play, right? You take them out Osborne, you play the game out. Of course, maybe I'm getting a bit overzealous. But at the end of the day, somebody has to pull out something to put those guys to a stop.
Absolutely. If you're also watching at home, this is the best time to tune in. High stakes, $1.3 million on the line for one of the hardest regions to play in the world. It's the final game of FNCS for Chapter 3 Season 2 in Europe.
And we're heading right into it. Players leaving the battle bus, heading to their POIs. And for some of these players, heading to their last dance in this session. We've seen so many Osborne battles between many different top-level teams. We've even seen, for some of these teams, the last time they will ever play with each other, potentially. But who will step up in this final game?
Who will get to step down off of spawn is the big question. Command Cavern on your screen homes 3 of the teams inside the top 5, looking to see what they can do next. Aqua and Vino dropping straight inside. We haven't seen this POV right off the rip just yet because it hasn't mattered too much before in terms of what exactly happens off spawn, but this game, we have to stay in tune with the Cavern.
Maybe I missed it, but I don't think I saw Gunner on their side. So this might be a game where they don't have the vault and it's fruitful launch pads. And so maybe that is the one contingency for the rest of the teams who need them to stumble. Malibuka and Mustache, though, leading the way in eliminations in the finals. Characteristically, we know that is one of their biggest strengths and selling points. But can they stay up and have that big pop-off game?
See the difference between them and their teammates, or enemies, I should say, inside the Cavern. I'm getting flustered myself. 3rd and 21st place, right? Pink and Nas having a little bit of a rough time. Meanwhile, 6th for joins the Andy. Synapse Station this time, you can see the desperation for some of the teams way far away in the standings trying to get all the way towards the top. Reason the Siptos immediately moving in. Top 6 up for grabs or just threatened for the moment. Thomas and G and Tripper in 5th place right now in the Cavern, so far away from everyone else.
We're gonna see so much posturing between all these teams. They did have the vault. Gunner spawned on their side. And so they will hold the keys when it comes to the launch pads.
Mustache down, Malibuka gone.
No.
292 points is where they are deleted by Anas and Pink.
For it to all come tumbling down like that. They had such an impressive run leading up to this moment, this game. but Pinkin and Ash put it to an end, and that one's personal for Pinkin and Ash. They've suffered in this session as a result of the dominance of Malibuka and Mustache, and so to take them out, to end their run in the FNCS, end their dreams and hopes of maybe doing the spectacular and coming back. No hope. But Malibuka and Mustache have really impressed. They've been a joy to watch. They provided for so much entertainment. And wherever they do finish now, congratulations to them, props to them. But now we will watch as Uruguay and Tayson, Vino and Aqua battle it out for first place.
310 points for Tayson and Uruguay. Looking at the hill they have to really climb. It's a 29-point, almost 30-point differential. Looking at what they have in terms of the way they've been moving around the map. Reese and Minnie have been up here many times to talk about the utility they use. It's just chain mobility. There's geysers, there's cannons. That's the natural mobility in the map right now. They keep chaining it. It's the reason they can get to any zone. It's the reason they can call any place home in a matter of seconds. No applications required. They're there. They're building up. And meanwhile, Cammy and Seti, for them, it's been a little bit rocky. A team that has to be maximum in consistency. Has to be there every single game. They miss out a few, they tumble down in the ranks. So right now, 284 points used to be in the equation for top 3. They're just looking outside in. Gonna need a huge swing if they want to win this FNCS.
We're already seeing the beef taking place at Tilted Towers.
Bad Sniper DKS, Benji Fishy and Savage, 38th and 39th place.
This is for everything, right? This is for their own egos, their fan bases who like to battle it out on socials. Who will be victorious between these two? Last season, it was Bad Sniper and DKS by a long mile. This season, though, it's an opportunity for Benji and Savage to get the one up.
This season, they're on the same streets. They're right beside each other in the same houses. Savage and Benji looking for a single shot, and you can tell that it's personal in this fight. Usually, there's a huge rotation. This time, they're looking for the shots. DKS scratched up a little bit. Look at just the fury, the focus from Savage, the tracking, the beams, DKS down in the feed.
The combat SMG, an absolute laser in that moment. The drum shotgun as well is relentless. Bad Sniper now with just 5 builds. You can see what it means to Benji and Savage after getting 2v1 last game by Malibuka. This one means everything. This is their chance to have at least one saving grace in these finals. Bad Sniper won't make it easy for them. But for how long can he run?
He's trying to hide for the moment, and it's going to be found out multiple times. Fuse control drop down from Savage as Benji follows in the fray, looking for any single shot. As soon as he has a second, he'll land a tag. It's ring around the rosy on all sides. How long can Bad Sniper keep this up? The third party, Savage, he's seeing red. He doesn't even care. Hit in the back multiple times. On the side, he finally defends, but still, he's in the business to look at Bad Sniper. Everyone, the community looks like it's helping him out.
Bad Sniper, man. How has he managed to just get away? I'm sure Benji and Savage are fuming. He just won't give them the inch, the space. And so now, having to resort to just getting their HP back up. But they have overtaken, right? Well, they are sitting in 36, sorry. So they're moving up slowly but gradually in the leaderboard. We'll see where they end at this game.
That's not the win for them. For them in this FNCS, Bad Sniper needs to go down. That is what they want in this game.
Queasy and Hen will be wanting everyone above them to go down. They've had a phenomenal comeback. They started the day way down below. They were in the 40s, shy wager, at one point. 40s. They were in the 40s at one point. I think they were 41st coming into today.
8th now.
8th. Craziness, bro. Absolute madness. But as much as it's not been an easy season for them, this is why you can't count them out. They are an FNCS winning duo, and they are of that level still. And finally finding their rhythm. We'll see how far they can take that into this last game. But when it comes to rhythm, Vino and Aqua will be looking to re-hit theirs. So consistent on the day. The most placement of anybody else. More victory royales than anybody else.
They just look so good. Sometimes they don't make it off spawn. Sometimes it's an issue rolling in, but they see that top 10, Levin. It's a win. It's a second place. It's a third. I think their worst time in the top 10 has been in 8th place, and that's when they just started overall on the day yesterday. That was their first game. After that, sky high, and they've just been villains for this whole lobby that no one's taken down.
Yeah, they've made it look like such easy work, right? We talked yesterday about how coming into the FNCS, they were considered by most people the de facto favorites, and they have not let down at all. Provided for the entertainment, showing us why they are such a strong hype team, and showed us why Command Cavern is considered such a strong POI.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the teams that's not landing there, though, just towards their own side, carving their own path, I think, every single season, and dubbing it with their names. Cami, Seti, 4th place right now. We talked about their consistency overall. Unfortunately, going down in one game, absolute issue for them in total. We'll have a similar zone that we've seen before inside the European FNCS on day 1. Usually this one pulls up towards Sleepy. We'll see if that's a possibility, giving Hen and Queasy even more of an advantage. But you talk about Cavern teams, one with high expectations that have landed the mark a little bit. Thomas and Trippin on screen right now.
I think with Thomas and Trippin, where they sit right now is exactly where most people expected them to. I think if we were to be able to find a way to look at all the prediction lists made across the past week, I think more often than not, their average placement on those prediction lists would be 5th.
Yeah.
So to see them in 5th is just where they probably have been expected to perform. I'm sure they would have had high expectations for themselves, but nevertheless, neither an overperformance nor an underperformance from them. But we'll see. Maybe they can push their way up a tiny bit more. A bit of extra dosh is never something to laugh about.
$300,000, by the way, for first place here today. And that's exactly what everyone's trying to strive for. That Axe of Champions 2.0 also up for grabs, as Anas grabs another elimination as well. It's a $1.3 million prize pool in total that's split amongst these teams in EU.
On the top of our screens, you see Tayson there with Uguay, the Falcon boys. What does this mean for Tayson, right? If he was to come back somehow and find a way to win another FNCS title, how would that be for him?
Might just be the greatest of all time. And this time it's not a joke. He has been in that conversation. It's been across regions, across seas as well. Tayson versus Booga. That's what everyone, the comparison is, right? Look at his earnings in general, Evan. What is he on right now without any early Fortnite types of earnings? Just the FNCS so far, right? Where does he stack?
If Tayson was to win this FNCS, that would bring him to $950,000 earned without any World Cup earnings. Usually when you hear a number that big with a Fortnite player, you can expect them to have made something big in the World Cup days. He had none of that. This is just from FNCS, Cash Cup, just hard work and grit.
And so it's his new age legacy up against some of those titans that played inside the World Cup. Up against one just dominant player that's won multiple FNCSs before, which is Booga across the season in the East.
This is a huge game for him. One of the potential games of his life, maybe, he needs to pull off.
You talk about expectations people have. We think Tayson doesn't do well when he doesn't win an FNCS. Just think about that. If he doesn't get first in the hardest region to play, arguably, it's wraps for him.
We'll see what he can do. Thomas hitting some big shots for Surge there. I feel like a broken record talking about his ability to do damage when it comes to getting Surge.
I mean, no surprise from Thomas. Biggest surprise, I feel like, on the days on our screens, Joe and Zandy. I mean, talk about their story just specifically in this FNCS. Qualifier 1, game number 6. They start things off not inside the top 6 at all. Not inside a position to play the FNCS. Final game, big clutch from Joe and Zandy. They're allowed to play, and now they're 6th place coming into the last game of this FNCS.
And not only are they 6th place, they have made it look so good. They've just been such a force, such a threat. The Dark Horse team out of Synapse Station, making a POI that maybe sometimes gets memed. Look like a very, very strong one. Seti and Camilo, they need to stay in this game. They can't afford to go down now. 4th place is impressive. Would it be able to hold with Thomas and Trip and Chasen? I'm not sure. They need to stay in it. 177 above, but so much pressure being applied. The map's dwindling. Cami down to just wood. Hellfire and Scramlo, they're angry. They see red. They see Holes, who are looking weak. And sitting in 9th place, they want to secure a top 10.
Gonna topple over the building. Cami also still going for tags, 215 above, but they for sure want more. Thing is, you see a team that's running this far away, Hellfire Scram, they have to know it's one of those teams inside the top 5. Zandy Joe right beside them as well. 6th, 9th, and 4th, side by side in the same box as 10th watches from far away. Whatever happens here will change the scope of the rest of this game.
So much on the line for these teams. All their interactions are so meaningful for the standings. The top players, the ones that have really just shined their way through this FNCS. This is their chance now to cement themselves in the history of this season. Hellfire and Scram struggling with Surge though, and it's not something that I've had to say too little. We've seen this in previous games. We saw how aggressive they tried to get onto Cami and Seti to deal with it, but they didn't allow them. And now Cami and Seti might realize the pain these guys are in and see that as an opportunity for them.
Scram just being targeted by the rest of the lobby as well. Seti and Cami, their turtle defense, the thick shell that's so hard to crack. It's allowing every single other beast in the animal kingdom to join this fight and hop down. But Joe and Zandy leap to a place where they are not welcome. This is not your kingdom, and they've been taken out.
They got a bit too overzealous there. They tried to capitalize on Hellfire and Scram, and that they did. But then taken out by the team spraying, and Cami and Seti were able to swoop through as well.
And for them, they use so much to run away from Hellfire Scram. So many mats. I was about to say, it doesn't matter what happens here. They're not going to be well off at all. But now 2 teams worth of loot fall at the doorstep of Seti and Cami. Tayson takes out Kinzel as well. Been a huge force in the end game to interrupt the layers that this specific duo, both these duos on screen, like to play. So with that pressure gone, what can this 2nd place team do to make up that 30-point differential?
Yeah, you can see Tayson and Chapix rotating their way on in late. And you can already see the effects of that. There's teams in the zone looking at them, making it difficult for them to rotate their way in. They do get their way into the zone, which is a good thing. They will survive for now. But very much a dicey situation to be in for these guys. A replay from Chapix. What did he manage?
Oh my!
He's on one. He's on one. That's it.
That's not allowed.
That's it right there.
That's not allowed.
Kinzel caught sleep. But Chapix, in fact, he wasn't even caught sleep. Chapix put him to sleep. Uguay hitting mad shots right now.
So the Cami have a little bit of ways to go. We've been talking about narrative and storyline. Let's look at the gameplay now. Every single team's been set up in different boxes so far. The zone's been around them. It hasn't been a problem yet for a lot of these guys, but now they'll have to start to move. Tayson Uguay, same situation. Might have taken out Kinzel. Nebs, angry about things so far. Gonna be tough for them overall.
They know he's a solo above, and so if he starts to get too much of a problem, they can deal with him. They hear him. They know he's right there on their same layer as well. But they need to make sure that they don't make too much noise. There are players, again, who are in the zone, who can look towards them. And so you see the change, the point of attack. They tried to go from a different angle. They wanted to put Nebs in between the teams in zone and them. But there was another team ready and waiting, looking. So they'll give that one up and they'll make their way into the zone. And there's a pathway for that, but it's Hen in front of them as well. Hen and Queasy. All these guys have such a storied past. Tayson, Uguay, Hen, all very familiar with each other. Queasy as well, you could say the same. Ex-teammates colliding in these final moments of the FNCS.
The collisions that Tayson and Uguay have been taking so far have given them up towards 1,000 damage above Surge. They can just chill for the rest of this game. Second place as well. Just think about how to win the FNCS. Think about how to stop Vino and Aqua. For Seti, Cammy, playing defense this long, not having a voice. The mime equation for them has been the whole game. Silent, they're just 30 above. Meanwhile, Aqua, Vino, looking at them, 400. They're fine.
Strong.
They're looking so strong. We're to zone pull in 5 seconds. That'll dictate if they're still the maestros of this game or just part of the pack in the orchestra. Aqua now taking tons of damage, but it's fine. They will have to move. It's not going to be a max one, but we'll have lots of people by their side. The team that's bullying them, one of the players just went down. If Aqua could hear that, they might even go for that box fight. Might be risky. Chulex, Chicho, they're going to have their FNCS run stop here, but what a nice one it's been.
Yeah, definitely came into this FNCS with not as high expectations as maybe they would have wanted, but nevertheless, they were able to put themselves in contention at times. Top 10 performance is not bad whatsoever, even with some of the trials and tribulations they faced this season.
For Seti, Cammy, those trials, they continue. I mean, you play defense for so long, you survive, you're not able to live. And that's the issue right now. They haven't had an effect, an impact, even a scratch on this entire server. And now they'll sacrifice their position to look for those tags. They'll be late in moving. Cammy now taken down inside the storm. He is gone. 4th place so far. Said he cannot make the pad, and their story for this FNCS ends outside the top 3.
Another example of a team just stumbling short. And so now Thomas and Trippin will have a chance to move up in the standings. Aqua and Vino with pre-edit plays. They are on one, but hold on a minute. They can't afford to go down. Aqua needing to take a step back. You can see they're clearly confident right now, but they can't allow that confidence to turn into arrogance. They need to stay humble. They need to just hold on. The longer they hold on, the more likely it is that they will leave today the FNCS champions.
He's got a few foraged fruits in his inventory. An apple a day might keep Tayson and Uguay away. That's what he's hoping for at the moment. He's chomped on all 3.
Yeah, and they are looking very, very healthy, as stated before. And that is totally bad news for Tayson and Uguay. They ideally needed them to already have been down.
Yep.
They, you know, in the ideal world, for them to win FNCS, they needed Aqua and Vino to go down off spawn or in the mid game. So now the pressure is not only on them to try win the game, but to do so in scintillating fashion. They need to do so many eliminations. They need to just go for a Malabuka Mustache type end game right now.
What they need is 10 elims more specifically than Aqua and Vino, and then stay ahead of them as well in the placement. So far, Aqua and Vino have just hit 2nd or 3rd place if they're not winning games inside the end games on day 2. Tayson, Uguay already affected, looking to see what to do next. This is not a situation we've seen them in before. They never really leave this super late. They're not really playing for information either, as Tayson has to shield up. This should be trouble for the duo. Can they identify the pad? Yes, they can. This time, it's fine, and they're in the skies.
They won't be timed out, and they'll be able to pick a position in the zone. But like we established, it's not just about staying up for them. If they really want to leave today as FNCS champions, they have to start doing damage. They have to start getting eliminations.
The elims have to start now. Look at the point differential, 322 on the top right, 352 on the bottom right. It's basically 30 points in total.
Such a mountain to climb, such a barrier to have to break through. Aqua and Vino, though, not playing for height as we've seen them do so well in previous games. It's actually Floris and Mappy that hold that ground. And so eventually these guys may even collide on the mid and low layers. The armored wall comes through to delay, give them that space to move forward in the zone. Vino, the responsibility of the Tarpa right now, but a Tarpa with no mats is truly nothing. They need to fight.
Vino has to hit the shots when they matter most. It's Ju who's gonna be the first person at the jaw of this dynamic duo, but Aqua's down. Vino has no mats. Aqua basically had the rest of them all. There's nothing for him to do but just pray and spray, but he can't find a single shot, and low ground is elevating up. Vino is forced towards the sky. 120, driving by. Kefi's down, and he's got a few more mats to work with, but the battle's not over yet for the first place team. They're still moving and taken down with about 359 points, but Tayson's gone too. The upper echelon falls. That's it for the top of EU.
We saw Vino against Tayson last year to try and win an FNCS. This time it seems like he might have got the best of them. But down below in the standings, Thomas and Trippin have finally taken 4th place. And they're trying to take names on the way as well. They want the victory royale to close it out. They're sitting in 3rd now. Malabuka and Mustache pushed down. But can they get the victory royale? From up above, Mappy, Flois, they want to close things out on a high. They want to move up and get some more dosh. But Vico wants to put an end to the Danes run, take Trippin out. And now Thomas in a solo clutch situation. What can he do?
Up near the bugle. Volcanic rock on all sides, but he gets cooled down. Mappy up top on high ground. Every elimination, thousands of dollars of cash just flowing in different banks. Mappy and Flois up top do not want to give it up, but it is chopped out. Jackson's there to be able to hit that crucial build, and more damage flies from the other side. Has a pad, but it can't really be used for now. No mats on the bottom side. Jackson looking for the next shot, and the spray's there. Mappy just chomps on his head. Everything falls from the skies. Flois and Mappy win that final game.
Flois and Mappy, when it mattered in the final game, to push their way up in the standings, to fight for more earnings, they have done it. A victory royale. They played height like experienced veterans, not giving anybody a chance to take it, and fighting down below valiantly to close out the FNCS in Game 12. What a win.
You might not be close to the title of champion, but to etch your story even higher on the ranks, even higher on that ladder, that's exactly what Flois and Mappy just did.
A really nice way to close things out for that duo. I'm sure they'll take that confidence and push even further in future FNCSs. They've been on such an amazing rise, but all anybody will be thinking about Shia Wager, Vino and Aqua.
Absolutely. I mean, in studio, it felt like these games were in real life for us. We were in these builds, in the bugle with the players, Levin. It was absolutely awesome to ride them out with you. We got to toss it back over to the desk, see exactly what they have in terms of who won this FNCS.
Thank you guys so much. Absolutely fantastic 6th set of games from us here today in EU. Shio, Wager, 11-2K absolutely held it down. My goodness.
They're hugging. You can't
They're
see it
hugging.
off
You
camera,
can't see
but-
it. Don't worry about it. They're hugging over there. We'll be with them in just a little bit, but we have to talk about how things transpired in this last game. Craziness there as the top 3 teams going into this game are all sitting. They're all moving box to box, layer to layer, and at any moment, one of them makes a mistake. That's it, man. They're locked in time. How did this all unfold?
Yeah, the first one we were looking at was Tayson, of course. It was going up against. We pretty much needed a 10 elimination victory royale, but here we are instead. The winners, no surprise, Vino and Aqua. This is now Aqua's 2nd FNCS championship. He won back in Season X. He's the World Cup champion as well. And of course, Vino, you can't say enough about this guy. The first FNCS championship for him.
So well deserved is the phrase that I'm going to use to describe their performance over this weekend. They have been the dominant team. They've been up on high ground. They've been spraying down the rest of the lobby. They didn't have a chance when they were in the game and they were healthy. And Aqua and Vino have done it. Victory royales as well. They haven't just, sort of consistently placed their way through. They've gone for big games. They've made it entertaining. And oh boy, have we been entertained.
There is no doubt in my mind that this team is the best height team this season. I don't think there was a single game that we saw where they took height and they lost it at all. They maintained it every single time. No team even seemed like a challenge for them when it came to contesting high ground. Such a well-deserved win.
Oh my goodness. I just, once again, in case you didn't know, Aqua coming out of the Duo World Cup Championship, right? Standing alongside Booga, now saying, okay, I now also have a win. Now, could I be in that GOAT conversation? After this, you have to assume the answer is yes, but after 12 games, my goodness, kind of like what you're saying, it's just every little advantage they could find, these little micro advantages that really give us the marks of a powerful duo. They have.
Yeah, they really do. And they already showed that in the last game. They showed a lot of maturity. They showed a lot of class. Being able to play the low ground layers. We talk about their high ground ability, their high ground potential. They were very, very mature in the way they played this. They understood that if they made a risky play for high ground, they would have missed out on so many of those placement points on the lower layers that they would have been able to got. They did fall a little bit earlier than they would have liked, of course, but it was one of those situations where they'd done enough, and they did it so well.
Yeah, I think that's like a champion mentality to understand that this is what you need to do to win the tournament. You don't need to win the game. You don't need to make a crazy high ground play. You just need to do enough to make it in there. And I talked at the top of the show that I was wondering, how is Vino going to play on day 2? We know, of course, Aqua has the mentality of a champion sometimes when he argues with people, maybe not at the same time. But we know that he's so good. I was wondering, how is Vino going to play at this? I'm so happy to see the maturity from him. Boom. Boom.
I'm taking all of them.
I want all of them. Blocking them. He's blocking them.
Oh, wow. My goodness. We have to take a look at kind of the final leaderboards, see how things have kind of resolved, because we know Aqua and Vino come out as FNCS champions. They will take hold of the Axe of Champions 2.0. But where did the results end for everybody else? Tayson and Oogway there. Listen, they maybe didn't make it in first, but still walking with $200,000 in second place. That's one for the books.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the fight they had to get to that spot as well, very well deserved. In all portions of the game, it wasn't easy, Reese, for them to get to this spot.
No, nothing at all, right? We saw repeated struggles of them through week to week to week, game to game to game. But yet, every match, you just saw top 10, top 10, top 10. Every single game, they were always in the conversation. And now, second place is the result of that incredible consistency.
Yeah, they only had one bad game today, and that just shows the caliber of the lobbies that we're talking about right now. You cannot make mistakes. We saw them trying to go for the reusable launch pad. It didn't work out for them, but all it takes is one bad game for one of our top teams, and someone else will snatch it away from them.
I think one of the beautiful things about seeing that leaderboard and seeing the standings there is that it is like a very accurate reflection of the 5 best teams that we've seen this season. Right? When you look at the teams who have performed on multiple stages throughout the season, that 5 there, I don't think you could pick a better 5.
No, not at all. And one of the things I'm really impressed with still is Mustache and Malabuka. I think on day 1, we can all agree that they were impressive. Day 2, not so much. They made some great games, but I think we will all remember that they are one of the best teams for a long time to come.
And I mean, I think as well, when you look at someone like Hen and Queasy, excuse me, mixing their names in my mind, jumping up from 41st all the way up to 8th, man. That's absolutely insane. Remember, they were your champions from last season, but now they're coming in. They're going to relinquish the axe, but still they came in 8th.
I was going to say, that is probably one of the best comebacks in history.
Easily.
Yeah, it is.
Easily.
Like, you think about it, right? Imagine if they had just like a slightly better day 1. Like, if they had, you know, a day 1 that was reflective of sort of how they perform now, look, we would have been maybe talking about, you know, 2-time FNCS, the back-to-back FNCS championships. But of course, we're getting into Dreamland now. Still, great comeback from them. Congratulations.
My goodness, what an absolutely incredible way to wrap up the Chapter 3 Season 2 FNCS. We have to now add another set of names to the champions across all of the regions. Once again, Aqua and Vino, congratulations to you. You will hold on to the Axe of Champions 2.0, the first set of hands to take hold of this axe. That is absolutely insane. But now we have to kind of shift gears a little bit, friends. We've been talking about our predictions all season long.
Can we skip that? Can we skip it?
I'm down for that vote, right? 4 out of 5?
Can we skip it?
4 out of 5? Hands?
Okay, so let's, you know what? So far, remember, the way this works is we make predictions, and based on their final placement, we kind of get points. The points kind of get tallied up, and at the end of the season, we say, okay, who is the best, most predictingest analyst, caster, person, right? This time, we have decided that we have created a type of trophy, a little gift for whoever is the most winningest person.
They did that the season after I win it, of course. Classic.
Shouldn't there be something for the first season's prediction winner? You know what I'm saying? The very first time we have prediction. It's all.
We have a sympathy trophy for the first. We have like
for those.
Exactly. Come on, we have like a little wooden plank or something. You know?
I'll draw
the first one's like free. The first one's like, hey, get your feet wet. Then the second time, you got to be more serious. Let's take a look at the points and see who has come out in EU specifically as the #1 person. Risa.
Okay.
I am
170.
I don't know how I did better than 11-2K. That is gonna be in my history books as my best result. So, Reese, you have won.
Let's go.
Congratulations. I'm going to be right back.
I'm
going to go get the
wait
prize.
a minute.
All I'm going to say is thank you guys, because without your bad predictions, I would never have won.
Look,
you're too smart.
I'm going to be humble in defeat this time, right? I'm going to be humble in defeat. Look, usually I am on top of it. This season I took some risks. I was in Denmark for the FNCS, so there were a couple times I predicted some Danes. They let me down. So I've learned my lesson. Next season, I'm not going to be too kind to Denmark. But look, Reese, props to you. You've done a good job. We go back, right? So I'm happy for you. I got love for you.
Thank you. It means a lot. My biggest supporter outside of my mom.
Okay, so Minnie, if you'll just swap places with Reese for a moment.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, congratulations, Reese. Camera guys, if you want to just get real close here, I'd like to congratulate you as the Chapter 3 Season 2 Best Predictor. Congratulations, my friend. That's right. We will be sending this to you as your trophy. Congratulations,
Please
Reese.
give me that.
Wow.
Oh, this is going in the front door.
I'm actually jealous I didn't win now.
Yeah.
Man, no matter what, actually,
Yeah,
Seek
look at
wins.
that.
I just realized.
Yeah.
Let's look at the post. It's the same post.
That is so
Wow.
good. You can be my duo any day. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. Only you can predict me.
Wow.
That is amazing.
There you go. Congratulations, Reese. Thank you so much. Guys, that is it for the FNCS in EU. Did you like what you saw? Well, make sure you come back. NA East, NA West also have shows where they'll also have champions and more prizes like this. We love you all so very dearly. Legends Landing, thanks as always for having us. And don't forget to tune in next season for more action of the FNCS. As always, we love you guys, and we'll see you on that battle bus.
Yeah.
even though I don't always have this great of an attitude, but you know, I'm working on it.
I feel like streaming is huge and just like people like showing your personality.
There's just no feeling that comes close to that.
Just shower every day, just once a day, that's all it takes.
Like anything can happen, to be honest.
What is the optimal shower frequency for performance? It's crazy, that's a question.
I like to go at least once a day when I'm waking up and yeah, just feel good and not dirty, yeah.
I try to shower at night because like when I wake up and I shower, like it just makes my like hands feel weird and I usually play bad.
I think it's once a day. It's really good.
I usually shower like once a day, usually right before I get on, so I'm refreshed.
Definitely once a day, a minimum. I know there's some gamers that do not do that. I know that for a fact.
Is there any underrated duo that you think could have a breakout performance?
Glaze and Trashy are doing really good right now, and I feel like they're working hard and they're placing, and I think they could do good.
I think Dubs and Mega are gonna have a very good season. I think people aren't thinking as highly of them.
Oh my god, me too, and Shadow 1X is gonna do really good in this FNCS.
Joji and Rokane, they're not really underrated, but I think for comp-wise, like they've been doing really good and people kind of overlook them.
What's the most effective way to make a name for yourself in the community?
To be honest, just like do all your socials and just try to place as high as you can.
Probably just placing in cash cups mostly.
Like people really look out for like solo tournaments, especially for like looking for like a new duo. Like people want to see how you can do like by yourself.
Just know that you're really good if you stream every event and place well.
Everyone roots for the underdog, so if you're making a name for yourself, FNCS is the place to do that.
How did it feel getting your best placement in the FNCS Grand Final? I got my best placement in Season 5 in Trios, and it felt great because I never did really good in a big team mode.
Third place in squad meta, so that was Chapter 2, Season 1, and that whole FNCS was very fun. I love squads. I wish we have it again someday.
First time, it was pretty good. You know, I got second like 4 times in a row, but so like towards the end, it was a little annoying.
It honestly felt really well, but at the same time really sad because I could have like won a lot more. And
when you see the leaderboard and then you're, I don't know, first place, it's always like just the best feeling ever.
Who is your role model?
I really look out for Brugge, one of the best players, and his story is really, really good.
Like everyone hypes me up and says like what I'm capable of, so it's honestly myself.
All like the Liquid people like Chap, Tom, Poach, like all of them, they're like super inspiring. Like you can do comp and keep content going as well.
Probably a tennis player like Roger Federer, who has like been on top for a long time and has a great attitude.
So back in the day, I was watching Apex, Temper, Fakey, and fast forward to today, I'm on their org, and that's the most ridiculous thing ever. It's amazing.
What's up, Fortnite fam? The new season means new loadouts for FNCS. Let's break down some of the most common loadouts based on your role in your duo, starting with the IGL.
The in-game leader, or IGL, is responsible for calling and mapping out your rotations, guiding your teammate, and often tarping. The IGL holds a vital role in guiding the team to victory. A proper loadout is a huge key to that success. This season, we have seen them focus on having one close-range weapon and one distance weapon for surge tags, and the remainder of the items will be heals. The most common loadout is the drum shotgun, burst assault rifle, and then a variation of heals to fill the remainder of the slots. This combo, however, doesn't cover everything, but that's why you have a Fragger on your team as well.
The Fragger is responsible for getting crucial tags and eliminations throughout your game. Now, the loadout of the Fragger is all about fighting and ending fights quickly. This is why we often see that the burst assault rifle is swapped out for the combat SMG. Meaning that in this role, you'll hold 2 weapons designed exclusively for close-range engagements, while the rest of the slots are dedicated to heals. The Fragger loadout often includes the Striker Pump Shotgun, the Combat SMG, and then a variation of heals. The ability to clean up fights quickly and effectively leads to this loadout being a top pick among the more aggressive players.
After hearing the different loadouts and roles, which ones are you choosing in your next game? Until next time, we'll see you on the battle bus. Beep, beep.
You ready? Ready for action.
It all comes down to this, the last 6 games of NA East. Peterbot and Byla consistently placed highly in every game yesterday, despite being heavily contested at their drop spot, Collider. Their effective use of high ground secured them a victory royale in Game 3, ending with a 45-point lead over second. After 6 games, though, Cold and Scented started to close the gap, ending the day with the VR. Can they continue to climb up the leaderboard, or will first place stay out of reach? 2 duos playing the long game are Aviv and Gold and Booga and Mero. They stayed consistent and maintained their positions on the leaderboard. Will we see them catch up to Cold and Scented, or will fresh faces like Scare and Walkers burst into the top of the leaderboard with more impressive performances?
Well, 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 Fortnite fam, we made it. The final showdown. 6 games left to play, the end of which we will have our FNCS NAE champions. Are you ready? Good, because so are we. Oh, we're here! We finally made it to finals, day 2 of NAE FNCS coming your way. After all these weeks, we did it. We are here, right on the edge of crowning our new champions with that actor champions, which we cannot wait to see who is going to be in the lead later on at the end of this show. Of course, we've had 6 games already yesterday, 6 games today as well, 12 in total. The team with the most amount of points at the end of today, they are going to be your champs. My name's Adam Savage. I am so happy to be your host here. It's been 4 weeks. You know, we've enjoyed every game together. We've embraced the game as well. We've had lots of victory royales, and tonight we band together once again for one last go around. This is going to be absolutely brilliant. Of course, as always, the energy you guys bring online is everything to us. It is an exciting time to be a Fortnite player and watcher as well. Now, if you are watching, I should say this as well, because there are some of you out there in Toronto right now in the Cineplex in Toronto who are watching this on the movie screen there. Hello, we're on the big screen. Mum, I made it. We're here. We're actually going to be here in the cinema screen all night long, bringing you day 2 of NAE. It's a first here on FNCS for this region NAE being broadcast on a cinema screen. So hello to all you guys. Great to have you with us watching there in Toronto. And of course, if you're in Legends Landing as well, hello as always. What you guys watching for that amazing place that is Legends Landing as well. Loads more on the epic Discovery Row. You can watch it there with your friends as well. It's not just me. You know, of course, the entire team are here together to watch this unfold. I think it's time we get them out here, shall we? Yes, let's do it. The analyst, SPG, and Vivid. Let's go! Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Fellas,
let's go.
Let's go. How are we doing? This is amazing. This is perfect. You know what? We have been practicing that all night long. I think it went down pretty well. Got a 7 out of 10. Guys, we're here. Finals. It's day 2. We did it. We made it all this way. SBG. We couldn't be more excited. Yesterday we saw Peterbot and Byla have a great day, but all things could change today on day 2.
Yeah, I mean, they were playing out of their minds. We saw Walltaker and Cold playing incredibly well, too. Those 2 are up at the top of the leaderboard, but it's really close between like 3rd to 18th. So that's going to be an awesome battle to watch as we go through the games today.
Yes. So excited for this. It really doesn't get any better than this. We watched amazing 6 games yesterday, but now these 6 games matter even a little bit more because this is the last day. This is the last chance for these players to rise up this leaderboard. Can't wait to see what happens.
Who will rise and be at the top at the end of this? We're going to find out very soon. But before we go any further, if you're the one person that didn't see the announcement earlier on today, well, we have this for you again. Enjoy this. This is coming your way this fall.
The show. Are you ready for the show?
It's happening.
Let's go.
It's actually happening, an in-person event.
Oh,
we saw this earlier on. I mean, an invitational this fall, November time. Vivid, buddy. I mean, from a player's perspective as well, having previously been a player here on the scene, I mean, for the players alone, this must be an incredible opportunity they can't wait for.
This is every competitor's dream. Not only to go to an in-person event, to hang out with everybody that you play with online, but you get to make a name for yourself in person, a bigger show, a lot of prize pools to fight for. It's just everything anybody could ever want.
Yeah, I can't wait. It's going to be awesome to watch the best competitors from Fortnite across the world, and it's in Raleigh, my backyard. You guys can come over. We can
Seriously?
hang out.
Really? I'm 100% coming. Sleepover?
Sleepover?
Bunk beds?
Okay. No.
Right. Next time. Guys, we've got loads to talk about as well, obviously. This is going to be really exciting because, obviously, invitational aside, we've got FNCS finals today first we've got to talk about, okay? Let's recap on the regions and see what's happened thus far in the FNCS finals, because not just us today, of course, other regions. We just saw EU there as well. The team bringing all, we saw Aqua and Vino there, but Vivid as well. Asia, Oceania, and Middle East finished too.
Yes, absolutely amazing. Listen to Volks and Luda there, putting on a performance over in the Oceanic region. Loved catching up with some of those games, and also the Asian region. Runa and Clip, congratulations to those guys. This was their first FNCS, and they won.
Wow, that's quite the performance.
Was that Middle East? Was that Middle East? That might have been Middle
Cruel
East.
and Asta. I believe Asta was the first time in a final and actually won, so good for him. Vino, Aqua, if you guys just missed it, you might want to go check the VODs later because that was awesome. They put on a performance the entire weekend.
So many big teams in that region, and it was a battle to the end, and the points were so close, and it was fantastic. But I'm sure we're going to see electricity here on NAE as well. Should we take a look at the standings as well on this region? After we had 6 games yesterday, this is how things currently stand. If you didn't see this yesterday, you can see it right now on screen. Peterbot and Byler are running away with it right now, but things could change, SVG, very, very quickly.
Yeah, it could. I mean, you have to play 2 days. That's what we're here for. It's 6 more games, just like they built a lead in those 6 games. It could change over day 2. And if we look at 3rd place, there was 137 points. If we go all the way down to 18th, they're at 100 points. So there's only 37 points between 3rd and 18th. So even if, Peterbot and Byler become unstoppable here, Vivid, there's still a lot to play for because there is so much on the line.
Yeah, I think the name of the game here for Peterbot and Bila, just keep playing consistency, right? We saw them yesterday, absolutely phenomenal performance, but Cold and Walltaker, a couple points behind what we saw over in EU. Malibu and Mersash were comfortable up there, but they ended up falling out of 2nd place.
Exactly right, exactly right. That's how tight things are right now. It's going to get even tighter, I've no doubt at all. But before we go any further, let's talk about the format itself of the show, how the players got here in the first place. Fellas, what can you tell us?
Let's go. We've made it, right? We've made it to day 2 of finals. This is where we will crown our champion. We have gathered 50 duos from 3 qualifying rounds and 3 sessions of those amazing semi-final games. We've already been through day 1 of these finals. Now, on to day 2, 6 more games to play. At the end of these 12 total games, though, all these teams will have some points, and we'll put them on a leaderboard. The cumulative amount of points will be decided at that point, and that's where these teams will end up. But, SPG, how do they get those points?
Yeah, you were talking about points. Let's figure it out. We get placement, you get elim points. So it's 3 eliminations, or 3 points per elimination. And you also get placement points. So you start at 35th. That's your first point. That's typically at about 5th zone. So it takes a while. You see teams racking up those points as we continue to go. And what everyone's trying to do is get to that victory royale. 32 total points for placement, along with however many elims you get. But, Adam, what are they playing for today?
They're playing for so much money. Have a look at this on screen, folks. This is actually a breakdown regionally of the different prizes. You can see here, NA East, our region here right now is $637,500. An enormous amount of money there, and this is how it's broken down specifically. Now, even if you come 46th to 50th, you can see here $1,000. You start creeping your way up towards 30th, 4,000. You hop over. You can 20th is 6, then 10th is 10,000, and you can see 5th position there 40, then 56, 70, 90, and then first position $130,000 split between our duo who win today. But of course, it's not just about the money. It's, of course, about the acts of champions as well. Take a look at this. It is a beauty this season. It is looking chrome. It's looking crisp. Fellas, Vivid, I think this one is one of my favorites of all time thus far.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Listen, if you win this FNCS, this is going to be the permanent pickaxe for sure. Why would you ever take that thing off, SVG?
No shot. And I saw the OCE winners were already repping it. They're like, oh my goodness, a new pickaxe. They gotta love it.
Yeah, so some of these players though, right? All of these players, they have a good chance at holding that thing. But a team that has secured a very solid lead ahead of the rest, it's Peterbot and it's Bila. We saw a phenomenal day one performance out of these guys. It was only one game where they actually did not get a top 4. That is right. 5 of the 6 games that they played, they got top 4. Absolutely incredible. Obviously, one of those being a VR as well. And honestly, a lot of their success is because of what they are doing over at the Collider. Getting that south side uncontested has been very, very strong. But then also when they make it to the end game, not being restricted to one play style, finding themselves on the high ground, mid ground, low ground, succeeding at everything.
Yeah, they have been, and you're going to break down a little later for us why the Collider has been so helpful. So if you guys are wondering what more is going on, don't worry, Viv got you covered. Now, another duo I want to talk about are some rising stars within the scene. We have Scarebear and Walkers. This is Walker's second FNCS, and they're currently sitting in 7th place going into day 2, and they have looked really, really strong. Lair Landing, Command Cavern. That is a ton of big name duos they're going up against, and they have not shown any fear. Their one issue that they've seen is being a little hesitant to rotate, find the right position in mid game to get those Storm Surge tags. But once they're making it into that 50-50 or 5th zone, they're looking really strong, really good, where they are taking advantage, getting multiple top 10s and an 11th place. I want to see this team continue to do what they did in day 1.
Yeah, looking good for them. It's also looking for Cold and Walltaker. Now, let's talk a little bit about the drama, right? Day 1, we were like, man, are they going to be contested? Are they not going to be contested? And it was a little bit awkward over at the Fortress, right?
Yeah.
Like some games they were, some games they weren't. But most notably, the last game of the day yesterday, they were not contested at the Fortress, and that's actually the game that they won. And it was an incredible victory royale as well, because Walltaker actually ended up getting rebooted by Cold midway through that game, and finding the victory royale after being in a position like that, it's really, really phenomenal. We know this team though. They are so good on the lower ground specifically, and they have showed it this season with 3 Cash Cup wins. So looking good for them. They are in 2nd place right now, coming into day number 2.
And that win was actually the first win by a team that rebooted a player in NA East this season. So that was even more impressive. Breaking barriers, breaking records in NA East. We got to talk about another duo is Pam and Fatch. They have been phenomenal. Pam, Stu, and Fatch, if you guys don't know, are French Canadians. They've been landing up at this split that they've kind of created for themselves and have succeeded at for the past couple of seasons. We see them typically on the mid to low ground, but in semifinals, we were both watching. We saw them starting to take and play high ground. They're developing into a whole nother level of a team. And in NA East, that's what you need to do. You have to be able to play all different layers. It is not a low ground. It's not a mid ground. It is all grounds for all teams.
Yeah, it is incredible, right? We're learning a little bit about Pam, Stu, and Fatch, and then they themselves are learning about themselves, where they're like, oh, listen, we can play height. Amazing to watch them evolve. But let's take this moment to learn a little bit more about some other players, Adam.
Indeed, that's absolutely right. It's all about the layers. I love that. It is all about the layers indeed. Of course, we're in FNCS, so I'd like to give you a bit of insight into the players themselves. Here's what happened. We caught up, a little game we played called How To with the pros.
There's just no sound when you just mantling up. I'm very fond of. I think it's a really cool idea.
Mantling is just crazy for being able to like kind of surprise like whoever you're going against. Like no one, it doesn't really have like audio, like you can't really hear it.
How to use it, always make sure you change that setting to hold forward. That's the most important thing.
Mantling is like a really good item if you have like no builds and you're trying to like fight the opponent, and you can also use it even if you have builds, because like they'll get surprised by it.
Just climbing on top of houses in an up-spawn fight, let's say, or just an end game going up players.
The best way to do shotgun is in the close range distance. Personally, it's either gonna be between the striker or the drum.
A lot of people kind of overlook them just because SMGs are like super good right now.
I think the best shotgun this season is probably the striker.
I think the striker is the best one to have because it's pretty consistent.
The thermal is really strong, but people just don't really see it. But like, there was so many ways that you can use them.
I think it has like really good potential. It's like just so easy to see like where everyone is, and like it has really good damage. You can shoot with it really fast.
Open lobbies, I think it can be good to get a good opening beam maybe.
I personally use tactical sprint to get to my duo quickly. Your duo needs you, you just sprint to it, and you're good to go. Tactical sprint's a really cool thing. I like how it has a cooldown also. but allows you to do a lot of cool things, especially combining it with mantling.
I think it's just people remembering to use it under like intense situations that will just save them.
It's really good for late game because you don't have to use mats. You can just like run as far as you can.
You can go up really fast. You can go ahead really fast. You can just cut teams really quickly. It's really useful.
The best way to use a combat SMG is probably just getting in someone's face. You know, the fire rate plus the damage on that gun is insane.
You can kind of use it to like phase your way into a box super easily, and like the pressure it adds is just crazy. Like you can shoot through like walls with it.
If I just have a combat SMG, I'm just get in their face.
I feel like the combat SMG pretty much replaces the shotgun at this point because it does so much damage so fast.
This season, the best ways to rotate have to be obviously launch pads, but most of the time you won't have one. So best thing other than that is going to be probably chug splashes, tanking.
The best methods to rotate is just run the zone and make build if you're getting shot, to be honest.
Welcome back in there, folks. I'm just saying to Vivid and SPG, looking fresh tonight, boys. Look at these guys.
Thanks.
They clean up well. Thank you so much. They scrub up well. Okay, of course, lovely hearing from our players there, whether you're a brand new player or a seasoned veteran. Always nice to hear from the pros and how they play things. Speaking of which, POIs, rotations, how do the pros do it? Particularly, it's finals here, particularly on finals. You want to find out a bit more how about they rotate and such. And we're going to look at some POIs right now. We'll start with the Collider, one of our brand new POIs that Peterbot and Byler right now are doing wonderful things at Vivid. But why is it so special?
Listen, it's so special because our winning team right now is landing there. That's why it's so special. They are making this POI.
Say, because the screen said so.
No, Peterbot and Byler are doing phenomenal out of this POI, and it is attributed to just how much you get out of this POI. There are these two slurp chucks which Peterbot and Byler are landing at this south side, so they are actually getting access to both of them, and it gives you a lot of flexibility, right? Right off of spawn, they are already 100 shield, so that's just a big bonus, and then also some slurp barrels around there. You really never have to use any of the shield that you actually loot. And then you have the great Spire in the middle here that you can use as like an air vent to kind of rotate, make any of those rotations out. Now, also, there are IO chests, regular chests, you have coolers, and then there are also 2 guaranteed supply drops, which, as we know, these supply drops guaranteed to drop a launch pad, and we've seen it. Launch pads have been so impactful on these end games, getting these teams around the map, specifically throughout those moving zones. So the fact that you can get one every single game when every other team basically just has to rely on whether they get one or not is a little bit sketchy, but so they have that edge. And then also Dr. Sloan's mythical burst assault rifle, way good. We talk about storm charge all the time. This thing does more damage than any of the other assault rifles, so you have that edge as well.
Yeah, it's a great POI to land at. So much rotation, so much power coming from that POI. Another POI I want to talk about is going to be Camp Cuddle. It's not as powerful, yet it does have everything that you need. We see Pledge and Teo are landing at Camp Cuddle, and they're able to get some loot, some weapons. They have the coolers there, and, you know, occasionally going to find a launch pad, but it's a pretty big POI they have all to themselves, which allows them to get enough ammo to get Storm Surge tags. And it's an interesting play because there's not many people on the west side of this map. So it's really just them. There's Command Cavern above them, and there's one team actually landing at this house and a split to the southern side. So it'll be interesting to see how they decide to continue to play this. They've traded tags a little bit back in day 1, but nothing significant. There was no real fights between the two teams. Now I want to see how these teams are going to play out. I was watching some rotations yesterday. I saw Pledge and Teo struggled in the first couple of games, but then were able to make adjustments. So let's take a look at the map here. We see Camp Cuddle is here on this left side, all the way the western side of the map. Now, let's call worst case scenario, zone poles all the way up to the opposite side of the map. Okay, how are you gonna make that rotate? Well, actually, they made this rotation almost exactly the same twice. The first rotation, this yellow line, was poor. They decided to go towards the fortress and ran into way too many teams, put themselves in a bad position. Then they decided to go through Tilted, land near these siege cannons, go on top of these hills, get the surge tags, and use the siege cannons to continuously push themselves and rotate through. It worked much better, and that's why if you go back and look at the match history, the first half for Pledge and Teo, it was shaky. Second half, they really clutched up, made these adjustments that were necessary and had a great second half of the tournament. I expect to see them continue to do these same things that worked in day one.
Yeah, you love to see some adjustments being made out of these teams mid-tournament, and also to see it actually make a positive, impact on how they are performing. So absolutely great. Now, we talked about these teams figuring a little bit about themselves and the rotations. Let's figure out a little bit about the players, Adam.
Indeed, yes. We love talking about our players and find out exactly what makes them tick. One player we have to catch up with is, of course, Jamper. Here's what happened.
What's up, everyone? Sundown here, and I am in the lobby with LG Jamper, and we're gonna hop right on into it. Jamper, how you doing today, bud?
I'm doing great.
Why don't you tell people, what was the first tournament you ever played in, won money in, and what did it feel like?
The first tournament I ever played in was the Lux Cup. Or actually, that's the first tournament I won money in, but I competed in some of the other tournaments, but I wasn't eligible because I was under 16. So that kind of held me back, and I still loved the game, so I kept playing even though I wasn't allowed to compete. And then they announced World Cup. It was age 13 to compete. That's when I was like, I'm gonna get serious. I'm gonna focus it. And I actually made money in the Lux Cup, which is actually pretty early on. It's the first tournament.
At what moment were you like, wow, I can kind of keep really doing this Fortnite thing?
Because I was doing average, you could say, in a pro terms, average in the tournaments and everything, but that was while I was playing soccer and school and everything. So I knew if I had more time to focus on what I was doing that I would be successful. So I guess I kind of always knew, but when LG messaged me, that's when I knew.
So once you were able to focus on Fortnite, what kind of gave you that biggest lift? Was it being able to practice all the time? Was it really being able to dedicate the tournament? Do you do a bunch of VOD reviewing?
Definitely VOD reviewing. That's the most important thing, because a lot of people, they have an ego about themselves and won't admit their mistakes, but if you take away your ego and actually look at what you're doing wrong, that's what really pushes you above everyone else.
I feel like in your particular duo, that's made sense because you're paired up with Dukes right now, right? Mm-hmm. And how do you feel playing with him has been, and what are you excited for this upcoming season?
Playing with Dukes is actually really fun because it's one thing to play with your teammate just for tournaments, but I actually hanging out with them and talking to him, so it's really nice. And the last finals we played, the grand finals, Chapter 3, Season 1, he actually solo clutched a lot of points, and he had a really good performance, so I'm really confident with him.
Yeah, and how is that knowing that at any point in time, not only are you enjoying playing with your teammate, but you both really have that capability of kind of popping off and having that big game? What are the vibes like in the call when that goes on?
It's great, because if I do it, he makes me feel like I'm the best player, and if he does it, then I'm just oh my God, Dukes, you're the best player. Thanks for carrying me.
Where can people find you? Where can they watch you, catch up on the social media, catch up on your streams? What are your tags?
Jamper FN on Twitter. That's my main platform that I use to communicate with what I'm doing. And I stream a lot on Twitch, twitch.tv/Jamper.
All right, sweet. Thank you so much, Jamper. And that's been In the Lobby.
All right, great to hear there from Jamper. What a star. Now, we are moments away. The clock is ticking here. We are almost at the next game here. Game 7. Let's get the casters out, shall we?
Bring them out.
Let's bring them out here. Monster D-Face, Sundown, come on out here, boys.
Game time. Game time.
Let's go.
Day two vibes. Day
Good
two
to see
vibes.
you guys. Good to see you. It is so much hype here right now because we know 6 games left. We're going to jump straight into predictions. Let's have a look and see exactly what's up right now. This is who we thought might go all the way here. DJ Nyomzo, not a great day yesterday. I'm expecting big things today. A lot. They need to come out, guns blazing, aggressive. I need victory royales. Of our Sundown now. Who's your pick? We just saw him on the VT there as well.
I was just about to say, you saw the interview with him, Jamper and Duke. I thought they'd be playing a lot of high ground. I haven't seen it yet, but still a couple of good games yesterday, and anything can happen on day 2.
Okay, MDF, walk us to yours quickly.
Kanata and Agers, I love what they're doing. Again, today's day 2 though, right? Hit that drawing board, come back, make a new strategy. That's what's important today.
Interesting. Viv?
Bugumira, they're in 3rd place right now. Reigning FNCS champs. Nothing more to say.
And SPG?
I'm in the same boat as you. Need the victory royales. Need a big comeback today.
We absolutely need that as well. Of course, as always, do let us know who you think is going to go all the way here. Who is going to be FNCS champions? Let us know in the chat here. We're going into Game 7. There are 6 games left to play. Oh, who's going to get the Active Champions? Let's head over to Sundown and to Monster. Bring us all the action. It's Game 7. Let's dive in from the Battle Bus.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, for setting the stage. We have seen 4 other regions crown their champions, and we'll have 2 more joining them right after this.
Absolutely. Picking up where we left off yesterday, it's going to be Game 7. This is a 2-day tournament, of course. Finals, everything on the line now. What's cool to see is that 3rd place in down battle. I really want to call this almost like, let's usher in the new era. There are so many newer teams popping up here, and it's going to be great.
I mean, you're focusing on that. I'm focusing on the fact that it's time. Game 7 right now. Let's get it. And we saw yesterday, we got a little bit of a 2-horse race right at the top. Peterbot and Byla phase Walltaker and 33 Cold. And yes, I know we're going to call him Walltaker. Yes, we know it's scented, but the name you put up there is the name we're going to call out. Please keep your branding consistent. And one thing I want to note, I went back yesterday and I checked because I know I talked about it. And I was like, man, I feel like I've seen these numbers before. When we're looking at Peterbot and Byla, the numbers they put up yesterday were almost exactly the same as what they did in Qualifier 1. Is the difference of like 5 eliminations and 1 on the average placement.
Definitely one of the teams that flew under our radar, right? They played so consistent. They played well in the first qualifier. And you know, we tend to overlook things. Sometimes the name means everything. This time around, they are proving that we need to keep an eye on them. We need to give them attention. They have definitely earned it here today on the main stage. Of course, Peterbot and Byla have taken full advantage of the Fortnite world. Let's just talk about players that are so flexible like this. I think it honestly just gives them even more of a reason to check them out. The fact that they can be so nimble, so flexible, and play the newest drop and find success.
And particularly now, they're able to really just be a little bit defensive on their lead. They know they don't have to be pushing for all of those eliminations that got them there because, hey, they got them yesterday. They're able to now just kind of look at the rest of the lobby. So we're going to take a look. Trashy and Glaze, they're trying to find a little bit of room over here. And one of our little contested side drops focusing over on the gas station. Right now, HP lead very, very much so in the hands of Golden and his teammate.
Yeah, not looking too hot for Glace right now, who's got about half that health pool to work with, but Trashy's just trying to find any kind of material count that he can here. He's got 100 brick. That's going to give him about 11 builds or so to work with. Not too bad considering he has this natural high ground, but that HP disadvantage, that lack of a long range and a closer follow-up range weapon is going to be pretty tough to engage and find a lead here. So this is going to come down to whether or not they can actually bait them into bringing the battle to Trashy. Otherwise, they should get out of here. Remember, each of these engagements are still going to be worth so much.
Right now you can see Trashy trying to get the cone, will get the replace over the top, and then immediately, nice little edit back, but Fabled Taco trying to back him down, and now the HP lead is a little bit even. If you're Trashy, you want to close this fight immediately.
And that's how you play right there. You pre-fire the shot. This is one thing that pros are exceptional at, setting up those pre-fires. You cannot overestimate a player like Trashy. He will definitely punish you for any mistake. Fabled Taco and Golden, a part of that new era that we were talking about. Here it is. Time to step up to the plate.
But just 2 builds on Fabled Taco, which means if you end up in a situation where that drum's able to get on top of you, you don't necessarily have a wall to be able to slam up, which is one of the best things to kind of back down those high rate of fire weapons. And it feels like Trashy kind of knows that he should hear them hitting those materials on the inside. He's trying to push it down, and immediately Fabled Taco trying to find an answer, and he does. Glaze taking a bunch of damage. He's going to go down. It's all going to be on Trashy.
Not looking good for Trashy now. He didn't even get a chance to reload his weapon, so this is it. It's pretty much all or nothing, and he looks like he wants to commit here and now. Keep in mind, he does have to hit every single shot, possibly with max damage as well if he wants to take out 2 players here, especially with the limited ammunition that he has. Giving Golden and Fabled Taco a chance to rebound back, go ahead and get their HP up is going to be devastating for him now. Here it is. He gets the 1v1 he's looking for, but it's still in the advantage so far of Fabled Taco.
He only has 3 bullets left. Like we've seen him, he hasn't picked up any additional ammunition. You see him desperately trying to put it down, and he's going to go down. First full duo eliminated on that end, and I anticipate one, if you're just joining us today, we'll be setting the stage after all these initial fights, as we have Shoni and Polo, no strangers to fighting early, going right up against Crumble and Mars. Mars goes down immediately.
Here's the thing, these are the best players in NA East going head to head, regardless of where they are coming into day 2. These battles, these engagements are worth thousands of dollars. Literally, your placement points will matter. And let's be honest, who doesn't want to have a great history from your most recent competitive tournament, right? These are what the players wear proudly on their shoulders. So far, Shoni and Polo have done pretty decent. They have a chance to actually battle today, do well, and make it to top 10.
And they're one of the duos who haven't been competing here in the finals before. This is their first opportunity, and we have seen them get better each and every qualifier. And again, we talked about the stakes. We talked about the 130K for first place as Narwhal actually ends up picking up gold. And so that first fight just delaying them enough to end up allowing another team to come in. Ashoni and Polo are trying to go down. But, hey, man, you saw the announcement this morning, right? Like, there's a little bit more on the line. We will have that invitational in-person event in November. And yes, that invitational word tends to scare people, and look at all that, but if you go through, you read the blog, we're going to be inviting top duos based on their performances in the FNCS. So hey, you want to show up, you want to end up in Raleigh? Put your name on the stage right now.
You say small, I'm saying that's a large announcement, a huge one, in fact. I'm looking so forward to what's to come. I'm sure the players are as well. The overall community sentiment's been amazing. And take a look here, talking about amazing things going down. Narwhal and Nexi on fire right now, kick things off with 2 eliminations here. And again, they came in late. They kind of sweep up the dust right underneath the rug. And that's going to be a great kickoff for them. 6-point swing means a lot. You saw the standings. Our top 15 were quite literally 3 points from one another. Do not let that little number on the side of where the team is coming in discourage you from counting these squads out. So many of them have a true opportunity to jump into top 10. It is not even a drill. For Booga and Miro, though, there's a huge order in front of them. They have to stay consistent. They are one of the duos that are right in that sardine pack with all the other players.
Oh man, I hate sardines. Just not a massive fan in that regard, but I am a massive fan of the way Booga and Miro have been playing. It's very easy to get discouraged when you look at the top of the table and the fact that Cold and Walltaker and Peterbot and Bila have been playing so well. These guys aren't slowing down at all. They've been able to put up the pressure. They've been able to contest against Surge. They've gotten reboots when needed. Now we're gonna swing on over to the opposite side. Polaris and Nico, they're trying to get on the board here. Creo and Vert on the opposite side, and honestly, I love the attitude coming out from Polarized and Nico here, because they talked about everyone was just like, man, really tough day one, failing to score a point, but he said, hey, I would rather go 0 for 30 than 0 for 9, because going 0 for 9 means I stop shooting. And these guys, they're still going, they're still pressing, they want to be a part of that conversation.
You love it, and you love to see players continue to try their best, play their hearts out, and do their best tournament after tournament. Of course, it's not over until it is absolutely over. And there's a lot of teams that have yet to earn some placement points or just general points here in the tournament this weekend. So it does kind of give a little bit of a heads up to the rest of the community looking at this tournament here. It's been difficult, and our best teams are shining. They're actually taking away so many points up at the top, and that's why it's actually highly competitive there. Talking about highly competitive teams, though, Walltaker, Cold, these guys are in the running on the heels of Peterbot and Bila. Essentially, Peterbot and Bila would have to fall in order for others to go ahead and do this. But we have a word from one of the best our scene has to offer. It's Vivid.
Hey guys, so let's tune in right here with Peterbot and Bila. Now again, they do have that Dr. Sloan's assault rifle right off of spawn. He's actually holding that combat SMG as well, so no shotgun, so don't expect too many close range fights to go down. But interesting, we have a new fighter at the Collider. Bizzo and Diego Plays actually landing there, and I do believe they might have snuck away one of the supply drops, so I'm not sure if Peterbot and Bila actually got one of those launch pads this game, and with this south zone, we'll have to see how it impacts them.
Doesn't look like it as we swap through their inventory. No launch pad there, but we also did see Sonetto get a knock very early onto Diego, so we'll see how that ends up going. And a nice little info in the top right-hand corner. The last 2 NAE finals have been won by the team who is in first after day 1. So if statistics are on your side, they're in a pretty good spot.
But was that day 1 team introduced to a new hurdle? A team landing at their drop spot, a team stealing away what could be the most vital piece of loot, which is that extra launch pad. Take a look here. So now, can you explain this?
No, I was just about to say, what is going on here? As you see, it looks like they're trying to separate and make sure they have all of their shields in one spot, but they have so many. And I love the fact that they're actually taking the time to use that kind of right click or aim down sights and then throw the utility itself, because Oliver OG was looking to kind of steal some of that away. As we're going to swing on over. 33 Cold, FaZe, Walltaker trying to continue putting the pressure onto the rest of the lobby. They got a little bit of catch-up to be doing if they want to walk away with that Axe of Champions 2.0.
Eliminations. That's the name of the game for them right now. If they want to catch up to Peterbot and Bila, they need to find a slew of eliminations, but also Peterbot and Bila will probably have to go down to even allow that opportunity to be a reality here. For Commandment and Stretch, a team that's put up a couple digits here. I mean, they're looking for a comeback day today. You saw Stretch's response there on social media. He's like, dude, that big announcement, it's time for me to focus up. I got to get my head in the game. And now he has something even bigger to play for.
Yeah, you got to buckle down because, again, the return to in-person events, hey, we got to get something going, right? It's our first step, getting that ball rolling, kind of touching our toes in the water to see what it looks like in modernity. But as I said all the way back in the day, competitive Fortnite isn't going anywhere, and neither is Peterbot and Byla as they keep their train on moving, picking up a key elimination there.
Early elims for Peterbot and Byla will spell disaster and scare.
They're flying.
For the rest of the lobby. And look at this. They're actually pushing on in. Now, that was just a knock. The pickup does come through.
Yep.
Notice the punishment, though, for the push here. Byla and Peterbot looking a little worse for wears.
And this is the exact situation that Vivid just talked about, how, hey, I don't really see either of them rocking a shotgun. Yeah, wall-to-wall fights with an SMG are fine when you have an HP advantage, and they kind of do now thanks to the shield cake. But on the other side of them, they have another very aggressive duo who's trying to hawk in. You can see it in the bottom right-hand corner. Those green triangles, they're closing on this fight.
They're sliding in, but Peterbot and Byla don't like the sound of it. They start to back on up. They skate out the side here. Off to the races they go, and they're looking for the disengage. Small victory for them, some couple tags there for Clicks and Day, though. Pressure on the horizon here. They have threats. Once again, we've seen this rotate game after game. The slide on into Chonker Speedway. Last time, it was Blake and Lawrence's tournament. They basically threw. This time now, a bigger problem. Threats and Rise seem to have the advantage here.
But I do like the conscious disengage. It's something we see out of Clicks and Day a lot, where they're not necessarily afraid to take some of the damage. We will see 323 below. We'll take a second to see if it updates. So the 323 lets you know the team has done the absolute least amount of damage. That's how far up they need to go. And then it will update, and we'll see the duo who are on, which is Clicks and Day. Now, if you are new to competitive Fortnite in this regard, Storm Surge is something that is active in every game, but you generally only see it in these high-stakes competitive lobbies. It turns on in zones 3, 5, and 7, and then it will do 25 damage every 5 seconds to the duos who are underneath the threshold, like Booga and Miro. Now, how do you bump that threshold out? You shoot other people. You get confirmed damage tags. So now you should see on the right-hand side, once that update comes through, the 2 shots that Booga hit pushes them just barely above, so teams will be ping-ponging back and forth.
And trust us when we say this is where the pressure really kicks in. This is where diamonds are created, guys. You absolutely have to hit every single opportunity that presents itself. These players will not open up those boxes freely, so you really have to take advantage. Talk about that, though. Here comes a full dive in, and this is going to be a full-on engagement. We have the #1 team down to the right. Gold and Aviv have to fight. They are in fourth place here. This is an all-in potential battle if they do not find tags.
But who are they going to push? They're either pushing 5th place with Joji and Rokane, who probably want to fight you as well, or you have Peterbot and Byla directly underneath them. It looked like they almost wanted to geyser over towards the supply drop, and they realized somebody else was there in full metal.
And also, Gold and Aviv are now split from one another. This is terrible for them. Aviv focusing in on our #1 team of Peterbot and Byla down low. Meanwhile, Gold has to transition on over, but also 20 players will have to go down in the feed. Walltaker takes out Teo, so these are big engagements here, but it is going to get very interesting now. Here it is, 4th on 5th.
Will they be able to take it? Just 38 damage above, 3 seconds till that Storm Surge turns on, and then the onus could really be put onto them. You can see right-hand side of the screen, Joji and Rokane, they're a 5th place team. They are underneath, and he's actually I love this. He's hanging back in the zone, knowing he's going to get a better angle on some of the teams who are posted up right towards the outside. And just that little second, the little awareness puts them decently above Surge.
Definitely some great tags there. Headshots come through. The feed is lighting up, though. Cold finds another one, so these exchanges are happening everywhere. Meanwhile, Peterbot and Byla find themselves another little 2-piece here onto Mega. He picks one up for the trouble. Scared Bear goes down. Walkers is down as well. Our 7th place team now down and out. That is so unfortunate for the new era boys trying to step on up, but they will continue to have opportunity here today. Let's hop on over to Blake and Lawrence, who are also below the surge.
Oh, that was so close. Lawrence actually missed the first chug splash there, and Blake almost ended up going down. You can see him trying to split the minis over, but every second you're taking a shield is a second you are not shooting someone, and the minis will only offset 5 seconds worth of the surge. Remember, it's 25 damage every 5 seconds, 61 below. He needs to find a double tag pretty much now or he's gonna go down, and they just barely find it. Now take a look at the top left-hand corner. 3 players need to go down, and then the surge will turn off, and Clarity G gets taken down.
What's crazy is that there's also a heal behind them, but they don't have the time to actually, you know, the luxury to sit down and heal here. They are deciding to take fights instead. It is gonna be the difference maker. Take a look at the focus, the laser focus on Blake's face there. He is absolutely just worried about finding these tags, and he will find them. The surge will go ahead and simmer down now, as we've already broken the threshold, but at what cost?
I mean, you talk about at what cost in the top left-hand corner. We saw it, 4 versus 5. Well, 4 came out ahead. Joji and Rokane are down. Great use of the harpoon there to grab it, but we're gonna take a quick look in at our top team and just showing why they are running the table. Great angles on the side, taking advantage of the fact that Dubs and Mega were pinched there, and then they push in to make sure they scoop up all of that additional loot. That's why we call it a refresh, because you are able to then take the advantage of whatever additional utility is there. We'll swing on over right now with Walltaker and Cold, who we talked about. The name of the game is eliminations. Well, so far, the difference is being made up by Peterbot and Viola. They're extending that lead right now, and you can see a little bit of onus going on to Walltaker and Cold.
This reminds me of the Zayt and Sat philosophy. If you do not have a loadout to win the game, make it happen. Make the big plays, and you can see that they do not have heals. They don't really have an endgame loadout, and they are playing for what could be a game-changer situation here. And this is why they single out Bank, who looks to be a solo. I think they've gathered enough information on that, and they're trying to change the tide of this game. Halfway through material, no HP to really work with here as far as additional extended heals go, and I love this push right here. It's aggressive, but it's a tournament-winning decision.
And that's what you need to do, because again, they're pretty handily in second place, but their eyes are on Peterbot and Viola and what they have to do. We have 4th zone revealed. You can see it relatively central to where the players are at now. We do have a river cutting right down the middle, but you can see trying to get in, trying to get underneath Bank, taking a bunch of damage, and they're going to be able to pick that up, but you have to make sure you're covered on the side. As we've talked about so many times, they will get a much-needed refresh, but as I say that, it's only some minis, so not going to be able to top Cold off to that maximum 200 HP.
We heard some minis fall there. We saw a little upgrade to the weapons, so there is something to be gained, and of course, those extra points if they want to start catching up to our #1 team. Let's take a look at Jamper and Duke, our 7th place, currently positioned duo here up on high ground. They have plenty of visuals to work with here, a lot of information to be downloaded and assessed here, but the zone tells us a story in its own. They're gonna have to rotate way on out, and you can see there's trouble in paradise. There's not a lot of duos already set up, so there's going to be plenty of duos that have to make this rotate.
But most of the duos are on the northeastern part of the zone, so if you are on the western part, you're pretty safe. You can effectively just walk in, which is where Duke and Jamper were, and Booga throwing some shots, and he's hitting them. That was back-to-back headshots going through. Jamper's actually going to end up finding an Elim in the feet, and I believe he just got a knock onto Walltaker. Yeah, that was him. He's out. So now Cold going to be by himself. This is monstrously huge.
And remember, look at this. They're fighting for loot. He actually jumped on top of another refreshed body. So mega unfortunate for Cold here. Had Senthit just been able to stay up here, it would have been a difference maker. They would have had enough to work with.
And again, we're talking about, you can see in the top right-hand corner, NA East has been the region with the least amount of reboots. And in fact, we're just able to break the record of nobody having won a game after reboot. That was the final game yesterday, where all of a sudden we were like, hey, this isn't really a one-horse race anymore, right? Like Walltaker and Cold had the opportunity to get in. But right now, we're taking a look. Our third-place team ripped to shreds.
Oh, no.
Fantastic job picking up Elims, but falling just outside of that placement threshold at top 25 is huge.
And it's Acorn who picks it up. That's somebody's guns pick there, who, again, we have this little internal fun thing going on with our picks, so we'll continue to keep that story developing here as well. Take a look now. We have an important fight here. Our second-place team of Cold under pressure. He's got a duel on this wall. He cannot afford to go down now if they want to stay competitive, if they want to stay in the running. Meanwhile, Peterbot also gets knocked. This is an opportunity for someone like Cold to take advantage, but it's only a knock. It's not a full finish.
We'll see if that ends up getting confirmed. But we talked about how everyone was piled into the northeast side, while Zone pulled all the way to the southwest. So everyone is going to have to go find that. And right now, as we said, it was just a knock. They're going to be able to get Peterbot back up on his feet. And if you take a look at the top left-hand corner, top 25. So 1 point granted out to everyone who made it this far. and then we're into the cascading placement point. So as duos drop, it'll be an additional +1, and Peterbot and Byla have only had one game where they've even relatively stalled over the course of the entire FNCS. Well, 2 games over the course of the entire FNCS.
Did you imagine the odds of falling this late in the tournament and getting saved? It has to be incredibly slim. So the chances, the odds, the favor is in Peterbot's side this time around. On the other side, Teo and Pledge now have an opportunity to jump on up as Aviv and Gold. Their 3rd place competitors are down, so this is an opportunity for them. Very bold play here to stick inside the zone and try to play for this late pad. It's going to cost them a little bit, a little extra HP, but hey, they get to use it. They get to recycle the community launch pad, and off they go. Teo falls, though, in the process, and that's a man down here. Pledge will have to play this one out by himself.
And it was Cold who ended up actually getting the knock as a solo, so that is monstrous for him, trying to make up the difference, because again, we talked about the elims coming through, but we already saw Peterbot and Byla have picked up a pair. Cold and Walltaker have just now equalized on that. So if we're talking about the difference there at the top, they're even, but it's all going to be on Cold as a solo to try and make up that gap. As on the right-hand side, Peterbot and Byla are doing what they do best. They're trying to get to the front side of the zone, get priority, and then be able to scoop up and cut off all of these other teams. And Byla picks up another one for himself. That's their 3rd elimination.
And what a great refresh as well. They are sitting on so much loot here. Now, granted, they will have to pause and heal for a second, and unfortunately, there's not too many extra quick heals here, but they have the time. They also pull somewhat of a zone favor. It's going to go hard east here, past the Synapse Station. Things are going to start getting very interesting. Notice how quickly this lobby has been cut down. That is because of the difficulty of the terrain, forcing players what was a longer rotate than usual.
It's also way different from the pace we saw yesterday at the start of the game, right? There's no shot. Like, we're not even going to come close to that 7th zone search. 5 players need to go down. This is a pretty difficult rotation. You can tell players know that, like, hey, we have to pick up the pace a little bit. Even if you're in that 3rd through 50th range, you know there is money to be made if you can be successful. And right now, Duke and Jumper, it looks like they're going for the early high ground. Cold is looking for a little bit of room, a little bit of space to do just something, but with only 9 bills, the med miss, and the 2 minis, he's gonna have to dig in deep. The wood not gonna be enough. A monstrous shot, but Avery takes advantage of it, and him and Muzz have really been pushing up and challenging and playing very well as a duo.
Meanwhile, Kanat and Agers now find themselves in 7th place in the front side of low ground zone. I love that position on high ground. No one has truly claimed it, but there is Degen and Iamzo eyeing it up, thinking about it, and now they go on up. Miro and Booga think about going for it, but it's not going to be a good idea as Miro almost loses his tournament run there for a second. Things have to slow down now. He is well above the surge. It's not going to be an issue at all for this lobby as players are falling. Byla is down, but not before picking up 3 more elims.
I was just about to say he's down, but he picked up a pair on the backside of the zone, and not even a pair. He finds the spare there as he gets threats and rides +1. So continuing the absurd run, 6 eliminations from them, but Peterbot is going to have to do something ridiculous as a solo. No stranger to him as he finds it. What a shot, Peterbot!
A huge shot there now. He's swinging on around. He's got plenty of maps to play with as well. And you are seeing why Peterbot and Byla are making statement plays round after round. Here it is, though. There is still more to earn here with every team that goes down, more placement points. But elims are better. Get those instead. That's worth 3 if he gets the full confirm. Another down body here. He could play for that, but no. Smarter than that. Playing for second height. This is an endgame push right now.
Booga taken down by Smacked as well, and if we're looking over, we've already seen 2nd, 4th, 5th, 6th coming into this game has dropped. If you're Peterbot and Byla, there's tons of daylight, but up top, Iamzo and Degen trying to rip it away. Iamzo will get one, but Degen gets knocked.
And that's a solo now on high ground. That is so scary. That means this win is not completely free. He is trying to break it down. He doesn't trust if there's anyone up above, and there is a player there. It's Larson. Iamzo now, with a very bold play, has to slide on out. He's very hurt, though. Peterbot, meanwhile, on the side here, clutching up as ever, just trying to hold on to the game. Down goes Degen, down goes Jamper. We're inside the top 10.
And this is what Peterbot does so absurdly well, is he finds the angle, he cuts off the player, and then he faces and puts pressure on him, but right now the pressure is on Amir, trying to throw a ramp up in his face. Fishing Cows on the other side, great level change, but unfortunately, Chimp from the top down was able to pick it up. Peterbot and Byla are up onto 9 eliminations, all in the solo plays. Byla dipping back in the zone and finding 3. Peterbot then, since the solo, has found 3 of himself, and look, he's challenging players, he's going for it. Angers ripped apart, he is going, and there's a reason he's in first. Look at the moves.
And look at this, a big 180 as well before he gets sent out of the lobby. Talk about big plays and bigger clutches there in the end. And now it's players on the bubble here trying to fight their way up to top 10. Remember, all of these engagements will be worth thousands of dollars and leaderboard implications as we continue throughout the day. Qual and Tabs G finally make their way to an end game here. What can they do? It's a clean 2v2v1 though. A player goes down and here it is. It should be a nice closeout here. It's Larson who's on the run. Qual and Tabs G come on through and they secure themselves a nice victory royale.
What a way to start off day number 2. And I mean, it feels like it's the sequel to the book we were reading yesterday. We see Peterbot and Byla dominating the individual efforts, the plays, the movement coming through, but then the team on hype runs it out and secures the victory royale. But all the points are being filtered in because as we see, the teams who are in 2nd through 10th just get taken out before they can really put a statement on the board.
And this is what I love about 2-day formats here with the finals. You get to see other teams really shine through. What did we do wrong yesterday? How can we make adjustments? And let's show up on day 2. Let's make a statement. There were so many new teams now finding their groove.
And again, we've talked about the 2-horse race at the top and then everything else underneath that's going to be shifting constantly. And to keep track of that, we got Adam, Vivid, and SPG.
Yes, thank you so much for this. Qual and Tabs G with the first victory royale of the day here, Game 7. But whoa for a second here, okay?
Whoa.
Now, we saw that stat earlier on that 2 teams have retained being in the top spot from day 1 into day 2, winning FNCS. Peterbot and Byla come out with 10 eliminations. We saw Peterbot get a knock earlier on, though, Vivid, and manages somehow to still get some serious points.
The most incredible thing about this, honestly, is that we were accrediting a lot of their success to that guaranteed launch pad that they were getting off spawn. But no, this game, we saw that Bizzle and Diego kind of took that pad from them, but they were like, no, listen, we're better than that. They went aggressive in the mid game. They picked up 2 early eliminations, and from that, they found that launch pad. But it didn't just stop there, right? Violet goes down a little bit early. Of course, he has 4 eliminations somehow, and then Peterbot just goes on to pick up 6 himself as a solo. I mean, these guys are just playing out of their minds. Can anybody stop them?
I don't know that it'll be possible. Coming in day 2, doing this right off the bat, just showing us how good they are. I mean, we talked about it last season with Bugha and Miro, all the solo clutches getting just a few more points every game. That seems to be the story here for Peterbot and Byla. And it's been absolutely incredible to watch. It's a coming out party for these 2. And I mean, if this happens again, I don't know that anyone can even catch them.
Yeah, there's a bit of a victory lap vibe right now, just saying, hey, we're here. It's ours for the taking.
Yeah.
So we'll just, hi guys, as they walk past and just eliminate kind of everyone on the field there. But other teams, we saw Cold going down early on as well. We saw the Mira and Bugha as well, managing to get good positioning from them, being one of the South Storms, one of the few South Storms we've had across this competition. But let's look at the leaderboard right now. 282 points, Vivid.
What are they doing all the way up there?
83 points in the lead. This is madness.
I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, 159 placement points. Listen, they have more placement points than 4th place has in total points. Like, how are you playing that consistently? 41 eliminations. Unbelievable. The closest to them is actually 30 in Walltaker and Cold, and then the next set is 23. Like, they are so far ahead.
They are so far ahead. And now we just take a look at the rest of the leaderboard at this point to see where it's at. There was so many shifts in that 5th to 18th place. Like I noted at the top of the show, it is like one victory royale worth of placement points that separated 3rd all the way down to 18th. Now we see that showing up once again right here. A lot of these teams are so close, and maybe you're not going to win FNCS, but a team like Scarebear and Walkers, a team like Spade and Chimp last season, if you're coming to FNCS finals, you're showing up, you're making a statement, that is your mark, that is beginning your legacy, and it's really important these teams take advantage of this opportunity and just show up and show everyone just how good you are.
Love that. Absolutely spot on. I mean, Vivid as well. You can see here as well, particularly positions 11, 12, and 13 were right on the cusp there of breaking into the top 10. But, we were saying about, we need a lot of teams to perform today. We talked about predictions early on as well. I was watching out for the guys that I've chosen, DJ and Yomza. They're 11 places they shoot up there. We said they had to go for high ground. That did happen, trying to maintain that. Larson pressed them. It didn't happen. Obviously, DJ going early, but Yomza managed to get some points there. But as we can see here, there's a real big gap now, SBG. Placement points versus eliminations, 41 for Peterbot and Byler. That is a bit, 3 points per elimination. That is a big game changer right now.
Every game, it seems like they're just racking them up. They had no business getting as many elims as they did last game. I mean, Vivid, how does that even happen? They're just slaying out.
I have no idea. 10 eliminations, game number 1. I mean, it is absolutely crazy. But at the end of all this chaos, we saw Tabji and Qua pick up the victory royale, right? And this is amazing. They are not done yet. We saw in EU, actually, Hen and Queasy, I believe they came into day number 2. They were in like 41st place. Yeah. And then at the end of this, they ended in the top 10. So a great performance out of Qua and Tabji, who, as you can see right here, in this specific highlight, they are in 31st. But surely this victory royale bumped them up a lot more than that. And if they keep playing like this, we could see one of those comebacks like we saw over in EU.
Big risers, and that's what you want to do. I mean, you can't control what happened yesterday. All you can do is show up today and perform your best for Tabji and Qua. Coming in out of semifinals, qualifying, they had a great semifinals performance, and now showing up once again. We see those 2nd through 4th place, no movement yet. They have to stay consistent. They have to continue to push Byla and Peterbot to try and grab that top spot. I don't know if it's going to happen, but it's sure going to be fun to watch.
It certainly is indeed. And we've seen as well some big points in other regions as well. Peterbot and Byla going, they're all guns blazing, doing very well. But it's quite big, isn't it, Vivid, as well? A new POI. The Collider is not one that, has not been around for long. We've seen many teams try and position themselves there, not necessarily faring well, but they seem to be doing an amazing job. How difficult is that as a player to get a new POI and do this well a job?
Well, the great thing about the Collider is that it was actually put right smack dab in the middle of the map, right? So you are actually pretty much guaranteed to be in the zone in some sort of way. So they can kind of just base up there and get a lot of their early tags there. But then also when they're making rotations out of there, they are so smart because they know what their POI has to offer. That air vent, they always look back at their POI when they rotate out because they're like, we know players are going to rotate out of there, and that's how we're going to get the surge. And that right there in this game number 7 is where we saw them get a lot of their tags from.
Yeah, quick adjustments, learning on the fly. Hey, these guys deserve it. They've been playing so well, and hey, we can keep giving them praise all day, but I think we got something coming up next, Adam.
Yeah, I was going to say as well, Command Cavern as well. We already know it's a POI that gets good numbers as well. Good teams elevating themselves to the top, and we've got 3 teams there right now in the top of the leaderboard as well, which is looking very, very exciting indeed. But it is time for game number 8. No waiting around. The battle bus is fueled. It's ready to roll. Let's jump in and let's find out what happens next.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. We've seen 7 games played, and so far, the question is, who on Earth or in NA East is going to stop Peterbot and Byla? Because right now, they're a runaway train just picking up momentum.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we still have a bit of a race between, Third and those other players trying to play catch up, but up in the number 1 spot, it is definitely looking like the crown is going to them. And let's be honest, a huge performance day 1, a better performance already to start off day 2. Outperforming the closest competitors is the way you want to do it here. And there's anyone that deserves it, it is basically players that play like that.
Yeah, and the thing is, their individual performances are fantastic, but they're getting help because all the other top teams are going down early. They're not as consistent and not capitalizing. And here we go. Game number 8. Will the tale change? Will we see a new protagonist rise up and be able to take the story out of their control? Will somebody enter their villain era and say, we can handle this, we'll do it ourselves? But so far, the answer is a big fat no. They're looking fantastic.
If you want to win this tournament, if you want the number 1 spot, I'm afraid the only way to do it, someone has to contest them. You have to clash against them. And as we all know, you don't really want to do that because there's a reason they're playing well. There's a reason they're up there finding success. It's not just the drop spot. It's what they're doing in endgame. It's the clutches. It's the rotates. It's piecing it all together.
And right now, just the entire Clown Fiesta that has been going on North Sleepy has been such an interesting thing because it feels like almost every single game we have somebody going down before anybody really even properly touches their feet. We saw it yesterday when Diego and Bizzle were over here, and now Pamsu and Fatch, they get free shots from the Lighthouse, and they're going to put pressure onto Slacks and Clarity G.
And that is all due to that battle bus. The bus coming north to south allows Pamsu and Fatch to touch down first. They have that high ground tower. They get a weapon, And literally, we saw this yesterday with the south to north bus, where the team hide and seek across the water, got to hit those shots down early as well. So Slacks and Clarity G unfortunately have been up, I would say, the punching bag from round to round every now and again, depending on that battle bus, but you have to be ready for it, right? These are reasons why you need to adjust on the fly, and I'm sure if there's anything you get to take away, it's a lesson learned. These buses matter.
They have to clean up those initial drop spots in the drop map, and what we mean by that is based on where the bus is going, you need to know where to drop in order to land safely and not get just lasered by some of these other teams. Because again, we're in the NA East Finals. These are the best of the best in the East, and they're going to be able to hit those shots. And with just 5 games left, particularly with how far ahead Peterbot and Byla are, if anything, right, like, and you know you're not going to catch them, you hope they just keep stealing points away from everyone else, because that means one late game dramatic could send you from like 12th, 13th place all the way up into a big tens of $1,000s change in payday.
That's the thing, right? There is so much to play for here, and this is why I'm really calling today, or this entire finals, the new era. Walkers, Scare Bear, Peterbot, Byla, Pamstu and Fatch, even them on the bubble here in that conversation. Pledge and Teo playing exceptional. We have players that have really been proving, earning their stripes this last year, and they're doing it time and time again.
What specifically when it comes to Peterbot and Byla, though, and looking historically, there are players who have had very good solo runs. Peterbot in particular, one of the stronger individual players, because he plays a little funky. He plays a little different than the rest of NAEs. You can see the calculated aggression, you see a little bit of the sneaking coming around, and once he's now find a duo who wants to play his way, everything is just clicking. And again, we talked about how, oh, they had a monstrous day one and they were able to put it all together. I mean, their qualifier run where, again, same teams roughly who were competing against them in that first qualifier because nobody had been pushed through, they were able to put up a 10-point better performance than this. And you can see Peterbot in first in total elims right now. 28 eliminations by himself. That is a ridiculous number.
And you saw the standings. Literally, the team elims just in general, they are outperforming, outshining everyone right now. And again, at this point, we have to continue to highlight them. That's what this platform is all about. Show them love on all socials. I mean, if you were looking for some new players to check out, why are they finding success? There's a reason they're doing it this season. So far is theirs. For Scare Bear and Walkers, though, they have sort of slipped down, right? About 5 placements or so. So this is going to be an important game for them. Keep in mind as well, they're doing it out of this contested drop. Command Cavern. This is not an easy drop spot to play.
No, but we have seen duos have a ton of success around here because while Command Cavern, there's a ton of teams who land around here. There is so much loot, so many little nooks and crannies you can just quickly dip into, dip back out of. You can find the fishing holes and you can get enough to make the rotation possible. Now we're going to swing on over as Trashy is actually just hounding Peterbot right here right now.
First time we see this early clash like this. First time we see any team give them any sort of pressure, but we don't typically see Peterbot and Byla explore outside their drop spot very often, not this far. This is a different strategy from Peterbot and Byla, and they might just be paying for it.
Honestly, it looks like they're just trying to get hip to hip and ready to take this fight because they recognize the fact they're getting shot from 2 different angles, but it doesn't look like 2 different duos. That they can isolate a 1v2, you might just be feeding in more points to the top team.
It is Trashy and Glaze. They have these nice wide angles. Trashy's out in the open, but you know, ultimately this is going to play into the favor of our team leading the game right now because what will happen is they're just farming Surge here. They're farming tags. They're farming this free fight almost early enough to be isolated where there's no one to distract them and actually put their 2 bullets in to the conversation, right? So this is working out for them. And, you know, all in all right now, I think they've decided maybe it's time to push in.
And there is a team way up there in that almost pseudo Porta Fortress type build. You can see all the ramps being thrown out to just give you better vantage angles. Just trying to get a little bit of the action. They want to just throw the tags in there. The one thing Peterbot and Byla have been very good about, though, is covering the sides. And right now, they're trying to make that push onto Trashy. They recognize that he's isolated, and Trashy's like, I don't necessarily want any of that. And he's going to double back and make sure Glace has a line of sight to be able to help.
Keep in mind, Peterbot is, of course, rocking that mythic AR. It does so much damage. One of the other benefits, again, that we highlighted up at the top of the show, our analysts of Vivid and SBG did honestly, just an exceptional job of breaking down the strengths of their overall drop spot, the Collider, this latest addition to the center point of the map. But Onwards with Clix and Day here. The flags are out. It's time to push on in. And Clix is trying to set up the fight right now. I like what I'm seeing here. A little bit of aggression. They get on into the box. They start to set up what would have been a nice little ambush. They already have a singular elim, so not too bad here to set them up. But all in all, they have a long tournament in front of them. They want to jump up to that top 10.
And the story for the NRG duo has been they want to play aggressive. They want to be taking these fights, which is where they found a lot of their success. But taking a little bit too much chip damage and then the defensive fights not allowing them to get above surge kind of presses the pace. And they are very much so a momentum-based team. When they're rolling, when they're going downhill, when they're taking these fights after fights, they feel really good. But if they're not able to get it started, you can see there's a little bit more hesitation. There's a little bit more frustration in their game plan.
I'm catching big deja vu from game number 5 yesterday, where Walltaker and Cold played the bridge. They played it so well. They looked for teams fighting in the general area, and then they just slid on up and basically injected their sense into that conversation. But hold up. Day is going to cut off an opponent here. Now looking for the fight. They have him exactly where they want him, but someone sneaks in from behind. It's not looking good. The punishment has been dealt. Day has to back on out. The walls have been grabbed, but hey, he buys himself some time.
Good disengage there, making sure he threw the ramp up and he retreated back into already built builds. Even if they weren't his own, it means he's not going to end up getting chipped through. But this is what we've talked about with all of their fights, how they want to take the aggression, but they're not necessarily being cognizant enough about covering their 6, making sure that they're defended from behind. You can even tell, hey, 1 open edit, 2 open edit, skyline there. Clix recognizes that and he said, I'm going to back up a little bit.
A lot going on here. No reason to risk it all right now. Let the shots come through. These are, of course, small wins in their own, guys. Think about it. These tags, we know the implications of them. You're going to need a lot of damage. Clix again, playing a little sneaky right now. A lot of these are their builds, but is him and his duo on the same page is the true question now. It does seem like they decide, you know what, we have an advantage here, but there's another team now beginning to fire on in. That's not looking too good here. The odds are starting to slim down now as players begin paying attention to them. You know, Day and Clix here just really haven't found an area or position to steamroll teams the way we would normally do it. This is honestly a duo that plays off the momentum, will more often than not just drop a team quick. We don't really see the battles draw out like this.
Right now, we will see the third zone revealed on the left-hand side of the screen as Nico gets on the board. Let's go, Polarize and Nico. Don't stop shooting, and that's a big one for them as they're able to then get the confirmation. Blake will get onto threats as well. Day going to toss himself in a cone. Nice little defense, and I mean, Sphinx had a pretty solid day 1 yesterday as well. Was up in that elimination counter after the first couple of games. Granted, him and DeQuentin did slow down after the fact, but we've talked about this is the best of the best in NAs. All of these guys can fight defensively if they need to do it, but right now, Day trying to get aggro on the walls, but he doesn't have a shotgun.
I love this play right here. I love how they're working together. Day and Clix in unison there to support one another. One's taking walls, the other's putting out shots there. It was very nicely done, but DeQuentin and Sphinx have managed to honestly put up an excellent defense here and buy themselves some time. The cost, though, it's heavy. Already, material count about halfway. Heals, even less than that. Quanti and Larson listening to the battle going down after that last big game for Quanti and Larson. I mean, they're right back in the mix of things, seeing themselves in endgame. In the feed there, Kanata looks like he picked up another elimination. We haven't really seen too much of Kanata and Agers in the early game, but they have continued to find success here. And I love that because their game 1 and 2 yesterday was just abysmal. It was sad to see them have such a strong drop and honestly not have the strategy for Surge, but they have honestly fixed their strategy coming into about game 3 or so, and it really has shown. But there is always more to show, and that's why we have SBG on the line.
So with Storm Surge coming up, I wanted to talk about one of the primary Storm Surge strats. We see players going and prioritizing bushes to avoid having to sit in builds. Then while players are outwardly, openly taking shots, you just fire back. They don't know you're in the bush. You get a bunch of damage nice and easy here. And that's what Trashy was able to do.
Some fantastic chained headshots there from Trasher to make sure Surge isn't going to be threatening them. Again, Storm Surge, as we get the warning on the right-hand side, we'll see where the update is for Agers and Kanata, as we will also get a nice little replay of where he was able to find his elimination. You can see the shots coming through it. I mean, just able to immediately burn through Nexi. That was impressive.
That flick was insane. Right? Oh my gosh, he moved and just bam, it was quick. Here we have Peterbot and Byla. Big problems. 90 below. Make that 116. A little 20 added into the wound here. 22 players have to go down. We talked about pacing coming out of Game 7, being a little quick for NA East. This time, though, everyone said, okay, put a halt to the brakes here now. We have to slow down. We have to figure things out. Maybe reevaluate this pacing here. Peterbot and Byla have to decide now. The most important thing, who do we battle? Where is there a team close enough for us to honestly take a fight, or will someone open up an edit? But ultimately, you have to hit the shots.
But they are very far into the center part of the zone. There's nobody really near them who they can realistically just push through as Polarized continues to keep himself on the board. That's what we talk about. Bring back that day 2 performance. And don't forget, as Peterbot takes a bunch of damage, if you're on the lower part of the table, right, you want Peterbot and Byla to keep hoovering up as many of these points as possible, because it makes your chance for pushing into the top 5, into the top 3 that much more viable. And right now, 175 below, only 20 seconds on the clock. You have to get a bead on somebody and get some rifles, or you need to fly and start pushing. The problem is when you do that, the teams who are in there, they're just gonna wait, they're gonna edit out, and we've seen this happen so many times. So the team who's underneath decides, hey, we have to get wall to wall, but they wait way too long, and now they're in a tough position. This was the only time Peterbot and Byla struggled yesterday, and the only time they've fallen outside of the top 25 in the entirety of the set lobbies of the FNCS. They got 26 with 1 elimination in Game 4, and Storm Surge ripped them apart while they're trying to rotate and get wall to wall. This time, they're trying to close that gap now, but here comes the Surge.
And this is the worst we've seen their loot pool as well. Only just a couple minis, a couple of big pots here, really not much for the quick heals. Byla is gonna get just destroyed by some incoming fire there. Peterbot has to put the team on his back. What can he do? There's nothing that he can there, and he just gets melted by Glace in a blink of a moment. As quick as a flash, he goes down, and I'm sorry to say it, the writing's on the wall. Byla, you do not have the HP. It's all or nothing. He needs to pull a miracle out of the hat, and it's not gonna happen this time. There's only one team that stands to benefit here, and that's Cold and Scented, and unfortunately, Wall Taker and Cold are in a world of trouble themselves.
Yeah, Wall Taker needs to be wall holder right now. Cold is being pressured. He's already knocked. He loses the entirety of his shield. That's getting called out real fast.
And if Polarized and Nico there, a team that has just found their footing out of nowhere. Also, Bizzle and Diego adding into the mix here. So we have all these teams that, you know, they just say, Game 8, I'm ready to pop off here. I need to come on in here and make a statement right now. Let me get some points, and it's up against some of our tops.
Right now you can see a little bit of space being given, but I do want to just kind of harken back to what we saw with Peterbot and Byla. And you mentioned as Clarity ends up finding Cold in the feed. Storm Surge is still ticking over right now, 25 damage every 5 seconds to 3 of our duos, with Demonics and Nick being one of them. But you mentioned Peterbot and Byla's loadout. Peterbot has been absurdly successful when he has the shotgun in his hands. He didn't have one. He dove in, he got that, he was able to break through the wall with the SMG, and then he was sitting there hip firing with a burst.
And that could be the result of Bizzle and Diego taking a little bit of their loot, kind of forces them out. They're playing a new strategy, a new game today. We didn't expect them to even go against Trashy out there in the field, right? And Glace, a team that is scary, especially in the early game. They're a scrappy duo that will play well in those early game engagements. So a lot of resistance being found this time around. And you know, that could genuinely change the story. I mean, we talked about how they've been so unstoppable, but if you don't put points on the board for 5 games, I mean, it's gonna open up for everybody.
And again, just going back to it, this is the first time in the entirety of the FNCS, going back to the qualifier, the set round, going back to what we saw yesterday, where Peterbot and Byla have been dropped without a point. No eliminations, no placement points coming through, as we just hit our first placement threshold of top 35. Every team is still on their feet. We'll get 1 point. The next point will happen at top 30, and then we'll get cascading placement points in the top 25. Now, if you are Wall Taker and Cold, you have to take advantage of this. If you want to push up, if you want to close that 90-something point gap, this is your opportunity to do it right now.
Such a rare moment has just kind of presented itself for Wall Taker and Cold here. a team that has been the most consistent we've probably ever seen. You just said they have not dropped a game where they didn't earn any points since the beginning of the FNCS. It happens now in finals in day 2, and then you have a team that's right on their heels that are actually alive and honestly quite situated, so there's a true chance to at least close the gap. Get up there and see what they can do to play and fight for the #1 spot. Kanata and Agers, I have to give them so much respect. Talk about resilience, keeping their head on the shoulders. Agers and Kanata got 43 points in their first 3 games, and then 99 points in the last 4, truly showing that they have adjusted their strategy and they figured it out. We saw it from Pledge and Teo. That is what is so great about the FNCS, seeing the minds of the pro players come into work and then develop these new strategies on the fly.
You see Clixton Day on the right-hand side of your screen looking to get a little bit of action here. They will have a tough rotation, not because of the teams who are in between them. Well, honestly, it might be that too, as Oliver, OG, and Jeff posted right up on top of them. But if you look at the geography, you're basically going straight into a funnel, and you really just have to hope that nobody is taking an about face and looking at you. We will get the Storm Surge warning on the right-hand side. Clixton Day won't have to worry about that, and neither will Polo, as he ends up finding Nawson. But Trashy returns fire and gets a knock onto his duo. You can see Clixton Day trying to make the rotation through here, but somebody else who stands to gain a lot with Peterbot and Byla going down is Miro and Booga. We saw Cold get a knock in the feed, though.
That's a big knock for Cold there, but Miro and Booga are looking for some more points as well. They are about 40 points or so trailing behind Cold and Walltaker, so there's quite the gap that they need. Let's take a look here, though. It's Bucky who falls there. Bryce takes out Polo G. Meanwhile, on the side, hold up, Avery and Muzz getting it cooking over here. 7 below the Surge. This is a Command Cavern team who normally has their Surge all figured out. We've seen one game before where they did not have it, and Avery was the one who was down with the low HP coming out the zone. This time around, the shoe's on the other foot. They're up against Acorn and Edgy, an exceptional duo. And then, of course, you have Vert and Creo, that wild card team right below them.
We see Walltaker in the feed getting another elimination. We also saw the tough rotation called by Day and Clicks. They got taken it out. Yeah, it was Jeff and Oliver OG. They gave him enough problems. And now Muzz and Avery are the only duo who is underneath. But this is huge because only one player needs to go down. They have to make a decision if they're going to sacrifice somebody, make the push, or let the solo just play it out. If you decide to split your heals, you're taking more effective damage every time. You could have just yeeted one of the players out, but it's so unfortunate because Avery is going to get knocked not by the Surge, which means he's not full confirmed, and because one person didn't want to sacrifice themselves, both go down 51 to 49. Storm Surge turns off.
Rokane and Joji stand to benefit so much from this. That was their direct competition. But look at this. The Walltaker is down. We just saw Cold get taken down as well, and then he had to get picked up. So we saw Walltaker clutch it up. Can Cold do it for his duo now? A huge shot, but it's not enough. And #1 and 2 teams are now crossed out of the competition. Can Booga and Miro take advantage of this?
1 down, 2 down, 4 down, 5 down. Booga and Miro are the only team in the top 5 who can capitalize on this. If you're the rest of the lobby, that's fantastic news. But if you are Dignitas Miro and Sentinels Booga, you're thinking, we have to win this game. We have to put up points. We have to find eliminations. And this is their chance to make that 2-horse race a 3-horse race.
But also, Kanat and Agers are now in 4th as well. So they're starting to...
That's just showing how close it is, right?
Into the conversation. They're also catching up slowly but surely. Creeping on up. Iamzo and Degen here trying to make best with this terrible situation as Degen's been taken out a little bit early. This is Adam Savage's pick here. Iamzo's just holding on right now. There's a player back here. He understands that. Willing to sit back here, play for the refresh. He actually grabs the body. I like this because he does have a lot of heals. Keep in mind, there's still Surge to be earned there. Okay, so it's a couple tags worth. That can play a difference here. You never really know. It's TK who falls down. TK who did, in fact, take out Clicks and Day just a little bit ago. So this is that general area we've kind of seen the players begin to pocket up in. And now let's take a look. Let's check in. Let's get a little temperature check from Agers and Kanata. The heals looking great. The map's pretty decent, but the zone is far.
Zone is pulling due south with a lot of teams that have to rotate past it, and Miro finds one. Nico finds one as well. Hey, Polarized and Nico, keep taking those shots. Get yourselves on the board.
Forget yesterday. It's all about today. And Roken and Joji, hey, they're in 7th right now as well. Don't forget, our top teams are down because they've been so consistent. But when that consistency drops a little bit, drops a couple of times, everyone else has the opportunity to have that one big game to put them back on that leaderboard. And that's what's happening right now as the rotation comes out.
Degen and Niamzo started this day off like around 18th place. So did Roken and Joji, and they're already inside that first place, well within that top 5. These are those hero efforts we're watching unfold here on day number 2. But Miro and Bugha are alive. They're healthy. They're the scariest team on the heels of everyone else in 1st and 2nd place on high ground. Once again, Trashy and Glace are up here, and for good reason. Remember, they were clashing up against Peter and Bila just a little bit ago, but Acorn and Edgy now starting to get active as well. 3 Elims is a big game for them.
Trying to find some room, 430 above. Nice little short pad, but Miro again taking a bunch of chip damage straight to the front side of the zoning. Good job going up a level to make sure he didn't get edited down. We're in the cascading placement point, so as long as you can stay on your feet, you're good. The big difference being you have to find Elims right now. You have to close the gap and find it as Qua gets a knock on her dubs. You can see Miro doing the about face. Pam still gets a knock onto the roller. Trash and Glace just raining shots down from above, and Aegis and Kanata find one. They're on the bottom right-hand side. We'll take their look. That was hide and seek going down.
That's a big elimination right there. That's going to put them up at 6 points, and of course more placement points out the side here. He's going to cut this team off. Hits his wall as well. A huge shot, but he gets punished even more. He didn't even have time to think about healing. I don't think he expected to just get hit so hard in that moment here. Aegis now has to wait for the heals to drop. This is smart. It's important to go ahead and sit back here. He has some match, but how much time does he have to work with? We have Iamzo continuing to clutch up as well. So 2 big solos are alive right now. Roken and Joji are one of the best duos up though as well, as they're still our 5th place team. But back on over to Aegis. Here it is. Nico and Polarize have been playing a little too good today. It's time to run, Aegis.
Keep the press going. Aegis trying to find some space, but only 2 more builds, and that's going to be it. He's going to be stuck with mantles and just trying to recycle other people's builds. He does have the legendary striker, so there is some one-shot potential if you can find somebody low, but he was the somebody low as Trash and Glace are looking to capitalize on everyone else who has gone down. But again, Bugha and Miro still up on their feet. Only 2 eliminations going through as Roken finds his 4th for himself right before XF ends up taking him down. We'll see who gets the confirmation. Pamsto is actually going to benefit from that as Joji and Roken go down.
Huge shot now for Bugha and Miro to jump back in here. They're about 10 points away. They meet up with one another. It's all or nothing. A huge shot there from Bugha onto Aegis. Put that man down. Earn those points here. And now they're on the heels of 2nd place here. High ground's not free though. They're coming down. Might be a little too early, some might say. We'll find out. Bugha and Miro still up and cooking here. Another Elim. That's onto Thatch. Miro makes it in ever so slightly, just barely. But the support from one another is beautiful to see unfold here. Miro now takes the lead, edging his way out to the front side, and you have to love that we have a 2v2v1 now.
Pamsto in the back of the zone, just using the med mist, trying
Miro's
to take it
on
up.
height.
Miro rips height away as a solo, and then you can see the push coming through using that drum.
Oh my God.
He's gonna find it, but he has to get the confirm, and he goes down. He goes down now. It's a 1v1. Trashy and Pamsto will be on the other side, trying to find it, trying to get back in the zone. He's looking. He's like, where is he? I know he's in the zone. I know he's waiting it out. The French-Canadian just trying to heal and look for an opportunity, but Trashy is going to be able to find it. 10 elimination. I'll make it 11 in the victory royale from Glace and Trashy. They pulled themselves all the way up into the top 15 there.
What a huge game for them, and a big game for Pamsto and Thatch, who clutch up as well. But man, oh man, talk about Miro and Bugha in the end game. Let's take a look at the highlights here. Shout out to Trashy and Glace. A big game for them. A huge 11 elimination win. And look at that. You get to end it off with a nice shotgun shot. It was important that he hit that. That was worth so many points.
Yeah, being able to put up the 11 eliminations is +3 per, so it's 33 plus the 32 for the victory royale. I mean, that's a nice, and I mean nice, 65-point game. And again, we've talked about how good Peterbot and Bila, Walltaker and Cold have been, but the second they go down early and everyone else picks up some points, we're gonna have some shifts.
They did not take full advantage of it though, so 2nd is still a ways off, but 3rd place is starting to catch up. Vivid has to be happy about that one because that's his prediction, so let's slide on over.
Thank you, fellas. Yeah, Trashy and Glace. Vivid's kind of doing a mini celebration here as well, because Bugha and Miro make it into that end game. clutching up, getting those position points because they know that other teams ahead of them have gone down. It's going to be really exciting. This is leaderboard. SBG, what a time. What a time to be alive that was as well. Because the leaderboard will be very different after this one, but we can see here Miro and Booga. We'll come to Vivid in a second, walk us through what happened, what did they do so well in this game.
So this is what you expect out of them, just playing perfectly together, hip to hip, looking at the same thing at all times, perfectly navigating their layers, getting just enough refreshes without being too aggro and then going down because of it. And we see a slight adjustment. They were taking little short launch pads this game, not going all the way up in the air and getting beamed by height. So that little adjustment was saving them HP, saving them from having to slow down and keeping them alive in this game. But Vivid, I'll let you talk about them.
Yeah, I mean, no, you talked about it perfectly. Using those launch pads throughout this movie and throughout the game, we even saw them in the mid game actually use the spider web to make a little bit of a rotation in the mid game. But I was watching. Coming into the 7th zone, Miro himself had 130 builds still going into moving zones. Like, absolutely incredible. And as you can see here, they used them to perfection all the way down into the last moment that they were alive. They were fighting, consistently looking for more points, more eliminations. And this is one of those rare moments in the end game that we've seen them as a duo clutching up, getting that 3rd place. But Miro right here almost had a couple more builds. Could have maybe pulled out a little bit more, but they did plenty.
They really did. And these are a team as well. This duo here, they know exactly how to see out games. They've been there. They've got the t-shirt, current FNCS champions. Not a surprise they managed to do very, very well. But we've got to talk about Acorn and Edgy as well. Your pick, I believe, as well, prediction-wise, SBG. Great to see them in the end game. And again, getting eliminations, making sure they are letting others know they are here to play, to get as many placement points as possible, work their way up the leaderboard and try and get some of that top prize pool money. What have they done so well here in this game as well?
They're right in the middle of the pack, and I could basically use everything I just described to talk about Booga and Miro for Acorn and Edgy. They're playing perfectly together, understanding the pressure, forcing players into bad positions, and then capitalizing that after they've created chaos on the backside of the zone. We see it happen right there, able to pick up an elim, stay alive just long enough, and then just playing together. Edgy is one of the best fraggers in the region, playing with Acorn, who's also one of the best IGLs. The combo is now shooting up the leaderboard, falling early on day 1, but now day 2, it's their time to shine.
They're capitalizing, Vivid. They're capitalizing.
Doing so well. Listen, this is incredible because, honestly, not the best first day, but it was enough, right? As you can see here, they were in 7th as he went down right there. So a lot of points. And look at this. Yeah, they went up 9 positions because of that game right there. So expect to see some more highlights out of these guys.
Yeah, we can see here SPG as well. 282 is where Peterbot and Bilo are currently. We'll talk about them in a second. But you can see here now Cold and Wall take it up in 204 points. They have taken that down a little bit here. 40. I mean, they've got some back. 3 teams are now above the 200-point threshold, SPG.
Yeah, we see Miro and Booga. They didn't move places, but they closed the gap. They're getting that much closer just to 2nd place. They're almost there, Vivid. And now it's going to get even closer. Agers and Kanata continue to put on a strong day 2. Joji and Rokane, after a tough start to today, have a great 2nd game. And hey, you picked DJ and Yamzo. They're showing up today and having a great day 2 as well. Vivid, I mean, what are they doing?
Listen, they and a bunch of other teams are just doing absolutely incredible at taking full advantage of the fact that Peterbot and Bilo at that game, for the first time, it seems like during this whole entire FNCS, they had Storm Surge problems. Now, Storm Surge has been a big part of a competitive for a very long time. Essentially what it is it's like a comparison as to how much damage you have done versus the rest of the lobby. You can find Storm Surge pop up at the end of like 2nd zone, and then at the end of 4th zone, and then during those moving zones as well. Now, that first threshold, we're gonna look for 70 players. So if you are one of those 30 players that are still alive, right, above that 70 player mark that hasn't done enough damage or more than other players in the lobby, expect to start taking this 25 damage every 5 seconds, and it is detrimental. As you can see here, we talked about it. Peterbot and Bila could not find any of that early damage, and that's why they ended up going down this game.
Yeah, and it's tough. It's a moving threshold. There's no set number, which makes it even difficult. Yeah. So in qualifiers, for example, in zone number 3, the threshold was typically between 300 to 600, and it goes even higher. It's from yesterday, it's been 500 plus basically every single game. So that just puts it into perspective. That's 2 full players, 200, 200, plus 1.5 taking down just to be above that threshold in third zone. So that's a ton of damage, and it almost doubles every time the threshold shows up. So fifth zone has been about 900, and it's about 1,000 in seventh. So you got to understand, when the lobby's closed, it's less players, you don't need as much damage.
Yeah, it really forces your hand with it as well. You have to react quickly, because in that moment it's either med up or get some tags.
Yeah, and it does a great job of forcing a lot of these engagements to go down in the early game. You know, SVG did a great segment there. That's why we see some bush plays happening, some players hiding out, getting for some cheeky little tags out of that.
The bush plays, a classic here at FNCS. Right, it's time for Game 9. Things could change here. We can still see a big lead from Peterbot and Byler, but what will happen after this one, we'll just have to find out. It's back to Sundown and to Monster to bring us everything from this game here on Day 2 of FNCS NAE.
Thank you so much, gentlemen, as we close in on the halfway point of Day 2, 3/4 of the way through the entirety of the finals. And we got a 3-horse race now, all of a sudden. A little bit of stall at the top, and Booger and Miro, they capitalize.
I call that a big stall, because now what we have is a new dynamic, a new team entering into the Collider drop spot. It was almost like Easy Street Day 1, where you only had 2, but 3 is a party, no doubt about it. So with Bizzle and Diego jumping into the mix here, how will Peterbot and Byla essentially react? What will be their play? It's clear that moving south, hitting Gleison Trashy didn't work out. Gleison Trashy also made an end game, that game number 8, but here it is. Hopping on into game number 9 here. There is a lot to be told, a lot to unfold here, most importantly, because the standings, the story, is getting more and more interesting.
And again, still an 80-plus point lead. So what we saw last game, basically going to have to see 2 more times.
Yes.
And with only 4 games total, this one and then 3 more, the time is ticking as we're going to swing on over Synapse Station. Voil and Except looking for some room, and a great first pickup there. Able to get that striker burst in. Will Voil be able to find those long shots that have just harassed so many players?
Now, this has been a contested drop for the last 2 days for Voyo and Except. It's been a back and forth story here. They found a little more success coming out early. This time, though, on over to Golden and Fable Taco. We saw this fight last time be a bit dragged out, right? Took a long time to conclude. Now, though, getting to a bit of a resolution faster here. Taco has to figure out what he's going to do. Trashy on the other side is going to go ahead and save Glace. Now they have themselves a 2v1 situation. That big endgame performance, though, from Trashy and Glace took them well outside of the top 20s on into that 14th bubble position. They currently stand to earn a lot more money than they did when they started the day off.
And again, we talked about how the bus path impacts so many different things. In the top left-hand corner, again, we see Hide and Seek off a southern bus path picking up a knock before one of those sleepier Lighthouse teams are able to touch their feet down. However, we're going to stick to the gas station story here. Trashy and Glaze are just trying to slow this fight down. They don't want to give Fable Taco a window, and he's not going to get it. It gets slammed shut in his face, saying, hey, you stay outside. You can watch what happens in the next game, as they're going to continue to try to pick up the pace here. And now it looks like it's not just 3 teams, there's 4.
Because Sinetto lands outside at the bridge just to the north, and it seems like they're rotating in southern a little faster than they were before, and for good reason. Let's talk about it. The reason that will be is because, why not? There's more congestion happening here. There's more of a likelihood that the teams are combating one another, so they can come on in, find tags sooner, and possibly get a little bit more success here. Skakuga and, of course, Users FN, though, they've been middling in the tournament, right? Staying somewhere up near the top, not necessarily on that first page, but very much in the conversation for one of those last-minute stretches on into the top 10, maybe even a top 5 if they do really well.
And one thing to note here is Peterbot and Byla haven't necessarily been taking these initial fights at the Collider, but the big difference from what we saw at the very start of yesterday is they're no longer even trying to push for these early game elims, which is fine. They don't have to be taking those risks. They are that far ahead. However, when they're not taking these early fights, they're put under Storm Surge pressure. The only 2 poor games they've had in these finals, and I mean they've had 3 total across all of the set lobbies, have been when they're under Storm Surge pressure.
Storm Surge pressure is important. This is why we continue to break it down, talk about the implications, and also try to relate that and tie it all in as often as possible, because that's the biggest difference, I would say, from normal play, right? Casual play and competitive is that as you get into those later stages of any competitive format or game tournament, you're gonna notice the dynamic changes. And if you're not prepared, if you don't have that experience, it's gonna creep up on you. But here, for Booga and Miro, this drop spot's looking decent, but let's slide on over. A little action here to keep us on in and dialed in. Stretch and Commandment trying to do something big here. The last time they took this fight, though, it did not work out here at the Coney Crossroads, as they've been battling this out, what, for the 9th time now here as we're in Game 9?
Yeah, and I mean, Death and Tabnet played very well yesterday. They were able to be consistent through the first couple of games. Now we'll swing on over. This was a fight we saw resolved in the first game where Glace and Trashy got caught out after being held down by Golden and Fabled Taco, and it looks like that's going to be the case again as Narwhal swims his way on in, and he's going to spear Glace.
What's sad about this is that Trashy and Glace have, again, gone from outside the top 20 on into this 13th position here, especially this game already earning 6 points off of the elimination. So talk about a team that's sort of creeping their way back on into this top 10 conversation to end the tournament today, but now being put on a bit of a hold here. For Death and Tabnado, our team that's going to keep us dialed in for some action right now, has a world of problems. Not only is there a team shooting from behind them, they have a very skilled Commandment and Stretch in front of them. Yes, Commandment and Stretch are having a bit of a struggle here in the tournament series, but this is no pushover team.
I mean, like you said, we saw Stretch on social media earlier today saying he's a little bit more reinvigorated, and you can see he's probably going to look to apply that here. Whereas Tabney, Death, they want to get in the conversation, be on that front page. Don't forget, hey, just because you don't win, there is still tens of thousands of dollars on the line. Every team you pass, once you're into those top thresholds, will make you a little bit more on the season. And right now, Commandment and Stretch trying to avoid going down early here, as Stretch basically used all of his HP there, down to just a bare sliver of white.
What a team play. Hey, Stretch, you have the big pot. Don't worry about it. I'm not going to go ahead and use it for myself. I'm going to help you get a little bit more comfortable. On over to the Wall Taker and Cold here, though. On the other side, once again, this is their favorite position to be in after their early game rotates. They play the bush, they play the bridge for Metal, for Clay, Day and Clicks here, though. It's been a back and forth battle. Clicks finally, though, ends the fight quick. It's a re-engagement onto Sphinx and DeQuentin. We've seen this battle happen before. Last time, it took a long time to close out, though.
And you know for a fact, Clicks right there was boxed. 200.
Hey.
By the way, the strikers can't hit for 200. He'll still make the calm, though.
Definitely, it's something our pro players love to do. It's that excitement that comes into the fight there. You know, it's hard to kick it. Players are so used to making those call-outs here, but let's jump on over to the Command Cavern. Polarized and Nico, man, that last game, if they could have just done that in day one a couple more times, they would surely be up at the top, but they have managed to find themselves a little bit of a fresh breath of air, if you might say.
But honestly, I love the fact that they are still going and still pushing. We talked about it right at the start, but you can't let one bad day keep you down. Anything can happen in Fortnite. All of these players deserve qualified, push their way all the way through. And the fact, I mean, they caught a ton of slack from a bunch of other players being like, how is that possible? All this stuff. Well, they're still here playing, right? Everybody else who's watching, you're watching for a reason right now, and they're pushing and they're making an impact on these other teams. And that's what you want to see right now. As Elite and Bank, they're getting put through the trials. They're trying to create it. And I mean, Nico and Polarize are playing great. This push is fantastic.
Yeah, definitely. And Elite and Bank were also playing fantastic yesterday. We saw them switch up the pace here, but now starting to slip behind, not finding as much success as before because you have a team like Nico and Polarize all of a sudden just playing very, very well. Look at that. They picked up 44 points that last game. A huge way to go from 0 to hero. All of a sudden, they are on the board here. And the heat knock right in front of them, but a team slides on in. Who is that? Is that Muzz and Avery on the other side? What team just slid on into this conversation here? They're trying to inject themselves. It's Scare Bear and Walkers, a team that absolutely needs it. They were up in the top 5, and then they say, no, 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 we're here to fight. We're going to continue to push on through as well. And we have a big clash here. All of a sudden, everyone has to slow down.
And one thing to note, we are pulling to pretty much the same first zone that we had in game number 1 on today, so game 7 overall. They're going to have a pretty far east rotation. With that being said, with the 4 flops on Nico, they can chill forever. The floppers can really offset a lot of this 1-tick zone. The first 2, when you're in the storm, it only does 1 damage per second. Like, the players are more than capable of being able to offset that pressure, as now we're going to swing on over, and we'll get a nice little temperature check with where our current leaders are.
far, because I'm very interested to see whether or not Storm Surge is going to end up being a problem for them. However, what's not a problem is they're getting a supply drop directly on top of the head, and Peterbot has a shotgun this time.
Yeah, the shotgun that he loves as well, that high fire rate weapon, but also already securing themselves that launch pad from the drop, and now an additional one because, of course, they get this airdrop here. So that is a bonus point on top of a bonus point here. You'd love to see it here. Now with 2 launch pads, it's looking like this might be a game that it'd be impossible to stop them unless the Storm Surge does. And it does look like there are so many players alive right now. Day is going to find another one in the feed there. That is on to Playify. So this time around, Clix and Day have managed to start to turn online, find a couple elims, find success.
Yeah, in the second zone, again, reveal coming through. Very similar to what we saw in game number 7. I believe we had 2 of these yesterday as well. So the teams should kind of have an idea of where they want to rotate, which duos are around them, what they're capable of doing. But speaking of that, Day and Clix on the board and still going. Nico finds one onto Walkers, and I'm going to put a little bit of an outside prediction coming in here as we're going to check it out, what Nico is able to do. I think Nico and Polarize push themselves up into at least top 25 today, arguably maybe even top 20. They're playing very well, and I want to see that fire lit under them.
I mean, it already has been lit, right? You have the community pretty much talking down, and then they said, you know what? Let's show up today. Let's show players why we made it this far. And let's be honest, more often than not, the guys talking aren't the dudes in the conversation with y'all in finals. So Nico and Polarize proving that they are some of the best players on the region, and you know what? They deserve to be here. The performances are speaking for themselves.
There was also a reboot that we just heard near them, and it might be something where they're trying to hawk that player out. So we're going to hop on over with Cold and FaZe Walltaker. And you're probably saying, why are you calling him Walltaker? Hey, that's his name. That's what he wants to be called. As we know it's scented, but at the end of the day, rep yourself, rep your brand. Your name matters when you're on the big screen and you're on a stage like this. And speaking of being on the big screen, what's up, Cineplex? How you guys doing? I know Adam made the joke. He's like, wow, look, I made it. I'm on the big screen, but it's cool. Yeah, 1, super cool. 2, one little fact, I won't leak where, but Adam's been on the big screen before. I'll let y'all go do some digging in that regard. But
oh no,
as we see Tabney pick up Bizzle and Diego, a nice little double for him there.
Great double for them there. They're going to start racking up some extra points here. Death and Tabney have started to make themselves well heard in this game number 9 here. Now, again, this game will officially mark the just about halfway point of the day 2 finals here for us. There's 12 games of course Fortnite that happened over the last 48 hours or so. But in the feed, Scare Bear gets fully taken out now by Banks, so that's going to be the conclusion of Walkers and Scare Bear once again. It seems like them going back into the command cavern isn't working today. Yesterday they were kind of leaving the drop spot and playing outside of it and finding more success.
But this is something we see a lot of when we get these eastern pulls, that you get kind of those trickling fights on the western side of the map. So we're going to swing on over with Agers and Kanata as they're trying to go through. And I would call Kanata by whatever name that is there, but I speak absolutely no Asiatic languages whatsoever. I couldn't even tell you where those characters are from. So as we come through, we see Tabs picking up Joji, but Pamstyle going to return the favor, getting the confirmation onto Macwood. Joji and Rokane having a hard time staying consistent going up, but the individual efforts have been what's carried them through.
Yeah, and this is an important moment for them. It does seem like they've lost their vehicle, which is what honestly makes their drop spot exceptional. And we have such a bad spot to be in. 123 damage below the surge here. 18 players have to get eliminated. These tags, crucial to their success right now. Couple being made, but 40 seconds until the wrath of the Storm Surge truly turns on, begins to damage them. Another team is the 5th place team of Rokane and Joji. As you can see, this great 2-shot here. They are right next to each other, both sides on the west, right? The western portion of the bubble. They will ultimately start looking at one another soon. That could be Kanata. For all you know, they're shooting on in.
Yeah, and you don't want to be taking chip damage like that if you're going to then be under pressure from Storm Surge. Rokane and Joji, we did see Joji get knocked, but he was able to get picked up. So they've already invested a decent amount of heals to get him back up to this effective HP. And in 5 seconds, Storm Surge is going to turn on. They're going to get wall-to-wall with Mason and Jackson and try and push this fight.
And that's a lot of damage they're going to have to find here. Mason and Jackson are no pushovers when it comes to these box fights here. These are teams that are resilient. They've been in these early game scrappy battles before. And you know what? They put the punishment down. They understand all the techniques, wait for the pre-fires and everything in between. Rokane and Joji start to fire back though. Great tags there onto Do on the side, making a cold peek, but that might be the biggest mistake there. Rokane not hitting the headshots on that acorn and edgy peak right there. It could spell disaster for them now. Meanwhile, on the high ground, Kanat and Agers was the team looking down. They have that mountain peak. So when the fight breaks out here, when the new builds come through, you know they're going to start lasering in as well.
Players are dropping like flies because that 25 damage every 5 seconds. Joji finds a monstrous shot, but nearly at the cost of his entire HP.
He gets
just
it.
wasn't quite enough.
My God.
Just barely able to get the mini off, but he has to find another shot right now because the Storm Surge is going to come through and he gets picked up. If you get hit by Storm Surge, you don't have enough time to then pop that big pot. It takes 5 seconds going out, and the huge shotgun shot was not enough. That was the threshold you talked about as we swing on over. They got second place in the last FNCS finals, but right now Spade and Chim under the pressure, under the caution. A great, absolutely great armored wall slammed down on that ramp, trying to alleviate some of it. But Jeff and Oliver say, it's okay, we'll just go around. We'll find the side door.
They're not going to let that elimination walk free. They take him down. It's enough to get them above the surge for now. And now that leaves one single team below the surge here, getting hit by those lightning bolts. Everyone else kind of gets a moment to breathe, but that cost a lobby so much health. So many of our top teams fall in there, and we're going to see that wear and tear start to take place now in Game 9.
But somebody I didn't see there was Peterbot and Byla, but somebody I want to see is Vivid. What you got for us?
Just wanted to quickly talk about how good Bugha and Miro really are in these early game rotations. Now, we actually just saw Joji and Rokane go down the Storm Surge, unfortunately, but they were on the edge of the zone, and they actually landed north of Bugha and Miro. But Bugha and Miro are way ahead of the lobby here. They make this rotation from all the way Chonker Speedway very, very early on, and effectively, they can just walk on foot all the way up to Sanctuary, which is effectively in the middle of the zone now. That's why they are so good.
I mean, so good is honestly a little bit of an understatement, but hold the phone here as Byla is down. So we talk about adversity. We talk about how there needs to be a little bit of a slip and a fall and a stumble from our first place team, and unfortunately that seems to be the case. However, with that being said, if there is a solo I want in this position based off of what has happened this season, it's Peterbot.
Peterbot definitely has that clutch potential, but if you're our number 2 and 3 teams, Bugha, Miro, Sentin, Cold. This is an opportunity of a lifetime here that could potentially present itself. Now, what you're noticing, Peterbot is what could be the worst position. He's in a valley. He is pinched between 2 teams, honestly, 4. About 4 teams here. They can look down, they can lobby, focus him, and they saw him rotate in as a solo. Luckily, though, they're focusing on players outside the zone, so the attention's not on him.
Because he's able to break line of sight. Something Peterbot does incredibly well is he uses the natural geography. But one thing to note here, once we actually get a look, take a peek in the bottom right-hand corner. You see how many teams are on that western side. It's something we talked about earlier, how we just keep going east, and this is actually one of the hardest zones to rotate through as we're going over the islands that are to the east of the Sanctuary. There are so few viable land places to end up going, and you don't want to put yourself over water. So there's basically the southern island and then a little bit of real estate on the northern part, but Bugha ends up getting the confirmation there onto Bryce G. As you can see, Walltaker and Cold are trying to just scoot in and find a little bit of these oases, try and find a little bit of room as we swing on over to my prediction, Luminosity Gaming Jumper, Dignitas Duke.
2nd, 3rd, 4th are still alive. There's opportunity here for that gap to be closed. Any teams within the top 10 can start fighting their way towards that top 5 right now. Nothing is off the table as we have seen the story change here in day number 2. For Duke and Jamper, though, a lot to fight for. This Storm Surge, oh man, it cost them a lot. You can see there's only bandages in play. You have Skittles down low here. They have to make a rotate, but they know there's a team lurking inside that cone. And he's saying, hey man, what are you doing? Why aren't you moving? They need to wait for a second.
Yeah, but don't forget, as soon as you get to this 4th zone, this is 5 ticks. So yeah, you might think, oh, a bandage is great. You're not actually gaining any HP first, so they're gonna try and recycle the pad, but a high pad in this circumstance, 2 bullets will end up taking out Duke. We've seen them do this high pad a couple times and just pray that nobody looks their direction. That's gonna be the case. And instead, he actually looks right in Bucky's direction, knocks on the door, says, hello, anybody home?
What's crazy is that could be the refresher that they needed this game, but they do not fully commit there. Instead, they waited out. They have this high ground essentially granted to them. And this zone is just insane. You have a huge pocket of players in the northwest, an even bigger one down at the southwest as well. And the landmass is in play towards that south. So The likelihood of the zone going there is pretty up there, but it will only tell in a couple seconds. First, though, Chimp has to survive this now because these tags, he's hitting them, but it's not enough.
Half in, half out is almost guaranteed to pull to the south. There is a very slight chance it goes to that little northern bit, but
oh my gosh,
that's like a 1% pull. That is ridiculous.
Through,
what?
And this is what we call a nightmare zone. This is what nightmares are fueled on right here. Chimp, he's like, oh great, I got the zone, but
one shot,
dude. How are you gonna survive this? He's below the zone. He gets taken out. That's free loot there, and honestly, Threats and Rise will be the first to claim it as they slide on over to that side. Literally, 0 players are in the zone.
Yeah, not a single one in Threats and Rise. They're the yellow triangles in the bottom right-hand corner. They're getting in and saying, all right, let's just get some space and make everyone rotate through us. See, Polo ends up picking up Nico there. We will have Storm Surge turned off as we have 50 players, almost in the cascading placement point of 27. But this is going to test these duos. How well have you drilled these water zones? What resources do you have available to you? Because you basically have to have fantastic timing or even better resources when it comes to using the map and using the launch pad. And Peterbot, somebody who does that incredibly well. Recycling somebody else's pad, and all he wants to do is stay up, and he's going to keep hunting for these pads.
I love this.
Hunting for the pads, he's looking for Elim.
I love that he sits around there, does some tags. If the zone takes him out, he will find some placement points, and Elim's off of that as well. He sees a duo to the side, thinks about it, but no. Instead, now has to play for position. He needs a refresher, but mistakes may have been made. He has to reload his weapon now, so he could be regretting it here as he could not take advantage of the chaos there and landing on a teammate. Instead, he says, okay, time to change layer here. There's targets all around him, but he has to get ready for the fight.
He's getting dropped down.
Oh, no.
Enough builds, only 2 builds. He's going to be forced right in the face, and that's the biggest thing. When you have those drum shotguns, yes, they're super effective, but it's an attrition weapon. You have to trade your HP pool out for the higher rate of fire, and he just didn't have it, not having the time to even pop the minis. So now, Peterbot and Bila, yes, they were able to pick up, I think it was, what, maybe 6, 7 placement points? Dignitas Miro, Sentinels Bugha, still up on their feet.
They fell in 23rd place there or somewhere about, so it's okay, but it's not great. It allows teams like Miro and Bugha to go ahead and jump on in, vault themselves, continued into that conversation. But I want to know, where are the others? Where's Cold? Is he still in play right now? Where is Ager's duo? Are they still in play right now? Those are the teams that stand to benefit from the #1 duo going down already here so early, but take a look. Out comes the rotates.
Yeah, and here we are hopping on board here. Walltaker Cold looking for some room, and honestly, I'm not sure I've seen this zone this season, whether watching all the cash cups and the scrims. There is no viable land in play. The percentage to pull this is ridiculous, and the players, Slacks and Clarity, are trying to cut to the outside. Everyone else taking to the sky, but they're so open, everyone is focused on rotating. There's very few exchanges going out, which means the players who get to the front of the zone first and can about face are going to have an utter buffet of eliminations to be able to pick up.
This is NA East Finals, ladies and gentlemen. This is where things start to get very interesting for us. It's endgame, it's high ground plays, it's teams playing for their first ever victory royale in a final stage setting. These type of moments will change the mentality of our pros forever. A team like Polo and Shoney, first time showing up in a finals. Can they secure a win? Yes, they can, and if they do, that's the confidence booster for the year to set things up. But right now, back into the conversation here, Walltaker by himself, still holding on to that placement point. He has now jumped up though. He's gone from 202 to 219. Can he get on the wall? No, he gets taken out there. Day slides in, Clicks follows up, and down he goes, kicking down the door for Elim for them. Miro and Bugha, however, are still alive here now. Down goes Miro. Bugha has to clutch this up. He turns back. He wants to take the fight. A solo slides in. Who was that? He's out of there.
Trying to find some spots, but no more builds for Bugha. And notice, hey, full water zone to full water zone. Yeah, there's a little bit of land in between, but what are you gonna do once you get there if you don't have builds? You see Bugha trying to check the backside of the zone, trying to see if there's anything there. He finds some flops, finds some splashes to be able to get some room up on the high ground. Polo, Shonyi, trying to just run this out, push themselves up the leaderboard, but right now, the room is given for the World Cup solo champion to put his statement on it. He needs to find a refresh on the backside of the zone. That was his very last build to just cover the top. He's trying to find someone on the backside, and he goes down in 13th.
To the hands of Larson there, who slides on up, picks up those points. Now on over to our number 6 position team, Pamsto and Fatch here. They started this game at around 11th. They jumped their way on up into this conversation, as has Edgy and Acorn. A huge shot there. Love the pre-fires. That is what it is all about right there. Armored walls get slammed down though, so things are gonna start slowing down. Nexi and Narwhal find themselves in an end game already at 5 eliminations here. They're starting to rocket their way on up. These are big opportunities now for teams to go ahead and get into these conversations. And remember, you want to do well no matter who you are, because there is so much money on the line. This is it. It's all or nothing for Tabne. He is just trying to clutch up right now. A great game for him, puts him around 6. Polo and Shoni though, they are not looking to jump down, not just yet. As I say that though, he hops in and finds a great elimination there onto Rise. Meanwhile, Polo's like, hold up, I'll sit back. Thanks for the refresher there. You can give me some of that loot. We'll work with that.
Right now, Fatch, Pamstel, they're trying to work on the low ground while Shoni and Polo are up on the high ground. You can find some great shots coming out from Fatch. The French Canadians trying to push right the top 5. He finds an angle. Give me them toes, he said. Fatch cuts them down like their Achilles, not dipped in the river Styx. As you can see, Nexi finding some room. Nexi and Narwhal, they're making a push themselves. 5 eliminations, plenty of control going through, and we're pulling all the way back over water. Forget what I said about viable land. I'm just wrong. We got water zones all day here in the east.
It's definitely opportunity right here and now. Fatch and Pam here trying to get active. I like what I'm seeing here, Sundown. I mean, it's gonna get a little crazy. Who's gonna clutch up?
They're trying to find the shots here. Nexi ends up going down. Fatch gets traded out himself. Pamsel, he wants to find the refreshes. Polo dips in, and Pamsel gets the gift from above. And you see him timing, waiting to make sure he gets the maximum for the siphon. And he goes straight up, recognizing it's a 1v1. Pamsel, the French Canadian, he says, whoa, 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 whoa. 2-horse race? No, let's make it a 4-horse race. Don't forget about me. I predicted them the entire time last season, and maybe I was just a season late, but the newcomer, Shoni, trying to do something about it, but what he does is run out of builds, and all of a sudden, the French Canadians, they're knocking on the door as well, saying, hey, you got room up there for me? It looks pretty cozy.
You can't help but root for Pamsto and Fatch. You've seen all the content pieces really starting to blossom on who Pamsto and Fatch are. They're a duo that play with one another. They're a duo that believe in one another. A low ground victory is no easy feature. What a great win coming out of Game 9.
And they are roaring, and I mean roaring here on day 2. And again, everyone talks about like, hey, maybe there's kind of these underdogs and all that type of stuff. Fatch got 10th in World Cup in solo.
Exactly.
Pamsto won the Grand Royale coming through. I mean, these guys can play, and they're showing up right now.
It's crazy to think that we have had this team with so much competitive history, and it's almost like we were slept on them for a little while, but you play, you continue to play, and now they're showing up here when it matters most today. Let's hop it on over, though. We need some numbers crunched. Let's get over there.
We're going to crunch all those numbers right now. Pamsto and Fatch, they're GGs. Wow. They've done it. I think we can all agree, though, the wackiest storm of all time. I mean,
up there, over there.
I mean, the water to an island. I mean, it was bonkers, but it made for a really entertaining game. I think that's one of the great things about this as well. You need a game like this in FNCS finals, really switch things up, because the traditional way of playing necessarily might be thrown completely off because of the change of zones there. Vivid, what a way to win things out. But again, Peterbot, Byler go down early, but Pamsto and Fatch, we got to talk about these guys. Fantastic stuff.
Pamsto and Fatch showing up. Sundown said it perfectly. Listen, you guys have enough room up there. As you can see right here, they're at 153 points going into this end game, and they end up upwards of 200 points. So a huge 50-point swing for them, and honestly, coming at a very good time. You mentioned it. Peterbot going down, Walltaker and Cold going down, Buga and Mira a little bit early, I think like 12th, right? Coming out with a victory royale. It is going to be very close to the top of this leaderboard.
It is going to be, and we talked about it, how it was so close between everyone else, and we've seen a new duo win a game every single time that hasn't won yesterday. This is a crazy difference between yesterday to today, and it is going to be a mashup of all these teams. But quick shout out to Fatch and Pamsto playing this superbly. We talked about them going for the high ground, but no, clearly showing us, again, it doesn't matter what layer, they're playing everything, and they're slaying out. Pam had 8 elims, or 8 elims altogether. That was incredible. And you love to see just the continuance of a team rising and rising.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking of rising and rising, the Capilot duo there as well. They had high ground for a long period of time there, but at the end ran out of mats down to the bottom there, and it was capitalized upon by Pamsto and Fatch. Let's look at our leaderboard. We can see here again the lead has been squashed a tiny bit here. As Golden Wall Taker in second position, 219 now. Peterbot and Byler remaining on 287, Vivid.
I mean, the first 3 teams are just sitting up there, but the rest of the leaderboard has changed like every single game today so much. Now we see Pamstone Fat showing up to the party. Acorn and Edgy, they have been edging their way up very slowly throughout the day, and finally we can see them in the top 5 in striking distance if these games keep going this way.
Yeah, it's been a crazy day thus far to see all these teams shifting the leaderboards, and we even see on page 2, 11 through 20 is not that far behind those places in that top 5 to top 10 position. It's going to be a really close battle as we head into the back half of this, but I want to focus on a team that also made a nice rise as Hide and Seek and Nets. They made a big push, were able to grab several elims in that end game and get themselves up on top on this top 10 for now. We saw them pop off in semifinals, putting together a massive game, and now they're looking to do it once again in finals, moving up 6 places. I mean, we have literally no idea how this is going to continue as it is so close.
This is why we love this competition so much with 12 games in finals as well, because the leaderboard fluctuates so much when the top teams do go down early, like Peterbot and Booger as well. It does change things up. Now we can see so many teams on big points here, but you know, our big teams going down early, Vivid, this makes a massive difference for proceedings. It's going to be interesting to see how this affects things with only 3 games to go now.
Yeah, honestly, pretty tough position here for Booga and Mira. They were trying to make the most of it. Unfortunately, as they kind of got settled in here to this 7th zone, Mira ends up going down. Not enough piece control to kind of keep him safe, but Booga makes a very intelligent play here. He knows what Mira dropped. Those Siphon Mats went down, the floppers that he dropped as well. And of course, we know Booga, he's going to try to make up for as many points as he possibly can. I think he grabbed like 1 more placement position there. So again, clutching up in any way that he possibly can to keep him at the top of this leaderboard.
Still grabbing those points, and that's what they've been able to do. We'll continue to see it. Even 3rd place, falling early and showing why this region is so close. So many players, so many duos making that push, trying to grab a victory royale. It'd be awesome to see a new team win the next game too.
I mean, that's why we all love the region so much, folks, because it is so tight. There are so many big teams. I mean, looking ahead now, we're in the final quarter, the 4th quarter of this technically. The end game is in sight. We can see that the line is just there, but Vivid, we've not maybe necessarily seen it this tight before. What are Peterbot and Byler, our top team? How are they going to change things up? How are Mira and Boo going to do the same as well?
Honestly, listen, if the games keep going like this, they really don't have to do anything, because the teams that are actually in striking distance of Peterbot and Byler, they aren't finding the games when Peterbot and Byler go down as well, right? So we're kind of seeing this like they're matching like pretty much how much points the top team is getting. However, if Walltaker and Cole start to catch up, Booga and Mira have a good game and they fall down, then this last game that we will see on the day will be very, very close.
It's going to be super close indeed. Of course, as mentioned, this is the 4th quarter now. It all happens here. 3 games left to play, and then we'll crown our champions here on FNCS NAE. Who's it going to be? Continue to let us know the conversation online who you think is going all the way. It is over again to Monster to Sundown. We're diving straight back in. Here we go. It's time for more. Let's do it.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And as we close in on the double-digit games, game number 10, just 3 left. We went from a 2-horse race to a 3-horse race. So all of a sudden, the French Canadians, they put themselves in there. And now we got 4 people over 200 points.
Yeah, definitely. Players are starting to catch up now. And, you know, Vivid and SBG broke it down best. You have to take advantage if you want to catch up to our #1 teams. But since that hasn't happened, we have had some of the most interesting second to about top 20 that we've ever seen. So as we start hopping on to game number 10 here, this is where big question marks are everywhere. Who's going to end this day inside the top 10? Who's going to really fight and hurdle their way up thousands of dollars into more prizing?
I think one of the most interesting things to see, as we do have a north to south bus pass, so keep an eye on what happens in Sleepy Sound here.
when we look at the leaderboard and we look at the deltas on the left-hand side where it shows how people are changing, the top 3, they've just had a line next to it all day, whereas it's like, hey, this is the spot you bet in. Everyone else has had like +9, +12 up on the top of the page. But right now, ClearDG and Slacks, hey, the shoe is on the other foot. Finally, they're able to throw some shots down on somebody gliding.
Yes, they got the bus on their side, and that's hide and seek
Yes,
and Nets who land on that south side of Sleepy Sound, a team that, again, had an exceptional day one, kicked off a little slow, slipped back, but then jumped right back into that conversation, netting themselves on into that top 10, now holding a top 7 spot currently as we enter into this game right now. For Pamstu and Fatch, we know that they have this very odd drop spot that they've managed to work out here. Honestly, playing with very little, so man, if you want to learn how to play off a scrappy drop, this is the team you need to watch right here.
I absolutely love this split. It's one of my favorite ones on the outside the map, again, as somebody who plays very much to not fight people, because honestly, every single person in Arena is just infinitely better than me at this point now. I mean, you're able to make it work then, especially when you can hit those shots and you can pressure. As they have seen, they're able to get the ball rolling. But speaking of getting the ball rolling, Rocade and Joji, they find a pair right away.
That's what's Glace. That's a big one. Remember, Glace was just here not too long ago, so Rocade and Joji look inwards and get shots from way off in the distance. So that's actually a huge setback for Trash here.
Well, that's that north to south bus pass that we talk about, how we haven't necessarily had a ton of them, but it impacts these teams and what you're able to do. And a nice little loot pickup there from Trashy.
Yeah, Trashy gets to get his teammate's card, gets to secure the loot before Taco and Golden decide they want it. On over to the other side, though, this fight over at the Coney Crossroads has been extended once again here. Tabney and Death. Last game we're in 25th place, now on up into that 19th. We talked about how those standings are getting closer and closer. Take a look at who's now in the conversation for a potential top 10. It's the young Tabney and Elite Death. And you know what's really cool about this team is that they've really earned the professional player community's respect. And I think after today, they're going to earn a little bit more strikes, but they have to put up consistently. Great counter tag there. Tabney gets traded. Death has to come through and do something big now, or it's a 2v1 situation. He does have the HP lead, though. No reason for him to slow down just yet. But we all know it's scary. Face checking 2. Great angle right there. Death just clutches up. Yes, he had the health advantage and everything, but it's the angles. It's playing smart and out positioning himself against Stretch and Commandment there.
And generally they say you can always depend on Death and Taxes, but might as well change it to Death and Tabney as they're able to just take them down. We're going to swing on over. FaZe Wall Taker 33 cold. Trying to find a little bit of room here outside the fortress. Notice how they aren't landing anywhere near the actual POI. They loot out and then move back in or take some peeks, but we actually saw Byla get their train rolling a little bit more. They got the confirmation there on the Glace.
More tags are very important, but we all know, like SBG broke down, the Storm Surge data says you need about 500 or so damage to be safe. That is just going to be an early game elimination more often than not. Early game Elans, players are not fully healthy, right? They don't have that much.
So while we did see the confirmation come through from Byla, it was not his knock. And now not forget, in competitive Fortnite, to get the points, the 3 points for the elimination, you have to be the one to knock the play.
That is right. So he finished a down body, which means the total effective HP even available from that, definitely less than 100. So chances are he didn't really gain much from that, but it's a little something to be, look forward to, be happy about, especially if you got the siphon material as well. That's always something to kind of add in there.
And one of the things to note, while Peterbot and Byla have slowed down, their train still left the station way before everyone else's.
Long ago.
And with only 3 games left, they can start to kind of look at that maybe 60-point lead and be like, hey, one more good game puts this almost out of touching distance for everyone else.
Not almost. I think it does.
I mean, we've seen 60-plus point games, right? So theoretically, there's a chance. Are you saying there's a chance? Well, yes, but just as much as where that saying comes from.
Exactly. There's a chance. We'll see how it works out. What FNCS finals we have had unfold for us. Exciting things on the horizon to look forward to as well. What a time to be alive. But let's take a look at Blake here and Lawrence, who have been at the Condo Canyon. No easy drop spot for them, but notice today has been a very different pace. They've said, hey, let's go into day 2. We don't need a fight at the Condo Canyon. It was not worth it yesterday, right? Where they were well within that top 3, top 5 conversation. 2 games later, they fell. They pretty much got stopped dead in their tracks because you had that NRG duo. Click's day, rotating south, saying, hey, we want a piece of this fight, and that was the difference.
Right now we're gonna swing on over. Polarize and Nico still continuing to try and take shots, but Polarize, instead of taking them, is catching them. It's Muzz and Avery on the opposite side. Avery gonna be the one who gets the knock. Muzz, the player from down under, trying to push through the PSG TNA player on the wall, getting the spray down. Nico making sure he tops himself off with the splash because he knows this is going to be a tough 1v2 to win out. But with the way he's been playing, you can already see extending the space, giving himself some more options, trying to not get trapped. But you got lurkers all over the place. Av is looking down. Scaring Walkers are trying to get a piece of the pie over here, saying, this apple tastes good. What can we get? Some Harpoon coming out, going to get the wall replaced. Maybe looking to even try and pull Nico out, but Nico says, put that away. Get a real weapon out and fight me.
Our team, of course, starting to slide in, though. They're looking in. That Walkers and Scarebird duel there, like you mentioned, they started the day off 7th place. They fall into 25th, but it shows you how much room there is for them to jump back in here. We still have a couple of games in front of us, so there's a lot of opportunity, but it also allows us to understand that the points are close.
And I know if you're watching at home, we've been focusing a ton on the top of the table because this is the finals. At the end of the day, whoever is in first place, 130K, Acts of Champions 2.0, all the impressions, the clout that comes with it. But if you're not in that top 3, because they picked up so many of the points, there's so much room for dramatics. There's so much room for placements to change, for money to be made. And that's why every single one of these fights that happens is so significant.
Yeah, definitely. And let's not just forget all the other prizing that everyone else wants to take a stab at. And then, of course, I keep calling them the new era, the new wave of players that are here, but we have to talk about them as well. We know season to season, where you place allows you to possibly level up, try new duos, earn respect in the space, which can make the difference.
Yeah, you got to get your name out there. And don't forget, you talk about the new era, but the new era, the names who we haven't seen before. NA East is the most veteran region when it comes to this finals. And what I mean by that is the duos who are playing in here combined have I think it was 475 finals appearances between all of them, which is a bonkers, absolutely bonkers number. But we're still seeing the ones who are a little bit newer end up picking up the pace. And actually, Peterbot got a knock on the Soneto there, so maybe as Byla's able to get it, that's 3 points they desperately need.
That's 2 elims now for Byla there to get the full finish on 2. That's 6 points potentially going nowhere. No, actually, just 3.
Yeah, because of the first one
of them was knocked.
Yep.
True that. But it's still going to translate well on the scoring there as they get the full finish. So 3 more points for them, slowly but surely, riding their way to victory. But here's a little bit of a sneaky play. How long is the NRG duo here willing to wait for this one? It does seem like forever. Threats and Rise are waiting it out too, though. They're not looking to play their hand too soon.
And it's such an interesting dichotomy to me between Clix and Day's approach to these fights, because we see the patience they have in so many of these circumstances where they sneak up and they try and get those first shots. But it seems like that patience almost goes right out the window as soon as they commit to the fight. And if they can get a little bit more of a balance, I'd expect them to have a more complete game plan. However, when it all goes right, it goes very right. But we're gonna hop back on board because Peterbot and Byla, they got something going for what feels like the first time in a while.
Yeah, here we have finally now a good start for Byla and Peterbot. I like what they did here, though. They stood their ground. They stood at the collider, almost like their past game.
And they're potentially looking to catch some of the teams who rotate out from that northwest corner because they know they like to go late. But we did see the zone revealed on the left-hand side. One thing about this zone in particular, and we've talked about, when the zone pulls south like this, the hoodoos, or those large rocks that are smaller at the bottom in the desert, fun little vocab word for you there, are such a power position because building up onto them, you have to build from basically a line of sight where the people on top can already shoot down. So all the teams on the northern part of the zone, if you're rotating late, good luck.
Yeah, definitely good luck. And
that's a lot of the lobby.
Threats and Rise right now who seem to have gotten punished here as the NRG boys swing the fight way around here. But you have a team now sneaking up. They see the builds. They see they're fresh. So they're looking in. They're curious. Hey, what's going on over here? Can we get involved? Can we find a chance to open up? Remember, fresh builds are going to attract the sharks in the water. These sharks are hungry in these finals lobbies here. No big tags, nothing substantial being traded just yet.
And again, we've talked about
how the veterans have come through, but we've also seen 7 different players pick up their first victory royale in the finals here with Pamsto and Fatch. They've been around forever. It's the first time they've won a game coming through, but right now we got Clicks and Day, Rise and Threats, and we still have another team trying to come right over the top. That's Blake and Lawrence, as we see Shawnee get a knock onto Spade there. Don't forget, Spade and Trimp, they were second in the last FNCS. No slouches themselves, but Shawnee and Polo, the newcomers, say make a little bit of room.
Make some room, give us space as they continue to pop off here. Blake and Lawrence, though, this is their drop. They slide on in here. They understand this place very, very well. They try to take advantage with the sneak attack there, but they get outed, they get spotted, and they have to disengage now, give a little more room. Shots trade, back and forth. Nothing good comes from it, and Blake calls for the disengage. Let's back up here, give us some room. Let's wait this one out. We need to get to the zone.
And this is another prime example of what I talked about with Peterbot last time, with how they're rotating around and they're using the natural line of sight to break it. And brilliant shots from Blake. You see him calm that immediately. He's like, yeah, shield broken. We're good on Surge now. As that puts them pretty much 103 above. They were under, straight up with that.
That's actually huge right there. And a big setback for the NRG boys on the other side. So goes Blake and Lawrence now get to continue to play this one out a little bit more comfortably. They're not completely safe just yet. Pamsto and Fatch are not safe either. 3 damage below. They have a team that is trying to rotate and actually in a box fight between one another. These are fresh builds, but not putting that extra pressure. This could backfire if they don't take advantage of the fight.
But they are one of the few teams who's actually in the safe zone right now. So the zone will need to full close before Surge turns on, and they're going to have plenty of shots as they're on that northeast part. So like I said, everyone who's on the north going to have a hard time rotating, as we see Polo and Shonyi keeping it going. They end up finding yet another one. Jamper gets a knock onto Pledge. However, Haji turns the script a little bit on the Capilot duo there, with Shonyi being taken down. But now Pamstu trying to find some shots here, but building with hard metal right off the start. If you're not able to continually keep the pressure, and in particular, the Striker Burst really isn't that strong against metal builds.
Yeah, definitely starts to fizzle out once that HP pool starts to heal on up. Fatch and Pam have, however, found a couple tags, enough to get them above the Surge for now. But these opportunities that are presenting themselves, you cannot miss those shots, and they know that. Oh, nice job there to find a couple of extra. So at least it starts to add up. Meanwhile, Jeff and Oliver OG in a battle against TK. This is not looking good. In the feed, though, Blake goes down to the hands of NRG's Clicks. Also, Wall Taker takes out Nico as well. That's just at that bridge. As you can see, teams have to rotate south here. And for the first time in a while, they have to come south and center as well. So it's not a zone they've played very much today. This weekend has definitely given us a nice variety, but for Jeff now, he's got to pop off here. I like the movement. Great reset on the edit there. He's going to start to back up, but the shots have to connect in order for them to stay in this game here.
Yeah, they're going to get back down here as the 25 damage every 5 seconds is going to come through. Clicks ends up picking up Spare with that duo as Lawrence goes down Stair, getting on the board here with Mason. But right now, Oliver OG, Jeff, wall to wall. On the opposite side, you have Playify trying to just disengage TK. Also trying to sweep around the side. They recognize that this duo is underneath the Surge, and as soon as they get the tag, they're going to back up saying, we're good, we'll let Surge finish you off. You can burn through your resources because we know as long as we fight defensively, that's going to be points on the board.
Exactly. The most important thing for them to do is wait and then counter-strike, and they do it just like that. As I was trying to set that call up, Oliver OG just gets blasted, and down he goes. Playify and TK will take full advantage of the chance here. They have the Surge tags they need. They get the refresher as well, as that team did not pause to heal, so plenty being rewarded from that battle. Meanwhile, Sphinx and DeQuinton in the distance are also in the Surge there in a fight of their own. So a lot of battles being broken out there. Great team unison as TK and Playify hop in, secure the loot, and it's looking good for them.
That was a fantastic defensive fight from TK and Playify, recognizing that the opposing duo was under the Storm Surge, using the audio cues and the shield break to be able to then capitalize and find an angle to be able to take him out. Right now, current 4th place duo trying to push just above that 200 point mark, sitting at 199. We're only 31 above, and there's only one duo is being hit by it right now. Sphinx is taken out by Mars.
That's one down. One more needs to go down in order for the Surge to turn off. But if that one finds a couple tags, I think Fatch and Pam are the next up to start getting targeted by a Surge. They are a little too close to that border there. Now skating across, trying to get to that new safe zone. The pockets of play are starting to really build up on these outskirts for Peterbot and Byla. They have gotten here early. 2 elims already are going to set them up for success here. Launchpad in the inventory again. Fighting for it at the Collider has been the difference these last 2 games.
And Surge has turned off. We have 70 players, but important to note too, we have 35 duos. Not a single solo is up right now. Everybody has a buddy, so no riders coming through. And right now we're gonna kick it on over to SBG. Show us what you got.
Y'all just saw Peterbot and Byler were over Surge for the first time in a while. They're not worried about it. So were all of our top 3 teams, Booga, Miro, Walltaker, and Cold. All of them in a really good position, and that's why we didn't have to worry about them in this Surge.
Thank you so much, SBG, and there's a reason these 3 have not moved from the top of the table. When it comes to complete gameplay so far, they have been the most consistent, finding the elims. But I also have to give a little bit of a shout out there to Pamsu and Fash, because they have significantly less elims than almost all of these teams. They don't kind of hit that same high mark when it ends up coming through, but they capitalize on their opportunities, and they're more than happy to just play for the placement and pick up those points.
Yeah, and you know what? Today has been a true showing of what they're capable of, really just jumping their way on up. They're on the rocket ship onto the top, and they're in that 4th place spot, honestly, on the heels of 3rd and 2nd.
I mean, you say today is showing what they're capable of. Don't forget, they won game 1 yesterday, right? They came shooting out of the barrel, but like we talked about, after winning game 1 yesterday, they were still in 3rd place, as we see Fatch saying, Sundown, what do you mean we can't get Elam? Shonyi goes down, Hide and Seek finds Polo as well, and that duo is eliminated.
That's huge for Hide and Seek, but Hide and Seek gets traded there in the process, and so does Net, so they're down and out. After again fighting their way into the top 10, they get taken out here. So it's a bit of a very rocky back and forth fight between them, but let's see how it all unfolded. It's because of the momentum push from Thatch and Pamso here, putting in their 2 cents into that pocket, forcing that engagement to happen between all of them, and they reap the rewards of the fight. They didn't, however, get all the loot, but they got some of it, which is so important.
And you can see how the zone now has pulled back over to the east. We have 1, 2, 3, about 4 natural high grounds all around the edge. That's very important in the 4th zone, because the 5th is going to be that half in, half out. The safe zone is no longer completely concentric, and that means you want to be piling in around the outside to try and maximize your chances of pulling half in, half out. Right now, 5th and 6th right on top of each other. Adris and Kanata right next to Joji and Rokane, but they're all looking outwards, waiting for people to come in.
He absolutely needs to get active right now. They need just a couple more tags to buy themselves some room here. Jamper, who's in 9th place alongside Duke, gets tagged there in the process. They might just look to fully commit here, but will they do it is the real question, because that's going to put the tournament on the line here. The walls are weak, though. There's a chance here.
Walltaker ended up getting an elimination there onto Golden, so they're continuing to try and close the gap for Kanata. Adris trying to find some room. Degen, Death end up finding one, and Degen and Yamzo, they're on the opposite side. They continue to creep their way up. That's Adam. That's his pick, trying to make a way in the conversation here, but immediately open up the edit, and the spray comes back. That's Walltaker and Cold trying to punish this team, saying, what you doing, open it up, as we see Scare finally getting their day 2 rolling as Duke and Jamper go down.
Now, Kanata has 400 light ammunition, plenty to work with, but on the side here, looks like Miro and Booga have found some success. They found a couple elims that's going to set them up right now, but they're inside the storm.
And a couple of elims were on to Clicks and Day, who we know always carry just a ton of extra utility because of the amount of chip they get. And we're going to take a look to see what those elims were.
Let's take a look at how it went down. Oh my gosh, that high fire rate shotgun comes through and just shreds things to pieces. And that's how they find the loot. That's how they get an additional launch pad to work with. But meanwhile, 4th place is down. We have Pamso being hurt here. Big incoming fire from the lobby as well. I don't think it's going to alleviate at all, and this might be it. Thatch is down, Pamstu is out, and 4th place is wrapped up.
And that is exactly why I talked about the priority positioning on top of the rocks or the hoodoos there. It makes it so difficult if you are one of the other teams. If you build up even a little bit, it gives them a prime line of sight. You basically have to tuck in underneath, but then you don't have anybody to shoot at. As now, we don't have a 5th zone Storm Surge. We're at 50 players. We're at 25 duos. Everybody has a buddy here going into our game 10. We'll have 2 more games after this, but right now the question is, can Peterbot and Byla ice it? If they're able to make it into the end game, we could be talking about the dub being secured right here, right now.
Definitely a possibility. And just like that, with every team that falls, there is only 2 more chances. This is game 10. It's the final stretch now. If you're inside that top 10, you have to dig deep. If you're cold and scented, most importantly here, you have to pop off. These are your chances. It's going to come down to the eliminations. If they want a chance at first, they have to close that gap quite literally in any way possible. Because like we said, placement points are not going to be enough when you have that #1 team being so consistent. And here it is, Bizzle getting pressured now. There's an opportunity here. Not enough aggression from the other side. They take advantage of the storm and an excellent play to catch him up. A beautiful cone there. The right camera peek, I love it. It's textbook, and they catch 2 for their efforts. Nicely done there. And just like that, 6 more points. Placement as well, all get divvied out.
And they have priority on the zone. Granted, they are on low gun, and it's going to be a little bit of a tough maneuver around it, but everyone has to go past them, which is, it puts them in a great spot. But speaking of a great spot, Muzz and Avery just looking down on everyone. If you have height in these zones, it tends to be the fact players don't really have an opportunity to look up and retake. And Walltaker gets another one, some phase-on-phase crime there. As Mega goes down, Colt's gonna get the confirmation. They continue racking up the points.
In just a couple of seconds, they have earned so many points. These are those big games we were hyping up and we're talking about that can definitely happen. And this is why you cannot count out players that are inside the top 3. Peterbot takes a huge shot there, though. If he goes down again outside that top 20, there's going to be more and more opportunity for Booga, for Miro, for Scented, for Cole to start to hop back up and take hold of that #1 spot.
And we saw Miro yesterday in game #1. Booga went down, and then he picked up basically every possible solo in Elam at the last final minute, but now we're going to swing on over as Kanata ends up taking down Walltaker. He's going to find that one, and that is massive as it puts Cold as a solo. And honestly, Walltaker has been doing a lot of the work. Typically, we see Cold is the one who's having a bunch of those Elams because, like his name suggests, he's the one who's pressuring the wall while Cold does all the cleanup. But instead, great level change, dropping all the way down, recognizing the fact that he has the utility. If he can just find a little bit of breathing space, but nobody wants to give it to him, might end up playing the backside of the zone, tries to find a short pad, but everyone's already built it up, but instead he finds a 158 insta knock. Cold, that was gross.
On Savoyo there in a big exchange, more points for him, and he is fighting his way into this game now. And talk about, you really get to see how good he is, how mechanically skilled this player is, the way that he managed to not only escape that play, but now stay alive and continue to fight for more. Meanwhile, on high ground, it's Muzz battling it out, just trying to hold on to dear life there, but Cold is the man of the hour. This is a solo. What can he do? He gets taken out just inside the top 15.
Now all my eyes are on the lower part of the screen. Booga and Miro there, but Avery and Muzz have gone from 12th to 8th on just this one. They're trying to put a stamp on it. Don't forget about Muzz, the OCE transplant. He won an FNCS and NE, the only one to come across, and he's trying to win it here now, trying to push through, put his name in the hat with the final 2 games left, trying to find a little bit of daylight, getting wall to wall, dropping down. He has no builds. It's all going to be about how well he moves.
Kanata and Angers end up on height. How in the world did this happen here? And not only that, their competition is down. Their competition is out. This could be a chance to go ahead and snatch up 3rd, but Booga is still alive here. He's still working this low ground right now. 254. He is closing that gap onto that #1 spot. Give him some more points here. He is so hurt. The siphon was not enough to keep him alive, but a top 6 is not bad. Talk about a hero's effort to clutch up. Now, the story's on to Acorn and Edgy, who managed to find their way into 15th place. A comeback story here on day 2 for not only Kanata and Agers, but Edgy and Acorn as well. They've been playing this low ground. They're a flexible team. They do it well.
See, still up on the high ground. Agers, Kanata, raining down shots, walkers, and scares, trying to get their day 2 rolling as they make an endgame here. Top 5, and they're one of the duos who is still up. We have a couple solo riders around, but Acorn trying to be as strong as an oak here, finding shots around the outside. Some splashes from the team and only 3 builds, but the control from the low ground. He finds Melito on the backside, still looking for more Elans. They add 4 onto the title, and they're into the top 4.
Your Kanatas and Agers on high ground, though. You do not want to let these Elams get away from you. Basically, this is why Kanata's hopping in. That's why D-Roll is down. Now Walkers is down, so Kanata's already found 2, and they're putting in their 2 cents into this conversation. There goes the finish. It's a 2v2, 4th versus 5th. This is a leaderboard implication battle right now, and Agers has the advantage. Kanata jumps down. He's bold. He's willing to risk it all right now for the highlights. The play comes through. A pre-shot onto Edgy. That's a huge one. Kanata with the angle. He's so quick, you can't even see him, and it's all over.
Agers, Kanata take away game number 10, and all of a sudden, with 2 games left, a little bit of stall on that front train. They ran off the tracks trying to get the wheels back on, but everyone else, they see the daylight at the top and they start reaching it right now. Agers, Kanata trying to push through it. I mean, just a brilliant use of the duo. They're taking 2 separate 1v1s and like, you got yours? Yeah, I got mine. Sick.
And
nice
that's what a top tier duo will do. That is how a top tier duo plays out those end games, Agers and Kanata. And we talked about how they lost their vehicle early that time. They didn't even need it to make those rotates. They play so smart and then secure a huge win. Kanata had 8 elims there.
And being able to run it out, we talked about it. You need the elims if you want to climb up the board. And they are one of the first teams we've seen make the most of having that high ground in the southern zone. Most other teams, they just wanted to hold on and take the victory royale. They were like, enough of that. Let's get some points. Let's get some elims to see where we sit. Let's send it on over. Adam, Vivid, SPG.
You couldn't even write at this stage. Amazing. 4th and 5th place together in the last 2 teams alive. Fantastic stuff. But Acorn, Neji, Kanada. I mean, this is the battle on the desk here. The predictions as well. But again, fantastic stuff. Even Mira and Booga there in the end game. We're seeing our top teams right now accumulating points. And Vivid, the leaderboard is going to be all over the place right now. I can't wait to see it.
The leaderboard is going to be all over the place. The biggest switch up coming from Agers and Kanata. Very aggressive higher ground take, using that SMG to just apply pressures up there. And then Agers on the side, building up while Kanata is applying that pressure. Just a well done higher ground take, but Kanata, what are you doing? 8 eliminations in game 10 of an FNCS Finals to put your team in 4th place? I mean, like, come on. And then Sundown mentioned it. Winning the ones at the end. You got to win your ones, and you got to win your games.
Oh, yeah, dude just said shing, shing, shing. I'm taking all the elims this game. But most impressively, you often see teams players try and make hero plays. And that means just dropping down, trying to win the game by yourself. But these two, they get some pressure, they get some damage, then it's like, okay, now we're ready to drop down. You don't dictate the terms of this game. We're taking the game into our own hands and able to grab that victory royale. Beautifully played by them. Beautiful high ground take, and then just clean it up with that sweet victory royale.
Look, it's no fluke that Kanata has been consistently in FNCS finals time and time again. This is why he's here, and this is why he is entertaining all of us right now. And as we said, it's going to be very interesting looking at the scores. Let's look at Cold's duo as well for a second here. Now, obviously, we've seen a 2nd position for a long period of time here. Take a look at the game here, and we can see that it's been interesting. Cold and Walltaker eliminations again here, Vivid, and managing to put themselves on the leaderboard. Bizzle and Diogo there head-to-head. Interesting stuff.
I mean, this was just so clean to find Bizzle and Diego. And then quickly after, Sundown mentioned it, phase-on-phase crime, finding Mega and Dubs, going in this endgame with 5 eliminations. However, I do believe they ended up going down shortly after, which gave Booga and Mira a little bit of room to run with.
Yeah, we see Scented or Walltaker trying to go for a high ground play. That's almost unheard of, but he started to do it. Now understanding the versatility, maybe he's taking some notes out of Pam and Fatch's playbook. Understand you got to play all the layers and look for plays, but look at the leaderboard. We actually had a change in our top 3. Mira and Booga overtaking Cold and Scented.
Look at this leaderboard right now, and this is obviously the first team to surpass 300 points. Peterbot and Violet at the top, they're 303, but they haven't really, the last few games, it hasn't really changed much for them. Vivid, we can see there as well, 258, Mira and Booga right behind them now with 2 games to play.
Oh yeah, right behind them. Listen, this gap looks huge, right? But compared to what it was before, it has definitely changed. And honestly, I keep looking at the elims for Peterbot and Violet. The reason they were doing so well on the leaderboard was that they had 41 eliminations. I believe it was after like game 1 today. Over the last 3, I think they've only gotten 2 eliminations. And with 2 games left to play and this gap closing after every single game, they got to be a little worried.
They have to be a little worried, but you know who's not worried? Everyone in our top 10. Like, this is a who's who of Fortnite in NA East. Just look at every name. If we had to predict, which we did, they're all right here. Like, that is phenomenal.
We didn't do bad. We didn't do bad, did we? I mean, the thing is as well, look at this. Quanti and Larson, we talked about these guys yesterday, obviously going up against Cold and Walltaker as well on that POI. Switched up decisions there, but Crypto 14 places now. 14 places, particularly in prize pool money. forget bragging rights aside here, incredible stuff now creeping to the top 10. But Miro and Booga move up one place into second position right now. The reigning FNCS champions, Vivid, are right there. This is exciting stuff because there's only about 45 points in this now. Is it possible, boys? Vivid, is this possible now?
It's very possible. And honestly, Miro right here, absolutely phenomenal play. We saw in 7 zone right there, when we tuned in right there, Miro had 9 builds. He goes into the zone, just finds like 2 eliminations out of nowhere and gets like 100 builds out of nowhere. And then he calls Booga. He's like, hey, come down to the low ground. We have it. Miro popped off, keeping his duo in this chase for first place.
And they still are so close. They've been trying to bridge that gap this entire time, and it's starting to become within striking distance. If they have one solid victory royale with let's call it 8 elims, and Peterbot and Violet go down, everything is up for grabs, and we got 2 games left, right?
And that's the thing, right? Like, there are still 2 games left to play. I have no idea what's going to happen. Anything can happen, especially in that top 5, top 10. I cannot wait to see what these teams have for us.
Indeed, you know, as well, you're backstage, us 3, you know, we know the guys as well, we're all absolutely buzzing for this because you want to have a close final, right?
Oh, yeah.
You want it to be close because it's entertaining for everybody.
Oh, yeah. As a fan of Fortnite, seeing this go back to back and just seeing all these teams make their shot, throw their punches, try and get in those top spots, that's what you love about this game, and that's what we've been loving, just watching this game. Shout out to the players for putting on another amazing show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And of course, you know, we have 2 games left. The penultimate game we're going into now. What will happen in the final chapter of FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2? We'll have to find out. It's all to play for. Let's head over to the casters and let's see exactly how this one goes.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. And if the NA East Finals had been a novel, it looked like we were heading to that climax point where Peterbot and Byla were going to have the resolution, be the protagonist, be the hero, and we'd slide into the denouement. But all of a sudden, everyone has risen up and saying, nuh-uh, I'm the main character today.
They're getting into the conversation. They're injecting themselves into this storyline that's unfolding, and we are quite literally seeing what is the impossible possible. Our number 1 team, Peterbot and Byla, have had a struggle of a last 3 games, but they have built such a strong lead that they are still holding on to dear life, but it's only becoming closer and closer now. Here comes the bus split from the west to the east side. Another different change of pace here for the players.
Yeah, not necessarily one that we have seen before, as we will end up being slightly more north here. It should give an advantage to the teams who are landing right up top on the airships, specifically DGen and Eonzo. If they're able to find one of those striker bursts, they could put shots down, but unfortunately, Ranger going over into the hands of DGen, and no shots going to be coming out here. As we'll see, the scan will come out. They're looking for the information, trying to figure out where the play is, as they're currently sitting in 7th place. If you're just joining us, we got 2 games left, and what had been a runaway train, a horse all the way out in the front, whatever metaphor, allegory you want to use, well, that's changed very quickly.
Yep, it definitely has. 50 points now separate number 1 and 2, and honestly even number 3, our 3rd place team, who's now managed to jump on up. Also, shout out to Kanata and Agers, who are slowly creeping up into that conversation as well. That means, you know, 2nd, 3rd, 4th place, who knows where these teams are going to end. A lot of money is on the line here. Big fights unfolding even down here at this drop right now. This time around, Trashy and Glace wrap it up quickly, and they get themselves a nice little 6 points and a chance to continue to play this out.
Yeah, but again, Rokain and Joji just throwing shots over from the side, and you can see that damage coming through. They want to at least get the tags down, but they recognize the fact that, hey, if you can catch somebody out in the open early, they don't have the builds, and in fact, Trashy only has 1, and he has to stick the revive. If he pulls off the revive, Glace will tick his HP out. He has to sit here. He cannot pull off of him, which means if DeQuentin gets a line, if Rokain and Joji can see this happening, they'll take him out, but no, Glace back up on his feet, and that is so huge, despite it just being a tiny, minute little thing.
Yeah, you do not want to go down, especially especially this early, it sets you off by so many different things. You have to figure out how to get the save off safely, how to get your loot back in. It's not just you get taken out. It's like, dude, we're set back. We're starting off at a huge negative. Think of it that way. Peterbot and Bile on the other side. Mythic, again, this Mythic pickup, the Mythic AR is so important. It's crucial to Peterbot's success. It does more damage than any of the other burst options.
And you see Peterbot is still in first with total elims at 30. And we talked about that. Last time we saw that stat, it was 28, and that was like 3 games ago after game number 1, as Vivid pointed out here. So there's still daylight, right? And we've talked about, oh, they haven't been as consistent as they were, but they're still getting the first round of placement points. They're still finding at least a elim. And again, with only 2 games left, they're playing tournament management mode. They're not playing to blow the top off. They're not trying to hit that match point for the 475 and the 3 wins. They know if they can put up a 15, a 20-point game here, it's over.
It's wraps, and they have 2 chances to do it. And it also shows us they're just human. Guys, put yourself in there, in that position. You're coming into finals day 2. You have a huge lead. You know how much pressure there is on a fresh team like that to go ahead and pop off and stay consistent. But through these 10 games, 1st through 5th are separated by the exact amount of 89 points as last season. So we have quite literally been here in some metaphorical way before, but this time it's new teams up at the top. And that means the last time we were here, Miro and Booga were in that conversation.
Yeah, I was about to say, there's some new teams up at the top, but again, Kanata and Agers basically don't let themselves be outside of that top 10 conversation. Kanata continuing that run, continuing that streak, and Booga and Miro, they're looking to keep putting another title on the board, and it is not out of reach yet. Like we said, Peterbot and Bilo, they basically picked up the trophy and they're on their tiptoes trying to put it up on the shelf, but there was a little bit of a stumble. They couldn't quite reach just yet. They're going over and they're trying to pick up that step stool to give them that one little boost they need to bring home the prize.
That's right. Mom and Dad are not here to lift you up, son. You got to do this one on your own. So we'll see if they can pick that trophy up. We're getting closer and closer now, guys. These are the final moments, the final games of NA East. Sustrip, man, representing that back bling. We love to see it.
I was just about to say, man, that back bling looks good. Got to give a shout out again, all my coworkers over at Epic, whether it is that new FNCS, the Championship Striker outfit, the back bling, the Axe of Champions 2.0. Man, it looks good, but you can see back in the action right now, Acorn Edgy trying to get up on the high ground, and Avery actually going to pick up a knock on the Av. So we have a nice little stat in the top right-hand corner of 21 NA East teams that have won multiple games in the final. Only 1 has been champs. Monster, I know this answer. Who do you think it is?
Of the 21 NA East teams that have won multiple games in the finals, only 1 has been champs. I mean, that has to be Booga and Miro, right? They're clearly champions. They've definitely won games. Or is it Pam's doing fast because Pam's picked up 2 victories today, but he has a championship from the FNCS Invitation? Like, where does the line go here? I think we could have multiple winners.
Okay, is that your final answer? Because I know it's wrong. It's Users Duke and Justice going through in that triple, and they had a fantastic run during that trios one. Good effort. Like I said, going for a little bit of recency in there, but you have to remember, during that run in trios, everyone looked at it and was like, wow, who's this team? But they really were able to push through. But enough reminiscing in the past. We'll get to the present here as the tables have turned for the first time in what feels like the entirety of the FNCS. Now Clix is the one being hunted, being hounded, trying to fight a defensive fight when he's been the aggressor the entire time, and Jeff and Oliver are looking to punish.
The really cool part about this as well is both of these teams have had somewhat of the same pacing tournament over the last 2 days. 25th on 24th. It is very much an even playing field right now, all across the board here. Jeff and Oliver OG, one of the more exciting teams you love to root for, because who doesn't want to see players like Jeff and Oliver OG continue to just make strides for the scene? They're going against one of the scariest on the scene. Clix puts up a huge shot right there. It's going to punish Jeff. It's going to make him rethink that peak. And where's his teammate? Why is he by himself?
And you see, oh, there's an elimination on Oliver. I'd assume Oliver maybe have been able to already pick up Day on the opposite side, and they just took the fight to Clix and Day before they could end up getting ambushed, which, hey, sometimes they say the best defense is a good offense, and it seems like these guys have had enough of being snuck up on, but right now, Clix hitting the edit course, trying to dodge, dip, duck, dive, and then maybe find some eliminations, find some points, but this is a very good opportunity to try and get away. Unfortunately, not going to be able to slip out that back door. It gets slammed in his face.
It all makes sense. That is going to be the second elimination. Jeff had the first one. Oliver gets the second there. So all of a sudden, a big 6-point swing there. Nice little pickup for them as they continue to march on here in the game. Peterbot and Bila, however, once again, when we saw them in this spot, it didn't look too hot. They got here a little too early before. They tried to play this out 2 games ago, and it was Glace and Trashy who really gave them a problem, sort of slowed them down. Already it's looking like it's cost them a fair bit. There's an inventory slot open in Bila's inventory, and it should not be like that, especially since they come out of such a powerful drop spot.
And Peterbot and Bila's day 1 points would currently have them in 5th. So if they hadn't queued up in any of the games today, hadn't played a single one of them, they would still be in that top 5. However, the difference for what they've gotten today hasn't necessarily been what they want. We've talked about how it wasn't the same performance we saw, whether it was in qualifier 1, where they came through in 1st place, or in day number 1 here in the finals. However, as much as we've talked about that train stalling, they can still win it right here, right now in this game. And one thing I do want to note is the positioning on the zone is huge in this circumstance, because where they normally like to box up and search for tags is right on the edge of the zone.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, we're excited to see what is going to happen from here. But can you imagine the families of these players, the org owners, everyone that supports them, the fans at home? They're like, come on, you can do it, just one more game. But it has been so difficult. And you know what? Every good story has a difficult background attached to it, so we'll see. Meanwhile, Cold goes down. Huge knock from Walkers. Do not underestimate the new players. Walkers and Scare Bear, they are scary. Remember, they land at Command Cavern. Sensei and Cold hold the bridge just northwest by Tilted Towers. It was inevitable that they were going to cross paths. That could quite literally be the knock in the storm there. We'll check in with that. Meanwhile, Pamso and Thatch also not looking too hot right now. They're trying to bounce into this game here. They're not safe by any means, but let's take a look at what's unfolding. Cold is down. Walltaker solo here. He's holding it out. They are in the fortress.
Yeah, and he's just going to hang out and wait. The big thing here is he doesn't want to give up a single audio cue, because Scare and Walkers know he's around somewhere. We saw this yesterday, right, in the final game in game number 6, but the shoe was on the other foot, where Cold hung out forever in the zone, had a ton of heals, and he got the reboot off on Walltaker, and it was the first time we've seen a team in NAEs reboot and then get the W. And if you could ever use a repeat of that performance, it is right now. And I mean, luckily for him, he doesn't have to wait near as long as they saw yesterday.
They do say history repeats itself. Let's see if the Walltaker and the Cold can do it here in this game. This is game number 11. So another chance, and if there's a team that can do it, it's them. They've been so consistent. They've really managed to continue to play well. There was 2 opportunities, though, that they could have just rocketed their way up and closed that gap. But hey, we're here. We're now. The past is the past. Let's hop into Kanata and Adris right now, who are trying to set themselves up with some surge tags. A lot of damage being taken here. Not really what you tend to see from this duo. And you know what? I think they completely abandoned the vehicle strategy. I think they said, you know what? Forget the vehicle. That was holding us back. We're just gonna go on foot. Let's just play this out. We need to take trades, right? We need to literally fight.
So when everyone had a vehicle on the map, it was fine, because everyone's driving around. They're not gonna be throwing shots. The second all of the other ones are removed, what is everyone else doing? They're getting up onto a natural high ground. They're investing a decent amount of their stone, because it's pretty easy to then go and reform. And then they're throwing shots down. And if you see a car driving by, you best believe you're shooting the tires, you're shooting the windshield, you're shooting the players in it, because you're not letting that move to the next zone. As right now, great shots from Edgy.
And think about that. That just sets you back, right? It will set you off. It'll honestly give you a disadvantage to try to fight back and defend yourself. As Edgy and Acorn right now are doing a great job defending themselves, holding other players down who are just in that low ground area. And this is just a beautiful spot for the zone to land on top of them. They have the mountain, which is safely harboring them. You know, natural protection from the team down low.
Wait,
but hold
how?
up. Booga is in a world of trouble here as he has to save Miro. They are 197 damage below the surge. You have teams poised up in general areas. The wall being shot here, that could have been the result of a huge sniper shot. I don't know how else they would have been falling that quickly. And now you have this team hounding their way on in. That could be Blake. That could be Lawrence. That could be Voyo. That could be Except. There's so many good teams around here.
And that is huge, particularly because if you look above the map on your right-hand side, there are 2 126 below. They're posted up trying to find these shots, and when you peek a little bit too much, if that was a sniper bullet or even just a coordinated 3-2-1 from somebody else, it's put them in this position where they don't have a choice to rifle. They're wall to wall. This could be their tournament right here, right now, fighting against Cobalt and Smack.
Let's keep in mind, Cobalt and Smack have not won their drop-off fights very often, so this is the first time they're actually surviving. They could just be cold on the hands, quite literally. How fired up are they? How badly
all fired
do
up,
they want
apparently.
it? Those are some great tags coming back from Cobalt there. Lovely to see them put that pressure down, but no trades coming from the process. They are still 200 below. They haven't actually made a move yet, but they have 30 seconds here. They can play for it.
But you can see already, Smacked and Cobalt, they're ready for it. They've invested so much of their metal to immediately, great recognition from Booga and Miro to go to the side where the metal was at least full build, but you're still pushing into metal builds, and they get chipped down 10 seconds out. They have to use utility to get in fighting shape and go.
This is why you leave Booga to do the pre-edited wall phase right there. You try to actually grab those walls. The drum shotgun here on Miro's loadout is actually great synergy, but look, it's cost them so much. Booga actually had to edit his way out that box because he took way too much. Meanwhile, Kaz and Fishy are shooting in as well. That means they need Surge. That's the windmill team here. Booga jumps back on up. It's all or nothing. It's here and now. They have used all their quick heals. They're basically down to the wire now. What is going to happen here? They have one more chance to commit to this box right here and find success. Booga and Miro have to dig deep and do it now. That's a wall take here. But don't back up here. You need to do something. Kaz and Fishy want to come on in. They say, hey, this team's solid. We need to change course. They go back towards Kaz and Fishy. 98 below. They need a couple more tags. Come on, Booga.
He has no shotgun.
One more tag.
He has no shotgun. How is he going to make it happen?
These are big. Tries to go for it. 2 zaps away from getting sent back to the lobby. It's not enough. No tag there either, Sundown. I'm afraid this is it. Booga's out. It's all up to Miro here.
He's diving in, trying to find it with the drum, with 51 HP in a dream, but the dream turns into a nightmare. They get cleaned up, and they are down. The second place duo, the biggest challengers to Peter, Bot, and Bila have been dropped. Now, Walltaker and Cold still have an opportunity to push for it. 162 above, and they're trying to find an angle, but Walltaker takes the entirety of his shield there. That's Bizzle and Diego on the backside, making things difficult for them.
And if you're Peter Bot, if you're Bila, you're rubbing your hands together right now. You're feeling so good seeing those teams that are on your heels fall so early. Meanwhile, you have Kanadas and Agers. They do have that vehicle. Scratch what we said before. They're using it, but they're playing outer edge zones instead of center pieces, and it's working out well for them. We love to see adjustments day in and day out. Scarebear and Walkers here, though, have to keep finding tags. They're now 230 below. They do have a launch pad, and I'm afraid they're going to have to use it to get up on a box here. As on the other side, a team just boxes up on Cold. It's not looking good.
Cold has to make this play happen. They have no other choice. If they want to win, it's right now, because if Cold and Walltaker are down, Booga and Miro are down, I'm happy to just give it to give it over to Peter Bot and Bila. And you can see Cold, he is hounding Edgy and Acorn, but he's throwing himself straight into 1v2. But the cannonball will break the build. He takes some chip from the side, doesn't have any extra shield, 40 HP, trying to find something, trying to dive in. No builds, can't cover his sides. Second and third fall.
4th and 5th are alive, though, and that means those spots are up for the taking. And guess what? Peter Bot, Bila may just have a big enough lead to be our FNCS champions today here on the NA East region.
I mean, we don't want to count the chickens before they hatch, but it looks like they're starting to shake a little bit. The little beaks are poking through.
That trophy.
That's what I'm saying. The step stool, they placed it at the bottom of the shelf. They're looking around to make sure they can take the steps onto it right now. Joji and Rokane, they're trying to capitalize on the daylight they've been given, though, because, again, if Peter Bot and Bila take home the crown, if it looks like they're completely inseparable, congratulations to them. There's still tens of thousands of dollars on the line for each position change. So there's still plenty of dramatics to be had in that denouement, in that falling action. As we get there, we see Bizzle and Fatch getting themselves on the board.
And that's right, that's like 50 points from the players that are around 12th or so, which is one good game, which is this game right here, because now the standings are open. Pamsto and Fatch are one of those teams in that conversation here, currently in the 6th, right? Looking around here, not necessarily finding a chance to take the battle to Duke and the other player on the other side of the wall there, but you know what? They have time. Most importantly, they got to play for the zone here. Out comes the rotates right now. Take a look at how many players are up. 61 are alive, so we are surely setting ourselves up for a surge warning.
Yes, Surge Running will turn on here in just 25 seconds. Once that zone begins to close, you can see Fetch and Pamstu trying to find some side as we will get a replay here, currently sitting on 0 eliminations. Well, let's make this one as Peterbot starts throwing shots over towards the side, and he finds the one headshot he needs to pick up the 3 points. And hey, sometimes everything just falls your way, Monster.
And that's just all you need, right? You got to give them respect here. Peterbot and Byla have just been a walking highlight reel this weekend. Honestly, since things kicked off, let's take it back to week 1 where they popped off and made the performance, made the statement that they're here.
And we talked about yesterday how it's like, wow, they played such an incredible game, but it was nearly identical to their qualifier 1 performance where, hey, nobody had been qualified through the finals. It was still the top teams in NAE making it there, and they had a slightly better performance there, but now they're doing it in the finals. It's enabled them to be in this position where if they can get past this storm surge and get into the cascading placement points and score even just like 5 points, that's it. They've won.
Definitely, these elims will mean everything to them here and now as they continue to solidify themselves and their legacy, the history that they are writing here today. Pressure coming in from players all about, around them. They're not completely safe here. And you know what? The options, they're important. 13th, 10th, and then 15th off to the side. All players that are really fighting for a good position here at the end of this day.
But looking at the loadout, Peterbot has a cheeky sniper rifle, and we see people just kind of hang their heads out there when they're utilizing the striker burst, being like, hey, nobody's going to end up having a snipe. Why would they carry that? Well, Peterbot is looking for options, trying to create one extra space right now as we're going to swing on over current 8th place team. But Iamzo stuck between a rock and a hard place, trying to find his way into the zone. He's not going to have to worry about that as half in, half out does reveal, and we only have 2 duos sitting inside of it.
What's crazy is Iamzo is so good. He has been solo
good.
A lot of the times we've tuned into him, and he has made such great plays to continue to keep his team inside the top 10. Not to take away from DGen, whom of course has participated in the bulk of the points, but Iamzo clutching up here. I mean, you saw the content pieces. You see how he thinks and what he thinks about himself. He truly believes he is number 1, and that is the attitude you need if you want to be up at the top. It's that champion mentality. If you want to look up to players like him, that is the one that I'll pick for sure. Like, you just gotta love it.
And the second you start thinking that the people who you're playing with are better than you, or you're like, wow, this guy's pretty good. Yeah, there's a level of respect to it, but also when you know you're that good, you got a little bit of swagger to it. And we've seen that with Iamzo where he pushes things where a normal player would think, no, these guys are way too good. They're gonna punish me for that. Iamzo's like, I'm the best, let's go.
I'm the best, let's go. Let's bring that firepower to the door. Let's see it though here. Hold up. Joji lands just by Iamzo there, so 7th place and 8th are now hovering above one another. Meanwhile, Agers and Kanata now in 4th here, still have an opportunity to hop back.
Byla down.
To go out and jump in. Byla is down. This is important to the standings. Hey, listen, I know we've been counting them as potentially, you know, it and wraps, but it's not really over until it's over. Peterbot, though, says, hold the phone here. I'm still here. I'm putting up a big fight. That's on to Fetch.
He has to get in the zone
so well. Can he get in? This is where Sprint comes into play. He is alive. Look at the mechanics. It's enough to stretch it a little bit there, but not enough to survive the weather of the storm and the shots. And down they go. More chances now for the lobby.
But a difference of +5 just on the couple of seconds where we tuned in, getting the elim, getting 2 placement points to take over. And because we have already seen 2nd and 3rd go down, if Agers and Kanata don't put up a monstrous game, it's over. Peterbot and Byla have won, period, full stop. There is absolutely no way somebody else can catch them unless the 4th or 5th place team right now racks off 2 incredible matches.
In what world, and there's a chance, there's a universe where this happens, but 2 teams have to go, or 1 team has to go crazy the next 2 games. Edgy and Acorn can be them. They're already at 5 elims. I mean, if I had to guess, they're on track right now, Sundown, but that would mean a win here and potentially just a showstopper last game.
Hey man, like I said, you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
There's always is. When you see 3 points per elim, hey, there's 49 other duos in the lobby. You could get everyone. That's some serious points. The reality of the situation, though, is it feels like they've done enough, but who else can get on board? As Nexi and Narwhal are just skeet shooting the rest of the lobby. They got great position raining down shots, but not necessarily the best weapon to punish there.
I like it though. It's just enough to scare them, right? Say, hey, yeah, we're hitting you. You're getting shot. We're pelting your shields down. Don't land on us. We're ready for the fight. And it's just enough of that intimidation to buy themselves some time. Iamzo now still playing by himself, clutching up here. He's managed to find himself way into the top 16 here as far as the teams left alive. That's a lot of placement points. Kanata now slides up into third, down. So he's kind of slide his way on all the way up. Edgy is still going crazy here. He finds another one, but let's go on over to the FaZe Bizzle, who gets taken out by Iamzo once again here, racking up and clutching up some points.
And Edgy got Agers. Edgy got Agers. He said, hey, you think they have a chance? No, we're taking that chance away from them. And now all of a sudden, SPG's prediction, Acorn, Edgy, trying to push through the 33 Infusion Esports players, but Kanata saying, hey, I got my top 10 streak on the line. I'm trying to make the play. Agers already has 3 elims for him, so he did his work. It's Kanata's turn to turn those tables.
That's right. Last game, Kanata and Agers did so well. Kanata had those 8 elims. This time, Agers legs is the lobby with 3, so a much better performance for him already. Meanwhile, Rokan and Joji popping off as well. 6 elims. Can they make it a big 7 here? They're looking for it, but the wall, the floor, it all gets taken in front of him. He has to change course. This is such pro play and high-level play, thinking about all these little minute details while you're in the heat of the moment. Meanwhile, low ground, Avery also alive there alongside Muzz. Edgy's looking down at them. Can he create this melting pot worth of points here? He doesn't find anything, not just yet.
They're trying to find the elims on the backside of the zone, turning back and finding the players who are just ratting around in those catacombs, picking up everyone who has just thrown themselves into the fray, into the fracas, and look at the angles they're throwing as Diego finally goes down. He had a nice little pair for himself there, but Blake and Lloyd's trying to get themselves back in the conversation. No builds, no white HP on Kanata. That means you are extremely limited to the point where he had no other options, and Rokan and Joji are gonna pick it up in great pathing from them to head to the front of the zone. We're closing in on the top 5. There's one solo out there. Everyone else has a buddy here in game number 11.
This is crazy. 4th place still in the lobby, 6th place still in the game as well. And then you have a top 10, a new top 10. Who Fishy and Kaz jump their way on in. Edgy starts to get pressure here from high ground. Command Caverns, Elite, and Bank are up top trying to secure a victory royale here for the day. Let's see it though. Edgy starts to slide around. They're at 8 elims now already. There's still a couple more opportunities in front of them though. What is he gonna do here? He's sitting inside the storm, but no! Ooh, someone swings around and finds a big 2, and that's a 6-point swing, and the placement points as well. Rokan is going crazy this game.
Rokan said, you saw the individual effort to get me qualified. You saw what I did at the start of the season. Don't write me out yet. Trying to push through, trying to find everything he can. But Bank and Elite, they're the high ground team. We've been going through and only 2 builds on Joji. You can see him trying to separate the shield out. Rokan is going to be forced to take the minis. It's all going to be on Joji to create some space and some options because the 2v2 is coming.
Bank has a win condition. Elite has even more heals. They can actually ride this one out. We have not seen a heal off in the FNCS finals to date. Everyone's been fighting it out to the very last moments, but this is one of those times where you have the win almost just written in stone in front of you, and now you have to wait this out. Elite says, yes, take these heals. You know what? I'm gonna commit here. I think I can do this. Low ground doesn't have builds though. It's gonna come down to this wire. Joji will eventually have to fight back.
Yo, but if they're playing heal off, you do not drop down. Period, full stop. You do not give them siphon and give them the option. If you are committing to a heal off, you turn and you run into the zone. Don't give them the elimination. Don't give them the siphon. Keep the control. That's why Bank is up there. And now Elite is dropping down, looking for an angle, trying to find something. But since we still have 43 seconds, there's tons of time.
He's gonna back up now. He's gonna go in and play this high ground here. They have a lot of ammo to work with as well. Remember, ultimately, you want to do damage as well. If you don't touch them, you don't earn points, and you need those points if you want to get closer and closer to that big prizing that will open up later into the tournament if you can play well. Elite makes a big mistake. He goes down. He takes the full 2v1. He finds one. Elite just might 2v1 this in the end, and he wants the win. Yeah. He wants it bad, and he takes that win.
He said, Sundown, you won't drop down because you don't hit shots like I do. Elite and Bank take game number 11. And now the real question is, what dramatics do we have as we get to the end? We'll see the drop down shot. I love that. When he dropped in the water, he had the pre-fire ready. But the awareness to pick up the siphon and then the swap over and the hip fire with the burst. Very well played.
And this is what pros do best. They keep you on your toes. You never know what's coming. Anyone in their right mind would not jump down. In what world does a high ground team have so much confidence that they take on Joji and Rokan, who are up just about 10 elims on the game. That was kind of impressive.
Well, they're doing exactly what we're doing. They're looking at the leaderboard and saying, you know what? Those 6 points could be a couple thousand, if not tens of thousands of dollars. Let's put our stamp on it. Let's grab everything we can out of the game. But Monster, 1 game left to set the stage, to let us know where we're at going into the final moments. Adam, Vivid, SPG.
Thank you so much, boys. 1 game left. 1 more game. That's it. One more. There's only 1 more now. Fellas, they're wrapping things up superbly there for us on game 11. Do you know what's interesting as well? We saw that as well. Bank and Lee forcing the victory royale. They're saying, do you know what? We're not messing around. We've got the confidence. We're oozing it right now. We're feeling good. And getting the victory royale. Fantastic stuff there. But Joji and Rokane as well. Another great team who are rising through the leaderboard as well, Vivid.
There is just so much to unfold here. And Elite here, yeah, great drop down. Instantly finds a knock on Rotate, and right here, watch this. He actually goes for the finish there, gets the siphon, and watch closely. He actually drops down to 38 HP. That means if he didn't actually pick up that siphon, he would have went down. That ended up saving him. He picks up that final elim and ultimately the victory royale.
Yeah, what a play. But we have to talk about Joji and Rokane able to make a nice push into this endgame. They had a great day 1. Haven't necessarily seen the same out of them in day 2, but here it is. This is what we wanted to see in day 2. They started slaying out. They're getting a bunch of elims, finding them on the backside of zone, and making these nice rotates. No one's on high ground shooting at them. We're just going to chill. We're going to kindly pad into zone, and we will take the front side. It's been a nice team to watch as we see Joji and Rokane. They've been pretty consistent throughout multiple qualifiers, whether it be together or with other teammates. Now seeing them here in finals, pushing themselves up the leaderboard. They're at 5th place at the moment on the leaderboard, but I would expect them to be in 3rd, 4th, maybe 2nd once we take a peek.
Yeah, you saw as well, though, Vivid, as well. You can see in the bottom right-hand corner there as well, the flip-flopping of the team position they're in as well, because it is that tight now.
Yeah, really, really crazy. And some of these teams taking full advantage of the fact that we saw Bugha and Miro go down, had some storm surge problems, which is unlike them for sure. You know, we did see that south zone pull there, but yeah, here we are, big switch up as a result. Bugha and Miro falling 2 places. Acorn, Edgy taking full advantage, going up to that 2nd place. Also, Aders, Kanata want a piece of it as well. Look how close our 2nd, 3rd, 4th place teams are.
SPG, look, I mean, look at this. 4th position here, 258. Then 3 points later, 261. Then 6 points. And then we're looking at fine margins here between 1st and 2nd place.
And it's crazy. Literally every position besides 1st place changed in that past game. So everyone is going back and forth. The final blows are being thrown, but it's going to come down to this last game. Now everyone's put themselves in a position to try and make a play, to try and push themselves up the leaderboard. It's all going to come down to where and how you do in this last game.
And that's crazy, right? 1 game left. We have been entertained throughout the entirety of these finals, and for it to come down to just 1 final game. Now, Peterbot and Byla, they are sitting pretty up there, but if they do fall down early, then we do have to pay attention to Acorn and Edgy and potentially even Kanata and Aders, because let's be honest, a victory royale with multiple elims could definitely close that gap instantly.
Are you saying there's a chance?
There's always a chance.
There's always a chance.
You got to keep the storyline there.
On FNCS NE, there's always a chance. It's always possible. Let's talk about that Storm Surge for a second there. Again, that affected Bugha and Miro going down early on and affecting the leaderboard considerably as well. They just simply couldn't get out of a tight spot there, Vivid, and it didn't happen for them, but there is that 1 game left to play.
Yeah, honestly, listen, it was just tough for them. They did end up pulling zone down here. I feel like they spent a lot of the early game kind of rotating towards Butterborn. We know that they always go there to buy those pads. They spent actually a lot of time there to make sure that there was nobody there, because yesterday in day 1, they actually had somebody sneaking around in there who actually ended up eliminating them. So that was one of their worst games yesterday. They were trying to be a little bit more mindful today, but it ended up costing them a lot of time and ultimately Storm Surge, and that's why they went down early. But I commend them for making that quick play. It just didn't end up working out.
Yeah, and that's what you have to do. You have to try and make those plays. Nonetheless, we will see them go at it in this last game. They're pretty close. Like you guys mentioned, it's only a few points between 2nd to 5th. It's going to be a battle for everyone trying to get in those positions. Oh, man, I can't wait.
I can't believe it. After all these weeks, 4 weeks, we're finally here. The last game of the season now. This is it. It all comes down to this. I think there's 51 points in first and second, I think, if my maths is correct there. So that is definitely doable. That is absolutely doable. So it all comes down to this. Again, as always, let us know who you think is going to be the FNCS NAE champions. We've worked all this way towards this. It is the final game. It is game 12 of this 2-day finals. Who will be the winners? We're about to find out. It's over to Monster and Sundown. Let's go. It's finals, the last game. Let's do this thing.
One more time onto the island, once more into the fray for all of these duos. And right now, a deck of cards separates first and second. Peterbot and Byla have a 52-point lead, which looks pretty good, but as we've seen, everyone just keeps chipping away.
Yeah, especially since our other teams are starting to get consistent here and find their points, but this is it. One more time, let's jump into the battle bus here. Game number 12 of the NA East Finals is underway. What's at stake? A lot of money, a lot of pride, and of course, that FNCS Axe of Champions 2.0. The battle bus is here. It's a south to north split. We've gotten a little bit of everything today, and the zones are keeping us on our toes.
So what we are going to be looking for, one, if you are just joining us, welcome, and where you been, because today has been absolutely fantastic. Some great Fortnite being played, and honestly this whole season. But right now, the stakes. Peterbot and Byla, they were so far ahead coming into today that if they were able to just get enough, they could have secured it even 2 games ago, but it's stalled a little bit. There's a little bit of room right at the top. However, if they don't go down early, it might as well be over. For everyone else, though, if you're second to 6, you're right on top of each other. A solid performance or just even a little bit better performance than those teams right next to you is tens of thousands of dollars.
And that's what's on the line when we watch the engages go down here. But also, even teams like Trashy, Glace, who have struggled and rivaled their way out of this outside the 20th position or so to get to top 19 today has been a statement in its own, and they can win. If they can pop off, they will also get to that top 10 as well. And that's why we mean there are tens of thousands of dollars on the line here. This is the last game of the finals, your last time to just do your best and get a good placement point.
And once you're eliminated here, your FNCS for this season is over. You are done. You will be watching the match play out. Your position on the leaderboard will be set. So you can bet that every single one of these duos is going to claw. They're going to scrape, and they're going to fight for every tag, every positional advantage, every weapon upgrade they can possibly get their hands on. And right now, Peterbot's weaponry is looking the best it's looked in a hot minute.
Definitely all starting to come together here. And when you need it most, when we've been trying to count on them to have that one big pop-off game to just solidify their championship, will it be here in this last game? If you're an Edgy, an Acorn, what you are hoping for, they go down early, you pop off. A 10, 12, 13, 14 elimination game with the win could just be enough to go ahead and take that #1 spot too.
Peterbot gets a confirmation on the Bizzle. Already getting it rolling. Can they get the points to add up? We saw what second place was doing over on the side. We'll take a look at all of our top teams and what they're able to get rolling as right now. Kanata, Aegis just looting up outside. We'll get a replay of that Elim coming through. We'll see what he's doing, where he's able to hawk, and this is the strength of Dr. Sloan's mythic first AR.
Oh
just
my God.
Brop, and one of the best players in NA East gets deleted.
Just like that, quick and easy, wipes his hands clean from the scene, and he is gone like the wind. Peterbot and Byla find themselves a quick 3-point pickup there, and they take one major step towards winning the region. But let's go ahead and look at our other teams on the bubble here. Booga for the first time now, taking some early game tags here from the distance. It's Larson on the other side. He's gotten a little too close for comfort. He's starting to look inwards. Larson's in 11th overall, so this is a big game and big opportunity for him to stay in the tournament here and earn himself a bigger piece of the cake that's available in front of us. A couple tags come in from Miro from the side. Quanti has to step up and potentially back him up here, or they'll come rolling right through him.
But one of the benefits, too, of having, I don't want to say uncontested chonkers because we've seen the shots come through, but there are so many excess shields in here that you can already see that Booga is leaving behind minis because they've been able to pick it up. He has a full inventory, 6 splashes, 6 mini, 3 big pots, and he took some chip there. So he's got plenty of time. Now, we talked about coming in today how it was really a 2-horse race. Now it's turned into a 1-horse race and everyone else right in the pack. Who is going to be able to sniff out that silver medal? Because again, it is over if Peter, Bot, and Byla do not go down. If they are able to hit the 35 placement mark, the 30 placement mark, I mean, I'm happy to call it if they get to the top 25 because we've seen what they've done there, but we're going to be keeping an eye on everyone else. Because again, while we might know roughly who our winner is going to be, look at these teams, because this is second in the left corner, third on the right corner, top of the screen is 5th, and there's, what, 17 points separating them?
Nothing. Just barely anything separating these teams, and not only that, they all land in such different locations on the map. So really cool to see how all these teams have managed to find success. It's not about where the zones go. It's not about any of that. It's about how well you play your game, and just the fact that we have such a diverse, not only team pool and selection here, but also the caliber of how long and how many hours these guys have been putting into the game. Kanata and Agers, you know, Acorn and Edgy, we're talking hours, countless hours. They've been competing since the beginning of time. They're still here doing it, and they're just showing us why they are the best.
And again, you talked about kind of the new blood in the new era, and while Peterbot and Byla might not necessarily be household names, they've put up performances before, but nobody predicted this going through. And I said a little bit yesterday, I was like, during the top of the show, I'm like, man, I feel like we kind of forgot about them. They played really well in the first qualifier. Nobody's going to be forgetting about them now with the performance they've put out, but who else can catch them? Somebody else who's had an amazing performance today in particular, and even a little bit yesterday, 2 victory royales over the course of the 11 games so far. Pamso and Fatch from that Lighthouse split.
Hey, there's not many teams that can say we picked up 2 wins over the course of the tournament, so it's either all in or nothing for Pam and Fatch here. This is their rotate, this is their strategy, though. Of course, they have this nice little split drop, and look.
I was just about to say, and for the first time in a while, the boat actually pulls over towards them, which gives them a little bit more options on the split route, where typically they're happy to end up coming in and grabbing just whatever is on the leftover of Sleepy, because Sleepy does have a ton of extra loot, and the Sleepy teams are being absolutely harassed, as Booga harasses that team trying to rotate. Headshot, body shot, that's going to make them pretty safe on search.
Big damage right there. Definitely is a step in the right direction. Meanwhile, Voyo and Except are getting tagged as well, and they're going to base up pretty closely. Now, take a look there. It's just wood builds. Booga and Miro going to notice pretty much a chip in the armor there and possibly look for some angles, but no, they're playing for positioning this time around, something different.
Well, and that's because of where the first zone pulled for what is the first time today, and I believe we only had one other zone that was this far north yesterday. We're going up to the north and the west, so we've been a little bit more central / towards the east. We've only really had one absolutely ridiculous zone, which was that water back and forth that I don't think I've ever seen this chapter. But now we're going to see some early rotations going through. But as the analyst talked about when we're talking about the collider, this team, they're central already. So it doesn't really matter where the zone pulls, because you're going to be able to rotate there, whether it's using the tower that's there or using the launch pad. And we're going to swing on over to what Avery and Muzz are doing, and they're posting up looking for shots.
That's right. This is a great spot to be in. High ground is, of course, key for Kanata, and Adrian's not looking good, though. No HP on Kanata's here. His back is against the wall. He's got a team right on top of him looking to take this fight, and this is what we were talking about with the vehicles. When you are in the vehicle, you can get targeted, you can get shot. You literally start with the foot backwards when you get hit up before you can actually touch down, and it's Day and Clicks on the other side of the wall here, so that's no free team at all. Let's see what's gonna happen.
And then they also have Fabled Taco right on the opposite side of him. Him and Golden, they're pinned down here, but you can see they want to push this fight. They're trying to take it, taking the aggression over to the other side and making sure they replace these walls so they don't get caught with an edit. This is super key because they want to be able to control this position and not get jumped on.
Let's take a look here. Moment intensifies. Kanata and Agers do not really want to take this fight all the way through. Not if it's going to cost them their tournament. They are too close to tasting that silver medal, that potential #1 spot like we talked about here. But hold up, lose the wall from up above. He has to go ahead and go for the re-exchange here. I love the angle plays right now, but Agers gets punished, and they haven't really found anything from this. They've only been tagged up. Meanwhile, here comes the counter shots. Nothing just yet, but Clicks is quick. He starts swinging his way back and forth there, finding his side angles, and so is Day and Kanata running out of space here. This is actually so bad.
Because they drop down into one of those tight little crevasses, and that's what we talk about. You have to own as much of the space, because if you get pinned in and Clicks and Day aren't getting harassed from the sides, we've seen what they can do. They will roll over duos, and this is not the time to roll over and take it, but Clicks gets backed off.
Agers fights back. He puts big damage up, and Day is like, nope, I want nothing from this. I'm out of here. He's gonna back on up. And just like that, now you have Threats and Rise up top, putting their 2 cents into the conversation, and then another team shows up here. So there's a little too much chaos going on for the likings of Kanata and Agers. They're trying to play nice, slow, and steady here. They find another opportunity on today. Big tags come in, and that is the power of that auto shotgun, the drum shot. You can just see, it just starts to rip players apart. Kanata has to play for the save now.
Not able to necessarily get the confirmation over, and you can see how they're going to trade back, but Clicks doesn't want to give them the opportunity. But Olga and Miro, they're paying attention to the feed. They're saying, hey, no confirms going down, no knocks. Hey, this is plenty of points on the board. Rise is actually going to get the confirmation over, doing a little bit of favor for Agers and Kanata, giving them some room, but Kanata doesn't watch his back, and the 3rd place team goes down to the 4th place team. Miro and Booga say, no, that's our prize money. Get out of here, get out of here.
That's rough, especially when they had the chance to go ahead and do something big this game. And you know what? Vivid's happy right now.
Yeah,
that was our 2 picks going head-to-head. Vivid may have just done it all and solidified what will be his prizing at the end of this. You know, we've been having fun. It's been a very close competition. We'll see what those points look like in the end. You'll see it has been quite a fierce one. But in the end, Vivid does come out on top. Respects.
I mean, when doesn't he? Everybody's copying Vivid's homework. There's a reason for it. Was one of the best players at NA East back in the day. Honestly, you could probably still throw him in these lobbies. They do a little bit of damage, but we're going to swing on over. Roken and Joji currently sitting in 6th place. There's a little bit of room, and honestly, this is very much a change in game place, because it seems like everybody realizes that, hey, outside the top spot, there's money to be made. In game number 12, we usually see a lot of outward aggression, people trying to just do what they can to climb up, but they know if they make endgame, there's opportunity for more to come. And right now, Peterbot and Bila saying, hey, we're getting rid of that cannon. We want nobody flying in here. We'll control the variables. But one thing to note, look at the map and look above. They're only 68 damage above Storm Surge, which will do 25 damage every 5 seconds to the teams who have not done enough tags. And this has been the only time they've struggled. And right now, as soon as I call it out, 3 huge tags.
Definitely watching the field like a hawk here. Anything that moves is going to go ahead and get the focus, that laser focus and attention put on it. Wall taker down to the bottom here, looking pretty solid above the Surge. Edgy and Acorn looking great as well, leading that 2nd place spot still ahead of the competition. Wall taker and Cold jumped into that last fight head first and got punished this time here, though. They're starting to reset. They're taking it nice and easy, slow and steady, and you can tell their loadout is just a mix of what they can find, trying to make do with the game.
They need to play endgame. We have seen Walltaker, aka Scented, throughout the entire. He's known as the Low Ground King. In fact, he loves changing his names to all of these ridiculous things. We've seen Low Ground King, we've seen Walltaker. But if you don't get in that position to abuse what is your strongest trait, it makes it so difficult to pick up points here when you're playing against the best of the best, when all the pressure is on the line. But somebody who thrives in that pressure has been absolutely born in it. Dignitas Miro, Sentinels Boga. If anybody is able to rack off a big game here and push him into 2nd, it could be them. But right now, Edgy and Acorn under pressure, and they're actually going to slam down an armored wall as Edgy has been knocked. Shots are raining in all the way from the side. Acorn trying to stick the revive, but shots bleed through. Edgy gonna get dropped down, an N-Pen trying to toss this in. Acorn takes a bunch of damage, and Edgy's gonna get finished here in a second. If Acorn doesn't walk up and splash him, Edgy is confirmed. This could be it right here, right now.
That is so unfortunate. Acorn did get the full elim though, so he picks up 1, but 1 is not enough when you lose a teammate in the process. And it's Byla, Peterbot, Quanti, Larson, the other teams that are looking at this fight and shooting inwards. And just like that, they are affecting the storyline here. They are solidifying their placements in this tournament, and they are making it that much clearer to the lobby that we are a problem.
All they have to do is hold on. If Acorn falls, that's it. It's over. Acorn does have a knock on the opposite side of it. We've seen Durola then get picked up from Suscript. So this is a 1v1 against NPen. The biggest thing is he doesn't want to give up the supplies from his teammate. He has to win the 1v1, potentially look to maybe get the card, get the reboot. But you see, his resources are completely vanished, and so is his HP bar. He'll try and drink his 1 mini, but no time, so he's gonna expand the builds out, try and make himself look big, make himself look scary, but it's all a mirage, and you close in on it. He's trying to find the oasis, but at the end of the day, it looks like it is just a barren desert, and NPen is trying to put an end to the miracle run here.
Definitely, and it's time to fight back here. Look, he is relentless with it. He finds Acorn on this low ground, and this is a big opportunity now for NPen to go ahead and shut down the number 2 team. Kanata and Agers are already out. And honestly, if you're Kanata and Agers, you do not want second place out. You do not want what is left of 4th out of the tournament, because that means the standings are up for grabs. That means our top 10 teams have a chance to go ahead and snipe it all up. If the points don't get funneled upwards towards these teams, your honestly prizing is gone. Like, it is definitely up in the air, and someone will take it. We're talking tens of thousands of dollars.
Yeah, and we've seen every single time we've looked at the leaderboard.
Oh, no.
We're in that top 3. It could be enough. The full gold medal, a little bit of a slide. 2, last ticket, it doesn't get in. Acorn and Edgy are down. Kanata and Agers are down. Peterbot and Byla are still up on their feet, and at this point, they've looked around. That should be it, unless Booga and Miro do something absurd and clean up absolutely everybody, and Peterbot and Byla go down. That's the only shot, and at this point, I know it's a meme, there's not even a chance. Look at the point difference. Look at the point difference, 64 points separating them. Peterbot, Byla are right at the finish line. They're trying to just stick their chest out and break that tape.
This is it. It's the victory lap at the end of the day right now. But like we said before, there is money on the line, and no way, not Joji, not Rokane as well. They're under some serious hurt right now. Rokane's out. The pressure from the lobby was too much, and we're seeing another team collapse in the last game. It is so worrisome to see how much tournament prizing is now available.
And particularly for Joji and Rokane. Joji has been fantastic this season, but Rokane has been on another level. The solo clutches, the individual efforts to even get them here, all happened by Rokane. Now the pressure is on Joji. What can he do to get them a better finish? What can he do to get them a better payday, to move them up the leaderboard as a solo? But want to know who's looking at all this and being like, hey, this is pretty nice. Cold and Walltaker, they're going to continue to try and climb up the leaderboard. Second is very much in their grasp. Same with Booga and Miro, as they're both sitting in 4th and 5th right now, but 2nd and 3rd are down.
Definitely, they're down and out. And, you know, this really allows us to take a look at the bigger picture from the outside, right? There is so much on the line. It's not just winning the tournament. It's what's on the line for the other teams that are still proving themselves to the region, that they are incredible at Fortnite. They still continue to have what it takes to compete at the top, a 2nd, a 3rd, a 4th in the FNCS finals of NA East. No easy feat. We have seen an exceptional day of competition, and this is why it is so important that we celebrate all of our players still battling it out.
And again, don't forget, we had a pretty big announcement this morning going through. The FNCS Invitational in November. You know that's in the back of all of these players' minds, being like, hey, they're looking at the top duos. What can I do to put my name in there, to stick a flag in that stake saying, hey, why am I not invited? Joji could put a question mark in there right now if he's able to put up the individual efforts. What are they going to be able to do?
But he's 138 below here. It's all or nothing now. He has to fight back. It's not looking good. The lobby start to focus in. It's those fresh walls. Again, this is like blood in the water to the big fish in the sea here. You can't have fresh walls being built up, especially when the surge is active. You know players are looking for these opportunities. Josie has to do something big now. He's got the ammo. He's got the heals. He's definitely got the weapon to do everything that he needs to, but he's gonna have to commit here.
First placement threshold has been passed. Everyone in the lobby gets 1 point. One who's still on their feet, Peterbot and Byla. That maybe miracle run is closing every time. And like I said, I've basically called it, but what else can they do? As Joji is now holding the 8th place team. This is 6 versus 8 with Avery and Muzz, the OCE warrior representative, trying to do more. Pamsto goes down. Batch goes down. 7th is out. 6 is out. And all is for the taking right now. Muzz and Avery can do a bunch. Booga and Miro can do a bunch. Walltaker and Colt can push themselves up. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th are all on the line, all on the table. Who will grab the opportunity?
6 is on the table, 7th is on the table. I mean, we're talking about all the other additional spots here. Teams that are on the bubble can literally pop off and earn so much money. Very rarely does it ever happen this way, where so many of the top 10 teams fall in the last game and the standings are close enough for players to really jump on up and make that hero effort at the very, very end. Meanwhile, Booga and Miro, though, still fighting for this one right here. 3 elims now. They are in 3rd place. They want 2nd at least. They want to fight for 1st, but we know what's on the line. There's so much here.
The fight for 1st is over. I'm calling it right now. Peterbot and Byla are your NA East champions for Chapter 3 Season 2. They're in the cascading placement points. Even if Miro and Booga eliminated the entirety rest of the lobby and won the match, it would not be enough. Well, it would, but it's not going to happen, as now they're trying to just climb up into it. As Peterbot gets another one, he's putting his statement down. The foot is down. The trophy's on the shelf. They've kicked the step stool away, and they're jumping out with a Sioux. Doing everything they can. Pamsto and Thatch, we're going to see how they went down, trying to dive in. Pamsto, oh, it's so close.
Clarity G claps back, he fights back as we get to jump in with our FNCS champions to be. Peterbot and Byla are here. They're feeling it. You can just tell they're sitting in the box feeling so good as the zone starts to favor them. Can they actually pull off the victory lap? At this point, let's go ahead and see how much they can do in that last game, because the floor is yours, my friends. You have earned it. They have played so well over this weekend. Honestly, almost a perfect set of Fortnite on that day 1 and a great day 2 now.
But Booga and Miro have already pushed themselves into 3rd. Just a couple more points, they'll be able to take 2nd away. Avery looks for the jump shot, doesn't end up taking it. Will hit the pad, but the shots rain down from above. He needs to hold on, needs to find some space. 19 builds, needs to get the walls up, but it's all wood. And does he have enough space? If somebody opens up an edit, that would be disastrous. Teo right on the other side. Larson taking the sky. Mackwood and Donnie trying to get their name in the conversation.
And look, if Peterbot and Byla are poising up for that 2nd position to height, you know they're going to try to do something so big in the end. Can Miro and Booga find a little bit more points, though? It's starting to close in here now. The last game, the last win. Everyone will talk about it. We all know that it's possible, but it's a race here for 2nd right now. Walltaker and Cold, Miro and Booga, they're both trying to do it here. The points are very close. This is a lot on the line here.
There's 8 points separating, but the team in 3rd has been dropped out. Booga and Miro have moved into 2nd place, but can they hold it now? As Walltaker and Cold are trying to do everything they can to pull it away from them. The placement points keep ticking over. Pledge gets Byla. There might not be a full victory lap. As you can see there, Byla actually ends up trading it back over. They went down trying to get the eliminations going through. It's all she wrote for the number 1 spot, but now we have a battle for 2nd as Peterbot is trying to repeat his game 1 performance to have a ridiculous solo clutch, but again, ain't nobody catching Mr. Peter here. As you can see, User trying to find some shots from the side. Yamzo and Dejin are putting the pressure on him. Cold and Scented finding shots towards the backside. A great shot on the low ground and a even better cutoff.
I love the cutoff there. There was definitely a chance to go out and open that edit, but they played for the positioning instead, saying that it's smarter for us to just stay alive right now. And take a look here. Peterbot is down. That is it. The fight for 2nd is on here. Booga and Miro are still up right now. Scented and Cold are in the final stretch now as well. 3 elims separate that. Make it 4 because Booga finds one up top. They're starting to break away. That's onto Yamzo. A heartbreak for Yamzo as well, who was closing in on that top 5th. Chip, but now Degen has to do it by himself. Well, let's go ahead and focus on the low ground now. Sentin is going crazy. Walltaker slides in. They find another one. Nicely done there. Cold will get the full finish, and it's all unfolding here and now.
Miro down, Booga down. They could take away second. They're in third right now, using the splashes, using everything they can. The battle for second is on. There's leaderboard implications all over the board as Degen is trying to hold on to a 7th place spot, but we're keeping eyes on Cold and Walltaker. A couple elims, a couple more placement points, and they will rip that 2nd place away from Booga and Miro. They've already pushed themselves into 3rd, but Chimp is trying to get himself into the top 10 with a great shot there on the TK. Hey, and we got some solo riders running around. There's some plays to be made here.
A lot of plays to be made, a lot of points to be picked up here. Chip slides around the side. He has broken into that top 10, but one more elim will do enough to solidify it. Meanwhile, a shot from the back. It's Cold. It's a wintertime play here. What can he do? There goes the edit. No, nicely done. Chimp's hurt. Back against the wall. Turns around. He is just too good. He's quick on his feet. The Siphon's going to keep him up now. 41 HP. Minis in hand. But do you play for the fight or do you go for the heal?
He has to tick over at least one more placement. This is for second. 2v1v2. This is for 2nd place right now. What can Cold do? The redemption run from the performance last episode. He's dipping back.
He knows it!
He finds it! Cold rips away 2nd place from Booga and Miro. Donnie and Mac would put themselves into the top 20 with the finish, but the story, Peterbot and Byla in 1st, and the fight for 2nd, and the young gun, 33 Cold, says hop on my back, run into the zone, and hits the monstrous striker pump shot to get him a huge payday.
And take a look at it one more time from the bird's eye view. Cold secures the 2nd with a huge elimination there. Donnie and Mac would get to close the tournament out with a nice victory royale finish from the height in clean fashion. The veterans at least get to put one big strike on the board there. And that, my friends, was the NA East Finals. What an exceptional set of 12 games there we had.
And I love how we started the story of NA East all the way back in Qualifier 1. It was, hey, high ground runs it out, but it's the story of the individual efforts. And that's what we saw. And you were talking about New Era the entire time. Cold making huge plays. Donnie making huge plays. Peterbot and Byla champs. This is nuts.
This is definitely something we did not expect to unfold. But that's going to be wraps from myself, Monster D-Face. And now for now, we'll see you guys in a bit. The stage is yours, my friends.
Oh, that is how you round out FNCS NAE. That one elimination at the end there. The difference between 2nd and 3rd place. SBG, we could not have asked for a better way to finish this thing off.
No, we could not, but we have to give the winners their moment. Peterbot and Byla, officially your FNCS champions. You love to see it. A rough day 2, but hey, that was the most incredible day 1. And then they were just hanging out, dancing it out like you were earlier, enjoying the victory because they knew they had it. Congratulations to them.
Peterbot and Byla, listen, this is an incredible feeling. We talk about it all the time. How Fortnite competition has come such a long way. The level at which these players play at is exceptional. It is the highest that has ever been. And Peterbot and Byla showing up, showing out during a finals of an FNCS on the NA East region. Congratulations. And listen, you mentioned it. Dancing in the they knew. They knew.
They knew. I mean, absolutely extraordinary. I think if I I've got my information correct here as well. I think the 3rd team to retain 1st place from day 1 into day 2 now across FNCS, FNAE, which is incredible
stuff.
It is.
So look at them.
We can see the dance there, and it's totally justified because it has been an incredible display from this team as well. We've obviously talked a lot about Peterbot and Byla in the past as well, and to see them now breaking Miro and Booga's streak as well, those back-to-back wins. We have new FNCS champions. Incredible, 343 points here. 48 eliminations. 48.
Incredible.
With the lobby like this, the caliber like this, and fellas, we're back to what an incredible. Thank you so much for making that, bringing that to life for us.
I mean, it was an amazing performance, and one of the biggest things, 48 eliminations. We saw Peterbot was at least 35 of those, so another individual performance by him. That's just absurd, actually absurd.
And honestly, I just want to say hats off to, of course, the players. At the end of the day, this wouldn't have been such a great finals if it wasn't for you guys showing up and putting up the great numbers. Not only that, the broadcast has just never been better. So what a time to have such a celebratory FNCS.
Last last season we were in our bedrooms at home, and look at it now.
Yes.
Living the dream. Let's take a look at the leaderboard one last time. The full leaderboard breakdown here. You see exactly how things, the land lies after our 12 games here in FNCS Finals. There we can see here the breakdown of prize money as well. SBG, $130,000 going to Peterbot and Byler. Amazing stuff.
Amazing. And we saw that final play by Cold to dip in the storm, get that elim and the placement points. Huge. We see it right now. That was the difference between second and third.
Wow. Yeah, he was able to force the tiebreaker. Now the points are tied there, but it goes over to whoever had more eliminations. It's average elims. Wow. And they ran it out. Like I said, he needed the elim, he needed the placement point, and he got it exact.
That is incredible. So that one elimination, I mean, that was
it.
Vivid. I mean, this is mad.
It's like he knew, right? Like you saw that he was in the zone, and he was like, listen, I know this player just went in the zone. I want him. I want the second place. It's like Senton maybe gave him a comment. He's like, listen, you got to be so close. Go get those points. Cold executed perfectly. That's why you have a young gun on your team. Senton, great IGL throughout those 12 games, picking up, of course, another second place for the boy.
You know what? You got to be happy about it. And you know, Sensor records his endgame POVs. I'm willing to bet he was calling it. Take that fight. This is it. We can actually snatch up that spot. And you know, they see it there live. It must have just been electrifying either way to make it that far in that last game.
And we love a bit of drama, and they delivered. The players delivered for us as well. Should we have a look as well at the regions as well and see exactly who's won out on the regions thus far here on FNCS? Obviously, we have our champions here, obviously in Peterbot and Byler, but this is how things stand here as well. Sundown, I mean, some massive teams, only one region left, NA-West coming our way soon, but fantastic winners across the board.
Yeah, you can see there Peterbot and Byler stamping their name up there, and those are some names, again, Runem People Clip were repeat winners. Volks, a repeat winner. Cruel getting himself in. Asta getting his first earnings this season and winning it through. And then got to give a shout out over to Brazil as well. We didn't see the results. They had a separate stream of their own. The 33 duo taking that one away.
Indeed, yeah. I mean, you can see champions there. NA-West coming our way soon, and we have everyone is complete. The full set of winners here on FNCS this season, which has been absolutely incredible. Obviously, now we talked about our loads predictions. Okay, we talked about this a lot. We like at the beginning of the finals to kind of shout out who we think is going to go all the way and win this thing. Let's take a look at our predictions right now and see how exactly we got on.
Have to?
It wasn't. I mean, DJ Niomzo did have a far better day today, ending in 7th position, which is still massively solid. Great work from DJ and Niomzo as well. Somebody's gun as well. I mean, Acorn and Edgy. I mean, it's been a good day today.
Oh, another team that had a great day too. I believe they had over 180, maybe 200 points just simply on this second day. And it was really fun to watch for all of us because in that last match, they were all going back and forth. So many places changed, and I think this guy has something to say.
Listen, Buga and Mira, the reigning FNCS champs, the hot streak is ended, but you cannot complain. A 3rd place finish in an FNCS, the most prestigious competition that we have around currently, coming out first, 3rd. I mean, come on, that is so good.
It is. And Canada and Ages as well. I mean, what a display from those guys.
Definitely. I knew I was going to be able to trust in them as a pick. I'm so happy I did. You guys popped off, man. And honestly, way to just patch up what wasn't working the first time and then find the strategy in the end to go ahead and just secure such a high placing position. That last game was rough, but hey, it is what it is, man. They earned themselves up there.
Obviously, this entire season, we've been saying who we think is going to go through. We have the final points on the board right now. Let's take a look and see who brought this one home. We can see here, where do we get to? Wow.
Wait, this is golf, right? Golf, right? Lowest score wins? Lowest score wins, right?
No, it's not golf. Come on.
Are you sure?
52 points. What happened? But I mean, myself and Monster, 139. Yeah, bro, that's decent.
That's solid.
That's solid.
I'll take that.
But the champion, 147 to 193. Let's go. I mean, and here we go. Oh, wow.
Here it is.
Our very master of ceremonies coming on board now with the winning prize, the trophy to take with you as well.
Do I really get to hold it?
Yeah.
It's yours.
Wow.
You can do whatever you want with it.
Thank you, Z.
I want to just raise it up because I never got the opportunity as a player to hold a trophy. But now I get to celebrate the players, talk about them, And finally, stayed a little bit. Let's go.
Good job, good job. It's actually quite lucky because I already have a picture of Zeke on my bedside table. So it's fine. I don't need it anyway. It's fine. It's fine. We'll talk about it later. But it's fine. Obviously, this has been the most incredible season. We've had such a great time. It's been so poignant as well. Obviously, a return to the stage. We're looking ahead to like the fall invitationals. So much action in the region. Thank you so much for watching, NAE. I couldn't have done it without you guys. It's been an absolute team. It's been so much fun, hasn't it?
Yeah, guys, thank you. It was amazing, right? Like, what more could we ask for? And hey, West is right after this. We got 2 more champions to crown still.
That is exactly right. Kelly and the gang coming your way very soon. Thank you so much for watching this season. We'll see you real soon.
Where you going?
Take care. We'll see you on board the Battle Bus.
They're gonna show us a picture on the map, and we're gonna start in chonkers, and the moment we see it, we're gonna just race each other there, and the first one there wins. Okay.
Okay. What is that?
I know where that is.
Oh, yo, going the same way.
I'm on a dead end.
I'm about to go into the map.
My car flipped. Are you serious?
Uh-huh. Oh,
it's over.
See, does Batman Boogie know the right building?
I got it.
No.
Wait, yeah, I found it. I'm on it.
No, bro.
Yeah,
I'm out of fuel, bro.
Oh my God.
Where is that, bro? Oh no. Quiet right now, man.
No, I'm still thinking.
I'm going on a whim. I'm going with what I think.
Oh, my car about to be out of fuel. Oh my God, bro, this is terrible. Typer, I need to hop in your whip, bro.
Hey, dog, I can't get you. I'm sorry.
Yo,
I'm sorry. I gotta leave you, bro.
Oh, this might be bad.
Where's it at?
Bro.
I know exactly where it is.
Bro, my ID.
Am I there? Oh, yeah.
Bro.
Yep.
Where are they?
He's at it.
All right, round 3, let's get it.
Oh, yeah.
Dude, Rate's griefing.
Oh, why can't I go through this little pool? Oh, the game's cheating me right now. Oh, they're cheating me bad.
Why did you mark it, bro?
Let's go. Oh, the boost of the century.
Rate, dog, what you doing, bro?
Yes.
They don't know what side it's on.
Yes.
No.
Got it.
Send him on the map.
Oh, we're all here, bro.
Nah, that's me.
We're bringing it back. How many more rounds? 2?
Care about that?
I'll tie first.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, we know where that is.
He knows where that is.
No, bro,
Tavern just ate that wall.
Bro, it's just not meant to be.
Oh, no, they're...
Oh, I can bring it back. I know the boost strats. Oh! No!
I honestly, I forgot what it was. No, I hit a rock.
It was a pizza slice.
I might have messed up here. I'm out of boost. I can't boost anymore or I don't make it.
Wait. Oh.
The wood fence.
Oh.
I'm out.
Wait, do I get it?
I don't know where it is, that's the thing.
Wait. I got it? Okay.
Oh, it's right here.
Oh, by the cashier. Oh, it's right here.
You got lucky.
Dude, I low-key boosted right before I hit it because I thought it was going to happen. We're some nerds for knowing this.
That's why we're the best.
It's too funny.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Oh, the car's flipped. Okay. And it's gliding.
Bro, is that Bugle?
Yeah, it is Bugle.
Oh my God, bro, my car's not going straight. Look at my bad tower. Yo, this is a crazy game that we play.
Bro, is it tilted?
Oh. Uh-oh, a little shortcut.
The red one right there.
Is it?
I mean, where else would it be?
Where is Tavern?
I had a rough start, I can't lie. But I'm about to win still.
Oh yeah, I think this has to be it, right? Hey, that's 3.
I can't even explain what just happened to me, bro. Let's go, Quinn. Congrats, Quinn.
Good job. Thank you, Tavern. Hey, thank you, Batman.
This is it. 6 more games. The final 2 champions. Arkham and Epicwell came out of the gate storming yesterday, getting double-digit elims and the victory royale in Game 1. They finished top of the leaderboard, but only 3 points ahead of last season's champs, Favs and Snacky. They're hot on their heels of first place with 31 elims on the board and a VR in Game 4. Will one of these duos stamp their claim as the kings of NA West? Underdogs Elige and Dragon clutched the Game 6 victory royale after waiting out the storm, sticking to the high ground and playing it safe. Momentum is key in these 2-day finals. Let's not forget Reet and Rex, a champion caliber duo in their own right. They've shown they can perform in high-pressure situations before. Will they rise to the occasion today?
Everyone to the FNCS Chapter 3 Season 2 Finals. This is it, the final chance and opportunity for our 50 teams to claim their spot at the top. Will Arkham and Epic Whale reclaim their former glory? Will Favs and Snacky make it a three-peat? Will a new team come out on top? All of that and more will be answered here on NA West. This is it, guys. 6 more games remaining for our NA West teams, and I am so excited. I know you are as well. And I also want to give a special shout out to those of you watching in Legends Landing. Hello, how are you? Of course, everyone, 6 games. We've already had EU, NA East, and all of our incredible regions wrap up. But now it comes down to this. And of course, with this big, beautiful stage, I can't be doing it alone. I got to bring out my 2 analysts. Let's do it. It's Panda and Clay.
Hey. Kelly, how you doing?
I'm nervous, you guys. This is it. This has been such an incredible journey, and we just have 6 more games before it's all over.
I know. I was telling Panda, you told me a couple years ago we'd be standing here, right here on this stage. Wouldn't have believed it. It's been amazing.
It has been amazing, and just like I told Clay, I wouldn't want to do it with anybody else other than Kelly, Clay, Tokata, and Jacob. Man, it has been an amazing ride getting to this point, and now 6 more games define who's going to come out on top.
I do want to say, I could add a few more people. All the people watching at home right now, thank you for joining us. You are what we are doing this for. But I do want to remind everyone that we had a bit of an announcement earlier on. Maybe you guys missed it. You're not going to miss it now.
The show.
That is right, everyone. An in-person event coming back finally, November 12th and 13th. Put it in your calendar. And of course, being in Raleigh, Panda, you must be excited for that.
Oh, I'm super excited. It's in my backyard. So listen, it's going to be a great time. I'm so excited to see in-person events make their return. We talked about it in the past, right? We've obviously, most of us have only experienced the virtual world. So now that we're back in studio, it's just a nice little touch to finish us off with an in-person event in November. Oh, I'm so excited.
I can't wait. I can't wait. It's going to be this level of hype times 10.
Oh, yeah.
Man, well, you're going to have to wait, a few months, of course, because it's in November, guys. But for right now, before we can break into our games, we have to take a quick look at the regional winners because, like I said, this is it, the last region. All other 6 regions have claimed their spot at the top. And just, of course, look at some of these names that we have right here. Starting off in Europe with Aqua and Vino. And then, of course, you had it in NA East, Peter Bot.
Yeah, listen, I got to shout out Brazil, though. Let's talk for a moment about Low Ground and XC Prime. They actually went into this day in 14th place. So for them to climb from 14th to the top spot, that is no easy feat, Kelly.
No, not at all. And I mean, what an incredible performance. I can't wait to see how they're going to be doing it in the next season. But guys, we have to take a quick look at how our NA West teams competed yesterday. I mean, we know it. Arkham and Epic Whale are back. My goodness, starting off the gate in that first place spot, getting that VR with 10 eliminations. And I mean, it's so crazy to think that they were able to end the day in first place when one of the players missed out on a game, Clay.
Yeah, it was an amazing feat to see, but it's Arkham and Epic Whale. It's kind of what we expect from them. We didn't get to see the last 2 seasons, so I'm really glad that we've gotten to see it today.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And we got to talk about it, right? Snacky Favs are just outside of that. 215 versus 218. So that's not a large lead by any means for Arkham and Epic Whale. But listen, missing from the top 10 is Batman, Booga, and Wheels. And I called it on socials. The biggest comeback coming today in all of NA West history. I'm calling it now for this team. But look, so many incredible things happening across the board. We got to talk about it, right? We got to talk about the format, right? Because obviously we got to see a little bit of it yesterday, but let's give you a quick next breakdown of it again, just so you at home are aware. These players went through the qualifiers. They went through the semifinals. Day 1 of pure play is done. Now it's about that match point in day number 2. Again, 75 points, as well as 3 VRs. Actually scored them the ability to end the tournament early. Will that be captured though?
Maybe. Let's take a look at how these players can get those points, though. That Victory Royale, as we know, is worth 32 points. 28 points for that second place, all the way down. 35th place, you're getting 1 point. And of course, elims are worth 3 points. So a lot up for grabs there, Panda.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, there's a lot up for grabs, not only in points, but in prizing. And Kelly's got you covered in that aspect.
Listen, of course, you have the bragging rights, you have the fame, but also you have the money, everyone. Let's take a quick look at what all of the regions were actually fighting for. Here you have it in AWESO. That's what we're going to be looking at. $239,500 is what we're going to be fighting for. But let's take a breakdown of that even further. And remember, everyone, every team is going to be walking away with some money. All the way down into 50th place, going to be walking away with $500. But we're looking all the way up there. That first place spot, $45,000. That's over $22,000 per player. But it's not just the money that they win. They also win the Axe of Champions. You guys saw the reveal yesterday. Look how beautiful this is, Panda.
Oh, man, look, if there's any pickaxe in the game I'd be wielding, it's that bad boy. But, you know, listen, I got to be here. I got to be hanging out with the homies, right, breaking it all down for you. So, unfortunately, I can't win that pickaxe, but these players can. And starting off, we got to talk about a bit of an upset yesterday, Bacon and Zooxy. This is a team that we were not anticipating being in the top 10, but sure enough, here they are, 165 points on the day, an impressive start for sure, and just below 4 average eliminations. And with elims being so important, Clay, that's going to be a big mark there for them.
It is coming out of that northeast corner of the map. They had great performances throughout the day, but towards the end, they kind of stumbled a little bit. We saw them, I think, through 4 games have an average placement of under 10th.
Yeah.
And the last couple games, they didn't find their footing. But when they're on par, when they're on point, they're phenomenal. They fight perfectly in these in-game scenarios, and that's what you want to see from a newer team. They're still well within striking distance, but I want to take a look at someone who, for us here, not a surprise, but for some of these players at home, Wavy Jacob and Vanellas kind of came through showing up.
Yeah, I'm pretty impressed, right? Obviously, Wavy Jacob Vanellas, they took the track through semifinals, so it wasn't necessarily qualifying through qualifiers, but they've shown up pretty consistently now in the top 10 of the finals. So a great performance to start for them, but will they be able to maintain it? Again, it is Wavy Jacob and Vanellas. Don't get distracted by North, Benji, Fishy, and Foxity. But look, these players definitely know how to play this effectively. Again, veterans in the space. Vanellas a little bit newer. However, for Mr. Foxity here, he definitely knows how to win high ground, take advantage of these high pressure situations, and come out on top. But we got to talk about another team that has creeped into the top 10, and it is Nigel and Angel.
Okay.
Clay, I know you love this team, but I had to talk about them today. 147 total points is no easy task, and with an average placement of 16.5, they definitely know how to get to those final moments of the game. But I'm looking for them to clean that up a little bit because they have a great spot to do it from just to the left of Sleepy Sound. Ooh. And what they've been able to do, despite it being so far north, is they get really good positioning regardless of the zone, and they're great at getting surge tags, which is so vital for these teams in the mid game.
It is, and they're good at popping off. They have that factor of just unpredictability that if they get to an end game, they're on high ground, they can probably win. But speaking of a team that won from high ground yesterday, I want to take a look at Landjock and Punisher.
Oh, yeah.
That shortens up the space here in the Fortnite world. Did get that victory out. Don't have the best points coming out today, but they can win. And that they proved that yesterday, and that's what I like to see. Laying down here at the windmills below Greasy Grove, where Reet and Rex are, they've gotten pretty good. This is from their win, Panda, and I'm excited.
I'm excited too. One thing I do want to talk about with Landjock and Punisher, obviously, not only are they veterans in the space, they're veterans together. So that's a pretty impressive feat but in its own. However, the one thing I do want to talk about, if the zone does pull in that area, a fight may unfold there for them and Reet and Rex. So they definitely need to be mindful of that, taking on all of the stuff going into today. But listen, so much going into today and so much went into media day, Kelly.
That's right. I love hearing from you guys, but I also love hearing from the pros. And why not talk to one of the most decorated pros NA West has to offer? It's In the Lobby with Epic Whale.
What's going on, Fortnite fam? I have none other than one of the kings of NA West here with me, Epic Whale. What's going on, my guy?
Nothing much, man.
Tell us a little bit about you. We want to know more about who you are, right? When did you start playing Fortnite?
You know, I first started playing Fortnite casually around season 3, so probably 4 years ago now. Sometime around when the first tournament started being hosted before World Cup. That's when I started realizing that I was pretty good, and then the rest is history.
The rest is history indeed. We got to talk about, obviously, that World Cup run. How do you feel about your performance then, and what would you tell yourself back so many years ago that could have maybe climbed those extra couple spots?
I mean, if I could go back to a World Cup, knowing what I know now, it would be a completely different game. Probably drop 100 points, to be honest. I'd be running around with pre-edits. Yeah, definitely.
Now we got to talk about modern day FNCS, right? Chapter 3, Season 2, that's where we're at here.
Yeah.
But before we got here, we had Season 1. And Season 1 was a different season than what we're used to seeing for Arkham and Epic Whale. Tell us about what you're doing differently here in Season 2 to make up for the difference in placement that we saw in Season 1.
In Season 1, we were contested, so not much we can do there. We definitely could have done better, but it's definitely tough to get a win while contested in a grand finals. For this season, it's looking like we should be uncontested, so we're just going to keep trying our best in the duo cups, VOD reviewing those, watching other players, and just continue to get better.
What are some of your favorite items here in Chapter 3, Season 2?
Both my favorite and my least favorite item is probably the combat SMG because, you know, when you need a bailout refresh, it can definitely help you out a lot.
I'm asking you the infamous question, controller or keyboard and mouse?
Probably for like mid-game fights, controller, but for Surge, keyboard definitely wins, which is huge in grand finals. So I'm gonna say keyboard has like a slight edge right now.
The final question of the day, striker pump shotgun or Stinger SMG? Which one are you picking up?
Personally, I'm more of a striker pump player than an SMG player.
Epic Whale, thank you so much for hanging out with us here in Raleigh for Media Day. Really appreciate you being here. Tell the people at home where they can find you.
Yeah, you can follow me on Twitter, YouTube, Twitch, and Instagram, all at Epic Whale, and that's Epic with a K.
For you all at home, we'll see you on the Battle Bus.
Thank you so much, Epic Whale, for sharing your insight there. But right now, I want to shift focus to another top team that's competing today, and that's Reet and Rex, and they're going to be landing in Greasy Grove. Now, Panda, this is an incredible POI. Obviously, Reet and Rex ending the game in top 5, clearly working out for them.
It is, and look, these are the boys, right? We've talked with them several times. We got to talk to them at Media Day, and Reet has assured me that this game plan is going to go into motion effectively. It's really important that you loot up the different spots here pretty quickly because there's not a lot to it. Since they are uncontested, it's going to make it very easy for them to loot up and get out to rotate. But with the coolers in here, this is one thing that a lot of people undervalued when they were landing at Greasy Grove. These coolers on top of that whiplash spawn allow for so many great plays, whether it's going for heal-offs, rotation, it doesn't matter. This is a great drop spot, especially to have uncontested. Now, it's kind of interesting the way that it's laid out. There's obviously so much loot across the board, but you may be wondering, look, they got a whiplash. How do they rotate, right? Well, don't worry.
I got you covered in how they rotate, but it's really all about looting up first and rotating effectively. So let's talk about their game number 1, which was their most successful game from day one. It started in Greasy Grove. You guessed it, right? So now the zone presents itself and bam, it is not close at all. So you might be thinking, oh, you know what, dead side, let me go north. That's not the case, right? If you go north from Greasy Grove, you find yourself running into the Fortress, the Collider, Command Cavern, and there are so many teams that are effectively playing these POIs. It is not a good look for them to do that. So what they're gonna do is hop in that little whiplash and they're gonna go south. You're gonna see them cutting around the bottom here, and they actually had a really unique play. So normally I would think to come in closer to Condo Canyon and just go towards the center, but they actually played out to the island, and fortunately for them, they pulled zone to the island. And if you guys remember, that's when that water in-game took place. So they had a really good position there on the island, and they effectively played that game coming in second with several eliminations. So definitely the best game on the day. But Clay, I believe there's another team we got to talk about.
Yeah, I want to take a little different approach. I'm going to take a look at Arkham Epic Whale, kind of explain how they got to where they were and contrast it with last season, right? We know them for having some great rotates, but they don't have the same mobility that they had this last season. So this is where they're landing. Coney, it's got a chance for a vehicle spawn nearby. It's not always guaranteed. A lot of loot as well. So you'll see, we'll pan through. There are multiple different loot spawns. You've got the gas station nearby, so if you do get the vehicle, you can fill it all the way up, and it's centrally located. What more would you want from a POI? Not as many coolers like in Greasy Grove, but there's a lot of fishing areas nearby if needed, and with all this extra metal, it's anybody's game, right? So let's take a look at how they are going to rotate this, though, because they did it a little bit unconventionally. They rotated super early with this zone. So take a look, Coney Crossroads right there in the middle of the map, right? You're like, okay, how could they pull a bad zone, right? They don't. They pull a very favorable zone over Shifty Shafts. Now, early second zone, moving up to Shifty Shafts as well. That's even more favorable for them because look at the rotate that they're going to take coming through. Before first zone is even closed, they are already up to Sleepy Sound, which right there, where that arrow ends, that's where they're gonna position for the next 2 zones. Their early rotate puts them in such a perfect spot for zone 3 and zone 4, meaning, hey, what more could you want from the duo?
Yeah, what more could you want from that duo? But listen, it's not only the duo that we got to talk about. There's some other players that were able to highlight on Media Day, and I believe Kelly's got that covered.
That's right, Panda, and I'm so excited to show this one because it's a battle of the best. Let's check it out.
Yo, what's up, guys? My name's Epic Whale, and I'm representing NRG.
My name is Midi FPS, and I'm representing Team 33.
Yo, what's up, guys? It's Tautai, and I'm representing Nova.
I'm Ree, and I'm representing TSM.
So for this map, we're going to be doing a box fight in Legends Landing, and we're just going to be doing 1v1s and see who the best is.
I got my money on Tautai.
I mean, dude, I have my money on Tautai, bro.
No,
we got it.
Oh my god, we get to watch the God glory of.
So you better get healed off.
We get in there.
Yo! Nah, you had 7.
Oh, it's 1 HP?
You had 7.
I didn't even see my HP, bro.
Oh yeah, well, not without a 0 thing.
Are you watching?
Oh, snap.
Oh!
Bro, I was gonna die to Surge.
Yeah, what?
Were you getting tagged by that
Yeah,
too?
I was.
I got hit by like Storm, bro.
No, but I know you better not lose me on keyboard, bro. That really like exposed like how king your line you are.
Maybe?
Nah.
Maybe?
Nah.
You getting pieced up right now?
I'm actually in peace. I'm dead to Surge. I'm dead to Surge. Why is this
bro? Nah, really him, bro.
A big damage.
That might be him.
I'm trolling, bro.
Oh. That's definitely going in, whatever they put this in.
Oh, okay. Now I have just a free win. Sounds good. Storm Sage, Will. Not enough damage on you, Will. Oh. Oh yeah, Smoked. You gotta get it together, Will. You can't be losing those, bro.
I wasn't reloaded.
No.
I wasn't reloaded, bro. I could have got 2 shots on him. I'm like shotgun reloaded.
Oh, that was bad looks, bro. Nah.
I love it. Obviously, we get to see them duke it out here, but to have a little bit of fun challenge. I mean, Panda, real quick, what was it like working on that media day?
Oh, it was incredible. Having all the players in one place is obviously a very special and unique opportunity, but it's the first time since all of the virtual events that we've had. So it was really special, not only for myself and SBG, who's with me, but all of the players being able to come together, culminate, and really hone in on that friendship that they've built across Fortnite. But look, so many friendships. We're here live. And I believe there's some other friends that we have.
Well, friends that became enemies yesterday as we saw the betrayal of Jacob and Takata. So let's bring them out for our predictions, everyone. Welcome back, casters.
Welcome.
How's it going, Jacob?
Betrayal. I don't know. I don't think it's betrayal. I think it's, you know, we reunited. Like I said, Arkham, Epic, me, we have a relationship that lasts a couple weeks now throughout the qualifiers, and it's going to end strong here, and I have a feeling.
You know what? Just so we can show everyone, let's pull up our prediction sheet because we challenge each other every week to who we think is going to come out on top, who we think is going to get a VR in the semifinals, and at the very end, whoever gets the best predictions gets a little bit of a prize. I went with Reet and Rex. They ended off the day in top 5, doing a pretty good job. Although I was following Reet's Twitter, and he was saying that he never found a single launch pad. And when you were going over Greasy Grove during that panning shot, there was the launch pad. But you know, RNG plays a big part in the competitive scene. But Clay, talk about your pick.
I went with Arkham Epic. Well, I mean, they're going to be the 7-time, right? They're so good. They've won so many seasons. They are just phenomenal. They've got good synergy, good teamwork, and everything you'd want from a duo.
And Panda, before I let it go to you, let's just keep this Arkham Epic whale trail going. I mean, obviously they had such a great performance, especially out of the gate in game 1, Takata.
Right. You know, I know Arkham Epic Whale, right? And when we're playing 12 matches out and consistency is that important, you know I had to pick them.
Yeah, it's easy to pick the multi-time champions. And what they put me through, I feel like we deserve this one. Like I keep saying we, just I'm a part of the group at this point. Accept me, boys.
I mean, without a doubt. And being a veteran has a big part in the mentality of it. And that kind of leads me on to your picks, Panda, because sometimes mentality can be your downfall as well.
Yeah, I think we saw a little bit of that coming from Batman Booga. However, I'm calling it now. Obviously, Batman Booga wheels a new player mixed with a veteran player. They're going to be playing this day 2 out with a fresh mentality. And I'm calling it as it is going to be the biggest comeback in NA West history. You see, they're not even in the top 10, right? They actually finished 18th on the day yesterday. So for them, it's going to be not an easy task, to say the least. But after watching Quinn and Queasy and Hin come back from 40 plus to 8th place today, I have faith that they're going to do just that here for NA West.
Let me just say, though, I was saying it before we even came into the finals. Why did no one pick Favs and Snacky? They're the reigning champs. Takata.
I don't know. I think something went wrong, right? Something happened here. But seeing how well they've been forming in day 1, I mean, it's incredibly possible that they take these finals.
And you also have Wavy Jacob and Vanillas. And still, we have 6 more games to go, everyone. Anything can happen. Anything is possible. But what I do know is that Game 7 of the finals is starting right now.
I love that line. to really start the day. I love it. Anything is possible. And I think Fortnite, throughout the years, not just this weekend, has taught us that much. And one team we didn't really mention was Keto and Russo. After 3 games, 33rd place. From the remainder 4 through 6, they jumped up into the top 10.
It's all about that mentality and being able to, overcome those complications. And I mean, Jacob, today's the day. The battle bus is ready, and we're going to see who's going to take home the grand prize, right? We've had 6 matches played out yesterday, and now another 6 matches to be played out today for that total of 12. And I'm too excited, Jacob.
Yeah, and yesterday we were talking, it was the beginning of the end of a lot of these teams to kind of get their last chance. Well, guess what? The beginning is over. Now it's the middle, and these are the last 6 games where these players have to put their all into everything. And you might have seen some mixed up and switched up drop spots, but that's just because they're adapting with what they've seen through game and day number 1.
Gliding, sliding, running. We got Pollo here, starting in the Condo Canyon. Getting his loop pad down. I mean, now in the second day, you'd hope that these duos, these players know exactly what they want to do at the start of these matches, what the route is going to be for looting, and how that could possibly change depending on how your opponents play. We see On1 here, who actually went against Amp's duo in a lot of the early game engagements yesterday. So now, could that happen again, or have they decided to make a treaty here? Maybe play a bit more peaceful.
Yeah, because you got to imagine those eliminations early on, and you speak of that, Physics and Sedna are going to be the first team going down here in game number 1 of the day, but this is game number 7, with the total points throughout the 2 days will be added together, and then, and only then, will we find out who the West FNCS champion is, as Vex trying to knock down Apar, bring him just a little bit closer. That way he can get the revive off, and you can see in the distance they're trying to close the gap, but they realize there's so much ground to cover, they have to be very, very careful and tread lightly.
Is Vex going to be able to pick up his teammate in time as the opposing duo is getting closer and closer? You can hear the footsteps, you can hear the breaths coming close as Vex is going to continue farming. He only has 3 builds to work with, so he's going to have to make a play happen here. Good thing is he does have his duo partners. Now it is a 2 versus 2. There's no more player advantage, but Dynamic coming in from the back, landing some nice shots with that drum shotgun, and now Rexy actually taking down 1. It's a 1 versus 2. Now Dynamic getting into the box, and there it is, cleaning it up quickly. Very well played from Rexy and Dynamic. They really just took their time and made that engagement happen when they had to do it.
As close to perfect as you could play that one. You saw the bait and switch go out as well. As soon as Rexy popped the shot that you were talking about. A little bait and switch. You see his teammate drop in and take the spot, but talking about dropping in, Greasy Grove, uncontested, Reet and Rex sitting in 4th place, and they were one of only 2 duos to score 20+ points in every single game in day number 1. The only other duo to do it is the one we actually didn't talk much about, and they're the reigning, they're defending champions. That's Favs and Snacky. But the interesting thing, we're talking about duos averaging that 20 points. It's Arkham and Epic who are sitting in 1st place by 3.
And what I love about this leaderboard, Jacob, is all these duos you just mentioned, they're really just head-to-head right now. They're so close in points that anybody can take it home. And having 6 matches to be played out today, it's really going to be incredible. As we switch over to Crimson here, Tilted Towers, teammate has gone down. Seems to be Kaboo up still, actually trying to pick up his duo partner as Crimson has to make something happen quickly.
Yeah, you can tell right out of the gate, teams are figuring out where they're at in the leaderboard and trying to adapt their gameplay to kind of match so, as Middy's actually not going to get revived just yet. You see the loot going on over. He wants to make sure if a fight does break out and they try to stop him from getting this revive off, that he has the tools necessary to kind of stave off getting eliminated and sent back to the lobby. And so far, I think Middy is making the perfect play, because it's allowing Kaboo to get loose and play wild here, as all the mats in the world, the pieces, the tools for success are here.
Kaboo looking for an angle, looking for a shot here. Just have a good amount of shields, good amount of loot, bunch of resources to work with, as he has to connect the correct angle, and he does exactly that, taking down his opponent with 1 quick, swift shot there. And now he's going to be able to pick up his duo, and they're going to keep the rain raining.
That's how you make the team work, make the dream work right there. Like I said, it was Middy who dropped the striker shotgun on over to Kaboo to make those shots possible. And he followed it up with the combat if he did need it, which he did not need too much of it, as Favs and Snacky landing towards the Collider, already making some adjustments. They have one launch pad, 2 more supply drops coming in. They're making sure that they have rotation for the late game. And you can see that the Collider is still in zone, so they have that as an option as well. They can backtrack and use that for rotation, so they have everything that they need in terms of making it from zone to zone. But right now, you can see them going backtracking to the Collider because they need the surge.
I mean, just by looking at their loot, looking at their resources, and even mobility, you can see how well this drop spot is working for them. The new POI, the Collider, has the environmental mobility, has the loot, has everything you really need to have a good performance here. And Favs and Snacky are really making the most out of it. They're going to continue to rotate now with one of the cannons. And you can even see they don't have to get into early game engagements, as they're not getting fully 50-50 conned. And they can really just play this out for the late game as we switch over to Punisher and Landjock, who like doing just that as well. Currently in an 11th place spot. Got a nice big game yesterday, helped push them up the leaderboard, but now they're gonna have to make something happen here. They still got a bit to go if they want to be to the top of that leaderboard.
Yep. But that's that slow and steady gameplay that we see Landjock and Punisher do. It got him a good victory royale yesterday. For them, it's slow and steady, wins the race. They land all the way backside of the map underneath Greasy Grove, and they kind of play that rotation, get high ground, go for surge. They don't force themselves into any situations that they cannot easily get out of. As you see, it's Wavy Jacob and Vanillas, aka Foxity and North Benji Fishy, trying to make those early rotations, and they too are trying to stay consistent here, because it wasn't until the last day of the semifinals they started to pick up that pace, because this is one of our newer teams that have forward to go ahead and qualify for the finals.
Speaking a bit about rotates here, we're seeing that Wavy Jacobs farming up his brick on this rotate, and I mean, one of the most difficult resources to get is metal, but if you want to farm brick and wood and you really want to focus on positioning and rotations, you can leave your POI, leave your drop spot without already having these materials and farm them up on the way. There's a lot of trees around the map, a lot of brick in certain areas if you know you're going to go through rocky reels, for example. So planning ahead and making sure you can maximize your efficiency on your rotates is very important, especially in the finals here, as Nigel now lost his duo partner, Angel. And he's looking to do a reboot, I believe, but wants to make sure that no danger in the area.
Yep, you see the zone pulling all the way from south to west. And this is how Angel did go down. The cheeky plays from Beast and Tautai. And that's one of the big things you do see from Bushcamp. And just like that, we see it used to get Surge. And now we're seeing how, if you know somebody's rotation path, you know somebody's loop path, you can really set up a trap and catch them off guard. As Kinchi, Salco, 19th place. They have a decent loadout. I would think of maybe an upgrade to the Striker Burst AR is in order. But overall, I don't think it's their loadout that is going to be the worry. It's getting that spot into zone, just like Arkham and Epic, uncontested. They didn't get the surge they wanted right out of the gate, and that's why they're trying to make that quick rotation so they can go into a spot that has heavy rotations.
Game 5 was the 5th time Arkham and Epic Whale and Faz and Snacky placed 1st and 2nd in the same game. You know what I'd love to see, Jacob? Last match, 6th match of the day, all these teams tied up on points, and all of them make it to that last moving zone, seeing who can secure that victory royale and give them that #1 spot. But I'm thinking a little too far ahead. Back here, we're in game 1 today, which is game 7 overall. Taking a look at Lime and Chip. You can see the little face cam there at the bottom left. See how concentrated Lime is right now. They already have 2 eliminations, so we've got a good amount of damage this match, and now looks like they're focusing more on positioning.
Yep, you see their gameplay landing over towards Chonker Speedway. At least yesterday was kind of triple contested, but their game plan throughout that one wasn't necessarily to fight it right off spawn. Even though if the opportunity presented itself, they were going to go ahead and snatch it right up. But they played to cut off people's rotations, to get the surge, to give them less and less options as the game goes on, as Kinzo and School doing what honestly they've been doing throughout 6 games yesterday. They land south of Tilted, they loot up as much as they can, and then they position themselves here towards the cannon. This allows them the elevation to get the surge, but it allows them a quick rotation if they don't pull the zone, but they're going to get it for the first time. The second one's going to pull even further southwest, so for now they're going to go ahead and get the surge that I was talking about, but you better expect them to use the cannon to rotate out.
This play from School and Kenzo really reminds me of what Batman Booga and Wheels do in Command Cavern, using the cannons to rotate, but also getting into high elevated positions. You can look for those tags from afar. I mean, it's one of the most safe and consistent ways to get damage throughout the early game, but it's a little difficult, and normally you won't be able to get enough, so you will have to get more damage later, sometimes in riskier ways, just box fighting or taking a close engagement. But Rex and Reet, they can hit their shots, and if they hit enough, they will not have to worry about Surge later on, so hopefully they can continue doing so. There is 93 players alive, 47 duos. I mean, this is going to be a stacker.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a doozy when Surge begins to pop. Who wasn't lucky enough to kind of rotate, especially those Northeast teams, because that's something that we were talking about. A lot of these teams aren't adapting as quick, or at least in day number one. If you do get that far pull, that you do have to sacrifice the rotation. You have to sacrifice the mats, I should say, the resources that you would gain in order to rotate quicker. That way you don't have to go ahead and battle both rotation and the other players in order to get that surge. As Angel and Nigel, even though they are kind of late to rotate, it's because they did a good job of making sure they were a duo. They got that reboot up, and now they're going to be looking to try to sneak up on the team and get the surge. That's going to be so impactful here in just a few short moments.
But Dom now is up a solo, trying to see if he can maybe even get around his opponents here, use them to rotate, not have to waste any materials here. I actually love this play, especially if Nigel and Angel do not know that he's here. I mean, he's going to conserve so many materials, and if opposing duos decide to take shots, they're going to be taking them in Angel and Nigel first, but Dom is the one that wants to initiate that damage, as most likely he does need to get above that Storm Surge threshold. Even if it hasn't appeared yet, he wants to prepare himself with time so he doesn't have to risk it all later.
Yeah, this is going to be a risky play, though, for Dom, even taking those shots, but you can see why he is going for that risky play. Being below the Storm Surge threshold as a solo is dangerous enough. Being caught so far out of zone, having to go for the Surge and make the rotation, and that's why he's going to continue to stagger himself behind a lot of these players while simultaneously trying to rotate in. But the thing is, it's risky because as soon as they figure out that he is a solo, they can try to hold him out and go ahead and make him waste all of his resources, all of his heals, just to get a spot in the zone.
I mean, that's the issue. Hopefully, he can get enough damage and just make it through this initial Storm Surge. And if he has the reboot card of his duo partner, I mean, it's second zone. There still could be a possibility to get that reboot. It's Nigel and Angel trying to get an elimination out of the sky onto Kimchi. Kimchi has been cracked, but he's going to have time now to pop some shields and put himself into a more secure position, as Nigel and Angel are still in zone, losing HP little by little, actually having to use some chug splashes there to heal back up, and now they're going to take the rotate, most likely here with the launch pad or the environmental mobility from the collider.
Uh-oh, as we just tune in, Favs is going down to cheaters here. Only for so long, though, as Snacky's trying to get him right back up. 11 above the threshold. Not instantaneously going for the revive, making sure that the coast is clear in order to do so. And luckily enough, though, two teams are stacked up. Dragon and Leads, B-Dog and Cheaters, so nobody can really make that offensive push to try to clean that one up without taking the risk themselves. But Favs and Snacky, all day yesterday, Storm Surge wasn't necessarily a worry early on because they were finding eliminations at the collider. This time around, they don't find the eliminations, so they're going to be hunting.
Going back to Nigel and Angel, had to rotate from the collider, now closer and closer to the zone, but still a bit below Surge. Still have to do some damage and to rotate. It's not going to be easy as we go back to Snacky Favs here, are continuing their engagement onto B-Dog and his duo partner. 215 points here. Have the chug splashes, but Snacky is not looking too healthy. He has the chug splashes he can use, but looks like they're going for the engagement first. See if they can make it happen here. 89 above, gonna heal up fully, and now might go back into that.
And for Snacky and Favs, I don't think rotation is ever going to be a worry, even though the zone does, for them, kind of pull a little bit more south. I wouldn't say it's the max pull just yet because they are on the eastern side, but 4 launch pads. 4 on the back of Snacky alone. They're going to definitely be able to use those to get in the zone if things do get rough. But you could see him being light on resources. They're looking for that refresh, and they spot Wale by himself, taking Surge. They're on the hunt. Source is there, but does he have enough time? Storage Surge still ticking in. Fav, Snacky knows they don't have to put all their eggs in this basket, and that's why they're going towards the low ground, trying to take additional angles, put the pressure, not let this team peek for the shot that they need. The box gets broken. The players fall in. Back to the lobby they go, but Favs and Snacky under pressure once more, but they do just enough. They build out towards the top in order to cloud and cover themselves.
2 eliminations for Favs and Snacky, and it's enough to put them in that first place spot, taking over Arkham and Epic Whale. So we can see a Leech and Dragon our winners from the last match of day 1. Hopefully, they can bring that momentum forward now into day 2 in the first match and get another strong one. As we look at Angel and Nigel, who've made it into the zone, and not only that, also with a nice 3 eliminations. So although they've made it, they have to be quick to react as the zone is once again closing. 1 minute, 20 seconds until it's going to fully close. But luckily enough, the zone did pull kind of in their favor. They don't have to rotate as quickly as they had to before, but I'm sure all that rotating really used a bit of the resources and even shields, so they've got to play it a bit safer now.
And every time we look back on them, even yesterday they were doing this, using the bush. And the reason why I use the bush is because it allows you to get the shots out faster. It clouds you just a little bit. You don't have to use the resources, but as soon as you show your hand, you can see the shots fire off onto Arkham, the random spray into the bush to make sure that they do get the damage right back on them. But it's not going to be a worry either. Launch pad, chug splashes, big and minis to go ahead and get the shields back up. The only thing that kind of worries me just a little bit, and I say a very little bit, is the lack of any type of striker. You know how aggressive Arkham and Epic like to get in the late game.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting on why they're running that loadout. They do have Coney Crossroads uncontested still, I believe, so they have the loot in the early game. They have the time to gather it all, but it really just depends on the loadout they're feeling as we switch over to Rex and Reet, who have been on this side of the map. I mean, for a majority or if not all the game today, as Zone is closing on their POI, on their drop spot, Greasy Grove. And you would think if it does close there, they should have the best positioning in the lobby, but we'll have to find out after this third zone closes. Fourth one appears, and there it is. It's a southern east pull on this zone. Getting closer and closer to that edge of the map. I mean, not too many duos were in there, Jacob.
Yeah, not too many at all. Especially you can see stacked is the top side of the map. A lot of teams gonna have to traverse through Greasy in order to get themselves that safe spot in the zone. The players towards the east, they don't have far to go, but they have to be just as careful. Rotate too early, rotate too late, you will become the focus of the lobby. But a team that does not have to rotate, Wavy, Jacob, and Vanillas, aka Foxity and North Benji Fish, they got themselves a sweet spot in zone on the corner too, so that gives them the probability of that half and half pull if they want it. But you can see they're just looking. They're looking at a couple players to see if they get lost in the sauce, caught off guard, and that's where you're going to see a lot of the fire rain in.
I mean, what I like about this positioning is that there's not too many duos close by, but what I don't like is that Wavy, Jacob, Vanillas do not have a single elimination, so it's likely that they're going to have to do quite a bit of damage to overcome that Storm Surge threshold. But let's hope that they did their damage on the rotate, and even though they don't have an elimination, they still have enough done. But now looking at On1 and Evol here as well, looks like they also want to get some tags, get some damage as they actually do some onto Wavy Jacob, but as he's been cracked here. Hopefully he does have the shields to recuperate that, but could put them in a dangerous situation when Storm Surge becomes active.
See the geometry specialist here taking additional angles just to peek and get the shots. They too do not have an elimination. So Storm Surge, I would say it's going to be a worry, but it looked pretty safe there. 189 above, high ground, lots of chances to peek, but players that don't look so safe, 91 above as you see it falling right before our very eyes. Kinzo, Caleb taking a ton of damage added on to that fact. They continue to drop below, now 77. And even though this is enough confidence so they don't have to worry about the immediate future, it's still in the back of their minds. If we don't get the damage, we're going to be forced to either out-heal it or trying to run into somebody's box and get that elimination.
School Kenzo, 77 above the Storm Surge threshold, has a gray striker pump, but it can be put to good use here if you can hit your shots. As School is taking the safer route here as he is above, but he's actually going to get annihilated, taken down. Now Kenzo is going to have to protect him here, continues to build out, make more boxes, build more, use the metal, use the brick, but isn't going to be enough as Kenzo has been cracked as well, down to 60. Effective HP overall, going to be forced to use the chug splashes, but gets dropped down to 2. He's just one sniff away, one blow of getting eliminated. 22 HP now. He's going to go down. School, Kenzo, get eliminated.
You mean Squishy looking for that opportune time to either take away that elimination or at the very worst, get all that loot that they are going to be able to leave behind. As you see it in the elimination feed, Chicken also going down, getting dropped, and you see it. It's Andy that has the pressure of the world on his shoulders. He's trying to out-heal, 165 damage, only 4 floppers to his name. It's going to be hard, especially since he too became the focus of the lobby. That was Riak who picks up the elimination here. 26th place, a much needed elimination, and honestly, a much needed confidence boost here starting on the day of game number 7.
Great for React and his duo partner there, but a little unfortunate for Andy and Shaken as they're gonna have to make something happen in game 2 as we go back to Snacky Favs to eliminations, continuing to rotate the half and half fifth zone using one of those 4 launch pads that you mentioned earlier. Have to use that mobility, played a bit safe, land in the same box, and so far, nothing too risky. I mean, they're above Surge, they got the rotate done, they have the shields, have the loot now. Just time to do damage on your opponents and maybe pick up a few extra eliminations as Arkham and Epic Whale want to do the same.
Yep, you can see where they're positioning themselves. A high ground layer. They know not to take high ground overall a little too soon because they know how disastrous it can be once players begin to look up, once you run thin on match, trying to hold it from zone to zone. So they're positioning themselves in a spot to where a launch pad, a great play, staggering themselves backside of zone is all it's going to take for them to steal that one away. And you can see them looking off into the distance all around to make sure there's no other players doing that same exact thing because Pars and Rays, they know it. As you see them trying to take the high ground in the distance, they get separated because of the shots, just like X-Rays and his teammate, but it's Reet who's under siege. He loses Rex, trying to battle back. There's some separation that's going to need to be made, but he's not giving up. He's not backing down. The shots continue to fire off. That's Wavy Jacob, and Fanilla's on the other end, just one placement above, and you can see 7 straight games, no launch pad, and it's not doing them too much, but it's that whiplash that's getting them into zone, that's allowing them to get this far.
Reet forced to play it as a solo, forced to clutch it out as he's fully lost Rex now, and it's a little too risky to take even the engagement onto Wavy Jacob and Vanillas as he had another duo come from behind. It was Tavern, so he's gonna try and take that launch pad, but be careful. I actually saw some opponents trying to break it out. It was Arkham, it was Epic Whale, who pulled first moving zone with the high ground position, but the question is, do they feel like it's too risky to take it in this first moving? Are they gonna try and hold on to it? Or are they gonna let it go and come back later as Victor V. Jaden continue to use launch pads? Reet now ahead of the zone. Arkham Epic continuing to rotate here on second high. Looks like they don't want to do anything too aggressive yet.
Yep, you can see he's still staggering backside, waiting for the perfect time to use that launch pad, even beginning to recycle, to hold on to it very long. And that's where you're going to see eventually here in the game, they may make a play for that high ground by launch padding front side of zone and getting ahead of a lot of these other teams. Take note of it, but towards the high ground, a big battle is going to go ahead and start off. Favs losing a ton of HP and shields. Snacky soon to follow, forced down low with the pressure on him from above. He's going to continue to drop, but this is where they're going to be reunited. Favs and Snacky, this is what they do best. When they get lost, when they kind of not find each other, they always figure out a way to get hip to hip once more.
Be careful though. I saw Arkham, I saw Epic Whale down on the second height, looking above, maybe gonna make a decision to retake it as we have Reet now still up as a solo, clutching these points out. Has Med Mist, has Floppers, has Minis, and he's gonna look for a little angle here on the back of zone, a flank onto one of his opponents as Boyo and Zero now have the high ground. They have it all to themselves as all these other opponents down below forced to rotate.
Yep, see Fab Snacky, just all it took is that one moment for them to lose the high ground, to lose the HP, to lose all their resources, but they too know how to play from the back foot, trying to stay ahead of zone. They know they don't have builds to continue to build their way there, but it's the launch pad. The launch pad, an opportunity here that Fabs is waiting for as he continues to try to back up Snacky, but with the pressure on, they're losing build after build, and this is where it's going to get hairy for him.
Favs with only 47 HP, Snacky with not much more. Forced to do something here as Squishy still in the zone. Has to make it in little by little, but Arkham, Epic Whale still up, still in the action, looking for those eliminations. 245 points in the second place spot. Snacky in the first place with 248, gonna get taken out, eliminated. Arkham and Epic Whale now have that chance to take the #1 spot as they knock down Lonjack. Look for another one here, but be careful, there's duos close by.
Oh, saved by Squishy going down to the zone, but Epic Whale is going to clean that one up. You said land drop, that one's going to Arkham as well. 4 eliminations as the duo, and they land another big shot onto Ryan. Duo soon to follow. They are tearing up a win in game #1 to start the day yesterday. They're looking to have a repeat performance as Deja Vu feeling all around, but Poyo, he takes the shot and he separates himself, but Zuki's healing backside his own for so long, picking up so many points as a solo.
3 duos, 5 players alive. That's 1 solo and 2 duos as Arkham is forced to go into that engagement, taking down 1. And now it looks like it's all solos as Zio is on the high ground, but Epic Whale is quickly to contest, looking for an angle, looking to connect the shot here. Has him boxed, but does not connect that striker pump shot now. Getting pressure applied from below. Epic Whale has the chance, has that elevation, but is it going to be enough to take home the game? game?
Yeah, that's a big question right now. You see him bob and weave and in and out of these covers, trying to put the pressure on, and Itzuki's still staying alive, but a big shot gonna be landed by Epic. Well, he gets it just in the nick of time. Refresh coming in, everything comes crashing down. Medmiss just in the nick of time, but you cannot hold on to it, but he slivers his way into zone. This one will continue as Zuki's trying to make a miracle happen against the multi-time FNCS champion, coming out the gates with redemption here. Back up against the wall. This is where the final fight will take place, but Epic Whale wants to get as many resources, as many mats as possible to make this one that much easier and force Zuki's back into zone to where he only has one way to go, and that is into Epic Whale's hand here, as this one is going to come down to the wire, and it's looking like a big battle, almost a repeat one of yesterday where Vanillas was able to steal away the high ground from Epic Whale, but he's learned his lesson. He's taken his time. 54 shot is going to be traded off, but that's not going to be enough. Epic Whale drops from the top to get the elimination, and game number 7.
They do it again, Jacob. From the first match in day 1, securing the victory royale, to the first match in day 2, securing the victory royale again, this time with 9 eliminations. Arkham and Epic Whale do it again.
I don't know who to give my respect to for that one, because Zuki's so far back of zone. I don't know what type of treasures he was finding in that trove, but it was heal after heal to go ahead and not only scrape together the placements, but eliminations and a second place.
I mean, at the start of that engagement too, there was 2 duos up and a solo being Zuki's, and in the end, it was all solos going head to head, and then ultimately Epic Whale was able to clutch it out and secure the VR. I mean, it was incredible.
No, it definitely was incredible, but there's 3 people that are even more incredible that's going to break down all the action. Panda, Kelly, Clay, take it away.
Wow, Jacob, thank you so much. I mean, I don't even know if I can agree with you with that, because that was so incredible. Leave it to Ark and Epic Whale to do it again, grabbing the first VR of the day. Clay, it coming down to a 1v1v1 is such an exciting way to start off the competition.
And there's a reason that 3 of us picked them, right? There's a reason that they have won 6 FNCS championships across them. There is a reason they are the best in the West. And that play right there from Epic Whale was it. You saw he had 5 HP, got a med mist off in the zone, was able to clutch it up from high ground. What more can I say?
What more can you ask for, Panda?
I mean, you can. Listen, Epic Whale is a solo player. Time and time again shows that he has that clutch factor. It doesn't matter what situation he's in. He finds a way out of it. And 5 HP in a dream, finds the med mist. He gets the siphon at the perfect moment to stay in it. But we also got to talk about Snacky Favs, because it looked like they were going to have high ground here and potentially take this game. But unfortunately, they just couldn't seem to hold it. And that's what the problem is, right? In West, if you take it too early, which is kind of what we saw here, ultimately, you're going to get challenged for it. And that's what we saw. Snacky Favs being forced down to the low ground. Favs goes down. Snacky having to clutch up as a solo player, but the pressure from every angle around him just ended up caving in. And he did get a little bit more damage, but it just wasn't enough. But then you got to talk about it. It's the boys, Arkham, Epic Whale, and look, I gotta say this. Look, Arkham's great. Like, he's one of the best minds in Fortnite, hands down. But that clutch from Epic Whale, I feel like he hasn't missed a beat in years, right? Like,
no.
Despite the missing of winning the last 2 finals, they still continue to show that they can be a dominant force when they focus and play for this game.
For me, it's the fact that they can literally be in any situation. They can be down a player, they can be low on mats, they can be on high ground, they can be on low ground, and they just know exactly what to do in that situation, Clay.
That's the years of playing together, showing force. And you saw right there, even though Arkham went down, this is the play right here I was talking about. Look at Epic Whale. Goes immediately for high ground, recognizes that it's a 1v1v1. 12 builds, has to be conservative here. Already dropping down, realizes, you know what, I have to go back. I've heard of med mist, has to. 40, 30, 20 HP, 10 HP on the last possible second. Gets the elimination, and watch that med mist. Oh, was beautiful. And then recognized that Zuki's was going to go for the side jump and just finish it off beautifully.
Mechanics is a part of it, but confidence is even more. And look how confident they are in that first place spot. But I'm actually kind of bewildered that literally our top 3 did not change spots at all. That shows you how top heavy this competition is. Below them, though, we have Favs and Snacky. Of course, below them there, we have North Benji Fishy and 33 Foxity. Bacon and Zooks is going to be jumping up after that in-game finish there. And Rex and Reek still staying in our top 5, Panda.
Staying in the top 5, which is where they need to be, right? They need to make sure that they stay within that top 5 range so they can kind of be in that clutch factor moment, that clutch factor position to climb back up to the top, despite the points being definitely quite different.
Well, look, between first and sixth place, it is more than 100-point difference. But these teams aren't just fighting for first place. They're fighting to get as high on the leaderboard as they can, because the higher you are, the more money that you make, Clay.
Yeah, there's a lot of money out for grabs. And like you said, even if you get second place, you make your way up through that. Maybe you started in 18th today. Yeah. You make it into second place. That's such a big jump in prize money.
But can Arkham and Epic Whale do it again? Can they reclaim their former glory? I mean, the fact that they got 15th last season, they had to go through the semifinals, not even making it through the qualifiers, and to now see them come out in dominant fashion. I mean, was it practice? Was it VOD reviewing? Do they have a coach?
Listen, I'm not sure exactly what the turn of events were, but they had to do it. They had to show up today and prove that they are still that dominant team that we've known from years prior. So this is a statement for them. It's not necessarily about the money. It's more about making a statement here on West and letting everyone know that they are still the Kings.
And obviously we saw it kind of go down to a 1v1v1 situation there. Epic Whale knew this could be a heel off. And if you're in that situation, Clay, are you dropping down where you know the other solo players are trying to find that items? Are you going for the elims?
Well, he had the med miss barely after getting that elim, but before that, yeah, you got to go for it. If you hear a med miss up above and you have no heals, you have to drop down. You have to go for elims.
And he kind of did both. He went for the elim, he went for the med miss. What is he going to be doing in game number 8? Well, we're here to find out, everyone. So let's head on over to our casters, Jacob and Takata.
Can Arkham and Epic Whale do it again? Kelly, Panda, and Clay broke it down perfectly. Will the 6x be able to turn into a 7x, Jacob? 1 match down in day 2. 7 total matches, but still so much more action to come. This is just the start.
Yep, just the start of the day for a lot of these teams. And you talk about Arkham, Epic, Fav, Snacky, Vanillas, Wavy Jacob, Reet, Rex. All of our superstars in the West region still fighting for that first place spot. But the thing is, everybody gets money here. It's that Axe of Champions that really makes the difference.
Please let us know in the chat who you are rooting for, who you think is going to be able to take that Axe of Champions home. I mean, today we're going to be able to crown a winner, and the battle bus is already ready for us to get into that match. So let's see who can make it happen.
Yep. Then game 8 out of the entire tournament, this game 2 of the day, and each and every moment, each and every game that passes, a lot of these players are going to feel the pressure. The situation will change, and in order to control their own destiny, they're going to have to adapt to match where they're at exactly. As you see Beast, Tautai trying to adapt here, coming in first place when they qualified. And this is where it makes a huge difference, because it doesn't matter what you did throughout the qualification process. If you don't play good today in the final moments, it means nothing.
This is really it. 100 players, 50 duos, not a single name has been eliminated yet. I mean, you could tell that the drop spots kind of have been learned by these teams from yesterday. Yesterday they had 6 matches to see who contests them, who drops close by, who they encounter on their rotates. And now having a night to study it, having the 6 matches to study it, you can really see that all these players have figured out what their path is, what their drop is. I mean, still not a single player eliminated.
No, not just yet. You see all 100 players still in the lobby. But this was an early game exchange that we saw last one. Vex Apar versus Dynamic and Rexy. And you can see Dynamic ready to get aggressive, shooting the player down, trying to minimize the high ground that he has. And that's going to force him back in towards the low ground. And that's where Dynamic is going to convincingly cement themselves with the height. But in the distance, Apar trying to catch him off guard. No sneaky plays for you as Dynamic spots him out and repositions himself to a more stable spot.
Apar, you're gonna have to be careful here, I'm sure, since it's so early in the match. He does not have too many resources, not too many materials, already using his wood, so he has to be careful as Dynamic and Rexy have the better position, but be careful as Vex getting a nice little angle onto Rexy, taking a shot, but Par is so low now, just one shot away from getting knocked down, and that he is now in a 2 versus 1, giving the man advantage to Rexy and Dynamic. But be careful, look at the bottom right, look at the mini-map. A third party looks like they're hungry, they sniff the action, and they want to be a part of it.
They want to try to take this one away. The opportunities, the elimination points, 3 per elimination is huge, especially where you're at in the leaderboard, as Rexy takes a big shot. No resources, no heals, even no builds to his name to try to defend himself. That's B's Taltai. They know exactly where they're at, from North Sleepy all the way here towards the outside of the Daily Bugle. They find that elimination, but they know there's more around. There's more for the taking as they spot out Rexy and Dynamic. And this is where the position is theirs. They already got one, and they're looking for more.
Third party came in successfully, but they don't want to leave it at that. They got one, but now they want to take the duo out with them. But maybe they don't know that this is a duo, Jacob. They could just think that this is a solo, so they kind of want to peek around, see what they're up against. Is it worth it to take an engagement now, as they already got that initial elimination? So you can see Beast is just playing up top, looking for angles, making sure there's no other duos close by, looking to third party them, and they might even decide to disengage here. I mean, you can tell they heard 2 footsteps. They know it's 2 players, and without enough information, it's just too risky to go all in.
Yeah, they might be trying to go right back over towards Sleepy Sound. And honestly, I like that play. A team towards the Daily Bugle. You have Arkham Epic towards Coney. And they did have, or do have, center zone for now. So you're going to be seeing a lot of players begin to rotate in this position. So I think it was a smart play for them to try to back out, reassess the situation, because honestly, they got the elimination. They got the 3 points, the surge that they need for a better end game.
And from this clutch we had from Epic Whale in game 1 of day 2, Epic Whale is in first for total eliminations of day 1 and 2 combined, with a total of 21 eliminations, but he's gonna wanna bump that number up. Still has 5 matches to make it happen. Switching over to Wavy Jacob, named Faxity right now. Farming up, doing what he has been doing close to the rocky reels here, and I love this positioning on this ridge, on this mountain, on this hill, even just huge rock, you could call it. I mean, you really just have a vision of so much of the map here. You can really get a good amount of tags, especially on the Chonkers, where I believe they are 2 duos contesting each other, and even Andy Chicken there for a possible third party. So a lot of action in the surrounding area, a lot of opportunity to get that damage.
Yeah, talk about a lot of action in the surrounding area. Over towards the Collider, where there's so much loot over here, so much rotation, to where it's going to be a heavily rotated path. And that's where you heard our analysts kind of break it down. The reason why Reet and Rex, they try to avoid this spot, or at least going in this direction. They try to go ahead and traverse through the slower portions of the map, where less and less players will begin to rotate through. But Favs and Snacky, this is where it's actually a part of their game plan. Look for these early eliminations. That way they don't have to worry about surge as they find themselves a good spot into zone. But Reet and Rex uncontested once more towards Greasy Grove, and the drought of launch pads have finally ended. It may have taken 8 games, but they found one.
They've got it. They have the mobility once and for all, and are they going to be able to put it into good use is the question. They also have been making good use of their POI with the chug splashes, the floppers, ready to tank that storm if they really need to later on. But now that they've gotten their resources, gotten their loot, looks like they're going to continue their rotate there. Do have a vehicle to get that rotate done more securely, as we see On One and Evil on the right side of the screen back in this early game engagement against July and his duo partner.
On One Evil, not afraid of these early game exchanges. We were talking about it early on. July and Amp seemingly just getting taken down game after game. Finding them is Evo 1 and On 1 as they get those 2 eliminations. They get the serves that they want to make that rotation easier, but Snacky Fabs under siege, just a sliver of HP trying to survive, and you can see him bob and weave in and out of these covers, and they got the down onto Wall A, and they're not greedy. They're not forcing the play. A Source does take some damage. He's forced to kind of rotate out, double build wide, but he went into the bad spot. He's forced to launch pad out, and now he has to do it by himself, but he does have a ton of time to go back and try to get that reboot. But once again, the Collider heavily congested. So many teams rotate by. It's going to be a risky play.
Look, Faz and Snacky might have lost that elimination onto Alay's duo partner, but they eliminated the risk factor of the one who actually got the elimination on Wall A, being Epic Whale, probably all the way from the Coney Crossroads with an assault rifle at long range. I mean, that's why you really got to be aware of your surroundings, Jacob. Know what's happening in the area, because maybe it just takes one shot to get a nice little extra 3 points, and those 3 points could be what ends up getting you that #1 spot.
Clay, I know we see some interesting things throughout the day, but you see something interesting. Let's break it down.
You actually want to talk about Snacky and Favs there, because again, I want to show you how easy it is to get these Storm Surge tags, right? They're setting themselves up well so they don't have to take those engagements like we just saw. Look, he's farming, he sees somebody, he goes, oh, you know what? I'll go back to farming. Oh, they're going to over peak here, goes for these tags, gets them here in a second on to, I believe that's Cesar there. Hey, 31, that's enough. He goes back to farming and goes about his day.
Really easy as that, Jacob. Just gotta wait for the correct opportunity to attack to get that damage. And I mean, in the meantime, you really want to be doing something. One thing I want to specify is there's always gotta be something happening, right? Even if you're just waiting for a tag, make sure while you're waiting, you're farming. If you're looting, while you're looting, you're farming. Same thing. Floors under the chests, the tables, the chairs, anything you can do to get some material. But look at this play here, Jacob, from Wavy and Vanillas there. Hiding it out here, playing the sneaky game. It's Fecoy. It's Sayrez, but Fecoy is gonna be the target here as he gets cracked. Not knocked though. He might be able to get out of the situation as another duo has started taking shots. Now Wavy Jacob and Vanilla see a bit more danger in this engagement.
And that's what you kind of see, the common theme from a lot of these top teams here today. Even some of our experienced teams that might not be near the top, they know when and where to fight these battles, getting surged and not getting too greedy to force themselves into a bad spot. As the first zone is a little bit north, a little bit eastern portion of the map, they know there's still more of them to go ahead and travel north in order for them to feel safe enough to box up towards the high ground and get the spots that they need. And they know all these teams from the Joneses, from Chonkers, from the southern portion of the map are gonna have to find their way in towards the zone so you don't bite off more than you can chew.
Andy, Chicken Itza here, going into the zone by Sanctuary, but they are right beside Riek and his duo partner, so they might have to be careful here. But it looks like the opposing duo is not trying to get too aggressive. They do not want to be part of this action, as they do have to rotate quite a lot more here, so any engagement could be incredibly risky as they kind of start playing a bit slower. But look at this, looks like a flower almost, so beautiful. The piece of art from Angel and Nigel, which they're going to be using here to get some tags, get some damage on the opposing players.
Yeah, just moments ago, it was at North Pole, a little bit on the eastern side. So everyone's kind of go over towards Daily Bugle, thinking that's going to be a safe spot, a good bet to kind of box up at, but it pulls all the way west, max west on that one. So a lot of those safe teams are going to have that same journey towards the slow side of the zone. And that's why you see Evo on one, a little slow to rotate out, but they have the splashes to regenerate the health. They know Fortnite player is down as Scissors takes the brunt of that damage. Evo one pokes in and out like we're seeing a lot of the teams do. He knows on one is just a few inches behind. And as soon as they reunite, get hip to hip, you're going to see them try to take this fight because they know he's just one player left to defend.
On one here, looking for the real estate, looking for the angle onto his opponent. Will he be able to connect it though, as Evol is also up, looking for that. Gets one actually now, looking to see if they can continue it on, as the duo partner of the opponent is still up. Actually decides to run here, so now it's that 2 versus 1. Sees if he can hide, but unable to, as on one has an eyes of a hawk here. But now, just has to hit that crucial shot to secure the elimination. They are in a 2 versus 1, so really, if they don't make any big mistakes here, they should have it.
You can see him trying to bait out the heels there for a moment, hoping that Scissors would peek. Gonna let that big pot finish. He knows that his health is getting dwindled by the storm. He needs as much as he can. You can see on one almost getting chunked out. A great opportunity for Scissors to pick up the elimination, but it's going to go on over to Evil One, and they have 3 eliminations as a team. You best believe they have more than enough heals to get themselves back up to tip-top shape. But a team that I talked about very briefly, the latter half of yesterday, games 4 through 6, they were able to take themselves from 33rd place into the top 10. There was only 2 teams that had a better second half of the day. That was Arkham and Epic, and that was Favs and Snacky. And if you end the day in the same conversation as those guys, that has to give you a boost of confidence coming into day number 2.
Boost of confidence, boost of momentum as we switch over to Wavy Jacob Vanillas, but be careful. Vanillas getting cracked here now. being outside of the zone, 207 above. Doesn't have to get damaged, but has to get that rotate in, has to start walking, moving, getting into the zone, but Notch and Salty, they're the guardians here on the edge, holding them back as they continue ticking zone. But as they tick zone, they also tick their opponent's HP doing damage. You can see they actually have the cannon here close by. I didn't notice it earlier. This is going to be perfect to rotate, but they have to be careful because if they have opponents looking at them when they use this cannon, very likely that they get tagged in the sky. So hopefully they can use this at the right time and not too many players are looking at them.
Last bit of resourcing before they make that rotation on out, and immediately doing exactly what you said, trying to make that quick rotation with the cannon. Nobody looking up to peek and get the shots, but that's going to allow both Vanilla's and Wavy Jacob to get front side of zone. And now the choice is theirs. You stay in the storm, which I don't think they're going to do, and try to go ahead and block him out, or you could travel and get yourself an edge part of zone and continue to look back, pressure that team while they're taking the damage from the zone, and then possibly taking even more damage from you as Chicken and Andy taking that damage that we're talking about. Gets popped by Zookies, who has the aim of a champion. He just needs to be able to execute here.
A lot of options. It's just about taking the right one as Chicken begins his rotate here. Meanwhile, his duo partner Andy is going to be using those chug splashes to recuperate that shield and HP they lost from the zone. I believe Andy still has a med mist to recuperate his HP, but Chicken does not, so you can really see he's trying to get into the zone here. Nice tag onto his opponent, 62 damage, but there's more than one duo, more than one opponent raining shots from afar, and it's blocking their path into the zone. It's looking quite difficult.
Yep, still getting chunked out from the zone. Storm Surge as well, only a few ticks, and he is going to get dropped as Chicken does go down. You see Russo, Keto trying to clean that one up. Andy falls as well. 12th place in game number 8. They're really going to have to pick up the pace in the next couple if they want to have a chance at first place, because that possibility is still alive.
Possibility is still alive, still going, as Arkham and Epic Whale now in the first place. 140 above Storm Surge in a great zone position here, third zone. 30 seconds and the zone will start closing as you have some duos here. Favs and Snacky looking to get into a bit of action as they take shots onto an opposing duo. There might even be an engagement here. They are. It's Fikor, Zayrez going up against their opponents, and Favs and Snackies just trying to see if they can get a piece of that pie from afar. Maybe a quick elimination as Favs already has one.
Yeah, you can see Favs has that mythical Striker Burst AR, where you can only really get it from the Collider, and taking down the mythic boss of Sloan, holding on to that one, making sure that they stay above the damage threshold. But a team that's not lucky enough to stay, they're going to teeter-totter in and out, because you see it's not much. 2 is not much, but it's enough that if you're below, you're going to be ticking to the storm as Yagfir popping the shield keg. That is enough to out-heal it, but he's not taking the opportunities because there's only one player that needs to fall, and you see a knock onto one. That's Yagfir once again trying to out-heal it. The shield keg still popping off. He knows Reet and Rex is right above him, and with the Storm Surge going down, this is a perfect time to pop that big pot.
I mean, almost perfect timing. He had the shield keg running, and right as Storm Surge got deactivated, so did the shield keg, but Jagfir didn't need it anymore. Already got his shield, so always love seeing these duos use the shield keg effectively, with now 69 players alive after getting below that threshold for Storm Surge. Now School Kenzo deciding to do a rotate inside of the shifty shafts, literally seeing if they can maybe find an alternate route here to not use as many materials, but sometimes that alternate route could be a little risky as there is a duo close by. But Schools hears it, starts building, and now gets himself out of that sticky situation.
Yeah, traveling through Shifty Shaft is definitely kind of a sticky situation. It has its pros, it has its cons. You can go underneath, recycle a lot of those builds, but there's a lot of teams boxed up right above you. Like you see here, that's where it's going to make it hard to finally kind of surface from underneath. And you can see Yagfir going through that same thing. Reet and Rex looking into the distance. They have that launch pad that we talked about very, very early on. So they have that double rotation, the whiplash to get them this far, but even more in terms of that launch pad. So the rotational game is not done just yet, but that's going to allow them to kind of wait a little bit longer against these other teams if they don't have that launch pad.
Currently looking around, getting the information required for the upcoming zones. Information so crucial, so important for these players, which is why you always see them just kind of scouting around, seeing what's in their surroundings, seeing what players they have close by, what rotation, what options they have. Wavy Jacob continuing to farm up always want to look around, see if there's a spare tree, spare rock, maybe a spare bit of furniture inside a building that you can farm up to get those materials back up to cap. As now Beast is actually going to take down one in the feed. Kimchi as well, going to take down Beast. I mean, there's some action.
Yep, lots of trades going down. That's where, if you're that far down the leaderboard, that's the risk reward that we keep talking about. You have to get the eliminations to burst yourself up if you want that shot at first, but getting that aggressive to get the eliminations puts yourself in a spot where you can become the focus of a lobby. But our team sitting in fourth, a great consistent team taking the West region by storm, and honestly, they deserve it with how well they've been playing throughout the whole qualification process throughout yesterday, and they're looking strong here again, and they're staggering themselves backside of zone because they want to give themselves that safe rotation. They know another team is towards Sleepy Sound. They don't want to end up in exchange outside of zone.
Suki's Bacon. Ooh, such incredible consistency in their matches yesterday. Looking to do the same today as they rotate their way into the zone. But looking at the mini-map, there's so many duos looking back at them, taking shots, going for the eliminations, that it's going to be very difficult to get into zone here. Hopefully they can maybe even find some builds already placed by their opponents that they can recycle and use as a tarp as a rotate into zone. But be careful, the leech is close by as well. Now forced to get inside the zone here, get into a position they do not want to be in, but there is a launch pad. They're gonna take it. You gotta be careful with all these duos watching. It could be a little too risky, but they might have just done it. Jacob now built up their box, got in the zone, and 92 above, they got a bit of time to think.
Yeah, that change in elevation also helped, but you see the med kit, you see bandages, so it's not going to be a worry or a wonder how they're going to get the HP back. It's about if they have the time in order to use the resources and the heals to make it so, as Wavy Jacob Vanillas now smell that the player's weak down below. The elevation is theirs, but the pressure coming in from all angles. We might have bit off more than he could chew, and the team in third place goes down, and that opens up opportunity from everybody below.
Now, Aiden Teed close by. Ficor Zares, though, they're tagged up as Reet and Rex continue their wrath onto On1 and Evol. Onwell getting knocked down by Reet now. 2 versus 1 against Evol here. He's also incredibly low HP. It's just one shot from Reet. That's all he needs as he takes him out there. That duo now being eliminated, but Pars, Rays, they're close by. They're hungry, too, for that action, for that loot. But you got to be careful. Reet Rex, 200 effective HP on both players. They're a very dangerous duo to want to go up against.
Yep. The Pars and Rays, they're not scared to back down. You can kind of see them on Twitter, on social media, talking about they know the position that they're in on the leaderboard. They know what needs to be done. You can see they're already picking up elimination in this game, trying to close the gap. But Fav, Snacky, Launchpad, and try to get themselves a good spot in zone. Arkham, Epic, trying to put down the shots. They already have the spot that they want for now, but they still have some more traveling to do. But before they do that, they find even more treasures on a player that gets caught out of position, and that's Ryan FPS. You saw his duo go down just early on in the same exact game.
First place spot, you know they're feeling good, but there's still a long journey to go as Snacky Fabs are just right behind them with 256 points, getting closer and closer. Now with the mythic assault rifle here, burst assault rifle, seeing if he can make these shots happen, connect onto the opponents as Moose is close by alongside Aiden, but you got to be careful here on the corner of zone. It's where it gets dangerous. It's where these players stagger, slow down, and get into some complicated situations. As you can see, Caesar right now getting cracked. Nitrex as well, gonna get knocked. Moose gonna get knocked. Getting into the zone late is just so dangerous.
Yeah, and they have to be very, very aware of their surroundings. This visual alone, you can see so many different height elevations up and down, and as we go around Shifty's shafts, that will continue to be so. As Reet finds another elimination, that's 5 total as a team. Resources, Array Fresh, everything that they need here to continue on towards the end game. But you see Nigel Angel a little bit towards the high ground, but how long can they hold, as now they're gonna have to push forward. Tavern and Nico, they know it's not possible. They're gonna drop down, trying to recycle some of those builds from the low ground, but it's Nigel and Angel. They're trying to follow suit because of these height elevations.
The rotate begins, and I love actually what they're doing here. Going behind their opponents, not using the build, using the sprint mechanic, using the mantling mechanic, get themselves into the zone, and now building a little bit to stay up top, stay closer to the high ground in case they want to take it later on. I mean, being in the 6th place spot, they're so close to that prize. As we can see, Epic Whale has lost Arkham. Now playing as a solo. They do have 4 eliminations, but make up for it. They want to get placement as well, and Epic Whale did it last game. He made the clutch happen as a solo, but he's going to be able to do it again.
Yep, but luckily for them, they had a 29-point lead over second place coming into this game. So any point Epic Whale picks up here is an effort of holding on to their position, but he gets beamed from above, but he's trying to separate himself throughout all that chaos that is on the bottom layer. Batman, Booga, and Wheels, you heard Panda talking about it. A historic comeback is necessary. It's the young player, Batman Booga, that needs to have his head held high throughout this process, but Epic Whale knows exactly what needs to be done. You talked about him being as a solo, chug splashes, floppers, minis. He can do actually anything that he wants, including staggering backside of zone, but for now, he's gonna stay ahead.
I mean, he has everything he needs to make it happen. 70 mats, floppers, splashes, you said it, but you gotta be careful when your opponents know you're a solo. They're gonna play extra aggressive against you, so Epic Whale might be forced to play a bit behind zone here, rotate late, as Favs and Snacky still have the high ground. Will this be the match that they're able to make it happen? Epic Whale has gone down. That was the first place team, so now Snacky Favs could even take that spot as they keep applying pressure down below. Snacky, we know how he loves to play aggressive on the high ground, drop down, look for elims. Gonna split his ammunition here with his duo partner as Rex, currently on 6 eliminations. Going for the shots, going for the wall replaces, and it looks like they're making it happen.
Yep. Trying to just get into everybody's boxes as quick as possible. Take the teams out one by one. Punisher staggering backside of zone, though. Reet now forced to fight inside as he's going to finally make his way out. He has the flopper, so HP not going to be a worry here as you see the elimination feed being lit up. Yumi, Wheels, all these players getting dropped here and leaving up to solos as Reet finally finding some shots. Shields being dwindled, but if he could take a moment here, if he could find the time to find some comfortability, Shields will not be a worry because he has more than enough to get himself back up. It's the lack of builds that's the worry to me.
Using the mini shields, using the big shields, making sure they're back to a good amount of effective HP as they have Yazzie or Kevin right above them. Just one pickaxe away to breaking into their builds, but instead of the pickaxe going in straight with that combat SMG, gonna get knocked though. Now it's all up to Rex as well. He's gonna go down. Snacky actually gonna take them out from the high ground to the low ground. Snacky now with 5 eliminations.
This is literally the blueprint, the plan that we've seen throughout the weekend. Favs being the pressure putter from the high ground. Snacky being the fighter towards the low ground. They reunite to kind of be hip to hip to make sure they're at tip-top shape before they go at it once more. But Victor V, one of the youngest players here with a family on his side, trying to find his way. 5 eliminations, Squishy in the comb, trying to squeak through some extra placements. Every point here is huge as Snacky takes a big blow, reunites with Favs once again. One of the strongest duos left in the game.
Every point matters as Snacky is continuing his wrath, looking for those shots, looking for the angles as Russo is going to get tagged but not cracked. But Snacky knows if he plays a bit too aggressive, it could get dangerous. He could end up getting knocked down, so he's keeping his space here as Favs helps him out there, securing one of the eliminations now. They're up to 7, going back up on the high ground as Squishy tried taking it, but he gets cracked, gets taken out by Snacky, gives him that 6th elimination, and they take down Keto as well, securing the victory royale.
10 eliminations total from the duo. Arkham and Epic win game number 1 to start the day. They're in first. They go down here in game number 2, game number 8 overall. And guess who wins it? Favs and Snacky. So a race for the FNCS Championship continues to stay interesting.
Snacky and Favs were able to hold the high ground. Not like in game 1, they learned from the mistakes of taking it early, but now they took it at a good time and actually held it out through the whole late game, securing that victory royale. And now Jacob, I mean, Arkham and Epic Whale got eliminated in one of the kind of mid-moving zones, so they might be catching up to them on that leaderboard.
Yep, and a race this close, it just takes a moment towards the end game to go down earlier than you would hope in order to kind of lose your spot. But Russo and Keto, I talked about that last half of day number 2, they continue to put the pressure on, but I don't even know who has first place. Fav, Snacky, Arkham, Epic, Reet, Rex. We have a great analyst desk, and they're the only ones I trust. Let's break it down.
Patience, Jacob. We have a few moments before we can look at our top 10 leaderboard right now, but I know I'm really excited to see because Favs and Snacky, a double-digit elimination. And I love what Takata was saying. They learned from their mistakes from the last game, holding height, but being a bit more aware of their surroundings, Panda.
Yeah, a bit more aware. I mean, that was the best way to put it, right? They took zone at the, or height at the appropriate time. They made sure to watch the zones as they were unfolding, and they held high ground really effectively. you see Snacky go drop down, re-secure high ground, and also hold a bit of a spread here on height, which is what kind of kept them secure, right? It also awarded them some of these great eliminations that potentially launched them into first.
Definitely. I mean, time and time again, we see these height takes kind of get in the game with like 6 eliminations. They started off taking height with only 2 eliminations, grabbing 8 more eliminations over the next 2 zones play.
Yeah, and that's because Snacky plays height a different way. Right, Panda said it, right? But if you take a look at that the last 2 zones, you'll see Snacky start to just drop down. Well, Favs is up above, securing high ground. They said, Snacky, go down, get us some elims, and he did.
And we obviously got to talk about the top team going down, not necessarily early, but earlier than they would like, Arkrum and Epic Whale. And I'm still feeling like they might be in our first place spot, but let's watch a few of the highlights from that last game there.
Yeah, and they're fighting well, right? Again, they're box to box, they're hip to hip, they're looking for things, and they're looking great. I love the fact that they're playing together and that even if they aren't, they're still trying to make plays happen. Epic Whale still going towards high ground as a solo. Doesn't unfortunately get to use all of his heals here, as he does get a little bit too over aggressive with his push, and you see high ground saw him there. So an unfortunate layer change coming out, but ooh.
There it
I
is.
was wrong. Favs and Snacky steal away first place, but it is only an 8-point difference between first and second place. And then after that, even though Rex and Reet do jump up 2 more placements, that is a 70-point difference between second and third. And there's only 4 more games remaining, Panda.
Listen, we've seen some incredible games throughout all of the regions, right, where they get literally 50, 60, 70 points in one game. So I'm not counting any of these other teams out, but that is a really significant lead. So for players like Reet and Rex, they need to take the same approach they took last game. They need to really focus on eliminations in the end game.
And they still did. They grabbed, what, 6 eliminations in that game? They still did a good job. But when you have these 2 Titans at the top, what else can you do?
You honestly have to hope that they fall early. That's really all you can. You got to keep playing your game and hope that they fall early. That way, plays like this with Reet and Rex can be rewarded even more. Because look at that. They predicted that player running through that edit. Elims after elims coming through, and it just looked so right. Like everything was going so well. And then unfortunately there was one small misstep that we will see that ended up getting them separated, ending them getting split up. But still, look at how well Reet is fighting. He's going into these boxes like we've seen him before. But I think Panda said it well yesterday. He's got to control that aggression. And that is where, right here, is an unfortunate. You see, goes in, gets a little bit too aggressive, and that's where they go down.
And to add to that real quick, if I see Reet and Rex split, I'm not necessarily worried, right? Because they could both turn into insane solo clutch like fraggers in their own right, despite Reet being the IGL here. So regardless of the case, even if they are solo players and they are split, whatever the case may be, they are still powerhouse and they still have plenty of opportunities to pick up some points. But we can't count out North Benji Fishy or Foxity either.
That's true, but I am just looking at our top 2 teams right now. 45 eliminations, 44 eliminations, and 2 victory royales each. They got the fragging, they got the placements, they got everything, Clay.
And it's actually pretty close. Like, if it were to, like, end here, they're pretty close to tiebreakers, right? You got 2 victory royales each. They're about the same on eliminations. So it's interesting, like, Epic Whale wins a game, Snacky and Favs win a game. Epic Whale's gonna win a game, Snacky and Favs gonna win a game. So that's kind of how I see it going. I'm intrigued.
I actually want to talk about something that you talked at the top of the show where you kind of predicted their rotations.
Yeah, so if you go back and watch that game from Epic Whale and Arkrum, they do the exact same rotation that I did in top of show. They went towards Shifty, they waited there, they had zone the entire time.
Well, talk a little bit more about the benefits of that, because they did an early rotation, right?
Yeah, they did an early rotation. So usually that means they're going to miss out on 2 encounters in Coney Crossroads, because 2 teams will usually rotate through there, meaning they get to save a lot of their mats. So they get to sit there, save their mats, wait for endgame, and show.
But something that we've seen back in Chapter 2 that they had an issue with is storm surge tags when they do rotate early. So how are they able to kind of negate that this time around?
Well, it really depends on where they position themselves in Shifty Shafts, because there is a really nice hill spot that actually overlooks several POIs like Sleepy Sound and so on. So there's definitely good positions around Shifty to get surge tags. However, it's a tough call. You never know where these other players are going to rotate to.
You know what else is a tough call? Which team will come out on top this time around? Will it be Favs and Snacky, Arkrum and Epic Whale, or maybe a new team? You know who can answer that question? It's Jacob and Takada.
game number 9. Third on the day. And this is where you could really feel that window of opportunity begin to close if you're one of those teams that are bottom of the leaderboard. But you heard the game of ping pong at the top. Faz and Snacky, Arkham and Epic. All it takes is one moment for them to kind of steal it away.
I mean, I love the storyline, right? Is Epic Whale and Arkham gonna be able to get that 7X, or is Snacky and Favs gonna be able to get the back-to-back duo FNCS championship? I mean, we really just gotta wait and find out, see what happens. Snacky and Favs now currently in the lead with the #1 spot, winning the last match, but you never know. Epic Whale and Arkham, they might take this one.
Yeah, this is a great chance for people to really cement their legacy here when it comes to FNCS. And you saw at the top of the show, but the battle bus is ready. Game number 9 is underway, but at the top of the show, Takata, in-person events are back. And this is a moment for these players to make their case for those events, and they want their spot. It starts now.
To show that not only can they do it online, but also in person. I mean, it's a different field out there, and I'm excited to see which players are going to be able to really make it happen here, as now we can see the drops come in. Not only Snacky and Favs, Arkham Epic battling it out on the top, there's also a lot of these duos that are close by, close to that threshold, that with just one big game can get back into that top spot of the leaderboard. So it's up to these players to see who's going to be the one that comes out on top.
Yeah, and just kind of remind you guys that it's not just first place getting money. It's first place that only gets the Axe of Champions, so don't get me wrong there. But every single placement earns you more and more money directly into your pockets as Chip goes down early on. You can see the focus on Lime's face. He realized what's at stake here. 36th place. It's going to be a huge game if he's able to pull out the reboot, get his teammate right back into it, because Chip is not out just yet. He's just knocked. If you look at your minimap, not too many teams getting aggressive trying to take advantage.
Yeah, the issue here is that there's that third party from Chicken and Jesus here on the east side of Chonkers. So if Lime and Chip take too long in this engagement against Fikoi and Zayrez, I mean, that third party is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, it's going to be dangerous for these guys. But like I was talking about their game plan, they don't go too aggressive. They don't put all their eggs into the basket of taking out the teams around Chonkers. They try to play that slow, passive game, take away the options as Dynamic and Rexy talk about the aggression. That's 3 for 3 so far that they're taking the same early game fight, but this time the fight was brought to them. Vex and Apar knows they cannot continue to remain on the back foot off of spawn, and that's why you see them instantly manning up, trying to get aggressive, peeking from the low ground. Must have been experts at geometry to find an angle like that.
Vex and Apar want to play on the aggressive side of the battle this time as they look for an angle to the box, but you got to be careful as that drum shotgun annihilating both players here. Apar and Vex now down to very low HP. Luckily enough, Vex has a flopper, heals himself back up, but he gets knocked down. Apar gonna be knocked down as well shortly after. Now Rexy and Dynamic coming out on top, but that was so close, Jacob.
It's all in the hips, Takata. It's all in the hips. You stay hip to hip together, drop into the same box. Dynamic and Rexy making magic happen yet again to keep their tournament games alive and to keep as much control over their destiny as possible. But a team that is holding on to that control. Redemption after last season. A huge comeback after what happened in the qualifiers, waiting to the last moment to qualify. And you see Arkham is in 4th in total eliminations. So you can see what they've been able to do to a lot of the lobby to where they're both in the top 6 in total eliminations in the entire game.
So close, Jacob. All these players head to head, battling it out as Thoric here is making some coffee in the kitchen, but gonna actually take one down in the meantime as Russo gets knocked down. 2 versus 1 now. Crisis Thoric here gets the crack, gets the initial shot onto his opponent. Now with the advantage, not only being at HP, but also the player advantage. They just have to make this fight end quickly so they don't get a third party or don't get anything too dangerous. But right as I speak, Kripus is going to get cracked from an opposing duo.
And Kito's doing everything he can to try to stay alive. I talked about the legendary run they're making from game number 4 and on yesterday. But there's only so much you can do. There's only so much you can run here. And they're going to get dropped. Have to rethink about it, but that's Jaden and Victor V coming in the distance, trying to get their own surge and their own eliminations underneath their belt so they can have a comeback of their own. For some of these teams, it's about the money. Every single placement that we're talking about gets you more and more of that prize pool.
Snacky Favs now, you can see how comfortable they are with their drops here at the Collider, not being necessarily contested. I mean, their side of the Collider is open. There are some duos close by, but so far they haven't got into engagements with them. They've played it pretty passively in the early game, looting up, farming up, but maybe this might be the match. This Kompalomp and his duo partner, Seer, they're close by, and Favs is kind of taking a peek, taking an eye, looking for that storm surge like Clay was saying.
Yeah, I was about to say deja vu. That feeling was absolutely real. Literally down to the same exact spot to where we saw him in that breakdown. But you can see the plan once again from Favs and Snacky. They want to get themselves all the resources in the world. When you're going ahead and cooking, you want every single item on your list. So that way you don't have to run to the store halfway through. Your meal gets burnt. Everything comes crumbling down.
Every single ingredient as Rex and Reet are completing their grocery list here. Got the tires, got the loot, got everything they need, but I believe Panda has some information for us, Jacob. I'm curious to see what he has to say.
What's going on? Look, Reet and Rex here have a very unique position. Despite them being in third place, they still need to get quite a few eliminations to climb. But the smart play here from them is that they are spending enough time looting and getting a proper loadout for the mid and end game so they can let those eliminations come to them. So we're going to be watching them pretty closely.
Fantastic breakdown. I don't care who it is, Clay, Panda, they're always making sure that everybody knows exactly what to do in a lot of these situations, knowing when to rotate, when not to, and you can see exactly what he said. Now they're going and taking the Whiplash. One of very few cars left on the map in order to go ahead and rotate to, and that's actually going to be a big tool for them because you see the zone pulling a little bit more towards the north, towards the eastern portion of the map, and that's where you're going to see a lot of the rotation match what they did yesterday. So if you guys are one of those players, one of those teams that likes to VOD review, you're going to see they're going to go from Greasy, take that eastern portion, go all the way around and try to go towards the slow side because what we talked about, the Collider, Command Cavern, those are where a lot of the teams are rotating through.
Snacking fast, we're not rotating. Finding some nice little loot, some splashes as they continue to rotate, and also adding on a bit to what Panda was saying regarding eliminations. I mean, sometimes you might need a bit of points, for example, qualify or get that position you want, and you think to yourself, I need a game with a lot of eliminations, Jacob. I need a 10 elim victory royale, but it might just not be the play to play that extra aggressive because you can get those eliminations in the late game, but it might be difficult for Rex and Reet in this match as Reet has been taken down, and now Rex is actually getting pushed by a duo. He's down a player, looking to see if he can clutch it up in the 1 versus 2. It's on one. It's Evol.
You can see it. They got tired of not having those launch pads. That's why they made their way down to the Butter Barn to try to get that launch pad that you can buy. But once you switch up your strategy, you pull out some tricks, it could cost you if it isn't something that you practice up until this point. But for Rex, he's no stranger of fighting from the back foot. He knows what needs to be done here. Patient as can be, but the shots rain in from those third parties. You can see him on your mini-map. They're trying to beeline there for them. It's not only the eliminations, it's the Butter Barn launch pad. If anybody is going to be the last team standing at this location, they're going to get so much.
Evol chopping down, trying to drop Rex here, trying to get an opportunity to connect the shot onto him, looking above, looking to see is Rex gonna peek, is Rex gonna look for an angle, but on one, got tired of waiting, started building up, looking for the angle himself as he starts getting tagged from the opposing duos, the opposing players outside this battle, this engagement. On one, continuing to build up as Rex does the same now, so high up. Zone is even closing, 50 seconds till it's fully closed. This engagement is getting more and more dangerous as Rex has been cracked. On one, continuing, gets the shot, taking out Rex, and now they have to drop down, have to get out of this situation after using so many materials and building up so high, Jacob. I mean, was it worth the elimination?
And you can see in the distance, it was Lime and Chip making that safe rotation on over from Chonker Speedway. Like I said, trying to cut off a lot of teams' loot paths in their way to try to crown themselves or get that much money into their pocket. You see Snacky in the elimination feed getting a knock onto Shark Boy. Bacon and Zook setting up as much of the high ground towards Coney and Daily Bugle, right dab in the middle to make sure anybody crossing their path is going to become a target. But Favs and Snacky, they know how much rotation is around the Collider. I talked about them getting a knock early on, and now they're looking for it as Shark Boy does go down. They're going to find all that loot, and now this choice is still theirs. Even though they are on the Collider, there's so much rotation. They can wait until the last moment to kind of leave this spot.
Favs here looting up the rest of what they got from that engagement here. And they actually now have a victory royale in 6 straight finals. which is the longest active streak in NA West.
6 straight finals. You can expect them to get a game. Honestly, through the qualifiers, they were picking up some big wins. They were setting some big records in tournament eliminations as well. So they definitely are a team to look out for. And honestly, rightfully so. Multi-time FNCS champions, reigning, defending FNCS champions. Honestly, we were all scratching our head during the predictions how they even got slipped through without getting picked by any of us.
Really still curious on how that actually happened, how that ended up happening, but I mean, it is what it is. Epic Rail and Arkham, you can see them using their multi-tower positioning here in Coney Crossroads to have more angles while looking for Storm Surge. As we go back to Punisher and Landjock, one of the most veteran duos in these finals. 169 points and a nice place spot. Rotated all the way from the southwest side of the map at the windmills by Greasy Grove. Now up to the Sanctuary, so they've had to do quite a rotate here, seeing it's only second zone, but so far they're doing a good job.
Yeah, doing a good job indeed, but that's their game plan. They don't kind of make those high-risk, high-reward situations. It's kind of slow and steady for them. You talked about their tenure when it comes to Fortnite and being a duo together, but a sneaky play looking like it's going to build up. School and Kinzo trying to hide in the bush, and that's something we've already seen from Beast and Tao Tai today alone, but that build is going to give away their position on over to Wale and Source. But everybody's in zone, and this is what I like. Even though they could be kind of banging heads against each other, trying to get that elimination, they know being the last person standing is more important than a one-off elimination.
I mean, you can get those eliminations in the late game, just like Panda was saying. That's when most of the action happens, so you really just need to make it to the end game healthy with enough damage for Storm Surge, and that is where you can secure a majority of your eliminations. The Snacky and Favs are getting shot at by their opponents there, and I almost thought there the Snacky was going to get a little aggressive, but no. He just wanted a bit of fruit. I mean, it's good to stay healthy.
No, it definitely is, and that's a teamwork that we keep talking about from this duo. He spotted it in the distance. He knew Favs took damage, so he wants to kind of save as many of those important resources as possible, and important includes the Chug Splashes, the Minis, the Shield Keg. If you have it, you want to save those for a little bit later on in the game, because we've seen it so many times. At this stage, 17 players need to go down to Storm Surge. If you choose to out-heal it too early, that could be your demise, but you see Tavern and Nico throughout their qualification process. It was setting up, getting Surge, rotating in, and letting those eliminations that we keep talking about that naturally present itself towards the end game come to fruition.
Letting those eliminations roll in is what Nico and Tavern want right now, being 5 damage below the Storm Surge, but Angel and Nigel might need Surge as well. Yes, they're 211 below, and looking at that aggression from them, you can tell they need a lot. Going for a box fight, going for that CQC, close quarter combat. As Nigel holds the edit, holds the peak, but is ultimately going to group up with Angel here and refresh their mentality, go again together, see if they can make something happen here. But their opponents, they know that they want that aggression, and they're staying a bit safe here, staying back.
Yep, Peace Control trying to come in. They're just trying to take it layer by layer, inch by inch, close down the options of their opponent. 271 below the damage threshold. It's absolutely needed as the pieces are not going over just yet. Angel finally holding in. They're using their teamwork to try to make this dream work, but still below the damage threshold. So much more that they need to do, but it's Calibuca and Solution that are being the defensive end. They know Storm Surge is possibly a worry for their opponents, which is why they're trying everything they can to get into the box. And if you know your opponent is down on Surge, you could play defensively in a way to where you could tag them, force them back, and still hold on to the walls as Storm Surge continues to tick in.
I mean, that's the best way to play it, right? Wait till your opponents get cracked and hear that shield being broken, and then you know you have the advantage, and you just have to take that engagement in a nice 2 versus 2. But Angel actually might have just been gifted some damage here, as these last 2 players rotating in have been some free shots, but it wasn't enough. Still 281 below. I mean, might even be too much damage to get with their burst assault rifle here, and they will have to go for that close quarters aggression once again. It just has not been successful so far.
Yeah, the only gift they got was like a Secret Santa at work. They need it to be Christmas. They need more of these gifts that you were talking about in the form of the damage for Storm Surge as they're trying to out-heal it. 4 more players need to go down, make it 3 as FJAA goes down in the distance. You see School, Kinzo, they meet their demise. Cheaters as well, but it's still not enough. And that goes to show how stacked this lobby actually is.
Snacky Favs with 2 eliminations, 365 above. There's a duo that's doing very well with damage as Angel and Nigel still on the left side of the screen looking to get that damage so far below, but Snacky and Favs are doing a great job of staying consistent, staying above.
Yep. Those players finally go down. Storm Surge is going to deactivate for now. I say for now because you know how stacked the lobby can be at all times of the game. Storm Surge is always going to be in the back of players' minds as Trey and Dom go back to the lobby thanks to Beast and Tao Tai. But Snacky and Fabs continuing to play that slow and steady game. And you can see Physics right before we switch trying to sneak up in the distance. Bacon and Zooks continuing their consistent and steady game, going for the Surge, not forcing any of these plays to try to get any eliminations because they know, just like so many of our experts in the lobby, that it's just a matter of time and those eliminations will come to you.
Those eliminations are so important, Jacob. 3 points per elimination. It really can be a game changer if you get to that late game securing double-digit eliminations. We've seen it happen, and it's really what boosts these duos so far up that leaderboard alongside the Victory Royale. As now Zuki's Bacon, one of the most consistent duos, continuing to show that consistency, getting tags throughout all the players rotating in. Epic Whale and Arkham, 0 eliminations, but they're looking for the damage. They've been doing it right now, actually, with 8 chug splashes. Feeling healthy, feeling good. I mean, they're ready to heal it off.
Yep, lots of maps as well, but you see 285 below the damage threshold. Yassir, Kevin, peeking into the wrong person's box as back-to-back shots are going to be landed. But when you're that far down on Surge, you need miracle plays. And even though he was able to land 1 shot, he was so far down, the damage wasn't enough, and the pressure was there from Kevin and Yassir to survive what looked like a close exchange. But you could see Cypers going down for now in the elimination feed. But because nobody got a knock, this could be a great chance for his duo to get him back up.
North Benji Fishy and Faxfity here, farming up, making sure they have the required resources. I mean, a great way to get that, especially in the later zones, like the 4th zone that they're in now, is instead of boxing up on somewhere on the map, just rotate to a building, to a place you can refarm up, get the materials. Wheels, Batman, Booga, doing the same thing here, refarming the metal, refarming the brick, and making sure they have as many materials as possible for the next zone. But if you're one of these duos that you can see on the bottom right of the minimap on the north side here that have to do that long southern rotate to get into the zone, I mean, you're definitely going to need the materials to do so.
Yep. It's going to be a hard one for a lot of these players. And you're going to see him peeking through the cone. Is Wheels probably trying to get that vital information. Look who possibly will be needing to use a launch pad that they can recycle, but it's on one and Evil. Keep setting themselves up with these early game eliminations. They're finding that recipe for success as they continue to stay consistent, and even an armored wall can't stop a duo like this because they have all the time in the world, and the piece control is going to go over. Mr. Lokes is going to get backed up. They know he's a solo, and they waste no time picking up that elimination.
Onward and Evil, I mean, throughout this whole tournament, of doing such an amazing job of just fighting together, taking these engagements as a duo, and really coming out on top. I mean, they've been doing it in the early game, mid game, and really setting themselves up for that late game, and that's why they're so high up in the leaderboard. As Zuki's and Bacon, another duo that's been incredibly consistent. Only 23 damage above, now 6 below. That's why you got to be careful and always looking for that tag, that extra bit of damage, as Rays and Pars are down below, taking some shots as well, but it could be the opportunity that grants them that damage to go above the threshold, but they have to take it here because they're still below.
Yeah, I gotta imagine Pars and Rays possibly in a similar situation, but you can see Zuki's and Bacon, as soon as they realize the spot they're in, they backtrack, they build 2 boxes wide, they're taking control of all the pieces because they know if worse comes to worse, push comes to shove, they can attempt to out-heal it with only 12 players needing to go down, but they see all the information, all the players, the fresh builds going down, the possibility of shots are gonna reign true as Arkham and Epic under siege for a short moment, but they too spreading out. It's the piece control. It's the control of the surrounding area that's allowing for a lot of these duos to survive elimination.
Landjock Punisher have not too many resources, not too much damage either, as they're 196 below, and it forces them to take a dangerous engagement onto Andy and Chicken as Landjock gets knocked down. Now Punisher forced to play it out solo here. No, he's using the Mad Mist. 1 mini shield, but I don't know if he's going to be able to hold off. Still 141 below. I mean, Jesus and Chicken they really have too much of an advantage here, but Punisher he's out of options.
Yeah, even though he's out healing, I like for him to not use the shields because as soon as it comes in, they're gonna hear the crack. They're gonna hear that he's weak and he continues to fall below the damage threshold, 155. He can only take 2 more ticks, but he finds a couple of shots. Is it going to be enough? That's the big question, because if it's not, he's gotta meet his demise, and Punisher goes down. Chicken and Jesus are gonna be able to pick up all that loot of the fallen foe and be able to use it to propel themselves later on in the game.
Pars and Rays here at 45 below, trying to out-heal it, as Epic Whale has lost Arkham once again. Now, forced to play it out as a solo for the 3rd time here, 547 above the Storm Surge threshold now. Playing it out just from the 5th zone, the half and half zone, but he might just be able to find a knock. But no, Batman Booga barely escaping his way through, but will he be able to fully do it as there's still 20 seconds left until this zone closes?
Yeah, you can see the thought process. Epic Whale knows that Batman Booga's weak. Here, the launch pad tries to recycle it, but so much damage is going to be taken from the Storm. But luckily for him, he has at least 5 splashes left, more than enough to get him to tip-top shape, but he's still backside of zone, trying to find that sweet spot, and a lot of his mats looking a little low and thin as he's trying to go ahead and create another layer forward. This is where it is going to get tricky. Right now, they do have some elevation, but they're going to fall below that elevation and have to work their way down.
Such a dangerous situation for Epic Whale. You can see the nerves start to kick in there as he was rotating, but now he's used up all of his stronger materials, his brick, his metal. Now forced to use wood. Has about 40 builds of it. So we'll see if Epic Whale is able to clutch it out as a solo, but in the meantime, we still have Pars Rays. Still have Snacky Favs, Convict, Slick Nick, Evol on one. All these duos beginning to rotate as we take a look at North Benji Fishy and Baxpity currently below the Storm Surge threshold, but someone that's not below, it's Epic Whale, who secured another elimination, now at 2. Forced to use the launch pad to rotate, but is only at 22 HP. That's 1 shot away from getting eliminated.
You get sneezed on, you get breathed on. Epic Whale is going to go down, popping 2 minis, but that's still not a comfortable position that he wants to be in. 72 effective HP and shields here as he's looking for a siphon, looking for somebody to get caught off guard. Lots of damage going to be dished out, but not enough as he gets caught out. He goes down. North Benji Fishy making his way in. Once again, the siphon just in the nick of time. And if he can find a moment to stabilize himself, that comfortability, he has the med miss. He has some minis, so he can get himself up to at least 150 effective HP and shields, but trying to stagger himself back. He's going to get caught out, but our first place team looking strong as ever. Favs and Snacky found themselves that sweet spot.
Going to see if they can pick up some more. 3 eliminations, looking to make it 4 or 5 as Favs now gets out of a sticky situation, looking to see if he can actually get into his opponent's box. He does, gets the first shot, eliminating his opponent there, but Snacky has also been eliminated. Now they're up to 5 eliminations, 339 points, but it's Pars, it's Rays who have the high ground. Solutions, Kali Book on second height, Zuki's, Bacon, trying to see if they can make something happen as a duo, opening up edits, looking for peaks, breaking trees, opening up those angles so they have more vision onto their opponents as Favs now seeing what he can do as a solo.
Has to do it by himself. Luckily for them, Arkham and Epic did go down, so it's all bonus points, gaining and building that cushion for that first place spot as Favs trying to sneak his way. No more heals of any kind. Matt's running thin as he's trying to find his way in towards zone, peeks towards the back, finds Solution, but doesn't find the shot, drops down low another layer, forced to the backside of zone. I talked about the lack of heals, which is absolutely concerning. Elige peeks through at the perfect time, takes down Favs, so first place is down, and this is a chance for a lot of our teammates and duos that are straggling behind to pick up the points.
Batman Booga Wheels, you know, Panda's smiling here, currently with 4 eliminations, but be careful, that smile might last too long as Wheels gets knocked down, gets eliminated, leaving Batman Booga out to play it as a solo. 11 duos up, 19 players. Now with only 6 minis, does have that legendary striker pump shotgun. But is he gonna be able to get it into good use? And he does with that 4th elimination. Amazing shot from Batman Booga, but now the focus is on him, the eyes on him. Has to be careful, has to get out of that situation, and he does exactly that as he's down now to just 4 builds.
probably hands down one of the most talented, individually skilled players we have in the game right now. Batman Boo, as young as he is, Zuki's trying to force some players back, get that elimination, but he knows he cannot overstay his welcome. He has to bob and weave in and out of these covers as Evo 1 does go down. Source, Wale, they will fall as well. Pars and Rays have the high ground, but front side of zone, React and Slump Pump trying to make it in. So is Scissors, but he's going to get dropped, left down to his teammate to try to make the plays.
Zuki's here alongside Bacon, making their way into zone little by little as they successfully get there. Now forced to use Chug Splashes. Pars and Ray still holding onto that high ground, but as Bacon gets to the second high, they might take that engagement for it. Solutions now playing it out as a solo. Kalibuka has been knocked. He's just one tick away from getting eliminated. The Storm has to play this correctly. He cracks Zuki's, but Bacon is closely following behind, and now it's too risky to take that 2 versus 1. So Solution is getting closer and closer to the zone, and the duo on high ground, Pars Rays, do not even know he's there.
I do believe he continues to pull north here. Solution trying to wait towards the backside, finds a knock onto 1, unable to clean it up and get the siphon that he needs, but first and second place are down. That leaves it wide open for Bacon and Zuki's to make the play and steal away the placement as Rays gets chopped down. 3 teams remain, 5 total players. Bacon picks up yet another elimination here, but can't find the siphon. He's gonna get dropped. It's all up to Slump Pump here.
3 duos, 4 players. Zuki's now inside of the Storm, looking to see if he can get a flank onto Slump, but he has to be careful as Pars is on the high ground. Now it's all solos, 3 duos, 3 solos. Zuki on mid ground, Pars on the high ground. We have Slump on low. Question is, Jacob, who is going to be able to come out on top? As Zuki's is going to be the one on top now with the high ground, but Pars forced to take the engagement here, looking for an angle, looking for a shot. Connects 2, connects 3, but it's not enough as Zuki's drops down, finishing off that final elimination and securing the victory royale.
That was an incredibly found recipe for success right there. We talked about first place going down, second place going down, and that was a pretty big gap if you say so myself, and what a way to close it. Elimination after elimination is going to be found, 6 overall, and they take the game.
I don't know if you noticed, Jacob, but Zuki's actually had the least amount of effective HP of those duos, and from making that high ground play, forcing them to take the engagement first, he was able to do kind of like a third party in that late game and come out on top with just 1 striker pump shot.
Yeah, if you learned anything from last game, HP is just a number to Zuki's. He'll out-heal, he'll find a way to get those siphons as the leaderboard gets jumbled up yet again. I talked about multiple top placers go down very, very early on. So Clay, Panda, Kelly, I know we need some time, but break it down for us.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takada. And this was kind of a similar story to what we saw at the end of Game 7, a 1v1v1, and Zuki's was in that situation too. But this time, he comes out on top, grabbing our 3rd VR of the day. So big shout outs to Bacon and Zuki's, of course, running the low ground play there, Clay.
Yeah, let's take a look at it. They fought so well together. And that's exactly what you need to do on the low ground. If you make any missteps away from your teammate, you are going down there. 1 elimination. They've got 6 chug splashes at this point as well. Able to find more siphon mats there. You see Zuki's does step away from Bacon. They immediately find their way back to each other. And then this is where they're going to do something so great. They both have chug splashes and realize it at the exact same time. Get into zone because of it, and then just absolutely dominate. Take down Rays, get the elimination, get the siphon mats, gets dropped down, doesn't panic, doesn't fret. I'm better, he says. Gets the elimination there onto Ryak. Tries to go for the siphon, leaves it up to Zuki's, who is 54 effective HP, by the way. If that went any other way, if that team on the bottom had looked up, Zuki's was going down.
Speaking of looking up, we have to look to our potentially former first place team, Favs and Snacky, because they still also made it to the end game there, had an okay performance, but they didn't get into that top 3, Panda.
They didn't, and it's really interesting, right? We did see them look to be set up for a pretty successful in-game. However, Snacky ends up going down, leaving Favs as a solo player. Now, we obviously know from the semifinals that Snacky is the one that you want to be up as a solo player. So when Favs is now left by himself, it's definitely a different scenario, especially when you look at Snacky's inventory. He was already lacking in material when he went down. And so Favs, same situation, only 5 builds here in a situation like this. He does get a nice elim there, but not much else you can do here in a situation. They does get the refresh, so some additional builds and material there, but ultimately you can only do so much as a solo player, and this is where he ends up going down.
I do want to give a special shout out to the Solution, who had 3 HP for what seemed like an impossible amount of time, but Favs and Snacky still holding strong in first place and now taking a commanding lead over our second place team, Arkram and Epic Whale. Bacon and Zuki's after that VR are going to jump up all the way to third place. And we saw Rex and Ree going down early, dropping down into fourth place. Speaking about dropping down, North Benji Fishy and 33 Foxity going to be dropping down as well. And it looks like between third and maybe sixth place, it's starting to get a little bit closer, a lot more opportunity for teams kind of to switch up spots. But that first and second place, Clay, they're just leading so much ahead.
They are, and it's honestly coming down to some of their mid-game plays, Kelly. They are some of the best teams at finding Storm Surge.
Without a doubt, Storm Surge is obviously such an important part. And now that we say that, it looks like Storm Surge has activated. And chat, we know that you guys are probably experts in Fortnite, but there's actually a lot of new players watching right now. So Panda, break down Storm Surge and why it is such a pivotal part of the competition.
Absolutely. So when actually looking at the gameplay here from Chicken and Espinoza here, you see that they're actually affected by what is called Storm Surge. So when you're below what is the damage threshold within the server and a certain amount of players are up, you actually will take damage, which is why we talk about how players need to position themselves and get tags throughout these different games. The more damage you do, the higher you can be above that damage threshold, and ultimately not have to worry about taking some Storm Surge ticks as the game continues on.
Yeah, it's going to come up in the third zone with 70 players being the threshold, the fifth zone with 50 players being the threshold, and that moving zone, the seventh zone, with 30 players being that threshold. If it goes at that threshold or below, it will churn off, and you will no longer see that purple lightning affecting the players.
So let's say we're at the end game and there's Storm Surge active. Obviously, you can't just take some easy tags there. What's the best way to handle that situation?
Oh, get to the front of zone as quick as you can and look back for anybody trying to rotate in.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think, obviously, last place you want to have to find Storm Surges in the end game, but it's all about like dealing with it as it comes. If you do find yourself below that threshold later in the game, you're going to have to be more aggressive. And we've seen a lot of players not only be successful in situations like that, but also fall short.
I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of teams becoming more aggressive because after game number 3 we have right now, this is the halfway point for day 2, everyone. Only 3 more games remain. This is make or break. So let's head on over to our casters.
Nine games down, Jacob. Halfway through day 2. Getting on to that 10th match. We've seen Snacky and Favs take some nice matches. We've seen Arkham and Epic Whale clutch up some matches, specifically Epic Whale as a solo. And we've seen a lot of these duos get closer and closer to that top spot, but still with 3 matches to be played out. I mean, any one of these duos has a chance to take it.
Yeah, any one of these duos still has that chance. You talk about halfway point through the day, 75% through the entirety of the finals. The chances these players have are flying left and right out the window. And make sure you buckle up, though, because the battle bus is ready, and so is game number 10. We're finally in to those double-digit games.
Game number 10, I mean, almost feels weird to say it, Jacob. Like, we're finally here. From the 3 qualifiers to the semifinals to now the finals and day 2 of the finals. I mean, this is really it. This is where we crown our champions, our duo champions of the NA West region. As we're looking at Kimchi, looking at Salco, landing north of Sleepy Sound. I believe they do have this side uncontested, so they have time to loot, have time kind of think, what's the game plan? What are we going to do today?
One of those early game exchanges that we've been seeing all day long. It's switched up. They 50-50 the same building, but the result doesn't change too much. It's Apar and Vex that go down to Rexy and Dynamic. And this is a team sitting in 25th place. They're getting the surge consistently off of this early game fight, but you have to take note about one thing. Even though they are winning the exchange, they're only getting maybe a max of 200 for the Storm Surge because they're getting it right off of spawn before these players can really utilize the shields and the heals. So even though we're talking about it being a possibility they can make it to the end game, it's still a threat in the back of their minds.
It's really important to maximize the amount of Storm Surge you can get. I mean, if you end up knocking down one of your opponents and then you have the opportunity to eliminate the other one, it's hard to make the decision, but getting the finish and the other elimination is always going to be that good bit of extra damage. And I mean, that could be what saves you from having to get Storm Surges now. Looking back at the Coney Crossroads, Arkham and Epic Whale still uncontested, still able to do their original loot path, as slowly but surely getting put the 200 effective HP, but a place that has been dangerous, that has been action-packed. It's Chonkers Speedway with Lime and Chip, Fekoy and Zayrez, and also Chicken and Jesus, who are close by and ready for that third party.
And one part about this drop, any drop in general, that I think is just as important as figuring out where the loot is at, the loot path as well. But you can see Lime and Chip, Fekoy and X-Rays, they kind of switch back and forth about which side they land on. It's based off of who gets the good drop, and what a good drop we're seeing. Favs taking the sneaky shots, going ahead and dwindling down the HP and shields of Seer. But there's more than one team. In fact, there's more than just two. There's 3 teams stacked up in this tight box. So Snacky and Favs have to be a little careful of how they traverse through this one, but they want that elimination in which they got that player weak. And I do believe in a few seconds they have the opportunity to take it. As you see, they're advancing from both sides. The piece control is going to go over, including those 3 points.
Snacky, who's taken the #1 spot in total elims from Epic Whale, now looking to grade in that lead, but Favs as well. I mean, in the 3rd place spot of total elims. I mean, the duo itself really just shows how confident mechanically they are, as you can see here the replay of how Favs initiated this engagement, getting nice tags, actually granted him a knock onto one of the opponents there, and after the engagement already started, the third party just had to roll in, but it looks like Snacky and Favs have put themselves into complications here, as Snacky's been cracked, has the chug splashes, has the minis, but ended up using the slurp truck there, so they do not have to waste their own utility here, as Snacky now might even get back into another engagement, but it might be too risky with so many duos close by.
Yeah, the longer this one takes, you can see it's at edge of zone. So many teams are going to rotate in, but what they're looking for right now is they already got the knock. They got the elimination onto Source. They know Wale is floating around in and out of these rotations, trying to survive as a solo. He's trying to get his team back into it by capturing that reboot card and going to any one of these reboot vans that are spread out across the map. We talked about halfway through the day, 75% through the finals. This is where those plays mean the most.
Game 9 was Zuki's and Bacon's first victory royale in FNCS finals. I mean, although it was the first victory royale, Jacob, they were also one of the most, and even the most consistent duo for a time in day 1. So you can see that you don't have to get the victory royale throughout the 12 matches, but if you're able to get to the end game in all these matches, get a good placement, top 10, top 5, I mean, it could be enough to put your name in the top of that leaderboard, as Faxfity and North Benji Fishy now continue their loot path here close to the Rocky Reels.
I love this loot drop. Shout out to my boy Biscuit, actually helping me kind of figure out a lot preparing for FNCS. Like you guys, VOD review at home, and you hear our analysts kind of break it down. You should always do it with more than one person. That's my little guy back home that kind of helps me throughout it all. And he knows there's so much loot in this spot where you see Faxity and North Benji Fishy from the top to the bottom. If you play your cards right and your pathing is absolutely perfect, you can get so much, because it's not only the chest at the high ground, you get the advantageous height position to get the surge shots from all around the land, because there's so many POIs from Risky Reels to Chonkers Speedway to Condo Canyon where teams are landing, or if you can get the right loadout, either a striker burst or a thermal scope AR, you could do a lot of damage.
And the positioning like that really just levels up your drop spot. We're looking at Rex here, who seems to have got a nice little vehicle to help him out with his looting. Make sure you can do it quicker. Gonna open up some chests here by the Greasy Grove, but now you can see they finished their loot path pretty much. They have the materials, have the shield, have the ammunition they need. So now making up that little base, right, which is used for 2 things. I mean, 1 is Storm Surge, get the damage done from afar, but 2 is if they end up pulling zone, I mean, they already have a base made, and they can always refresh the materials now because they have the extra time. But switching over to On1 and Evol, seems to be looking around, looking for some damage.
Yeah, talking about pulling zone though. First one is going to appear. It is going to be a little bit southern-western pull from right below Command Cavern all the way down to Synapse Station. You can include Risky Reels, but this is just Zone 1. There's still so much left in the game as it will continue to pull these teams in all sorts of directions. So you have to be able to plan for the future, and that's why I agree with you so much when you're talking about being proactive. Yes, it's not all about eliminations and surge. The information is just as important in your game plan as everything else.
Fast and Snacky. I mean, seen them so much around this collider. They can really just spend a lot of time here, from looting to third parties to eliminating those duos that rotate in their path. But now it's always time to say goodbye as Faz begins to rotate. Snacky shortly behind him. Gonna start getting closer and closer to the center of that zone, but you want to be careful here. Don't want to use too many resources as you rotate, so might just want to box up a bit sooner. But Batman Booga and Wheels, I mean, they've got their game plan. Now already in Camp Cuddle. Looks like they want to play more of the dead side of this zone. And also, I mean, you want to always be farming, Jacob. While you're rotating, get those rocks, get that wood, get everything you need to prepare yourself for the mid game.
Yeah, and I like the switch up that we are seeing from Batman Booga and Wheels. Their biggest problem yesterday wasn't even surge. It was rotating a little too late from Command Cavern. That this time around, they're going early as possible, but Victor V and Vaxity gonna end up in a little exchange. North Benji Fishy trying to add that additional angle as Victor V trying to launch pad out, but that leaves him open to shots, but only gonna land one. Not too many, as he's gonna be able to escape, get around that mountain thanks to that short pad.
North Benji Fishy now with one elimination. Vaxity looking to get one soon, but seeing the replay of how this elimination happened. Great start to the engagement there as Vaxity secured that finish on the knock that North Benji Fishy had already gotten. But the problem here is that his duo partner was able to escape, and they decided it's a little too risky to go after him. As we see Pars and Rays here, who have also just secured an elimination, and they're in the same situation where the duo is trying to escape, but they have more of an opportunity here to take him out as they take shots on the sky as he's gliding away, flying through the winds. But he's made it. Pars and Rays now are happy with that one elimination.
Yep, happy indeed. And let's see how they got that elimination. Just that bush, not letting your location be known. The 3-2-1 timing on the FJAA. Great play by Pars and Rays because they know exactly the position they're in to really start the day. And coming in second place last season was an experience enough. They know day number 2 is not going to get easier. You got to create these moments just like this as they continue to land the shots from the distance. But now that they have the surge, they know sticking in the storm is not going to be the play. They have to get themselves a sweet spot. So they're just gathering the information, figuring out what duos are around left, right, and center so they know how to get as quickly as possible close to that center circle.
Taking a look at Arkham and Epic, they've had some difficulties playing as solos in the previous matches, which has kind of slowed down their path here to that number 1 spot, currently sitting in second with 312 points. But seeing that the zone has pulled southwest closer to Landjock Punisher and Rex and Reed's drop, they do have to make a quicker rotate, as Bacon and Zuki's one of the duos that hasn't taking this quicker rotate. They actually are staying behind here to see if they can find tags and damage, as they do have a cannon that they can use close by to get that rotate done quickly. But they want to find those duos that are kind of rotating in late with not too much loot, maybe even not too much shield, give them that opportunity to do damage, maybe even get another elimination.
Yeah, and it's because of that cannon that you mentioned that is going to allow them to kind of late rotate in. Otherwise, you better believe, I think everybody would be screaming, why aren't they rotating? You got to get there faster because how consistent they've been up until this point. They know every facet of their game plan, but a team that knows they've fallen, they have slipped and kind of have that speed bump in the road of their path, have to start getting aggressive, picking up these eliminations. That's Reed, that's Rex sitting in 4th place, going up against Tavern and Nico here. A team that likes to play a little passive. They go for the Storm Surge shots, but when a push comes to shove, they're not ready to, or they're always ready to fight it out.
Rex and Reet having their drop spot be Greasy Grove and being so close to the zone now. I mean, you can tell that they've been able to conserve a lot of loot, a lot of materials, a lot of resources. So taking an engagement like this without a clear advantage could be too risky. And they might be thinking just that. Have they disengaged? Now with the damage, putting themselves 151 above the threshold, they can just continue playing it safe.
Yeah, even though they don't got the eliminations, you talked about it, landing in Greasy Grove, Zone continuing to pull that direction. They built the high ground, they got the surge, but React losing his duo early on. And I say early because there's still 41 teams left alive. Only 8 players need to go down, and Jesus and Chicken are going to be 2 of those players, but Storm Surge still active. So anybody that is continuously below it has to find the shot. So luckily for React, he's 333 above. So the only worry for him right now is this storm that is actually ticking, but keeping his location unknown. Lime, Chip, go and bypass him. So this is going to be a great opportunity for him to kind of grab that reboot as well.
Looking at Batman Booga too. Now 15 above the Storm Surge threshold. I haven't seen them as much in the command cavern up top in these matches. I feel like they've been rotating a bit quicker now, getting to the zone, getting to that dead side of zone quickly. Problem with dead side of zone is there's not as many duos that you can take shots at, which is why they might be so close to that Storm Surge threshold. But I mean, they're above 17 above, but they're above. Give them more time to look for damage, look for tags. That's Wheels now, seeing if he can connect that angle, connect that shot, and he does. Double 27. It's gonna bring them up a bit more, slowly but surely, getting into that safe spot.
Yep, I like the way you pointed that out. A lot of their surge came because how late they stayed over towards Command Cavern. They knew they had the cannon to make the rotation out, but like I said moments ago, it's the same reason why they found themselves trailing behind as Jade and Victor V taking a ton of damage. No shields to their name unless he tries to find a moment to stabilize. The storm ticking in. He's going to get dropped back to the lobby. That's Foxity. That's Lime who dove. They both pick up a pair of eliminations on that duo. 3 more points to their total. But if you look at 926 above the damage threshold, they're playing this game absolutely right. But it goes back to that drop spot and so much high ground that they possessed before.
You know, the Faxity and North Benchy Fisher are going to be feeling happy here, feeling confident with 1,019 damage above the threshold. 237 points in the 5th place spot too. I mean, doing a good job on the leaderboard and doing a good job in this 10th match. As we look at another duo that's doing the same, 777 above the threshold. 1st place spot right now. Has a great loadout, has mobility, really has everything they need to make it happen, and Favs almost even annihilating a player from afar.
Wow, just knowing. You said almost. He did take down Creep. First-time finalists. After day number 1, out of all our first-time finalists, they were the ones that were highest placed on that leaderboard. But for them, getting to finals is not going to be enough. It's about getting as high of a placement as possible, as much money in your pocket as possible. But for a team that wants more than just money, they want to continue to wield the axe of champions. That's Favs and Snacky, who does not seem to be slowing down just yet.
Keeping their momentum running. 10 seconds left till the 3rd zone starts to close. Does pull a bit more south, so a lot of these duos will have to rotate. But I want to hear what Clay has to say because he does have some info for us.
You know, you talk about rotating. I want to point out Arkham and Epic Whale have rotated all the way to the south side of zone. And on top of that, while doing that, they're still above Surge. So we're looking for a great game for them.
Great play call by Clay. Like I said, Panda and Clay, Kelly, we have the best desk. I don't care what any region has to say. And if anybody disagrees with me, you just have your opinion, and I'm okay with that because we have some fantastic casters and analysts on all regions, all around. As you see, Arkham Epic continuing to put the shots all around. Nigel is going to do it by himself. 7th place, but luckily for him, he's still 149 above the damage threshold. So that's why he's got to pick and choose his battles when he opens up and reveals himself.
Pick and choose that correct opportunity as Nigel continue to look for angles here. 197 points, has lost his partner, Angel. Love their names. I mean, it works so well. Hope to see this duo come out on top. I mean, seeing that they're in the 7th place spot here, they really can make it happen if they keep up that consistency. As we have players all around the surrounding areas. Bacon Zuki's taking shots onto Evil and his duo partner here. Russo actually taking down On1 That means Evil is left alone now as a solo, and he's getting pressure applied to him from so many different angles, forced to use the reinforced walls.
I like this. Only third zone. It's not ticking for too much, but that is going to increase here in just a few seconds as the next zone will reveal itself. I do think they have the timing, and if they find that loot pile at the bottom, they'll have more than enough to kind of pick up where they left off here just moments ago. But there's so many teams stacked on the outside, a couple more that are trying to find their way in, trying to save the launch pad as long as possible. But it's going to become at a cost, the cost of resources, the cost of those heals to get themselves back up, and they might even still have to use it because on one goes down yet again. The pressure from the lobby is insurmountable as these players are trying to survive, but the shots won't stop. They will continue to fire off as Evo might be thinking about, can I do this as a solo, as his player is going to be looking to still remain a target here from the rest of the players in the lobby. The timing is not going to be there for the revive to come off as the damage. Look at this pressure, Takata.
Look at this pressure. It's non-stop, Jacob. I mean, if they have the ammunition for it, they're going to keep it rolling, keep it coming. As Evil now going to try and take his partner up here, but does not have the time as the opponents get straight into that box, leaving Evil in a sticky situation, ultimately getting eliminated. Russo, Kido secure those 2 eliminations, but Dragon and Leech, they hear it. They hear that action, want a piece of the pie as they come close, come down onto their opponents, and now looking to see if they can maybe even recycle a launch pad here as the zone has pulled a bit of a ways away, but Favs has even been knocked down here, leaving Snacky as a solo.
That was Kinzo who got the knock. Nitrix who picks up the elimination. That's going to be a big boost of confidence for Arkham and Epic if they saw that one go down. But Snacky has more elims versus players in the top 10 than any other player. If you want to be the best, you have to beat the best. And Snacky and Favs are not going to stray away from that. They're not going to stray away from any fight, no matter who it is. And that's why you see, even as a solo, he's continuing to put out the pressure with the combat SMG. But talk about solos. Rex is going to fall. Reed's by himself, bobbing, weaving in and out of these covers, but the pressure is there. He gets the knock onto Foxity, but he cannot stop. He cannot drop. He has to have so much left in the tank because the pressure is coming from all angles. The siphon's going to come in. The pressure is not going to stop, though, as the shots are still reigning supreme. That's North Benji Fishy that is trying to go ahead and get that redemption from his fallen comrade.
But ultimately, North Benji Fishy gets taken out, gets eliminated, and now Reed might just have a chance to pick up Rex. I mean, we had Snacky and Favs. One of them went down, leaving the other as a solo, and it almost just happened to Reed here, but he did get to pick up Rex using those reinforced walls. I mean, they can be so beneficial in certain situations like that. We need to pick up a duo partner. We need to stop the focus from being on you, as Rex and Reed now are going to recuperate all that shield they lost. But the issue is, they don't have too much time to think of the rotate now since they were in that engagement, that scary situation now. They just have 23 seconds till zone starts closing, and they got to act fast. Do they use the launch pad they have? Do they look for a recycle? Do they even try and swim it out? Might be a bit risky, but you never really know.
Yeah, with so much loot to be garnered there. You can see them switching up the loadouts, making sure that they have the perfect loadout for their play style. You know, Reek kind of emerging as the IGL of the duo against him and Rex, as you see Calibuca, Solution, a little bit of high ground, Chicken and Mecton. I was just saying, we haven't seen much of them, but they can explode at a moment's notice. But everybody needing to rotate across these waters, and that's going to be a treacherous journey, as you see Arkham already getting his health dwindled down. But Batman, Booga, and Wheels, they possess the high ground in this position, so it's theirs for the taking.
Batman, Booga, Wheels, they are second height, are close to securing that full high ground as Punisher. Gonna take down one. Bacon playing it out as a solo. Zukis has been eliminated. 44 players up, 24 duos. This first moving will have Storm Surge activated if more players do not start to get eliminated here, as Snacky is still clutching it out. Favs went down just before this 5th zone, but now the opponents have found him. Snacky trying to escape, trying to get out of here, trying to make what he can of what he has, 100 wood to work with, but whoa, quickly finds him. Snacky hitting the shot he needs to hit, but is it going to be enough to get him out of this situation? 74 going to go down to Storm there. Did a great job holding up, though.
That was Trey and Dom who make the surviving play thanks to Storm. Snacky does go down, and Epic Whale and Arkham have a chance to close the about 30-point lead. It's going to be a little bit less, but that's why I did say about. But that moment here as the zone gets a far pull. Not only is that across water, that's up elevation. These players are going to have their work cut out for them as they try to find their way. The ones that I feel safe about are the ones in the front side of zone. But while all that action is going down, there's a player that is also down in the front side of zone.
I mean, this is going to be a difficult rotate, but it's also going to be the opportunity for Arkham and Epic Whale to get back up into that first place spot as Snacky and Faz have been eliminated. Bacon, though, in the third place, coming close. Going to recycle a launch pad here, playing it as a solo. He's been doing so since the fourth zone. Surprisingly, still up here with a good amount of materials, good amount of loot. Really can make it happen as Mekton takes down Nitrex. Russo in the front here, and Bacon now is going to continue out the tarp, even getting closer to the high ground.
Yep, he knows he wants to stay away from that madness that is the low ground, the different elevations, the water, so many different terrains that he's going to have to go through as Batman Booga gets chopped down. That's Kalabuka and Solution who now take it away. Wheels trying to stay towards the front side, but he probably hears the call. We cannot contest. He's going to drop, try to reunite, but it's Pars that is in the mix, hiding his way in, trying to make that sneaky play. Salco staying on the front side, but on the side of the mountain overall, reunited with Kimchi. Reet and Rex doing a good job. Punisher and Landjock trying to use that launch pad to stay towards the front side of zone, but this is where it gets even more interesting. Max pull, even more terrain to go through.
Bacon continuing his clutch here as he secured an elimination alongside all of these placement points now. With only 22 builds, he might need to find a refresh here, recuperate some of those resources. Arkham and Epic Whale are still up. Kalibook and Solutions are on the high ground. We got Reet and Rex. We've got Batman, Booga, Wheels, all of these Titan duos still going strong as Kenzo and School with 4 eliminations are looking to get ahead of that zone.
This pulls east again after the zone. That could be a chance for them to connect and continue to maintain that high ground as Bacon looking for a refresh. 4 builds to his name. That's not the sweet spot, but he finds the Elim. He finds the prize towards the bottom, and that's Arkham, who does get dropped. So it's all up to Epic Whale to try to make way here as Fabs and Snacky did go down early on, and that is their hope, the chance for them to pick up the points. But you see the elimination feed lighting up. Bacon goes down. Batman Booga Wheels goes down. Reet and Rex find a way front side of zone, though.
Epic Whale goes down as well. Now Reet Rex looking to get some eliminations as he takes down Mekton. Put that up to 5 total elims for this duo as they want more. Slowly getting ahead of zone here, getting in the front as they do have a solo close by. Will they look for that elimination? It's Decoy almost getting fully boxed up there, but ultimately does get out as Reet continues his rotate ahead of zone.
Yeah, I talked about the chance for Arkham and Epic to boost up the leaderboard. Well, they're down. Now the chance goes on over to Reet and Rex, sitting in 4th place, but high ground Solution. Kalabuka, they're trying to hold on to it. Reet fires towards the backside of zone, finds one onto Lime, threatening to go in. He knows there's so much loot, so many resources that he can use to propel himself to victory as he finds School out of position. Armored Wall going down, but Reet knows they cannot let this elimination escape, and the quick play, dropping School down. He's gonna collect it, and there's 3 duos remain.
Solution, Kalibuka still with that high ground. Punisher deciding to play the heal off, play the med mist, as now Reet, Rex, they're getting into that engagement against Kalibuka and Solution. Is Punisher gonna make it in time to go for that third party, go for that nice little elimination as Rex is still up. Reet is still up now, looking for the Elim onto Kalibuka. Will they be able to make it happen? Will this match be theirs?
Yeah, it's got to be theirs in the bag, unless Kalibuka has every heal in the world, but he's still trying to find his way while med-misting in the zone with all the builds they have left. Reet, Rex trying to block off every option that they have. The damage is in, and Reet and Rex take the game and boost themselves up the leaderboard.
Securing that juicy victory royale. You know, Reet and Rex are feeling happy now. Love Punisher's play too there. Taking the Mad Mist, playing in the zone, and letting the 2 duos battle it out.
Yep, and you can see with Arkham and Epic going down, Fabs and Snacky going down even earlier. Bacon and Zooks even went down, and that was Reet and Rex's opportunity not only to take the game, but take the points and really make this leaderboard closer than ever.
I mean, I can't wait to see how it's been. Reet and Rex, Arkham and Epic Whale, Snacky and Favs. These are all duos that have been securing victory royales, bumping themselves up the leaderboard. But there's only 3 people that can let us know how it's looking. Kelly, Panda, and Clay, take it away.
Thank you so much, Jacob and Takada. And what a story of a comeback. We could see the frustration that Reet was facing, not getting a launch pad, even trying to go purchase one, which ended in his demise last game. But now the story was different. We saw in Zone 4, Rex going down a little early, Reet able to pick him up, and then it was a success, Panda.
It was a success, and it's really important to refresh that mentality when a game doesn't go your way. And that's what we saw there from Reed and Rex, which it was actually a pretty positive change, obviously. They walk away with the VR, they walk away with several eliminations, but another good point is Arkham Epic Whale, Snacky Favs, Bacon and Zooksy all went down early. So this is a huge game for them, and we're definitely going to see them at least climb into the 3rd place spot, but this could be a good setup continuing going into the rest of these games.
Man, they just played out of their mind here. Like, let's just be real. This was the Reet and Rex that we saw in day number 1, right? This is the Reet and Rex that we saw in the qualifiers. This is the Reet and Rex we want to keep seeing going forward because there's only a couple more games left for them to pop off. Reet was looking for elims, and who was right there behind him? It was Rex every single time. And there's a really good example of this when they go for the edit down onto this player up above with the cone. Reet does it, and Rex is right there to follow up on the elimination after.
And honestly, anytime I see Reet and Rex on the low ground, I know that it is just going to spell disaster for the rest of the teams, Panda.
It absolutely is. It's one of those kind of interesting positions for them, right? You look for high ground teams, right? Reed and Rex, obviously, they're diverse. They could play any layer, but when they're on the low ground, that's when you see them picking up several eliminations. So they know they're set up to win a game, but they're also set up for all of those elim points as well.
That is when they pop off indeed, and I cannot wait to see where they are in our leaderboard because we saw that 1st and 2nd was so far ahead of the rest of the competition, but look at them switching once again with Bacon and Zookies. Now 297 points in 3rd place, but still Favs and Snacky having a great job with 54 eliminations and 2 VRs. That's why they're in 1st place. Of course, Arkham and Epic Whale are close behind. It's only, what, a 24-point difference?
Yeah, it's 24 points, but also because the first 2 went down, it's now about a 60-point game. That's well achievable within the current point system. You just need 10, 11 elims in the Victory Royale. So while it was 1 and 2 early on, like last game, now 3 and 4 have made their way on up into contention for this 1st place spot.
Yeah, that's totally right. And you can see how close the rest of the competition is from 6 and below. And I actually want to take a look at one of the teams that is out of our top 10, and that's Caleb and Solution, the team that grabbed 2nd place there, doing a great job from high ground, Clay.
They really did, and they played such a great game. Fortunately, what happened to them is they ran out of materials pretty early. You see 10 builds here for Caleb. As they do get some eliminations, they take down Lime here, I believe, and you see him up above doing well, but see, when you get sprayed out like that and you have nothing to build, it gets hectic trying to control high ground. And while they could have used the zipline up there, they didn't really have the option to. They had to try to go for these elims. So grab an elim, but it doesn't matter when you can't get any of the loot.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's when the harpoon comes in handy. My man Clay knows all about that, but realistically, that's why that's kind of one of those inventory favorites for a duo. You need to find one slot amongst the 10 that you have within your duo to fill that with that, so you can get those refreshes, or unfortunately, you're going to go down despite even having a great position.
So great positions, obviously, in our 1st and 2nd spot right now. Let's actually take a quick look at our 11th through 20th place. Batman, Booga, and Wheels jumping up to 12th place, Panda.
Yeah, look, they were 10th going into this game, so they dropped a few spots, but still in contention, in my opinion, for a top 5 finish. Now, what they really need to do is they need to focus on getting some more elims. They're a very passive team. You see 24 elims is not a lot here as far as the team goes up into this point. So they're going to need to get some more elims, and they need to be a little bit more focused in those final moments of the game.
So are they grabbing those eliminations in the early game, maybe potentially going to not to a different drop spot, but a different rotation to fight other teams? Or are they going to wait for the late game?
You know, that's the famous question, right? I think Batman, Booga, and Wheels are very good at getting mid-game eliminations. So I'm going to say I would like to see a few more mid-game eliminations for them. But obviously, the end game is where the eliminations come to you. So you need to be making sure that you're playing that as well. Clay mentioned it earlier. If you get ahead of zone and you start looking backwards, it's really easy to pick up some of these teams as they rotate.
And what we saw in that last game is that our top 2 teams still can go down early, and they clearly don't want to do that with 2 more games remaining. So Clay, Arkham Epic Whale, Fabs, and Snacky, what do they have to do in these next few games? Clearly, they don't need to go on the aggressive, but are we going to see them kind of change to a more passive playstyle?
So for Fabs and Snacky, no, they're not going to change to one. They need to enter tournament management mode, as we call it, because got 2 more games left. You can't go down like that early because then Arkham Epic Whale are going to. But Faz and Snacky find their surge on aggression. You can't go back to passive when the only way you've been getting surge throughout the entire day is by being aggressive, because then you have no surge play. For Arkham and Epic Whale, I want to see some passivity there, but I also want to see that late game high ground take come for them because we know they can do it.
Is it going to be passive? Is it going to be aggressive? Or is it going to be some kind of blend of both? Well, you guys know who has the answers. It's our casters, Jacob and Takata.
You heard them talk about it, Takata. I feel like I'm getting sad here. 2 games left. It came and went in the blink of an eye. Just like those opportunities, these opportunities are going right out the window. They better make some plays before it's too late.
I mean, I think the players are realizing it themselves, right? I mean, you got the first game down, second game down, halfway through the tournament, but now with just 2 matches left, and there's no day 3. There's the last day of finals. 12 matches to be played out now. Getting into the 11th match, I mean, you know that the nerves for these players, they're going up.
Yeah, it's looking like a 2-headed race in terms of Fabs and Snacky, Arkham and Epic. But as we've seen throughout the past 2, one bad moment, going down early could be disastrous because there's so many teams waiting in the wings for that opportunity to strike and take away not only the placement, but the thousands of dollars that are on the line.
I mean, that's why I wouldn't be surprised if some of these duos start changing up their drops, but we don't have to wait too long. The battle bus is ready, so let's see, Jacob, what these duos are doing, how they're adapting to their mistakes, and maybe even to the changes that their opponents have done in these matches.
Yep, adapting is going to be the name of the game as the final 2. Game number 11, game number 12, and honestly, I think I'm going to miss it. I want to add number 6 games maybe at the end. Can we go 18 overall? We don't need to add a 3rd day. Just 6 more games at the end is my wish here, because that's how intense, that's how exciting it has been. As Flameback, Ghosty, Daily Bugle against Dragon and Elige sitting in 10th place. And for them, the destiny, the thousands of dollars that we're talking about is on the line. It's Ghosty taking some shots from the high ground. He barely escapes in the building to live for now.
Just one more shot is what Elige needed there to get the knock, get the player advantage. But loving the drop here from Dragon and Elige. They kind of secure 2 of the highest elevated positions on the drop spot. Gives them a quick chance at getting a quick elimination. But back to the engagement we've seen almost every game. Jacob, it's Rexy, it's Dynamic. And for Dynamic and Rexy, it's not looking too hot as one of them has been taken out. All up to Rexy now, just 1 shot away from being eliminated. Will these bushes be able to cover him?
Yeah, you see them blindly trying to spray in those bushes. There's only so many places he can go as Rexy doing the best that he can, bob and weave and in and out of these bushes, even finding that med miss. But Vex hot on their tail. Redemption at its finest, the way this one was going. 39th place for them. It's about getting even more money in your pockets, more experience underneath their belt, because these guys, first-time finalists. And for them, this is a huge learning lesson for next season.
It's all about learning, Jacob. Learning and adapting. As we take a look here, back at the Collider with Snacky and Favs as we're laying Source close by. I mean, really grants a lot of opportunity for these players to kind of take shots when they're in the same POI like this, looting up, farming. If you just take some quick picks, make sure you're aware of your surroundings, just like Snacky's doing here. You might be able to find that sneaky little angle onto one of your opponents.
Yep. Talk about opponents. 3 teams total, including Favs and Snacky landing there. A complete and polar opposite than what we're seeing here towards Greasy Grove, where it's been uncontested throughout the entirety of the finals. Not 1, but 2 different days. That's allowing them to kind of mix together that perfect recipe, picking and choosing what they want to do, where they want to go, because even though this is one of those positions to where if you pull zone, max pull, it's going to be hard for you to get surge, but the only vehicle, the Whiplash, they're going to be able to make that quick rotation, and already the first zone reveals itself. Just like last game, they're not going to have to travel far because they're in the center of the zone.
First zone, once again, pulling to the southwest side of the map. Close to where Rex and Reet are. Looking at the Elim feed, though, looks like there's been an engagement in the Collider. Those Favs, Wale, they've been getting into some action.
It was like a triple threat engagement here with Compalomp even taking a piece here with Seer as Favs and Snacky. They know a knock is on one of these players. They're just trying to break through, and they can almost see where it is because of the armored wall. Wale's position is going to be given up. He has to go ahead and abandon his teammate, and back to the lobby he goes. But the team in first place, once again, they want to cement them legacy. They want to go back to back to back in terms of FNCS champions.
From the last trio FNCS championship to the last duo FNCS, will they be able to secure the third one? Favs and Snacky, they're looking like they're feeling good. They're en route to taking home that crown, but taking home that axe of champions, as now in the 11th game, just 2 more, including this one, to close the day out. Bacon and Zuki's 4th place spot, been playing so well, and slowly but surely have been going up in the leaderboard, now in 4th place. As we go back to this engagement we saw earlier at the beginning of the match, Dragon and the Leech had the drop, but they have not played aggressive so far, as both duos now have looted up.
And as you saw moments ago on Arkham Epic screen, you know exactly where the zone is going to be, just outside Tilted Towers. So a long journey for some of these teams is Foxity, North, Benji, Fishy, already making their rotation from that height position that we saw throughout the last game, trying to catch these players off guard. That's something that we've seen with a little bit more success this time around, at least visually on screen. Players, they're not expecting the bushes to attack, and that's been a theme with multiple players going down. North, Benji, Fishy finding some shots to add to his total for Surge, which has actually been a great part of their game plan overall.
I mean, bushes are dangerous, Jacob. I'm telling you, in the tournaments, you see a bush, you gotta be careful, okay? You never know what's inside of that bush. It even could be a Reet, could be a Snacky, could be a Favs, could be even just a squirrel, but taking a look here at Reet as he's going for an aggressive play. It's in his drop spot at the Greasy Grove. They've taken down Amp, and now looking to see if they can take down July as well.
Yep, already knows he's there, going for the Siphon. Due to him wanting even more resources, he wants to get in that tip-top shape, 200 effective shields and HP, but he left Rex towards the high ground. This is the only opportunity with separation, as July is trying to take advantage of it. You see him continuously trying to build up, but Rex knows he does not have to do it as a solo. Immediately backtracks, builds that wall wide, reunites with Reet because they know 2 is better than 1, but the piece control is going to go in, and just like that, in the blink of an eye, they 2 add to their total in terms of elimination and Storm Surge damage this game.
Rex crossing out July from his calendar this year as he takes them out, getting that elimination. Looking back over at Aiden, though, in the 29th spot here, 100 points to work with, seeing if he can make it happen for his duo, as he just needs to win this 1 versus 1. Can't allow his opponent to pick up his teammate, get the revive, as Aiden quickly secures the loot, possibly even his reboot card for his duo partner. And now he doesn't have to take the engagement if he wants to disengage, but if he wants to take the battle, he's got to go quickly, and he knows that.
Yeah, probably knows that it's coming through. That's going to be Fortnite player taking a little bit more damage, but it's Aiden T who goes down. And now Scissors can go ahead and reunite, try to get the reboot, but just like that, the blink of an eye, the third party comes in. That's B-Dog. That's cheaters that are trying to take advantage, because this is sweet elimination points, builds, resources, Siphon, exactly everything that they need to make it to the end game. And sitting in 30th place, depending on where the points are at, that's thousands of more dollars deep into their pockets.
3, 2, 1. Sizer gets the revive onto his duo partner, but it's a dangerous position. Cheaters, B-Dog, they have a good amount of effective HP, and also they're hungry for some eliminations, as now Fortnite player has to quickly pop all the shield he can, but it might just not even be an issue, as Cheaters gets annihilated, knocked down. Now B-Dog playing as a solo from the 2 versus 2 to the 2 versus 1 to Sai. Razor there just taking both of them out. 4 quick eliminations.
Man, just when you think you see a fight that just ends, let me quickly rotate in, try to third party. Easy eliminations, right? Nope. Absolutely wrong. They bit off more than they could chew. They go down very, very early on, and for them, it comes down to one final game. That last final moment, game number 12, to where that's the only chance they have to move up the leaderboards even more. But Physics going down. That's Raze who's picking up that elimination. He, too, is trying to make the game of his life happen. But first place, second place, going to be in the bottom half of your screens. On1 and Evo doing good, but sitting in 6th place, still more to go.
Still more to go. Still more to happen here. As Arkham at the bottom left, but Snacky and Faz as well on the bottom right, actually taking shots. And the Tilted Towers has to be careful here, as getting eliminated so early in the match is incredibly dangerous, especially for a top-tier team in the first place spot. Right now, you do not want to lose that position. I mean, these are the 3 Titans right now we've been seeing throughout the day. Rex Reet, Epic Rail Arkham, Snacky Favs, all of them doing their path, looting up as Arkham and Epic Whale get a nice initial engagement onto North Benji Fishy there. Faxity now realizing his teammate's in danger, needs to help him quickly, but it might just be too late as he already has Arkham and Epic Whale hunting.
You can see in the minimap so many players turning their attention. They realize this is a chance for either to steal away the eliminations or get more surge to our total. And that's where Arkham and Epic taking too much damage. They're going to slow down here, reassess the situation because they're also outside of zone. And that was Jesus and Chicken that were going ahead and putting that third-party damage down, making sure nothing comes easy. It's going to be a fight that you really have to put your all to. And you can see that's making everybody pause here and rethink that decision about what we want to do. Are these eliminations worth it? And for now, it doesn't look like it is going to be.
I mean, zones are so important, and when you're in an engagement, that at the same time, a new zone appears, really might just change your decision of continuing it. Play it slow, play it safe, play for the rotate. Don't try and finish off that engagement if you don't have the clear advantage to end it quickly, as North Benji Fishy and Faxity are going to be doing exactly that as they start to rotate here. Farming up a bit on the way, but so many duos close by, they're gonna have to think this one through.
Yeah, you can see probably a lot of teams also flirting with the idea, do I get that launch pad towards Butterbarn? Is it worth it? Do I have enough gold? So many questions yet to be answered that we'll probably find out later in the game. But the one team in first place by a wide margin, almost 30 points. It's going to have to go down for anybody really to have a chance, but you see Snacky is in first place in total eliminations, day 1 and 2 combined with 29 overall. That goes to show he is a real driving force for his team's success, but they play their roles absolutely perfect because you see as they have the high ground later in the game, Favs knows, I just put the pressure, I out heal, and Snacky would do the rest.
I mean, and that's something I don't see from a lot of duos, right? Where you get one player like Fab staying on the high ground, but Snacky, I mean, almost always goes for the extra aggression while on the high ground in these late games, and that could be a key to their success. I mean, when they get these big games, they have so many eliminations alongside it. And it being 3 points per elimination, it really just bumps them up that much more in the leaderboard that, I mean, Snacky, with that confidence mechanically has from the aggression, even having the advantageous position on the high ground, it's really just a nice way to play it out. As we have Angel here looking for tags, Reet farming up. Storm Surge does appear, so we'll see which players are below, which players will have to do some damage, and which ones are feeling pretty good, which is kind of where Landjock and Punisher are right now, being 243 above.
Yep, I do believe, I could be wrong, 7th place currently sits at about $10,000 deep into your pocket. That is a ton of cash. But for these World Cup competitors, they know it's not about the money. It's about the bragging rights. It's about kind of proving that you can do it. Because if you're a duo that's been around as long as this, some may think maybe they don't got it. Maybe they might have fallen off. But I think one thing for sure, this FNCS season has taught us that Punisher and Landjock will never go down without a fight. As long as they're given the chance, they will remain in the hunt.
From getting a good place in last duo FNCS to now being back in the finals, 7th place spot in game 11, having the shot to do it all again. It's just a matter of time as we switch over to Bacon and Zuki's back in the Tilted Towers, where even Snacky and Favs are getting close to an engagement here on the rotate. 157 above, don't have to do damage, but have to get that rotate in, and the issue is, you can see at the bottom right on the minimap, there's so many duos kind of on the edge of that zone, even some of them on the hilltop. So they're going to have to kind of keep an eye out for the right way to get into the zone.
Keep an eye out. You see Bacon almost getting taken an eye out by the shots coming in on the distance. But instead of staggering himself, pausing to heal, he's waiting until he goes actually inside the building of Tilted, where there's a lot more cover, a lot more safety all around. He's letting his teammate Zuki's really lead the charge and find that position that they want. And you see them try to get out of Tilted. They know how dangerous it is going to be once this elevation comes, and Storm continues to push him out. But towards the bottom, Epic Will Arkham sitting in the bush. That's something we've seen throughout numerous games, looking for that Storm Surge tags. 200 248 above, and that's going to put them in a great spot. But right now, that is going to be a far rotation north. They're going to have to go above Greasy Grove in order to find themselves in zone.
Epic Whale and Arkham, I mean, could this be the key to their success? We've seen it, just like you said, in so many matches. The bush strat, the play of staying hidden and waiting for the perfect moment to strike onto your opponent, as they're kind of keeping an eye out for Chicken and Jesus there, who are in an all-wood box, kind of healing up, shielding up, and continuing to rotate.
I like the patience, though, not giving away their position too early. In fact, they're not going to give it up at all. They know if they continue to hide their location, they can go ahead and rotate towards the slower side of zone, give them the best chance, because like I said, the zone's going to pull above Greasy Grove. Still a few teams having to rotate in, but Kinzo and School trying to find the shots. Even though they're already 191 above, you see them instantly go to 257. Staying proactive is going to be the key. As you see Trey, he's going to get dropped for now. It's all up to his teammate to try to make the play, but in the distance, Kinzo finds the shot accurate as can be, as Caesar's going to go down. It's going to be up to Nitrix, and with that distance, I believe in Nitrix to be able to get that revive off.
Kenzo continuing to take those shots, seeing if he can finish that elimination. You can see the strikes from the sky coming down onto their opponents, striking them bit by bit. The sparks coming out as Kenzo and School keep applying that pressure, keep raining down on their opponents. But with 73 players alive, 37 duos, this match is just as strong as the first one regarding Storm Surge, Jacob.
Yeah, it goes to show that it's not all about, like I said, that W, depending on where you're at in the leaderboard. It's about the money at the end of the day for some, the bragging rights for others, and for that first place, it's about the acts of champions that you could claim, as Russo and Keto still having a phenomenal second half to the tournament. And it started yesterday in the second half of the day, moving up from 33rd place into the top 10 and continuing that journey into the top 6, 336 above the damage threshold. It's not all about those eliminations. As you see, they're squeaking their way through, finding the shots in the distance, and that has been their plan from game number 1 all the way here to game number 11.
Bacon and Zuki's in an interesting position here, kind of mountain goating, as I like to call it. Not at the top of the mountain, not at the bottom, at the middle there, where you have a lot of options on what you want to do. You're not that priority duo with the best position, but you still can recycle a pad if you need to, and look down below for tags as they actually take down a Crow, gifting them an epic shotgun. But the good thing is that Bacon already has a legendary one ready to make it or put it to good use, as we're going to see the 4th zone here appear in just a second now.
Yeah, you see a stacked zone on the east side, even with a player down that looked like might have gotten cleaned up just moments ago, or maybe even revive, but that's going to be Foxity who drops. He's actually going to get cleaned up by Dom, who might be here as a solo, as you saw Trey get dropped very, very early on. Backety, Prism, Kinzo, School, Faz, Snacky, Pars, Rays. So many strong duos remaining hip to hip, because they know as soon as you create too much distance between you and your teammate, that's all it takes. That's that one opportunity a team is waiting for to start to get aggressive, especially if they're lower on the leaderboard, and they need it. But Snack and Favs, they know they're not low on the leaderboard. They're just creating height, creating distance, and picking up these opportunities as they go on.
Taking a look at the replay, though, from North Benchivishki and Faxfity, having 2 eliminations, but having to rotate into the zone here, especially without shields. It can be difficult, as Faxfity went down, and then North Benchivishki did as well shortly after. But seeing a duo that's still up and going, it's Arkham Epic Whale. They don't have eliminations, but they have the damage, and what they have to do now is to rotate, as Landjuck and Punisher are close by, actually kind of making a path for them that they might be able to recycle.
See, they don't get the zone. Because of them peeking in and out of those cones, getting the information, they know this is the less traveled spot. If they go now, they won't become a target, or at least not hot of a target as they have been moments ago, or at least games ago, where they did go down early. But Reet and Rex, they got that launch pad. They got a good rotate, not far from where they initially landed, but what they don't have right now is the Storm Surge damage. You see them 48 below. They fall continuously, 83, 88, 97. The lobby is being proactive right now, and Reet and Rex got to follow suit, but there's no shots, no opportunities given. Jesus and Chicken on one side, not peeking. Landjock and Punisher, you saw them far above the damage threshold, not peeking, but it's Arkham and Epic trying to go box to box, piece to piece, taking away that control and threatening the game of Punisher and Landjock.
But Landjock might have to stay up here as Arkham and Epic aren't the only ones that need the Storm Surge damage. It's Reet and Rex, 97 below. They're going to start the aggression here onto Landjock and Punisher. Will they be able to get into the box? Will they be able to make something happen? It's really what they have to do here is there's not any other duos close by. Just Landjock, Punisher, just Arkham, Epic, Whale. And the issue is, there's two of them. They're going for an aggressive play against two duos almost. I mean, so many angles that they can get shots from, but also where they can take shots as Arkham continues to spray above, trying to find that angle needed to do the damage. To go above, 96 below. Just one shot, but you gotta be careful. Rex and Reet, they're right beside them and they're hungry.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one to out-heal, especially since they don't have a ton. That's why they're continuously trying to go in and put the pressure. But another team that's below the damage threshold, that's Reet and Rex just on the other side of that wall. And you got to imagine Punisher, Landjock, the experts, one of their oldest duos, taking a little bit of high ground to separate themselves from this mess. They know they don't need to be involved. Arkham continuously falling below threshold, and it's the Storm Surge damage that's finally going to do him in. He's going to get dropped, and there goes another early exit from the multi-time champions.
The two Titans battling it out, Rex and Reet against Arkham and Epic Whale. I mean, those are some huge eliminations. I feel like it's worth more than just 3 points to them. It could even be worth that position on the leaderboard as we look over at Bacon, who's also having issues with Storm Surge alongside his duo partner Zuki. Is 66 below, but the issue is, how much shields do they have? How many can they afford to lose in this zone as opponents getting into the action? But such a nice shot from Bacon, knocking down Thoric, eating up his meat so he can secure just a bit more time in the zone to continue to rotate and hopefully get his Siphon here, which will grant him just a bit more HP.
Perfect time for the heals, perfect time for the Siphon. 3 HP, no mini or no HP heals to his name. It's all minis all the way, so there's only so much HP and shields he's gonna be able to recover. As you see Snacky under siege, he's gonna get dropped. Favs the same, so there it goes. Arkham and Epic Whales, greatest hope right there with first place going down, but that gives the opportunity for Reet and Rex and that gap to diminish here. But I feel like they need to go back to back to make that a huge possibility.
What is going to happen now, Jacob? The first place team's down, the second place team is down, and now the third place team has a huge opportunity to make the comeback, but there's also so many duos that are close in the top 10, even in the top 15 here, that can make something happen. As we're looking at Bacon and Zuki's applying pressure onto Solution that might even be playing out as a solo, but I believe his duo is down below, which is why he dropped. We can group up with him and now continue to rotate for the first moving zone. It's 6th zone, and it started closing.
Yep, this is where a lot of those placement points are going to begin to start ticking in. Babs snacking, like I said, the first place team, second place team dropping just below, but Jaden, Victor V back to the lobby. Russo's going to follow them close after. And it's going to be a great chance for Bacon and Zuki to kind of close that gap. This is going to be a big opportunity as Chicken and Mekton making their way front side of zone. Reet and Rex staggering themselves back, making sure nobody sneaks up right behind them to try to steal the high ground, but an early launch pad team, they're going to go and take it away in the distance.
Rex now going to recycle that launch pad that Reet just placed. Great job with the 4 eliminations already, looking to see if they can get ahead of zone. As Zuki's and Bacon have the high ground, they're going to keep targeting out, get ahead of the zone here, but only 27 above Storm Surge now, boosting it up to 41. The good thing is they have the angles, they have the opportunities to get the damages. Down below, Angel and Nigel are looking for some action, but Rex and Reet, they're still up and going. The top 3 team now, without that first and second place duo to contest them in this match. They really have to make the most of this opportunity.
Looks like that elimination fee getting just as active as Storm Surge here in the present. But it's going to be activate in that moment that final player does go down, and it deactivates at 30. And this is where Bacon and Zooks have a chance to hold on to the high ground. Reet and Rex are trying to make the play, but damage is going to be traded off on both sides. Bacon and Rex is going to get dropped down low, but Reet knows he has to finish it off. But another shot is going to be landed. Reet has his work cut out for him, but he found the necessary down and knock onto Bacon. So high ground is now theirs. It's the moment to stabilize that Reet needs, but Rex is down low, and he's going through it right now. But the Siphon finally going to come through. The HP is going to be Siphon, but Batman, Booga, and Wheels just 1 layer below. School and Kinzo just 1 layer below, and all they need is that opportunity as Zuki's fires the shots, but it's not going to be enough.
Great securing that elimination, actually going to give him the Siphon to almost be at 200 effective HP. Rex as well now had the time to heal up, get to that required HP to keep going, keep rotating, keep tarping as they have the high ground, they have the positional advantage. And just down below, it's Solutions. It's his duo partner playing close to that high ground, but looks like nobody even wants to contest it at this point. They want to conserve those materials. Bars and Rays on the low ground. We have Dragon. The engagements are beginning. Solutions getting cracked. Kalibuka getting knocked. And now is the high ground team going to be able to close it out?
I'm not going to say I called it, but I said something about back-to-back, and already you see second place snatched away from Arkham and Epic as they maintain the high ground. They're connecting, looking backside of zone. FJAA under siege. He has a worry as he finds a way, barely escaping that elimination as Reet and Rex are commanding so much attention, so much pressure from the lobby as they're dropping down the shots from above.
Evol with one elimination on one with just the same. Currently in the 6th place spot, looking to see if they can make it into the top 5 as Angel going against Slick Nick, but Pars and Rays, they're close by. Seeing if Reet can secure these extra eliminations from above, just applying all the pressure possible. It's Dragon who's trying to play it as a solo creep. Close by, doing the same. Angel up. There's 6 duos and there's 9 players.
Angel living on a prayer right now, sitting in the top 8. These are necessary points. 6th place right now. Evo on one. Necessary points, but Pars and Rays, they go in. Shots are going to be fired off. That's going to force him to backtrack, but he does have the zone on his side. It's the build that he lacks, but with eliminations like that, siphons to be picked up, this is their chance to pick up those points.
Evo now looks to see if he can clutch up these last placements as he gets an opponent right in his face, but he quickly takes him out. It's Creep who gets eliminated. Now Evol going back into the zone. There's 2 solos in the zone. It's Evol, it's Dragon trying to survive as long as possible to secure those last little placement points, but the only duo that is up is Rex and Reet. Are they going to be able to get the back-to-back victory royale as Dragon goes for the engagement, gets the elimination onto Evol? Now it's just up to Reet and Rex to play it slow, play it out, secure that last elimination to Dragon, and get the victory royale, and that's exactly what they end up doing.
And they already move up placements before the game even ended. They go back-to-back in victory royales. They're cementing themselves as one of the top teams in the game right now. Is it enough to claim that first place spot? Because even though Faz and Snacky went down a little bit earlier than a lot of us hoped, they had such a lead that they might have the cushion to maintain it.
Rex and Reet really carrying their momentum forward from the last match, securing the double victory royale, boosting themselves up the leaderboard. Not sure where they ended. I didn't catch it. So now there's these 3 tied-in duos kind of head-to-head at the top. We have Arkham Epic Whale. We have Snacky Favs. We have Rex Reet. I'm not even sure how it's looking.
Yep, all these duos makes me wonder, what about the trio we have as analysts? I want to hear them break it down because there's only 1 game left.
And that is exactly what we're going to be doing. Thank you once again, Jacob and Takata. And my goodness, what a journey in just that game we saw from Reet and Rex, being below Storm Surge, grabbing the eliminations on Arkham and Epic Whale, taking height away, and then just grabbing the back-to-back VR, Clay.
Yeah, like I said, this is the Reet and Rex we wanted to see. Finally, they're putting on a show for everyone, showing that, yes, they were hyped for a reason. They won Qualifier 1 for a reason. And this is why, even though Rex is 35 HP, doesn't matter. Reet is right there to back him up. And Reet's still taking the shots. 52 HP. That was a make or break moment because that gave them high ground.
It really did. And we have to talk about the top 3 here for a moment. Rex Reet, Arkham Epic Whale, Snacky Favs, all 3 are just a few points apart from one another going into the final game, meaning that this is going to be such an impactful moment here going into game number 12. This is so close, and Rex and Reet being able to close that gap here in game 11 was the major factor into what we will hopefully see being the most iconic game 12 in NA West history.
And that's what you want to see, right? You want to see it get this close, but this is it. It's the last-ditch effort, Clay. I mean, there's only 1 more game for these top 3 teams, literally the most decorated teams, and not just the most decorated teams, but the 2 trios that then split up and formed these 3 teams. I mean, I don't think any other region has a story like this.
No, they don't, right? Nope. NA West has got some amazing storylines. You've been there to watch it there unfold with us, and I'm very excited. Like, I was coming out here feeling hype because they have 1 more game game. And let's take a look at the leaderboard. It's so close. This is within a victory royale for Arkham Epic Whale, even though they are about 30 points behind there, you know? Yeah, okay. It's still everyone's game.
Well, not everyone's game, but the top three and maybe Bacon and Zeus can break into second or third place right now. But Favs and Snacky just showcasing with those 58 eliminations how volatile they are. We saw them grab 16 eliminations during the during the qualifiers. 372 points right now, still ahead of the game. Rex and Reet moving up into second place, taking that away from Arkham and Epic Whale. And to see them take down Arkham and Epic Whale, I'm getting excited. I feel like I'm losing my breath right now, Panda.
Look, if Snacky Favs go down early in this game, it is the Rex and Reach show, and they can easily overtake the top spot. So it's so close here in these final moments. It's honestly anybody's game at this point, but when you have a team like Snacky and Favs and how talented they are, it's going to be very, very tough for them to try and lose it, right? Because they would absolutely have to try to not take first place with the skill level that we know this team has.
And they went down early, but early to them is still zone 5. That is still giving them the placement points. They're still getting eliminations, even when they have their worst performance of the weekend.
Yep.
Yeah, and I want to point out again, let's stress how close this is, right? Arkham and Epic Whale, 36 points away. That is a victory royale with 2 elims to take first, right? So if anybody in this top 3 goes down right now, it is gonna change the way we see this leaderboard at the very end because it is that close.
And I do want to talk about some of the other teams that are in the top 3. Evil and On One doing a great job jumping up 2 spots in that last game right there. And obviously they were able to grab the VR earlier on yesterday. But let's watch some of the highlights from that last game.
Yeah, they played really well. They're playing like a duo should, and it's great to see their improvement through the season into now because, right, even if you're not able to get in that first place spot, it's all about improvement because we know that Fortnite keeps going. You still got to keep playing. We know that they, as a duo, are working well together, so I hope next season they stay together and they can improve upon some of these things.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's one of those bubble teams that we got to talk about. There are so many players that are still in contention for big money here in the top 10 of the leaderboard, but it comes down to this, the final game, the final moment for these teams to clutch up and make something happen. I know behind the scenes, Jacob Tokata are excited to catch this final game just as we are excited to talk about these final moments. But Kelly, are you pumped? This is it.
Dude, I mean, my pick, Reet and Rex, I'm so glad that I stuck with them. Clearly coming out of the gate in qualifier 1, taking that first place spot, being so dominant over the rest of the competition. But of course, you have to look to Favs and Snacky, the reigning champs, not just from the most recent duos, but the most recent trios as well. But you can't ignore Arkham and Epic Whale. They're the 6X looking to become the 7X.
You can't ignore anybody in the top 3, Kelly. And going into the final game, that we couldn't ask for a better storyline.
It's the final game, everyone. One more chance, one more opportunity for our duos to claim their spot at the top and hold the axe of champions. Who will it be? Well, our 2 commentators are about to find out.
Kelly, Panda, and Clay really breaking it down perfectly. Jacob showcasing the importance of this 12th match, this last match, not of the day, but of the finals of FNCS for the NA West region. Jacob, there are 3 teams, and if any of them go down early, it is going to be incredibly dangerous for them.
Yeah, you heard Panda. Excited, ecstatic, full of energy to cast the final moments and crown a champion on NA West. And there's so many teams, so many incredibly talented players that have a shot here to take it. And that shot is going to come right now because you hear the battle bus is ready. Game number 12, the last chance for these duos.
The last chance to see what you're made of, what you can do, and what position you can end on here. We can see the bus is starting off close to the command cavern, which is good for duos like Batman, Muga Wheels, like Pars and Rays, and like the opponents, which are around this area as Wheels. Looking for some early tags with the burst assault rifle. Lands 1, but it's not enough for a knock. You can see how quickly they begin their loot path, begin rotating, and begin kind of just doing everything they have to do, checking off the checklist.
Early damage, if I got it. Check. reunite, continue, because right now Batman, Booga, and Wheels, their path is and contains a lot of slurp barrels that they do utilize, but Favs and Snacky currently under siege. They're immediately going to try to rotate out, but that's something that they've been doing this entire time, trying to put the shots on some teams in the distance, and immediately as they don't find exactly what they want, they keep it moving, keep it going, because they know time is of the essence.
Favs feeling good with that one elimination quickly. They keep farming up, keep matting up. Also even saw Dragon in the feed get an elimination. We saw that battle in the Daily Bugle last match. As now Favs is actually gonna maybe look for a flank here onto one of the opponents, but they're gone quickly, jumping into the cannon. But are they really gone? As Favs gets nice tags onto him, but it's not gonna be enough to get that elimination. It was close, but unable to finally secure it.
Mutant Rex close on their heels. Arkham and Epic not too far behind. All it takes is one bad moment. These top 3 teams can go down. It could be anybody's game here. As you see the game plan, feeling of deja vu. You've seen this before. They don't stray too far off away from their path. They have it down packed, and look at launchpad after launchpad for them to go ahead and use to try to make their way towards endgame. We saw a couple games ago today alone, it was Snacky that possessed 4 of those launchpads, which kind of made it to where they didn't have to traverse through that endgame, moving zone to moving zone. But Arkham and Epic, 3rd place. You heard Clay, about 32 or so points are going to be needed. I think it was about 36 actually. That is more than just the victory royale, and for them, they're in the pressure cooker.
They're in the pressure, but also, I mean, you can see with 90 players up, this last game tends to get a bit more aggressive, so we might see more of these early to mid-game engagements, but Rex and Reet are the first NA West duo since Chapter 2 Season 8 Finals to win consecutive games. I mean, that just shows how impressive their performance has been on day 2 here and how much of a possibility they have to take that #1 spot.
Yep. Talk about possibilities of taking the #1 spot. Bacon and Zeus. Even though when you watch them play, it's not that high-flying, entertaining, elim after elim style of play, but it's just as good. It goes to show that you can really hone in your play style and be exactly who you need or destined to be in a lot of these situations. You can still take a top spot. You can still threaten a lot of these superstar teams in the region. As Seer, Compalomp switching up their drop spots just a little bit, going away from the collider. They want to have a better chance to pick up the points and pick up more dollars, but it's Aiden and Moose that they're going up against. 33rd place. They're trying to get aggressive, take away the pieces. They have enough builds to replace them, but the angle comes in from the side. Both Compalomp and Seer take a ton of damage. You add in the fact that one of them is going to get knocked, opening up a 2v1 opportunity, but the distance, the third party also making a play and playing a role. It's for Compalomp's demise as he's back to the lobby. 43rd place it is.
Moose and Aiden doing a great job there of securing those eliminations in a timely manner before the third party gets close enough to be a big danger. I did see that there was a duo close by, so it really just is up to them on deciding if they want to take it or not. But if I'm not mistaken, Jacob, Arkham right now just in first zone with 35 seconds left even until it closes, has 2 launch pads. I mean, the mobility for this duo, Jacob, they're feeling good.
Who needs zone? Who needs zone when you have 4 launch pads at your drop spot? But that's the blessing of getting an uncontested drop spot. And you know how you get an uncontested drop spot? You be multi-time champions. You go ahead and intimidate and you take out every other player that even threatens and thinks about landing there, as they earned it through and through, season after season, as North Benji Fishy, 33 Fox City, staying close to their game plan, not switching it up like some of these other teams, trying to possess the height and put the damage onto 3 different teams that could possibly land towards Chonkers. And talk about damage. At least 3 different bursts going to shred that shield away.
And I mean, it works. You can see Fax, but he's just connecting his shots from the high ground. I mean, you know that positioning has been so beneficial throughout this whole tournament. As now Reet also with 2 launch pads here. I mean, the mobility, I don't know if it's something about it being the last match and they wanting us to see one of the most intense games of Fortnite we've ever seen. But with all these top teams getting secured for the late game, having the mobility, having the loot, but be careful, as Favs actually got cracked here. Had that initial elimination we saw at the beginning of the match, but I'm wondering what happened here for him to lose his shield.
This is This is actually amazing. Everybody is getting a launch pad off of this game. There's no excuses going to be left for these teams to use. I didn't get rotation. I didn't get this. I didn't get that. Well, guess what? Now you got everything that you need. Some more than others. As you see the total of 4 here towards Snack and Favs. It is going to be 1. But that's why you see them boxing up towards this launch pad. As soon as Kinzo in school does not go over towards this side, towards the cannon, which they've been going all game long, it immediately goes to somebody else. That goes to show how important securing a rotational item is.
Zuki's Bacon continuing to show the consistency here, not playing too aggressive in the early game, continuing the route, rotating, looting up, farming up, and getting ready for what's next. Still a lot of time to work with, as there's 2 minutes and 15 seconds until this first zone closes. As we look back at Arkham and Epic Whale, kind of splitting up the launch pads, making sure both players have a decent amount, as now they continue to rotate, but they find a player close by. It's actually going to be Moose. Where is your duo, Moose? Aiden looking to be a bit further away, so could have caught him off guard, but they know they have to focus on the rotate here. It's not about getting those eliminations in the early game. It's about setting yourself up for the late game. As just like Panda said, that is where you can get a majority of your eliminations.
Yep, sacrificing a lot of that taxi to go ahead and take the damage so they can reuse a lot of these builds, save the heals, and even landed a shot in there for that Storm Surge. But I know that's not going to be enough, especially with an uncontested drop. Just like over here, Reet and Rex, the Storm Surge is going to be the worry, but after winning back-to-back games, you got to imagine they have their plan set out. One of the only cars on the map here in the form of a Whiplash. You see the taxi, everything being utilized to its fullest. But that's been the game plan for Reet and Rex all weekend long. You farm up, you take it slow and steady, because rotation is not a worry whether you have the launch pads or not. Getting that Whiplash, playing towards the slow side of zone has been their game plan.
And Eval and On1's game plan has been showing that confidence, which is something that we've been seeing from them all throughout day 1 and day 2 here, as they continue to rotate through their acclaimed drop spot here, having a good amount of loot to live up to their names, as Chonkers Speedway seems to not have too much action in it this start of the match. We know how contested it's been throughout the tournament, having 3 duos drop there, but just as I speak, we're gonna check a replay here, seeing what Batman Booga and Wheels did.
Wow, Shark actually got revived back into the game, so Batman Booga able to pick up that elimination, getting the siphon, setting themselves up. Talk about needing an early rotation, and they lacked on Surge a couple of games ago. This time, they're just trying to nip everything in the behind, and that's where you see Chip and Lime. They get nipped back to the lobby. Their tournament comes to an end. X-Rays back to the lobby. If his duo is not in it, he too and his duo's tournament does come to an end. But Evo and On1, placing after placing, climbing up that leaderboard, they found that recipe for success, and this is how they did it. Just flying high through the sky. It's a bird, it's a plane. No, it's just On1.
I mean, that is a play that I definitely have not seen before, and it worked out incredibly well, securing that elimination, which now is going to grant them those 3 extra points that just could be the difference. As we take a look at a Legion Dragon in the 7th place spot, this is not a time you want to get eliminated when you're so close to that top 5. As the Leech is taking down 1, now made it a 1 versus 1. It's such an important engagement.
You see him hesitating on popping that big pot. Doesn't want to get caught off guard, because without having that weapon out, that's definitely going to be a chance. And talk about getting caught off guard. Vex and Apar back to the lobby, but honestly, we talked about it already. Learning lesson for them. First FNCS finals, and you know they're going to learn indeed. But Elige, with the siphon, with the resources that he's been able to pick up, he got the reboot card. He's going deep in his zone to try to get his teammate back safe and sound.
Really hope they have enough time to successfully get that reboot. As we saw, Dragon had 3 eliminations, Elige had 1. I mean, it was looking so strong, but look at this, Jacob. Favs and Snacky getting third-partied from afar by Rex and Reet, and having Arkham and Epic Whale beside them. Literally the 3 tied-in duos of this match that are battling it out head-to-head are all very, very close by.
I know we said in order to be the best, you got to beat the best, and that's how Favs and Snacky are picking up on the eliminations on players and duos that are in the top 10. But who would have thought our 12th and final game, our top 3 in a triangle, all trying to take each other out and make the game as hard as possible. You see Batman Booga once again in the elimination feed, something that he's changing up massively from yesterday, and it's being a part of his huge successful run along with Wheels.
Trying to see what this means, Jacob. 3 of the duos in the top 3 formed a triangle close by. What's the code? What's trying to be told here? As Rex and Reet seem to might have an issue here on Storm Surge. I have to look for some damage, look for some tags, as Arkham and Epic Whale are doing exactly the same. Edit open. 326 above, though, so they're really not too stressed out at all here. It's basically just a bonus. Whereas some of their opponents close by might be fighting for their life here, trying to get those extra bit of tags, extra bit of damage.
I'm interested to see where they're all at in terms of Storm Surge, because you know as well as I do, these 3 teams right here don't waste time trying to out-heal, especially if they know a team is close by. I know you've talked about maybe the possibility of Reet and Rex being below. They were one of the teams throughout the course of actually winning that last game. They were below Surge, and they found a way to make it work at the end of the day, even going up against Arkham and Epic at one point. But the high ground right now, Bacon and Zuki spotting multiple players, multiple teams towards that low ground, and he's just waiting for that perfect opportunity to drop from the top.
It's all about patience. We've seen Arkham and Epic Whale do it throughout the tournament, playing in bushes. We've seen North Benji Fishy and Faxfitty do the same as well. I mean, if you're a duo that has that patience, can wait for the perfect moment to strike, it can be such a powerful strategy to get even eliminations, not just damage. As Rex and Reet, just like we suspected, 5 above Storm Surge. They're above, but it's way too close for comfort. As just like that, they get knocked below.
Yeah, the teeter-totter that is Storm Surge right now affecting Reet and Rex. And if they go down early, the leaderboard implications could be wild. Because right now in second place, that leaves it open for Arkham and Epic to continue to have a good game. Because as of now, placement points have not really begun to tick in. So there is so much still on the board for these teams to grab. As you see them going back up of 5 above the threshold, continuously trying to be proactive to look for the shots, because they know, you said it yourself, 5 is absolutely nothing. 31, still nothing that you can hang your hat on, so they must look for more.
Favs and Snacky actually taking shots at Rex and Reet as Epic Whale decides to join in to the party. 3 of these duos just kind of taking shots back and forth. Rex now alongside Reet, 31 above. I mean, they're doing just enough damage to stay on top of that threshold, but it'd be nice if they can do a bit more here, because the second they drop below, I mean, that's where the danger kicks in. 46 seconds until the zone starts to close. Third zone. It's getting closer and closer to that end game, where we're going to find out what really is going to happen here, Jacob.
Ooh. Is that a knock in the distance? Nope, an elimination as Tavern does go down. That's going to be that perfect third-party opportunity, but Epic Whale and Arpic also trying to get a piece of that pie in terms of the third party. They know they're weak. They know they overpeaked, and that's Favs and Snacky joining suit. They want to end the run, but they don't know it's actually Reet and Rex. They don't know the pressure that they're putting on could have so many different turns and outcomes if they do fall.
They really do not know the importance of this situation, Jacob, but it's working out so well for Arkham and Epic Whale and Favs and Snacky that Rex and Reet now, I mean, they still have a good amount of resources and materials, but that definitely has used a lot. They got the damage, but at what cost? Now they don't have their vehicle to rotate. Storm Surge is getting activated. These duos close by are gonna have to do damage, and it might be difficult for these duos that have just rotated into the zone or are getting close, like Angel and Nigel. They put up against these players here as Favs and Snacky with 331 damage above. I mean, they don't have to overpeak here. Any opening they do is if they feel like they can secure maybe an elimination or just some free tags without any consequences.
And you see about 5 teams that still need to rotate in on the north side. So Reet and Rex, it's not too much of a worry, even though they're barely above the damage threshold, as They got Nico, they got Tavern in the distance, and you can see them still putting on the shots, going above and beyond that Storm Surge threshold, even finding more eliminations. That's B-Dog, who did go down. Like I said, they're multi-time champions as well. They just won back-to-back games. They know they do not have to force any of these situations.
I mean, you might think those eliminations that Rex just got might not be too big of a deal, but those are 6 points just from those 2 eliminations from afar. That literally could be the difference between first and second place, as now the focus changes to another duo here that just got into zone. But Arkham quickly looking back at that first duo he was taking shots at, which was Rex and Reet. And I mean, this kind of triangle that we have formed is gonna have to come to a close as fourth zone has appeared all the way down in Rocky Reels. All 3 of these duos, I mean, plus the duos in their area, are gonna have to rotate. And it's not going to be an easy one.
I got to imagine, though, at least 7 launch pads that we count early on. That's if they didn't use them between these 3 teams alone. They have more than enough rotation to make it through this tough spot, but it's about the timing of when they actually rotate off. Your launch pad too early, become the focus of the lobby, and all those heals. The great loadout that you possess goes bye-bye out the window, but your launch pad too late, you get stuck on the congested part of the zone. It's going to be just as hard to traverse through, so timing has to be perfect for these 3 teams.
Now, 35 seconds left until the zone starts to close. This is where the duos are kind of thinking, what's the final play going to be? What's the rotate going to be? Do we use a launch pad? Do we try and rotate either right, left, or even straight beeline to the zone? Do we wait for the duos in front of us to rotate and recycle their materials? There's a lot of options, but it's about picking the correct one, picking that right opportunity that gets you to zone without using too many materials and without losing too many shields. As Fabs continues to take shots here, look around, but it's only 5 seconds, Jacob, until this zone starts to close.
Yep, the longer they take, the harder it's going to be, because you can already see it barely at the bottom half of any one of these guys' mini-maps. It's the northern west portion of the map that is becoming over-congested. And you see the early launch pads coming out. Favs flying through the sky. Reek's following suit. Arkham, Epic. It looks like they're going to try to save as much of the rotation as possible and walk their way in. Possibly find the eliminations on the way after shot and shot going to be landed. Arkham doing a ton of damage to try to maintain that spot above the damage threshold.
Arkham now 300 plus above the Storm Surge threshold, but a duo that needs to get more. It's Favs, it's Snacky, 45 above. They're okay for now, but 8 players need to be eliminated for this Storm Surge threshold to not be activated. 30 seconds left until the zone closes. Favs and Snacky, they're hunting. They're looking for the damage. 27 above. They have wheels. Batman Booger close by. They have duos rotating late into the storm. It's Zuki's, it's Bacon, and Favs is finding that damage.
Luckily, a build from somebody else is going to save an additional team's life there from taking those shots, as Favs and Snacky are going to re-peek in different directions. They built more than enough here to find them way in towards zone and kind of peek during multiple angles, as Wheels is going to get chunked out, taking a ton of damage, forced to stay in the backside of zone, waiting for Batman Boogos to maybe lead the way, but it's Rays who take down Batman Booga. Him and Wheels back to the lobby they go. Their tournament life comes to an end, and Bacon gets dropped. Salco, Kimchi, so many players are being lost on this rotation.
Zuki's 670 buff surge, but that doesn't matter if you're not able to get into the zone. Playing as a solo, Bacon has been eliminated. Gonna pop the mini shields here. Only 9 HP to work with for Zuki's. Currently in the 4th place spot. So close, but yet so far as the zone does close for South here. And it's just gonna start coming to a close in 10 seconds. All these duos are gonna have to make a rotate quickly.
And you can see for the first time in FNCS history, the 3 most recent champs were 1st, 2nd, and 3rd going into the last game. You talk about history. You talk about being neck and neck in terms of the leaderboards. And you can see Epic Whale picking up an elimination as placement points in a couple of moments are going to start to ring in for a lot of these teams. So going down now is going to be disastrous and have so many different implications to the leaderboard.
Epic Whale Arkham deciding to land a bit lower on the zone here as Rex uses his launch pad, but only at 17 shield. Got into some complications there as Reet as well lands further up in the zone. Have minis though to recuperate that shield they lost. Have the floppers, have the loot, have everything they need. I mean, this is it, Jacob. 50 players up, 27 duos. Last match of the day, last match of the finals for NA West, and Reet and Rex are getting into some complications here as the pressure is being applied. It's Fabs and Snacky. It's the rest of the lobby. They're taking shots.
Yeah, even though it's not actually landing in terms of damage, it's forcing out a lot of the materials and resources. That's why you see them with the quick rotation towards the side. They're trying to minimize the usage, but they might force out a launch pad as well. But the high ground, they get overtaken. That's Nigel. That's Angel. Reed and Rex go down. It's theirs for the taking now in terms of Arkham and Epic.
Arkham and Epic Whale are still up. Favs and Snacky are still up. It's the first place team and the third place team. Will Reet and Rex be able to hold that second place, or are Arkham and Epic going to overtake them, or even another duo gonna come out on top? There's still so much to come. 3 seconds left until this first moving zone begins to close and the rotates commence.
You can see it's a 39-point lead for Favs and Snacky. So one way or another, Epic Whale and Arkham are going to have to start getting eliminations. They got to start hoping for the demise of Favs and Snacky to go down now, because the more placement points they pick up, it's the more eliminations that are going to be needed for Arkham and Epic if they want to call themselves champions. But the shots fire in. It's not going to be much, but you can see the high ground play, recycle of the launch pad. That's Yasir and Kevin that have the high ground. You see Favs and Snacky, they're going to take the front side of zone. So many teams following suit because they know taking high ground now is just too early.
High ground is incredibly dangerous, especially in this last match where it's all on the line. All of the duos want that victory royale. Is now Favs and Snacky. They're still up, 51 above Surge. Still 7 players need to be eliminated for Storm Surge to no longer be active, so they're looking for damage now below. Kevin Yazir still have the high ground, but Arkham and Epic Whale won it. Looking above, taking the shots from the second height and thinking, is it our time to strike?
Is it their time? Indeed. But you see Kinzo, front side of zone, along with School, trying to put damage onto Yasir and Kevin, so they don't have that easy road to the finish. Multiple players getting dropped throughout the mix. Launch pads being used. You see Beast trying to stay ahead of zone. Tao Tai soon to follow. Nigel, Angel, everybody trying to escape the madness that is the mid and the low ground, as Kevin and Yasir still holding strong, but multiple teams looking backside. But it's Arkham, it's Epic Whale trying to make a play for the high ground, but they separate just a little bit too much. That could be the time. Arkham gets dropped. Arkham gets dropped. It's all up to Epic here. The piece control is in. He gets the knock onto Yasir, but he needs the finish. He needs the loot, but he's going to try to reposition himself here. The piece control going over. There's the siphon we were looking for, but Kevin peeks at the perfect moment. Epic Whale gets dropped, and that secures the victory for Favs and Snacky.
They keep it going, though. They want to finish strong as Favs secures another knockdown, has 1 elimination, but it's going to quickly go to 2 here as Snacky as well has 2. But the issue is they don't have shields to work with. They got floppers, they got seafood, but they need that shield as they continue pushing through, continue getting eliminations. Now with just 14 duos up, Favs and Snacky could come out on top here.
For them, it's not about to win anymore. It's about the legacy that they want to cement, but I might have cursed them. Favs goes down. 6 eliminations as a team so far, but if anybody can do it and still take over this last game, it is going to be Snacky himself. And Kevin towards the top. He lost his teammate early on. You see Chicken, you see Jesus, Pars, Raze, Yumi, Squishy, everybody trying to stay front side of zone, because for them, it's thousands of dollars that are still up for grabs.
Will Snacky and Favs be able to cross that 400-point threshold? Currently taking a rotate through zone, using that med mist to stay up. Snacky looking for the perfect angle. He might have just found an opponent. Takes Yumi down. That's 1 more elimination for Snacky, giving him those 3 extra points. But now with just 8 duos up, Snacky is clutching it as a solo.
He can do it, like I said, 7 eliminations. He has some of the most in the game so far. Another angle. Peekaboo, I see you. But unfortunately, he goes down, but the damage has been done. He feels like a champion. Back to back to back he goes. But like I said, so much money up for grabs for Dragon and Elise, 7th place. They want more. They know their pockets can run deep. They just need the bread to fill it.
Last match of the day, and Dragon with 9 eliminations, looking to go into the double digits. Elite with 3, but Dragon gets fully boxed up, gets knocked down. Now Elite, it's all up to him, playing it as a solo. How many eliminations are they going to be able to secure? Currently in the 7th place spot. This is where it matters. Elite on the high ground, going against Kevin. who will be able to take this elimination. A Leech gets a tag. It's not going to be enough to crack him, though. Starts dropping down, playing it slowly. Only one more build.
And you can see 7th place, down below, 8th place, 16th, 14th. So much money up for grabs. But for Kevin and Yasir, you're going to have to take what you can get because you go down. For Elise, it's about holding on to the 7th place position because that's money lost to Pars and Rays. But only 5 players left. One single solo towards the high ground as Pars and Rays waiting for the opportunity to drop Chicken and Andy in. And that opportunity is now as they get the siphon towards the low ground. 2v2 Takata for thousands of dollars.
Jesus and Chicken on the high ground. Pars and Rays on the low ground as Rays opens up, takes the peek, takes the shot. 38. It's not enough, but his duo partner, Pars, just gets that shot onto Jesus, getting that elimination. But now it's a 1 versus 1. It's all up to Pars, and he does it, finishing it off strong, staying up when it most mattered and securing that last victory royale.
And I think, and it's a big I think right there, even though our big 3 went down early on, Favs and Snacky cemented their legacy, but there was still so much money up for grabs, and with a victory royale like that, you see them jump from 8th place to 7th place. The pockets get deeper.
I mean, it just shows the importance of that last match, of giving it your all to the last game of the day. I mean, a Leech won Game 6 of day 1, and I thought for a moment there that he was going to take Game 6 of day 2, but look, I could talk all day. I could go through the whole match, but I know you want to see the leaderboard. You want to see who is taking this, this FNCS. So Kelly, Panda, and Clay, let us know.
For the final time of the season, thank you so much, Takata and Jacob. And quick shout outs to Pars and Rays, the 2nd place team from last season. But we got to talk about it. Our first place team, the reigning champs, coming back for the 3-peat. It is Favs and Snacky.
Listen, I am so excited for them, right? Obviously, super talented players. We saw a little bit of a rocky semifinals, but it didn't matter. They came out 414 points, 65 eliminations. What?
And an average placement of 10th place?
Oh my
They
God.
came out swinging. They wanted to prove a point and say it wasn't just, they said, no, let's go for the 3-peat, Kelly.
And what a wild ending that was for like the finals games 10 and 11 to be all of the last 3 teams holding out strong, and then to have them all go down kind of early. I mean, my goodness, everyone, this is it. It's a bittersweet moment, but Jacob, Takata, to join you guys one last time here on center stage. And I mean, I don't even know what to say. I feel like I'm at a loss for words. Guys, again, it's a bittersweet moment, but I'm so glad to be here. Let's take a quick look at the earnings for our teams here. Of course, we're going to be looking at Favs and Snacky walking away with $45,000, 50 points ahead of 2nd place, which is Rex and Reet. Of course, 3rd place with 3 of our predictions is going to be Arkram and Epic Well. Bacon and Zooks did a great job. So did Elysian Dragon with that double-digit final game. Pars and Rays, the team that got 2nd place last season, is going to be in our top 10. And big shout outs to all of the teams that competed today. All of them are going to be walking away with money, and all of them are going to be walking away with pride. But only one team is going to be walking away with the axe of champions, Favs and Snacky. But guys, we're the final region. It has been such an incredible journey for all of us. And I know our incredible production team that has been here since before EU started. I know you guys are tired. I know you want to go home, but I just want to give a moment for some final thoughts, Jacob.
I mean, I'm just incredible and proud to be here, excited. Even though we as a trio, Arkham Epic, didn't get that victory, we definitely secured redemption together and proved they are still one of the top teams in the region.
I mean, it's been incredible, right? From the qualifiers to the semis to the finals now, the clutches did not stop from day 1 to day 2. And I mean, Favs and Snacky, back-to-back duo FNCSs, like what more can we get?
Yeah, I mean, if I shouldn't have doubted them. I literally watched the semifinals, and I'm like, listen, I talked to Snacky. I know he's confident too, but man, what a performance. They deserve it. After what we just witnessed, like, there is no doubt in my mind that they're the Kings right now.
There's no doubt. It was great games all around, though, and that's what we wanted to see. It came down to that final moment, and for them to get that convincing victory royale as well, right, the overall victory royale, we'll say, as well as go on in that game is just great.
I mean, it's been such a high note all day. Let's remind ourselves of all the high notes that we had between all of the regions, everyone. Here are your 7 FNCS champions. We, of course, had Aqua and Vino winning out Europe. Peterbot and Byla taking NA East. You just saw Favs and Snacky doing the back-to-back duos in NA West. We had Lowground and Zeet taking Brazil. We had Runa and Pio grabbing Asia. Oceania was Volks and Looter. And then Middle East was Cruel and Metal Asta. Congratulations to these 7 teams right here. They have played their hearts out over the last 12 games, and all of them deserve their spots. But speaking of spots, let's remind everyone of our predictions, guys. I had the second place team. I guess, you know what, for the personal day, I'll take the win. Rex and Reet on top. But Panda, Wheels, and Booga, you said that they were going to make a comeback, and compared to yesterday, they did.
Yeah, they definitely made a pretty impressive comeback. Look, it's not the games that they were looking to have, but I'm still proud of the boys. They did exceptionally well, especially having a rough start yesterday. So props to them. Go next, FNCS, and they definitely can do well.
And Clay, Arcrim and Epic Whale showcasing why they are one of the best teams in NA West, grabbing the first VR of day 1, grabbing the first VR of day 2. Even though they didn't get first place, you got to be proud of your pick.
Oh, I'm so proud of them, especially going into the next season as well. Shows that, hey, they're here again, that we can't count them out, even though, you know, they may not have performed the way they wanted to.
But who can we count on to get our winning for the predictions, everyone? Who is it gonna be? Takada. Takada, congratulations. How are you feeling right now? You are the winner for our predictions.
Look, I was feeling stressed out, but I knew with a pick like Arkham and Epic Whale, you know, they had that consistency for the finals. They made me proud, right? Top 3. I mean, it was really the Titans duking it out in the end there. And now, I mean, with the predictions, I mean, you know, I'm feeling pretty happy.
And much like our players are going to be walking away with some prize money, you're going to be walking away with a prize yourself. Oh, Zeke. There you have it.
Whoa.
I love it.
Oh my gosh, Zeke. Thank you so much. This, I mean, look. Snacky and Favs, they got the axe of champions, but this goes to the heart, okay? The prediction royalty. I mean, what more do you really want?
You better watch out. You saw the way I was looking at Zeke days ago. You better watch out. That might end up in my luggage.
Oh my God. I mean,
right? Calm down.
Congratulations, everyone. And congratulations to all of our teams. And thank you guys at home so much. On behalf of our incredible production team, on the Fortnite competitive team, for Europe, NA East, and then, of course, Jacob, Takada, Panda, Clay, and Zeke in the background right there. We appreciate you all so much, and we can't wait to see you next time.
Beep, 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 beep.